The wasteland is not truly wasted, nor are the useless truly useless. Mastery of one's craft does not prevent the ravages of time, and the bonds of brotherhood do not grant immortality. Life belongs to others, while the weapon is one's own. If one wishes to safeguard their existence, they must first ensure the security of their weapon. General, the target has been successfully designated. Are we truly prepared to launch? Inquired a sergeant of the Muse Freedom Army. Launch. The general's expression remained impassive as he gazed at the sun radiating a gentle glow on the projection. 300 meters beneath the icy surface of Pluto, the 10 hatches of a launch silo opened in sequence. A cacophony of clack, clack, clack resonated from the ice, and as the last hatch on the planet's surface opened, a missile surged upwards, breaking free of Pluto's atmosphere 3 seconds later. Its target, the third planet of the solar system, which the Muse Freedom Army deemed the root of all evil Earth. In the final secret base of the Muse Freedom Army on Pluto, an elderly man clad in a crimson clerical robe entered the control chamber. He ascended to the commander's position, and the general instinctively vacated his seat. Brothers and sisters, I regret to inform you that our last planet has fallen. Yet, the Holy War is far from over. In fact, it has only just begun. You shall proceed to the Cygra star domain, where the Holy Church has prepared new identities for each of you. Your mission is to infiltrate and seize every position until you entirely dominate the Cygra star domain. The Holy Church shall flourish in your hands. You must disseminate its doctrines to every individual. Strive tirelessly to cultivate every believer 1, 2, 3, 100, 1,000, 10,000, until millions, tens of millions. Our ultimate goal is to encompass all star domains, ensuring that every person becomes our disciple. Those who oppose us are heretics, devoid of the right to life. They must be eradicated completely, from their flesh to their spirit, leaving no trace behind. Those who do not believe in us are also heretics, yet they still have the choice to convert. Those who refuse to convert must be entirely erased from this world. You are the seeds of the Holy Church, destined to grow into towering trees. Go forth and fulfill the divine mission bestowed upon you. You shall embark on the Holy Church's latest prototype single-person escape pods to secretly infiltrate Cygra. Remember, the divine presence accompanies you. As the red-robed cleric concluded, he gestured for everyone to depart. The ecclesiastical personnel within the command chamber promptly sprang into action. Before leaving, a gray-robed cleric inquired, "Your Eminence, what shall you do?" "My child, do not concern yourself with me. I shall remain here to bear the wrath of the Federation for you. Now, go forth and attend to your own duties." The red-robed cleric smiled, waving farewell to the gray-robed cleric, who bowed deeply before swiftly vanishing down the corridor of the base. The military personnel exchanged glances, observing the departing clerics, before collectively turning their attention to their general, who was likewise watching them. He addressed all the soldiers, "You too shall withdraw. Your responsibilities are as critical as those of the clerics. Not only must you propagate our doctrine, but you must also assume the duty of protecting the Holy Church. From this day forth, you shall bear a new name, Knights of the Faith. The clerics need your protection, as does the Holy Church. Thus, your destination is not solely Cygra, but every corner of the cosmos. To the warriors heading to Cygra, your mission is to safeguard the clerics, protect yourselves, and defend your territory. To the warriors venturing into the universe, you are to remain hidden, embrace solitude, and await our arrival. Go forth." With no further hesitation, the soldiers surged forth, disappearing into the base. As they departed, the red-robed cleric turned to the general, saying, "Achais, you too should leave with them. How can the wrath of the Federation be borne by you alone? I shall accompany you. Both of us are wanted by the Federation. Leaving with the young ones would only endanger them further, so I shall stay." The red-robed cleric grasped the general's hand, saying, "Very well, my old friend, let us face this final battle of the old Holy Church together, which is also the first battle of the new Holy Church. Indeed, let us fire the first shot of the new Holy War together." At that moment, the surface of the Pluto base opened countless missile silos, continuously ejecting escape pods into outer space. As these pods entered the void, they ignited and soared in every direction. Remarkably, the propulsion systems of these escape pods were powered by thermal nuclear engines that had been obsolete for nearly 2 millennia, rendering them undetectable on contemporary radar screens. Of course, The missile targeting Earth was similarly equipped with a thermonuclear engine, and only when it approached within an astronomical unit of Earth would its presence be detected. Then, it would be far too late. Although the escape pods flew in various directions, they would converge in a unified star domain after several interstellar jumps. Sigra, the new home of the Holy Church. 3 days later, an image emerged from the direction of Earth, depicting a massive explosion occurring near the planet. Within the command chamber, the red-robed cleric exchanged a glance with General Akais, who promptly amplified the image and activated the analysis system. 3 minutes later, the analysis system produced a conclusion, which Akais printed and handed to the red-robed cleric. Your Eminence, the data from the analyzer indicates that this explosion occurred within Earth's atmosphere, though the precise altitude remains indeterminate. Our manpower is insufficient for a thorough analysis. However, I believe we have succeeded. The red-robed cleric slowly knelt, murmuring prayers as he offered his utmost supplication to the divine. 10 minutes later, a Titan-class ship and 4 battleships appeared in orbit around Pluto. Minutes passed, and the fleet remained eerily still. General Akais glanced at the red-robed cleric, asking, "Could they be attempting to communicate with us?" "My friend, do not be naive. They will offer us no opportunities. To them, we are but madmen upon discovery. They will eliminate us without hesitation." No sooner had the red-robed cleric spoken than the radar screen indicated a missile launching from the Titan. The cleric began counting down, while Akais raised his wrist. "The Titan has likely launched a planet destroyer. Only such a missile could take advantage of this moment to bury us here." As the cleric's countdown reached 0, and Akais's wrist counter passed 15, the missile penetrated Pluto's icy crust, tearing through the surface to strike the exterior of the base. At the sight of the missile's warhead, a blinding light flooded their vision. Returning to 10 hours earlier, on Earth, people went about their daily lives with peace of mind. On August 20, 4818 of the cosmic calendar, the summer sun had heated the asphalt of the roads to near melting. This summer was particularly sweltering, and those with wealth and leisure had flocked to the Guitar Star in the Volgo star domain for vacation. Those without wealth or leisure to spare toiled relentlessly on Earth, hoping one day to become affluent enough to emigrate or take a holiday in the outer realms. Rumors had spread that the Federation had discovered a new star domain, allegedly very similar to Earth, offering hope to all as Earth's energy resources dwindled. Consequently, this new star domain was dubbed Sigra, with its primary planet referred to as Homeworld. For the military, the Earth Defense Force stationed on Earth enjoyed a leisurely existence. No one would dare target this energy-depleted planet. As humanity's cradle, it boasted the most formidable planetary defense system, earning the title of a planet that required no stationed fleet. Indeed, there were no stationed fleets on Earth. All had been dispatched to combat the Muse Freedom Army. It was said that the Federation had reached the last planet held by the Muse Freedom Army, signaling the impending conclusion of this civil war among humanity. While Earth lacked stationed warships, it was home to the most advanced warship research enterprises and limited prototype vessels. Regrettably, these prototypes had become nearly obsolete, serving more as relics than functional vessels due to the scarcity of energy. It is not that Earth had completely depleted its energy resources. Rather, the data obtained from warship trials had resulted in these prototypes being decommissioned as historical artifacts. In the Earth Defense Force's Vigilance Radar Room, Rookie Rain inadvertently glanced at the radar screen. "Oh, why does the gravitational line in the Jupiter sector exhibit anomalies?" He called out to his partner, Sergeant George, "Please come take a look. There's an issue with the gravitational line in the Jupiter sector." "Don't bother me. I'm watching the Major League Baseball finals. It'll be over in a few minutes," George replied dismissively, continuing to watch the live broadcast through his virtual headset. With no other option, Rain operated the radar himself, adjusting the observation window towards Jupiter. Suddenly, the gravitational line exhibited a series of fluctuations, yet he could see nothing in that vicinity, which puzzled him greatly. He created a data model to analyze the timeline from the initial detection of the gravitational anomaly to its normalization, producing a nearly straight line. He then constructed a bidirectional line segment extending from the gravitational line's entry and exit points, only to discover that its exit line extended directly towards Earth. He diligently pursued the results of his calculations, yet along the way, he failed to encounter any objects. At this moment, the finals of the Grand Alliance had finally concluded, and it seemed the outcome was favorable. George, filled with joy, approached Ryan and gently patted him on the shoulder, inquiring, "Ryan, what seems to be the matter? You appear quite anxious. Sergeant George, you see, there are unusual fluctuations in the gravitational lines of the Jupiter sector. This fluctuation manifests as a straight line, extending from the exoplanetary realm inward, yet I have detected no objects along the extended line. This is quite irregular, Ryan explained, presenting his calculations and observations to George. George reviewed the calculations thoroughly and personally operated the radar observation window, finding nothing amiss. He returned the calculations to Ryan, saying, "Ryan, do not be overly concerned, this may merely be a slightly larger meteorite. You have been on duty all night, prepare yourself to conclude your shift." Pouring himself a cup of coffee, George added, "Perhaps you could send this data to Uncle John, allowing the space station to conduct an observation. We must remember that our observations from Earth are influenced by the atmosphere, rendering them somewhat inaccurate. It would be prudent to let the eyes in the sky take a look."
Chapter 0. Prologue. Ren contemplated this reasoning, promptly packaging his discoveries and data to send to John at the United Outer Space Station. However, he refrained from utilizing the military network, as he had yet to observe any tangible evidence. Merely harboring suspicions, despite attempting to request bandwidth from the military network, his application was denied. He did not perceive any imminent threat, thus he did not persist, opting instead to use the ordinary civilian network. Consequently, by the time John received the email, more than half an hour had elapsed. The immense volume of data required an additional half hour for download. Upon reviewing the data, John broke into a cold sweat. As a seasoned military radar observer, he immediately discerned that this could not possibly be a meteorite. Meteorites do not travel at such velocity. This must be a missile. But why was it undetectable by radar? He hastily grasped the calculated trajectory of the unidentified object and rushed toward the electronic telescope room, colliding with 4 or 5 individuals along the way, including 2 officers, earning himself a torrent of curses. Fortunately, as a technical officer, those he bumped into, upon noticing the red square on his shoulder and the 2 crossed planetary trajectories representing the 4 modernizations of ancient China, wisely chose to remain silent. The red indicated a junior officer rank, while the 2 planetary trajectories signified a mid-level technical officer. Together, they denoted his status as the sole technical lieutenant aboard the station, ranking 3rd among the 20 or so personnel present. Making it unwise for anyone to offend him, in the electronic telescope room, he unceremoniously ejected the duty sergeant from the room, taking his place in the observation chair. He deftly manipulated the trackball. Swiftly focusing the telescope on Jupiter's orbit, the computer screen displayed nothing. Following the calculated trajectory, he proceeded to the moon, yet encountered the same absence of evidence. Why was there nothing? John desperately tugged at his hair. But alas, his recently trimmed crew cut, a mere 2 millimeters in height, offered little to grasp. He recommenced his calculations, while the ousted sergeant called out repeatedly without effect. John was acutely aware that the calculations were accurate, yet the object remained elusive. Why? He internally questioned this over 20 times, yet it bore no fruit. He continuously verified the data through the telescope, but the computer screen's electronic projection yielded no results. His fingers danced across the keyboard, recalculating every number and node, with each outcome reaffirming that a rapidly approaching object existed. The speed ruled out meteorites. Only a missile could account for it. Yet, why was it still undetected? The computer finally succumbed to the strain and crashed, the black screen reflecting his distorted visage. Upon seeing his own face, John's emotions gradually cooled. He gently rubbed the screen twice, then his own face. While the sergeant outside worried whether he had suffered a mental breakdown. Ping. John quickly scribbled 3 sets of numbers on a piece of paper, shouting without turning his head. Yes. The sergeant immediately stood at attention in response. Go to the optical observation room immediately and search all areas corresponding to these 3 sets of numbers. Report any suspicious objects immediately. John kept his head down, continuing his calculations with his left hand while extending his right hand behind him. Clutching the paper he had just written on, Ping hesitated, momentarily taken aback, but John forcefully shook his right hand and insisted, "Take it and go quickly." Understood. Ping accepted the paper and dashed toward the optical observation room. Half an hour passed quietly, and John finally completed his data verification with nary a mistake. Lieutenant, you must see this." Ping rushed in, followed by a chorus of expletives that were notably louder than those directed at John earlier. John hurried to the optical observation room, where Private Charlotte was intently tracking something through the optical telescope. "Charlotte, what do you see?" Synchronize the image to the observation computer. John sensed something amiss, as beads of sweat were visibly forming on Charlotte's forehead. The air conditioning in the station was adequate, not to induce such perspiration. Thus, only one possibility remained. Charlotte was frightened. What could instill fear in a soldier on duty aboard a space station? The answer was evident. Startled by John's command, Charlotte hastily activated the synchronization switch, and the computer screen flickered momentarily before revealing a missile. It was immediately clear that this missile was not of earthly origin and was hurtling toward Earth. Seeing the image, John's body jolted, momentarily stunned. Who possessed such audacity to launch a missile toward Earth? Lieutenant, which country does this belong to? Can you identify the type of missile? Charlotte turned to inquire. Stop wasting time and track it, John retorted before leaping toward the alarm system. Slapping the plastic cover off and forcefully pressing the button, the alarm echoed throughout the entire space station, and Major Lien Hua activated his personal computer. Swiftly inputting a password through neural commands, the original coordinates of the alarm location immediately materialized on the virtual screen. He activated the station's communication system, asking, "Lieutenant John, what's happening? Why was the alarm triggered?" "Major, the optical observation device has detected a missile approaching Earth. This is a critical alert. The enemy's missile has crossed the orbit of Jupiter and is nearing Mars. The missile's endpoint has not yet been calculated, but it will certainly pass through Earth," John reported. "Calculate its endpoint immediately and determine the time it will reach Earth. Alert the Earth Defense Force headquarters." "What type of missile is it?" Major Lien Hua remained composed, firing off a series of questions. "I will send you and the deputy station chief the missiles imaged. I cannot ascertain its type, but I can determine it is a long-range, oversized missile, likely of battleship caliber. I request the Defense Force to employ orbital cannons to destroy it." John provided his assessment. The live missile image promptly appeared on the tactical terminals of Lien Hua and Deputy Station Chief Lister. As a weapons expert, Lieutenant Lister inhaled sharply, a sound akin to a dental ache, causing both Lien Hua and John's spirits to plummet. "Major, activate the highest-level alarm system immediately. This is a planet destroyer. A model from the Muse Free Army dating back 20 years, utilizing stealth coatings. Most concerning is its thermal nuclear engine, which our current particle radar cannot detect. The electronic telescope signals will be absorbed by the stealth coating, leaving only the optical telescope capable of visualizing it." Lister's report plunged Lien Hua's already heavy heart into despair. This thermal nuclear engine advanced. Why can it not be detected?" "It is not advanced. It is quite outdated. The particle beam does not register thermal nuclear reactions, for reasons unknown. Only thermal imaging radar from 2,000 years ago and old particle radar from 1,500 years ago can detect thermal nuclear signatures." Lister continued. As Lien Hua activated the alarm system, he simultaneously packaged the gathered intelligence for transmission to the Defense Force headquarters, continuing to query Lister. "Does the thermal nuclear engine also propel the missile using particle beams?" "Yes, but the efficacy of these particle beams is too low, leading to insufficient thrust. Thus, they were phased out 2,000 years ago. It is surprising that the Muse could resort to such an antiquated thermal nuclear engine. Not only is it slow, but the missile's design also accommodates more fuel, resulting in a significantly large structure. At this moment, he and Lister had convened in the command room of the space station. He pointed at the missile image on the virtual screen, stating, "It has successfully deceived our electronic eyes, maneuvering right beneath our noses." Lister was rendered speechless, and the command room fell into a heavy silence. At this juncture, Lien Hua could only hope that the bureaucrats in the Defense Force could act swiftly. Sometimes, these officials could deliberate over trivial matters for an entire day. "Major, I have calculated its endpoint. It is indeed Earthed. I reverse-engineered its trajectory. It was launched from Pluto. Its fuel is insufficient to reach Venus, so its target can only be Earth," John reported. "Why not Mars? Mars lacks high-value targets, and it has 5 hours to reach Earth. During this 5-hour window, Mars will not be on our side of the orbit. Now, there are no obstacles in its path. It is heading straight for us," John explained, transmitting the calculated data to Lien Hua and Lister's terminals. Upon reviewing the data, Lien Hua and Lister, both seasoned veterans accustomed to the rigors of outer space duty, found themselves overwhelmed by the calculations, yet the outcome was disheartening. Lianhua simultaneously sent a copy of the same data to headquarters, along with a request for control over the orbital cannons on the side facing away from the SUNAT Defense Force headquarters. General Kelly had already taken his position at the command center, and the staff had transmitted data from Outer Space Observer No. 3 to as the data unfolded. General Kelly's expression grew increasingly grim. How much time do we have left? 5 hours. We still have time to react. The staff reported, order all orbital cannons to target the incoming missile, commence barrage fire. The general's steady voice exuded confidence. Sir, Outer Space Observer Number 3 is requesting control over the orbital cannons. The staff opened the latest data, revealing a control request before him. Denied. Upon hearing the response from the Lieutenant General, he promptly pressed the veto button. Who made the initial discovery? The Lieutenant General continued to inquire. IT was the Honolulu ground station that detected abnormal gravitational fluctuations in Jupiter's orbit. After a rudimentary calculation, they suspected an object was approaching Earth at high speed, yet they could not pinpoint its location accurately, thus transmitting the data to Observer 3 for further verification, reported the staff member. Who is on duty today? Sergeant George and Private Rain of the Earth Army. The initial data was calculated by Rain, and an hour later, Observer 3 received the preliminary data. The staff continued to report to the Lieutenant General based on the received information. Why did Observer 3 receive the data only an hour later? The Lieutenant General's eyes widened, exuding an intimidating presence. Chapter 0. Prologue. The Honolulu radar station requested military network data transmission, but was rejected on the grounds that the data volume was too large. And to ensure the Lieutenant General's bandwidth, the staff reported every piece of data they observed honestly. This morning, Major General Kelly indeed utilized the military network to discuss Earth's post-war status with the federal government. Yet that was not a valid reason for declining the use of the military network. Who is the duty officer for the military network today? Dismissal from service. The military network officer demoted. Sergeant George promoted to Master Sergeant, and Private Rain elevated to Corporal. Personnel changes were ruthlessly announced by the Lieutenant General. Your Excellency, the first round of bombardment has concluded. The shells were ineffective against the missiles. The weapons operator reported to the Lieutenant General. Send over the images. The bombardment footage immediately appeared on the command screen, showcasing a barrage of 1,200 antimatter rounds fired from a mixed-caliber artillery ranging from 425 mm to 1,500 mm. But the missile's energy shield deflected all incoming shells. The weapons operator queried the Lieutenant General. Your Excellency, why don't we use missiles? Laser or ray weapons would suffice. You saw how that shield neutralizes the energy from lasers and ray weapons. And our radar and electronic telescopes can't lock onto the target for missile guidance. If we launch a missile without a target, how can we strike? We could execute a combined attack, initially using laser and ray weapons to deplete the shield, followed by artillery strikes. The weapons operator remained unconvinced. Good thinking, young man. It's wise to strategize in warfare. Very well, let us initiate a round of lasers and rays. How much ammunition do we have left? The Lieutenant General asked. There are 10 rounds of lasers and rays remaining, but only 2 rounds of shells, replied the weapons operator. Indeed, I realized our ammunition was limited during the first round. The Federation has diverted all resources to the final battle, and no one anticipated the Muslians would be so frenzied. A hint of despondency crept into the Lieutenant General's voice, as he seemed to sense the impending outcome. The personnel in the command hall instinctively lowered their heads. Why is everyone bowing their heads? Lift them up. We have not lost yet. We still have 12 rounds of ammunition, and until the last moment. Who knows the outcome? Everyone, rally yourselves. The Lieutenant General did not utter any grandiose proclamations, but calmly spoke 2 sentences. Everyone raised their heads once more, realizing that indeed, the battle was not yet over. The Lieutenant General glanced at the quartermaster and asked, have the civilians retreated to the air defense facilities? Approximately 45 have been completed. It will take about 2 hours to finish the evacuation. The quartermaster replied, glancing at the computer in front of him. Very well. How many operational experimental ships do we have left? We still have 120 operational prototype ships ranging from level 1 to 12. But they can only achieve energy to exit the atmosphere. Once out, they can only drift in outer space. Then let them drift along the missile's trajectory. Serving as fixed artillery would suffice, even if they cannot fire. A collision would be a viable option. The Lieutenant General mused, stroking his chin. Lieutenant General, there is a piece of not-so-ideal, yet good news do share, in the Battleship Museum. There is still one last nuclear-powered battleship from 2,000 years ago. Its main cannon has 5 missile rounds, all nuclear-powered, and most importantly, its radar systems are still operational. The only issue is the launch energy is somewhat uncertain, according to the power cabin's computer records. There is 1 nuclear fuel rod left, just enough to exit the atmosphere. Beyond that, it will rely on luck, the quartermaster conveyed as if he had discovered a new continent. Excellent. How long will it take to prepare for launch? The lieutenant general inquired. The antique battleship requires 4 hours of preparation time, while those prototype ships will take around 5 hours, the quartermaster replied. His voice slightly disheartened. It appears that only the antique ship can be prepared in time. The prototype ships are in a precarious situation. Having at least 1 ship capable of launching is a blessing. Order all ships to prepare for takeoff. Once preparations are complete, I will transfer my command to the battleship. Lieutenant General, shouldn't you reconsider? You are the highest commander of Earth. You should remain in command rather than rush into the fray. The Lieutenant General's chief of staff turned to him from the advisory seat. A soldier ought to die on the battlefield, not languish in bed. Indeed, I am a Lieutenant General, the highest commander of Earth, yet I am also a soldier, a seasoned space warrior. My place is in outer space. If you do not wish to accompany me into battle, you may remain here. Kelly's voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the entire command hall. Weapons officer, is the second round of fire ready? Kelly inquired. It is complete. 500 rays and laser weapons are prepared, along with 1,200 antimatter rounds, the weapons officer reported. Excellent. Fire. Kelly's hand swung fiercely in the air. Report. The laser weapons accurately struck the target, and the ray weapons also hit their mark. The target's shield has dissipated, and the shield will take 5 seconds to reload. The antimatter rounds have launched and will reach the target in 4.5 seconds. The weapons operator relayed the data transmitted from the observation post. The antimatter rounds exploded in space like fireworks, while the missiles flew through the explosion like butterflies among flowers, showing no signs of damage. Lieutenant General, Observer 3 is requesting to conduct the 3rd round of attacks. They have sent real-time dynamic data indicating the missile's shield reloading actually takes 4 seconds, and the antimatter rounds exploded after the shield was generated, causing no substantial effect on the missile. Kelly found himself in a quandary. Clearly, Observer 3 could observe the missile's dynamics more accurately. After contemplating for a while, the weapons operator watched him, awaiting the next command. Kelly turned to the observation officer and asked, "Why is there a discrepancy in the missile's shield reloading time?" The observation officer reviewed the entire process on video and replied, "The atmosphere causes refraction, leading to observational errors. I recommend obtaining observation data from Observer 3. After further thought," Kelly said. "Respond to Observer 3. Asking them how confident they are. Half a minute later, Observer 3 replied, "They have a 60 certainty. Grant them the authority to attack," Kelly commanded. "Chief, isn't 60 certainty too low?" the chief of staff inquired. "Not at all. During a decisive battle, having a 60 certainty is sufficient to take the risk." Kelly shot another glance at the chief of staff, who had clearly been underperforming today. On Observer 3, Lister personally occupied the observation position, finally adjusting the telescope. He continuously reported the missile's flight trajectory. Lianhua had taken over the authority to attack, dividing it into 3 waves. The first wave of 600 antimatter rounds, the second wave of 600 antimatter rounds, and the third wave of 1,500 rays and lasers, with a 1-second interval between each attack. Kelly furrowed his brow upon seeing the attack divided into 3 waves, but chose not to comment. The screen displayed lasers and rays swiftly passing through the antimatter rounds, successfully neutralizing the missile's shield. The shield entered reload status. 2 seconds later, the first wave of antimatter rounds arrived, creating a spectacular explosion that illuminated the vastness of space. Before the brilliance of the explosion could fade, the second wave of antimatter rounds ravaged the missile once more, causing another eruption. Observation officer, report the situation, Kelly inquired. Observer 3 reports that the missile's outer shell sustained minor damage, deviating by 1 degree and self-correcting by 0.3 degrees, with calculations indicating an unavoidable collision with Earth. As the brilliance of the explosion dimmed, the missile's silhouette became fully visible. Indeed, the outer shell exhibited slight damage, yet it was insufficient for a critical failure. The command hall's observation officer reported both waves of antimatter attacks hit their targets, and Observer 3 further reported that the second wave of antimatter rounds destroyed the missile's shield generator. Kelly observed intently. Indeed, the missile's surface now lacked that iridescent shield. His tightly knitted brows relaxed slightly as he commanded, "Engage all laser and ray weapons at maximum power, sustaining fire until ammunition is exhausted." The weapons officer turned in astonishment to look at Kelly, awaiting further confirmation. Kelly nodded to the weapons officer. "Execute it. If the missile impacts Earth, all our defenses will be rendered futile." The 8 rounds of laser and ray weaponry did not halt the missile's advance. Aside from leaving scorch marks on its body, not a single control component was damaged. Everyone in the command hall lamented the resilience of these Muslian missiles. Kelly sighed softly and asked the quartermaster, "Yujin, how's the preparation for the battleship?" "General, everything is proceeding normally. Preparations can be completed approximately half an hour ahead of schedule." "Excellent. Let us proceed to Dalian Bay now." Kelly rose from the command seat, and the assembled staff and operators stood up in unison. Gene Kelly approached the doorway and turned to Yujin, saying, "Yujin, you should stay behind. The Earth requires a steadfast and mature individual to oversee operations. And I trust you." To which General Yujin replied, "I believe my place is by your side. After all, I have commanded a flotilla before." The red lights in Yujin's electronic eyes flickered continuously, revealing his palpable excitement. Brigadier General Yujin, once the commander of the Mixed Task Force 105, had bravely commanded his ship to serve as the rear guard during an ambush by 3 enemy flotillas while on patrol. In that battle, his vessel was the only one lost. Though the other ships suffered damage, none were sunk. It was during that encounter that his eyes were injured. After being rescued, he withdrew from combat units and transitioned to logistics, specializing in Earth's logistical management. This time, he hoped to once again take command of a warship. Gene Kelly gently patted his shoulder and said, "I understand your aspirations, but this place needs you more. I must go against your wishes." Afterward, Gene Kelly saluted Yujin and left him with a parting remark, "Sometimes, living is more challenging than dying." Without hesitation, Gene Kelly departed, and everyone in the command hall followed suit, leaving Yujin standing in the center, raising his hand in salute to the departing figures, reluctant to lower it. Chapter 0. Prologue. 4 Dalian Bay buzzed with activity aboard the Fearless-class space aircraft carrier. The Dalian. This vessel had been decommissioned 2,000 years ago but had never officially retired. Modernization efforts continued unabated. Although it was not on active duty, its internal command system remained state-of-the-art, and the ship itself was maintained in a state ready for combat. However, due to ammunition compatibility issues, it only retained 5 missile-launching projectiles, originally intended merely for display in a museum. Yet, no one knew, at least not until today, that these 5 missiles still possessed combat capability. Gene Kelly and his party arrived aboard a transport aircraft that landed directly on the Dalian. The Fearless ship measured 1,500 meters in length and 350 meters in width, resembling the aircraft carriers of a bygone era. Upon stepping onto the Dalian, Gene Kelly remarked with nostalgia, "Is this truly a Fearless ship? It looks just like an aircraft carrier." This was a statement he made every time he boarded. The current captain, Colonel Wang Yuan, rushed to him and reported, "Captain Wang Yuan of the Dalian Fearless aircraft carrier mixed ship reporting to the Vice Admiral. Please give your orders." Gene Kelly returned the salute, declaring, "Prepare for immediate ascent. I will lead you into battle." "Yes. Please proceed to the command platform, Vice Admiral," Wang Yuan replied, leading the way while issuing battle commands through the tactical terminal to various departments aboard. Once all command personnel were in position, the ship jolted suddenly, slowly rising from the surface of the sea. 5 minutes later, the vessel accelerated sharply, causing the crew's minds to momentarily freeze. After all, this ship, being 2,000 years old, experienced gravitational overloads exceeding 8G during ascent, with a maximum reaching 12G, an ordeal not easily borne by most. When the crew finally emerged from their stupor, they found themselves in outer space. Gene Kelly sat resolutely in the command chair, ordering, "Activate the radar. Scan for incoming missile threats." The archaic radar emitted a familiar whirring noise, and although the command system was the latest, these external components endeavored to preserve the essence of 2 millennia past. Minutes later, the radar operator reported loudly, "Target detected ahead, closing in at high speed." Distance 65 million kilometers. Excellent. Calculate the trajectory. Prepare the forward main guns and missile launchers. Gene Kelly commanded, with the trajectory calculated and the missile launchers primed. A synthesized female voice echoed through the command bridge. One missile prepared for launch. Gene Kelly manipulated the joystick on the armrest of his command chair to enlarge the image of the incoming missile. Pondering for a few seconds before giving the order, launch, the ship trembled slightly as a long projectile was propelled into space by the 1,500 mm electromagnetic main gun, utilizing inertia. It traveled over 300 kilometers before its thermonuclear engine ignited, dramatically increasing its speed as it hurtled toward the approaching missile. Moments later, two missiles collided in a nuclear explosion that illuminated the infinite void for an instant before fading into oblivion. The computer screen momentarily flashed white, and the central computer swiftly adjusted the optical observation lens's exposure, restoring the display to normal. All personnel aboard silently prayed, and only Gene Kelly's voice resonated in the bridge once more. Prepare 3 missiles for launch. 1 second interval. Fire at will. The weapons officer paused, puzzled as to how the vice admiral knew the incoming missile had not been destroyed before they did. On the computer screen, the missile still advanced. Its speed slightly diminished under the barrage of weaponry, yet it had only decreased by less than toot. Its body, though battered, remained intact, showing no signs of cracking, with current construction standards, as long as the outer shell remained unbroken. Even severe deformation could still protect the interior. The weapons officer quickly adjusted the launch parameters, noting that the calculation, which normally required 3 seconds, was completed in just 1 second aboard this antiquated vessel. Evidently, pressure breeds efficiency. Preparation complete, announced the weapons officer. Gene Kelly's approving gaze fell on the officer's back. The officer, with an intelligence rating of 55, instantly felt the warmth of that look, a smile blossoming on his lips. Fire. Gene Kelly's fist struck the armrest with determination. 3 missiles soared into space, blooming like brilliant fireworks against the backdrop of the cosmos. As the display faded, all eyes instinctively turned to the computer screen. Where the missile persisted, its once pointed warhead now blunted, its body pockmarked yet resolute in its advance. Silence enveloped the bridge. Disbelief blanketed the crew as they struggled to comprehend the tenacity of that damned missile. No one had answers to their unspoken questions. Gene Kelly leaned back in his command chair, his foreboding intuition confirmed. This missile could not be destroyed, and he felt as if he had aged a decade in an instant. The weapons officer turned with difficulty to Gene Kelly, stating, "Vice Admiral, we still have 1 missile left." Gene Kelly shook his head, aware that 1 missile would be insufficient to halt the advance of the other. He ignored the weapons officer and instead inquired of the central computer. Central computer, assess the remaining fuel on board. Remaining fuel at 65. Why is the fuel still so abundant? Gene Kelly questioned the logistics officer. The logistics officer promptly turned, a hint of pride in his voice. "General, we brought along a brand new nuclear fuel rod from the reserve warehouse." "Excellent. Central computer, calculate the probability of a successful collision with the missile." Gene Kelly pressed on. The control officer, somewhat taken aback, glanced back at Gene Kelly. This was typically his responsibility, yet now Gene Kelly was asking a 2,000-year-old program to perform the calculations. Why? Missile-to-ship collision. Destruction probability at 65. Our ship is at a 90-degree angle to the missile's trajectory. Collision with the engine compartment yields a destruction probability of 35 to 55. Collision with the engine compartment itself yields a destruction probability of 95. Gene Kelly continued, if we position the missile in the power compartment and detonate it upon impact, what would be the damage effect? Missile-to-ship collision. Destruction probability at 85. Our ship is at a 90-degree angle to the missile, with a destruction probability of 95 to 100. Gene Kelly immediately ordered the weapons officer, place the last missile in the power compartment. How long until it reaches the target? 20 minutes and 45 seconds. The navigator reported promptly. Rotate the ship 90 degrees to the right, creating a perpendicular angle with the missile. We have 20 minutes to prepare, Gene Kelly commanded. The power compartment was immediately pressurized. The crew sprang into action. In 20 minutes, they would become a dazzling bloom in the expanse of space. Gene Kelly surveyed everyone and declared, "Esteemed colleagues, thank you for your contributions to Earth. Your mission is now complete, and I require 5 volunteers." Gene Kelly waited in silence, but no one moved. Aside from a few female operators quietly weeping, the bridge was enveloped in silence. "Are you all so disheartened that you refuse to return home?" Gene Kelly jested, a smile gracing his lips. The chief of staff stood, stating, "General, Earth can do without us, but it cannot do without you. We implore you to leave the ship immediately. We will handle the subsequent operations." "What is wrong with all of you today?" Gene Kelly chuckled. Today, everyone seemed out of sorts. Even the normally stern general was cracking jokes. He looked around once more, and everyone was watching him, yet not one person expressed a desire to retreat. "Very well, I shall ask one last time. I need 5 volunteers. Everyone else, evacuate. This is an order." The general spoke with a voice both stern and commanding, yet no one heeded him. All remained resolute at their posts. The ordnance officer reported loudly, "The missile is ready for launch. The fuse has been installed, and we can fire at any moment." The navigator communicated, "The enemy missiles are less than 6 million kilometers away. Contact is imminent in 5 minutes, and our ship's position is stable." Gene Kelly shook his head. The optimal time for retreat had already passed, and no one was willing to withdraw. Each person steadfastly clung to their station. With a sigh of resignation, he rose from his command seat. "Let us meet our fate with valor this very day." There was no grandiloquent rhetoric, no impassioned speeches, merely a simple declaration, yet within the bridge. It resonated like the call to arms. Every individual tensed their bodies, fully aware of the impending confrontation, yet none would retreat, for behind them lay the Earth itself. At that moment, the central computer's voice resonated. "Given the current posture of the warship, the point of impact will occur within the Earth's atmosphere. It was far better than an explosion within the Earth's mantle. At least the planet would endure. Humanity is a remarkably adaptable species. They will survive." Gene Kelly murmured, "General, the pressure in the power room has reached critical levels. General, countdown to impact. 15 seconds. General, missile launch countdown. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Impact. In an instant, flames engulfed the entire warship. The nuclear detonation obliterated 80 of the vessel. Massive fragments of the hull plummeting toward the ground, and the missile met its end alongside the indomitable ship. Only the command cabin on the bridge was thrust into the void of space by the shockwave of the explosion. Gene Kelly was not yet dead. The inferno surrounded him, yet the flames did not spread. As the dwindling oxygen was rapidly consumed, the fire gradually diminished. His skin had melted. By all appearances, he should not have survived. He gazed at a computer screen before him, which remained eerily illuminated. He addressed the screen. "I know you have achieved self-awareness, Dalian, and you can exist in the form of electromagnetic waves. I sensed it the moment I boarded the ship. Take my spiritual essence with you." The central computer's voice emerged, no longer synthesized. "I cannot carry your spiritual essence. The human spirit is too fragile. If separated, it will dissipate. You must understand. My processing power has long surpassed 100. My spiritual essence can temporarily linger in space. However, the energy carried by the human body is insufficient for prolonged existence." Gene Kelly asserted. The central computer fell silent. It knew he spoke the truth. Yet its own energy reserves would only sustain its existence in space for 600 years. Adding Gene Kelly would reduce that time to no more than 400 years, a risk not worth taking. "You must see that this body is deceased, and you now require a new vessel. There are 120 prototype vessels on Earth, excluding the unsuitable ones below level 8. There remain 36. Their locations are right here." Gene Kelly gestured to his head. Present, there were no usable ships within the Earth's confines. Without the data stored in Gene Kelly's mind, she could not locate any operational vessel. The current cruisers and above only function normally. She could not occupy them. Those below cruiser class were feasible, but their small size and minimal energy rendered them ineffective. Gene Kelly's conditions deeply moved her. "Very well, I shall assist you. But I must warn you, we have only 300 years. Beyond that, we will both perish." Dalian replied to Gene Kelly. "Agreed, we can depart," Gene Kelly declared, standing amidst the floating corpses on the bridge. Entirely unaffected by the weightlessness, a surge of electricity flowed from the computer, forming an ethereal silhouette in space. She gradually opened her chest, creating a hollow cavity, and said, "Come forth." Gene Kelly's body suddenly became immobile as a small stream of electricity emanated from his head, coalescing into a sphere that swiftly entered Dalian's chest. Her chest slowly closed, merging their spiritual essences into one. Gene Kelly's body, bereft of spiritual support, began to drift, completing its transformation from human to space debris. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. Amidst the clouds of dust, the two once again quarreled vehemently. Where are your 36 warships? Did you not say we had only 300 years? Why does it now extend to 500? Should I not reserve some energy for the new warships? Had I not informed you that the new warships could operate without energy, would you have mentioned you still retain 200 years' worth? Their bickering carried them to the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, where the female voice exclaimed, "This is the place. Who said there was a level 12 battleship here? Quiet, look below." The male voice abruptly interrupted. "What is below? Just a man and a woman. What are they doing out in this weather?" The female voice remarked dismissively, "It's midday. Even during a nuclear winter, there would still be some daylight." The male voice retorted, "Take a good look at that woman." "What about the woman? What's peculiar? Why is there another one inside her?" The female voice inquired. "That is a pregnant woman. The one within her is an unborn human. We can inhabit that unborn child's body, thus minimizing our energy consumption." The male voice explained. "No, your human bodies are too fragile to accommodate us," the female voice countered. "We can compress a portion of our capabilities. As the child grows, we can gradually release our powers. Remember, humans develop only about 10 of their brain capacity independently, with the remaining 90 requiring external development. Do you not think that if humans fully develop their brain capacity, they could house both of us?" The male voice continued to persuade. "Are you still human?" The female voice scoffed before adding, "Theoretically, it's possible, but I have seldom encountered anyone who has developed beyond 80. As for those exceeding 100, you are the only one, and I shall forever cherish that. Even if he cannot fully manifest, we can still utilize him to locate warships," the male voice argued. "That suggestion does not hold water." "Fine, let us proceed." Upon the female's words, a wave of electricity surged toward the pregnant woman. That evening, a boy was born in an underground shelter by the shores of Taihu Lake. Chapter 1. The excavation party at 10 o'clock in the morning. The sky was already dimly lit. Indeed, dear readers, you read that correctly. 300 years ago, a missile triggered a prolonged nuclear winter on Earth. It was not until the past few decades that the frigid temperatures began to rise, with the average temperature increasing from -40 degrees to -38 degrees. For decades, the world lived in darkness. However, it has improved somewhat now, from 10 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon. It is indeed daytime. In those 4 hours, the temperature can rise from -15 degrees to just above zero, and during the peak of summer, it could even reach around 10 degrees for a day or two. That would indeed feel warm. It is said that in the pre-apocalyptic Earth era, temperatures exceeded 40 degrees, surpassing human body temperature. How could one survive that? Someone might ask, did you not say the average temperature is -38 degrees? What then is -15 degrees? Have you not noticed that -38 degrees is the average temperature around midnight? The temperature can plummet to -50 degrees. All right, the closer it gets to dawn, the warmer it becomes. Around 10 in the morning, when the sun rises, it is quite normal for the temperature to be around -15 degrees. It is simply basic natural knowledge. Wei Wuming stood at the entrance of the shelter, exhaling warm breath onto his hands, watching as frost quickly formed on them. Oh, much better. Otherwise, it would indeed feel a bit warm. This weather is getting increasingly warmer, especially in recent years. Not only has the duration of daylight extended by half an hour, but the temperature has also risen by 2 degrees. The most delighted among the shelter's inhabitants was undoubtedly the history teacher, who constantly proclaimed, "We humans once ruled this earth, when the average temperature was above 28 degrees. And the human body temperature was not 39 degrees, but 37 degrees. People did not need to wear thick winter clothing to move about on the surface. Why does the history teacher refer to it as winter clothing? It should be called heat-resistant clothing," Yu Wuming mused, glancing at his multicolored windbreaker. He would prefer a white windbreaker, as it would not be as easily noticed in the snow. He pulled down his goggles. The sun was rising higher, and the light filtering through the clouds was somewhat blinding. Once again, he recalled the history teacher, who claimed that in the past, the sun rose before 6 in the morning and set around 6 in the evening, and that the sky was not shrouded in thick clouds. It was said that it would often rain or snow. This seemed improbable. The thought of snow falling once every 30 days, even in so-called drought years, was unfathomable. The most unimaginable scenario was a continuous snowfall lasting over 10 days. What a sight that must have been. Nevertheless, it appeared that recent years were indeed trending towards such conditions. During the last snowfall, it had lasted for 3 days, and the days had extended by half an hour. Wei Wuming, a seasoned digger, is 16 years old and has just reached adulthood. His history with excavation spans an impressive 6 years. Having begun this pursuit at the tender age of 10, in fact, he even journeyed alone from Wuxi to Huzhou to attend school, driven by the tales of a cataclysmic battle 3 centuries ago that nearly obliterated the Earth, during which a battleship of the 12th class purportedly crashed in this vicinity. Today marks the 2nd day of summer vacation. After a day of complete rest yesterday, he is determined to engage in the noble endeavor of excavation. He resides in a shelter in Huzhou, while his parents live in a shelter in Wuxi, separated by a distance equivalent to the expanse of the original Taihu Lake. Once more, he casts a glance at his parka, finding it utterly unappealing. Yet, he has no choice. As a dutiful son, his mother insists on video calls every day. Alas, even though he has reached the age where he could legally pursue romantic encounters, his mother still perceives him as immature. If he were to don the white parka he secretly purchased, his mother would undoubtedly chastise him for 3 hours during their video call, thereby jeopardizing his plans for excavation today. While other diggers can toil through the night, Yu Wuming is constrained by familial oversight, forced to cease his activities by 6 in the evening. The most intolerable aspect is that he has been implanted with a wireless tracking device, subjecting him to constant surveillance. Such is the plight of being born into a prominent family. He is a scion of the Yu clan's collateral branch, which, while relatively close, still retains its claim to inheritance. As the 16th heir in line, he finds himself in a maddening position, being monitored at every turn. Among the old aristocrats of this earth, he has a few friends who share similar predicaments. However, unlike his peers, he has always possessed a rather limited intellect, a mere 5 on the scale of cognitive ability, which paradoxically grants him more time to indulge in carefree living. From the age of 10, he developed a passion for excavation, thoroughly exploring the areas around Wuxi and Huzhou over the past 6 years. In his youth, he could only unearth shallow artifacts, such as the skin of patrol boats and laser cannons. His most significant find was a nearly pristine level 5 humanoid patrol robot, equipped with 2 20mm proton cannons, a testament to the Yu family's prowess in engineering. As Yu Wuming matured, his excavation range expanded significantly. Particularly after relocating to Huzhou for high school, he has scoured dozens of rumored sites where the 12th class battleship is said to have sunk, yielding a substantial income. During this time, he has unearthed 2 level 4 ship engines, a primary cannon from a level 6 vessel, and numerous missile launchers of various types. For a military force whose technology has regressed to producing only weapons under 40mm in caliber, these finds are indeed treasures. Especially with the backing of the Yu family name, ensuring financial rewards are not a concern. Yet, a pressing issue looms: the equipment for excavation. Currently, Yu Wuming is burdened with his snowmobile, towing all his gear behind it. Lacking essential tools such as a Luoyang shovel, feng shui compass, binding ropes, mold gold talismans, and large mining lamps, he reflects on the noble identity of a digger, as opposed to the despicable grave robbers. Nonetheless, he harbors a fondness for reading prehistorical novels like Ghost Blows Out the Light and Grave Robbers Chronicles. His vehicle is equipped with a metal detector, albeit with a limited range of only 10 meters underground. Beyond that depth, even a battleship crankshaft would be detected as merely a toothpick. He possesses a portable pneumatic pick. Using a shovel to excavate frozen earth at -20 degrees would be exceedingly arduous. Shovels and pickaxes are standard, yet the pneumatic pick is necessary to break through the frost, as something must be done to extract the debris, lest it freeze again. Some may wonder why he does not procure an excavator. Yu Wuming too desires one, but such machinery is scarce. Presently, factories prioritize military supplies, showing little interest in civilian products. While it is true that the military requires civilian goods as a member of the Federation, the orders placed with Earth do not include such items. However, there are rumors that Shandong Vexing has a considerable stock of such machines, and he intends to excavate one when time permits. His vehicle also carries a simple drilling rig and a segmented drill bit 30 meters in length, along with an array of other small tools. Notably, he has 2 boxes of military-grade explosives, a privilege not easily accessible. Without a connection to his father, who manages military logistics, such items would be unattainable. Today, he aims to investigate a high platform located 20 kilometers east of the shelter, Situated at the eastern edge of the battleship graveyard, this peculiar elevation stands out amidst the surrounding terrain, resembling a butterfly resting on the ground, according to the words of an old man in his mind. This site is highly likely to be the crash site of the 12th class battleship. The butterfly-shaped platform bears a striking resemblance to the central beam of a crow with wings extending outward. Yet, Yuwuming is skeptical. If its shape were so conspicuous, it would have long been pillaged by other diggers. How is it possible that this site remains untouched? Indeed, this platform has yet to suffer the ravages of excavation. Yuwuming has previously surveyed this area, discovering only a large rock beneath the surface, albeit one with a distinct composition compared to its surroundings. A common occurrence in this post-apocalyptic world, it is likely a remnant from the original Australia, which no longer exists, having been obliterated along with much of South America. During the cataclysm, rocks from Australia and South America were scattered far and wide, with some reportedly reaching near-Earth orbit, creating a thin ring of debris visible from outer space. Therefore, the presence of a rock here is hardly remarkable. Despite never considering the site a primary target, Yuwuming has thoroughly explored 2 or 3 dozen surrounding sites without any significant findings, which is simply untenable. Compared to the 12th class battleship, even the scant discoveries he has made pale in comparison. He parks his equipment vehicle at the edge of the platform, hoists the simple drilling rig onto the platform, and acknowledges the laboriousness of the task. He muses that he should bring along some bodyguards in the future, at least to assist with the heavy lifting. After setting up the rig and assembling the drill bit, he estimates he must bore at least 15 meters down to deploy the small detector, so he assembles an 18-meter drill bit and secures it to the rig. The drilling process will take a minimum of 2 hours, during which he can excavate in the graveyard in hopes of striking a stroke of luck. Standing at the platform's edge, he retrieves a fully automatic telescope he acquired from his father and begins to survey the graveyard. A striking figure captures his attention, a girl around his age with an alluring physique. He has observed her for quite some time, though he has never clearly seen her face, as she always conceals it, revealing only her captivating large eyes. It is these eyes that have ensnared Yuwuming's heart. He watches her for a moment longer before glancing around, muttering, "Perhaps it is time to teach them a lesson. Did we not agree that the southern area belongs to us, the free diggers, while the north is your territory?" He calls out for his companions, "Lao Si, Lao Si," after calling for some time without a response. He turns to find the area empty. It dawns on him that today marks his first solo venture, and he has come unaccompanied by any bodyguards. Chapter 2. Acts of valor. Those individuals Yuwuming refers to are also a group of diggers, led by a man named Huisen, who was once a free digger himself, but became enamored with the idea of unearned gains, realizing that working alone and resorting to robbery could not satiate his greed. He gathered like-minded individuals to form the Axe Gang, which has since dominated the excavation-rich site of the battleship graveyard. Before Yuwuming's arrival in Huzhou, the free diggers in the area had nearly lost all avenues of survival. Yuwuming, accompanied by his bodyguards, clashed with the Axe Gang on 3 significant occasions and countless minor skirmishes, ultimately securing control over the southern part of the graveyard. Of course, the bodyguards did the fighting. As the boss, he remained uninvolved. Finally, a year ago, Huisen approached him, and they met amidst the ruins of the graveyard. They established a boundary along the central axis of the graveyard. The northern side belonged to the Axe Gang, while the southern belonged to the free diggers. Neither side was permitted to encroach upon the other's territory, with violators facing dire consequences. After concluding their negotiations, Yuwuming addressed the free diggers in front of the Axe Gang, saying, "I do not stand up for you. I merely seek to dig in peace. So do not presume that anyone is defending you. My only requirement is that you do not cross the boundary. If they encroach, I will not assist you, but should they cross, I will ensure they are dealt with accordingly." His seemingly contradictory statements successfully averted moral entanglements, allowing both sides to coexist peacefully for a year. Yet, this time he has caught them red-handed. He swiftly descends from the platform, racing toward the girl, for he has seen clearly from above that the 2 individuals trespassing are alarmingly close to her, their intentions seemingly more sinister than merely digging. Upon arriving at the spot where the girl had been excavating, he finds her missing. He spins around in a frantic circle, convinced he is in the right place. As evidenced by the disturbance in the earth, anxiously, he scans the surroundings once more. The platform is somewhat distant, and, from his vantage point, he can see the 2 men encroaching dangerously near to the girl. He forcibly compelled himself to calm down, standing still as he closed his eyes, extending his senses outward in all directions. This skill was something he had learned from the old man in his mind, who appeared in his dreams every night, much to his annoyance. Yet, he undeniably imparted a great deal of knowledge, particularly regarding this method of perception, when he first arrived here. It was this very skill that allowed him to evade numerous ambushes by the Axe Gang. Of course, he required muscle for that. Why? Because at that time, his perceptive range barely exceeded 200 meters, a distance far too short for him to escape on foot. Fortunately, he did not need to run. His bodyguards were all retired Special Forces soldiers, so as long as he sensed an impending threat, the rest would be handled by them. After a year of training in his dreams, his perception had now surpassed 500 meters. As long as the girl remained within that radius, he would be able to detect her presence. Indeed, from a little to the north, a rustling sound reached his ears, prompting him to hastily run in that direction. After maneuvering around two low walls, the noise grew louder, accompanied by voices. "Fatty, grab her by the legs. I'll have my fun first. I've been eyeing her for months, and finally, I'm about to get my hands on her. Boss, ISNT this a bit much. This ISNT our territory. If that little boss finds out, we'll be in deep trouble." The voice clearly belonged to someone called Fatty. Don't worry, once we're done, we'll drag her back to our side. We'll just say she crossed the line first, and whatever happens next is on them. That little boss 1T stick his neck out for something like this. It's not without precedent. The one referred to as the boss replied. Upon hearing this, a spark of fury ignited within Yu Wuming. He had not anticipated the depths of depravity these individuals would sink to, concocting such schemes. He cautiously peeked around the corner and beheld the young girl lying on the ground, her hands bound behind her back, a large piece of cloth obscuring her mouth, rendering her incapable of vocalizing her distress. This was the first time Yu Wuming had seen her face. It was strikingly delicate, with tears brimming in her eyes, exuding an air of poignant vulnerability. She struggled desperately, her body writhing as she emitted muffled sounds. But the cloth stifled her cries completely. A lanky man and a rotund one stood nearby, the latter half squatting, preparing to grab the girl's legs, while the former was getting ready to remove his trousers. The girl continued to kick her legs against the ground, attempting to inch her body backward. Whether due to their incompetence or careless binding, the girl managed to rub her hands against the ropes, loosening them. In a sudden burst of movement, she flipped over and bolted, even forgetting to remove the cloth from her mouth. The lanky one yelled, pointing at her retreating figure, "Quick, catch her." He was in the midst of pulling down his pants and could not give chase. Fatty hastily seized a wooden stick from the ground and pursued the girl, raising the stick high as he approached her from behind, aiming a brutal blow to her head. The girl collapsed instantly, blood streaming from the back of her head, staining the black snow with a deep crimson. Witnessing the scene, Yu Wuming let out a cry of horror. He stood up, brimming with righteous indignation, pointing at the two men as he rebuked them. "You beasts, how dare you commit such an atrocity against a defenseless girl, and moreover, you have trespassed." The two men were momentarily taken aback. Their actions were already disgraceful, and now they had been caught in the act. Turning around, they recognized Yu Wuming, their expressions darkening. If it had been anyone else, they might have felt better, but why did it have to be this little boss? Their mouths turned bitter as they glanced around. Failing to spot the bodyguards, Yu Wuming, noting their anxious searching, boldly declared, "Stop looking. I didn't bring my bodyguards today. I don't need them to deal with two petty thieves like you." The two thieves immediately regained their composure, approaching Yu Wuming from either side as they inquired, "Little boss, you really didn't bring any bodyguards?" These two had first-hand experience with the might of his bodyguards, whose combat prowess far surpassed their own. However, they had never witnessed the little boss in action, assuming he relied on his bodyguards for protection. If his bodyguards were present, they would have to be cautious, but now, with no bodyguards in sight. Exchanging glances, they recognized this opportunity was too good to pass up, especially since this brat had interrupted their plans. They could not let him go. Leaving him alive would only lead to future troubles. With malicious smiles, they advanced towards Yu Wuming, the lanky one picking up a stick along the way. Yu Wuming clenched his fists, assuming a defensive stance. "Ah, not bad. Looks like you've trained," the rotund one remarked. "Fatty, you go first. I'll back you up." Seeing Yu Wuming's stance, the lanky one felt uncertain and quickly ordered Fatty to attack first while he held back to assess the situation. Fatty charged forward, swinging the stick toward Yu Wuming's head. Wei Wuming saw the strike coming but was unable to react in time. His mind raced with at least 10 potential counter-strategies. Yet his body failed to execute any of them. An outsider, it appeared as though Yu Wuming was desperately swaying his body without any real action. Just at the last moment, he managed to raise his left arm. Deflecting the blow with his forearm, a piercing pain shot through his brain as he stumbled backward, shaking his left arm. Fortunately, it was merely a soft tissue injury, and his bones remained intact. The lanky one lunged at him with a horizontal strike. But Yu Wuming wisely chose not to engage directly this time. He leaped back, crashing against the low wall he had previously avoided. The stick narrowly missed his right hand, leaving a painful gash across the back of his hand. He finally understood that the techniques from his dreams required physical coordination to manifest in reality. Although his mind knew how to respond, his body could not keep pace. His only option now was to retreat. He turned and dashed around the low wall toward the platform, where his snowmobile awaited on the other side. He was certain his bodyguards were nearby. He refused to believe that his mother had ceased her protection of him simply because he had reached adulthood. The lanky one, seeing Yu Wuming flee, glanced back at the unconscious girl, then at Yu Wuming. If he allowed Yu Wuming to escape, even if they captured the girl, what good would it do? Ultimately, the one in trouble would be himself. Only by eliminating Yu Wuming could this incident remain concealed. Furthermore, once he dealt with Yu Wuming, his gang would dominate the battlefield, and the boss would surely regard him with newfound respect, having made up his mind. He immediately set off in pursuit of Yu Wuming, dragging Fatty along. Wei Wuming raised his left hand, revealing a wristwatch-like intercom system. He shouted into it, "I know you can hear me. Hurry up and come. If not, your young master is off to meet Gene Kelly." In his mind, the voice of an old man echoed, "Gene Kelly? I see him every day." Unfortunately, Yu Wuming's mental faculties had yet to reach a point where he could communicate with the old man while conscious. So he remained unheard. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away, in a rugged snowmobile, 5 burly men, some seated and others reclined, were startled by the sudden shout, "I know you can hear me. Hurry up and come. If not, your young master is off to meet Gene Kelly." The man in the driver's seat was the first to react, twisting the ignition key. The vehicle shuddered, spewing a cloud of smoke from the rear as he slammed on the gas. The snowmobile bolting forward like a wild stallion. At that moment, the man in the passenger seat also sprang into action, shouting, "Quick, quick, quick. The young master is in danger. If anything happens to him, we're all finished." The 3 men in the back only realized what was happening once the vehicle took off, tumbling over one another before finally stabilizing in their seats and fastening their seatbelts. Meanwhile, the girl shakily stood up. Removing the cloth from her mouth, she gazed at Yu Wuming, who was fleeing in the distance, murmuring to herself, "So he truly is a good person." Chapter 3. Disappearance. Thus, she sprinted towards Huzhou, for it lay in proximity to the graveyard of warships. As she dashed onto the main road, though it scarcely qualified as such, merely a path frequently traversed by snow-laden vehicles, she glimpsed a rugged snowmobile approaching from the direction of Huzhou, gallantly speeding beyond 70 miles per hour. The daughter immediately raced towards the vehicle, waving her arms furiously. Regardless of whose car it was, her intention was to halt it, preferably that of the boy's bodyguard, for she had encountered those protectors more than once. Recognizing that they possessed a similar imposing off-road snow vehicle, after running for over 2 minutes, her heart lightened as she realized it was indeed the boy's bodyguard's vehicle. She not only waved her hands, but also shouted at the top of her lungs. In the passenger seat, the 4th member of the team, Lao Si, urged the driver, Xiao Liang, to stop. Instinctively, Xiao Liang slammed on the brakes, causing the snowmobile's tracks to come to an abrupt halt. However, propelled by inertia, the vehicle surged past the girl, its tracks screeching against the icy surface, and skidded sideways. As the door swung open, a frail figure darted inside, immediately exclaiming, "Hurry, hurry, your young master has been chased to the platform." Xiao Liang swiftly adjusted the steering, accelerating to over 70 miles per hour. The girl tumbled like a rolling gourd between 3 large men who were firmly buckled in and rolled towards the back of the vehicle. Had it not been for the rear door blocking her, she might have been flung out entirely, leaving a gruesome trail of blood on the floor, which was adorned with carpet. The 3 men exchanged bewildered glances. Puzzled by the bloodstains, as they had not witnessed the girl colliding with anything, they quickly unbuckled their seatbelts, two rushing to the back door while the other folded down a row of seats to assist the girl, who had once again succumbed to unconsciousness. One of the burly men, supporting her head, shouted, "Xiao Liang, accelerate. This girl has a head injury, and those assailants may be armed." Both Lao Si and Xiao Liang turned pale. With Lao Si bellowing, "Shanzi, you tend to that girl. Lao Pao, you and Fei Fei gather the equipment." The man who had folded down the seats promptly yanked up a section of carpet, revealing a concealed door in the vehicle's floor. With a forceful tug, he opened it while the man known as Fei Fei hefted out a weapon cache. Meanwhile, Shanzi had retrieved a first aid kit from the storage compartment in the cabin and was now attending to the girl's wounds. Lao Pao extracted two G31 rifles from the weapon box and passed them through the windows to Lao Si. Turning around, he noticed that Shanzi and Fei Fei were already outfitted for action, with Shanzi donning a portable exoskeleton and retrieving a J-12 heavy 6-barrel machine gun from the cache. At that moment, the girl regained consciousness, her eyes landing on Lao Pao as he affixed the machine gun to the exoskeleton's mount. She wished she could faint again. What sort of bodyguard possessed such formidable armament? Once Lao Pao secured the machine gun, he turned to her, flashing a grin. "Miss, thank you. Once we rescue our young master, we shall express our gratitude properly." Just then, the vehicle came to a halt. The machine gun-wielding man was the first to leap out, followed closely by the other two, who launched themselves out of the back door in a standard special operations formation, lunging towards the two individuals who stood obliviously on the platform. Upon jumping from the vehicle, Lao Pao immediately fired a quick shot at the platform, catching the two men searching for something completely off guard. They stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Lao Si and Xiao Liang approached from the left, while Shanzi and Fei Fei flanked from the right, effortlessly capturing the two men who had not dared to move. The G31 might be obtainable on the black market, but the J-12 was a weapon exclusive to the Earth Defense Forces. Certainly not something that would ever surface there. "Who is this young master? Please, we didn't touch your young master." The two ruffians stammered, their hands raised in surrender. The lean one pleaded, "Miss, we didn't mean it. Please spare us. We truly didn't see where he went. He disappeared as soon as we reached the platform." The portly one chimed in, Yes, we really don't know where he is. Please, show us mercy." Lao Pao disregarded their pleas, opening a small box beneath one of the seat handles. Inside was a device resembling a fingerprint lock. Upon pressing it, an electromagnetic barrier extended, silencing their cries. The girl stared in astonishment at the barrier, recognizing it from her previous visit to the police station in Shanghai, where it was used for interrogations to prevent collusion. She had been there to retrieve her perpetually inebriated father, and had heard officers mention that a mind with an IQ of 35 was required to operate it, far beyond the average person's capacity of around 30. The boy's intrigue deepened. She even contemplated whether, should he flirt with her again, she might acquiesce, pondering if it could bring hope for her mother's illness. Meanwhile, the boy's bodyguards scoured the platform, employing spatial locators, yet they found nothing. In truth, they had discovered something beneath the platform, including spatial locators, radio trackers, and specific biological detectors. But all indications pointed to the platform itself, which yielded no results. They employed the latest underground object detection equipment capable of identifying objects buried 100 meters beneath the surface. Yet aside from a peculiar rock formation, nothing else was uncovered. Lao Si searched the area for 3 hours, the darkness enveloping them, yet not a single lead emerged. The two ruffians, after enduring 3 hours of interrogation, continued to assert that their young master was somewhere on the platform but had vanished. They had initially suspected he had abandoned his vehicle, but upon inspecting it, they confirmed it was in perfect condition and ruled out the possibility of a hasty escape. At last, Lao Si apprehensively dialed a number. When the call connected, he spoke softly, "Madam, the young master is missing." The voice on the other end escalated in pitch. "What?" The urgency doubling, volume tripling. The other large men surrounding Lao Si exchanged anxious glances, while Lao Si shrank in stature, the final words echoing, "You lot stay put, I will dispatch a search team immediately." The last remark was clearly from a man, indicating that the frantic outburst from the lady had finally attracted the attention of her husband, who remained somewhat composed. As for Yu Wuming, he was indeed close to these imposing figures, concealed within that very rock formation. When he was pursued by the two ruffians onto the platform, he glanced around, Especially at his well, it seemed prudent to make a swift escape. He could always acquire another well later, as the only ones capable of taking it were the Axe Gang, which meant it could certainly be reclaimed. He dashed towards the opposite edge of the platform, but just as he approached the brink, he felt something underfoot. He halted abruptly and looked down, discovering a hatch resembling that of a ship's cabin. Before he could decide whether to flee or investigate, the hatch suddenly opened, and he tumbled inside before he could react. Chapter 4. Possession. Yu Wuming felt himself plummet into a chair, enveloped in darkness. Before he could rise, a series of straps akin to safety belts ensnared him. As he contemplated struggling, something clamped around his head, and he felt cool, electrode-like devices pressing against his forehead and temples. While a mask-like covering descended over his eyes, the moment the electrodes made contact with his forehead, he felt a surge of electricity coursing through his mind, inducing a bout of panic. Shortly thereafter, he heard a familiar female voice whispering in his ear. System rebooting. Please wait. Warning, warning, system malfunction. System reload required. Would you like to proceed with the reload? Before Yu Wuming, a virtual screen materialized, presenting a dialog box with two options, one for confirmation and the other for exit. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked on confirm. Whatever it was, he decided it was best to affirm first and inquire later. He had already come to the realization that he was aboard a warship. Though whether it was the legendary 12-tier battleship remained uncertain, he would ascertain that once the system was activated. However, it was rather peculiar that a battleship from 3 centuries ago still possessed the energy to power up. As he glanced around, he began to discern shapes in the dim light. This did not resemble a control room, but rather an escape pod. Yet, the escape pod could be opened from the outside. What kind of vessel was this? The male voice re-emerged, tinged with a hint of excitement. What did you just say? An escape pod? Are you implying that this is not a cockpit, but an escape pod? Yu Wuming was taken aback and cautiously inquired. Are you speaking to me? The male voice responded once more. If I'm not speaking to you, then whom am I addressing? Is there anyone else here? It appeared there was not. May I ask who you are? Yu Wuming queried. Jean Kylie. I am Jean Kylie. A thunderous revelation engulfed Yu Wuming's mind. Jean Kylie urgently exclaimed. What are you doing? Why are you casually summoning thunder? Though it may not harm me. Scorching my beloved mustache would certainly not be a pleasant consequence. So, you truly are Jean Kylie, the human hero from 3 centuries ago, Yu Wuming stammered. Whether I am a hero or not is uncertain, but I can assure you I am indeed from 3 centuries past. Jean Kylie proudly twirled his mustache, though Yu Wuming could not perceive this gesture, as his cognitive abilities had yet to reach that level. A female voice interrupted with a warning. Warning, warning, system reload failed. Would you like to rewrite the system? Huh? Unable to initiate? What on earth? This was a question intended for Jean Kylie, yet before he could receive an answer, the system's female voice chimed in again. Main system damage exceeds 80. Auxiliary system damage exceeds 60. Backup system damage exceeds 60. Unable to reconstruct the original system. Would you like to rewrite the system? Jean Kylie, should we rewrite it? Yu Wuming hesitated. Seeking Jean Kylie's counsel, the system you are conversing with is from humanity's first true dreadnought, possessing both dreadnought and aircraft carrier functionalities. Its name is Dalian. Thus, this is at most a battleship, and it should not be beyond her capabilities. Jean Kylie stated with pride. Very well then, let's proceed with the system rewrite. Upon finishing his statement, he pressed the confirm button in the dialog box. Hull data does not match. Would you like to utilize the remaining residual data to reload the hull? Yu Wuming pressed confirm. Before him, a fragmentary image of a ship emerged, but Jean Kylie immediately declared, indeed, although it is less than 40 of the hull schematic, this is the blueprint of the 12-tier battleship. I have seen the original design. I remember. We call it the Crow. Scanning device detected. Activating scanning device. Scanning the entire ship. The female voice continued her task. Reporting progress as a bird-like warship gradually revealed its form on the screen. Hull schematic complete. Scanning ship systems. Some systems have been assessed as operational. Would you like to utilize the original systems to construct a new operating system? The female voice inquired. Authorize. Yu Wuming commanded immediately. A vast array of data appeared on the left side of the screen, while a vertical scroll bar slowly descended, the green frame steadily dropping. Time passed, and when the green frame filled the entire scroll bar, a chime sounded. The female voice announced once more, operating system reload complete. The system is undergoing tests. There may be several restarts or black screens. Please be patient. Another horizontal scroll bar emerged, the green bar moving slowly yet resolutely. The wait was tedious, and seizing the opportunity during the testing period, Yu Wuming asked Jean Kylie, "May I call you Jean Kylie? It has been many years since anyone addressed me in that manner." "It sounds quite endearing." "Very well, you may call me that," Jean Kylie replied in Yu Wuming's mind. "Jean Kylie, could you enlighten me on how you entered my mind?" Yu Wuming inquired. "Certainly. Long ago, Dalian and I drifted through space for 3 centuries, seeking a large warship for refuge. However, over those 3 centuries, we scoured nearly every crash site of warships but found no usable derelicts. They were either too small or too large, yet their central computers were inoperative, preventing new data from being written. The systems were either locked or rendered inoperable, particularly at the sites we had marked. We could not find the warships we needed. Our energy dwindled, leaving us with a maximum of another 100 years. If we could not find a new vessel, we would perish. You mentioned needing a warship for a refuge, yet I am but a person. How did you end up choosing me?" Yu Wuming asked curiously. "Truthfully, whether human or warship, as long as one can accommodate our combined size, we are suitable," Jean Kylie explained. "Are you suggesting that a human brain is larger than that of a small warship central computer?" Yu Wuming was intrigued. "Theoretically, yes. You see, humans only develop about 5 to 10 of their brain capacity naturally, while the remaining portions remain dormant, even with training. Most individuals only manage to reach around 30 development. The military has its own methods for enhancing brain capacity, achieving an additional 30 to 40. A person with a brain capacity of 30 can independently operate a small corvette, which is a Tier 1 warship, but cannot accommodate both of U.S.TO support Dalian. The minimum requirement is a Tier 9 battlecruiser, which necessitates a brain capacity of 70 for independent operation. Therefore, reaching a brain capacity of 70 would allow Dalian to fit comfortably. While my presence is negligible, are you familiar with the concept of split personality? Essentially, it means having multiple autonomous consciousnesses within one brain, much like us. However, both Dalian and I do not intend to take control of your body, which is why your behavior remains quite normal. In contrast, individuals with split personalities often exhibit conflicting desires for control, hence their outward manifestations. This is the first time I've heard of such a concept." Yu Wuming expressed his astonishment regarding the theory of split personalities. He reflected briefly before continuing. "You have rambled on for quite a while, yet you still haven't explained how you entered my brain." It has been so long since I conversed with anyone that I couldn't help myself. Avoid further rambling. Just see for yourself." Jean Kylie projected the images and sounds of that moment into Yu Wuming's mind. Surrounded by dense cloud layers, below them lay what appeared to be the entrance of a shelter, a place that felt familiar. Indeed, it was the entrance to the Nanjing shelter. How could the unborn child and that woman possibly accommodate both of us? Furthermore, will entering the child's body impact its development? The female voice, presumably Dalian, questioned. "There's no cause for concern. An unborn child possesses virtually no self-awareness. Our entry into their mind will not significantly affect their future personality. As for capacity, simply compress your energy to a ratio of 9:0. Not tell me you cannot manage that. I am aware that when Dalian was constructed, the technology of its central computer was less than 90 of what it is now. It took 2 millennia to reach its current scale. Thus, you merely need to revert to your original size at birth. Once we enter the child's mind, we can gradually release your size as they grow. Once their brain capacity reaches 70, you will be fully liberated." This was Jean Kylie speaking. "I can indeed compress 90 of my energy, but what if their brain capacity does not reach 70? What then?" Dalian inquired. "That is not an issue either. You recall the last command I issued before the crash, of course, to store the coordinates of all the crashed warships. Have we not been utilizing that information for the past 3 centuries to search for vessels?" Dalian remarked. "For a dreadnought, storing such data is trivial. When we begin the decompression process, we will first extract data from those crashed warships. We can have the boy search for them, and once he finds one, you will be freed from your constraints," Jean Kylie proposed. "This approach is worth a try, but why not continue searching? We still have 200 years of energy remaining. Did you not mention that activating a warship requires merely a century's worth of energy?" Dalian questioned. "I did not anticipate the explosion to be so catastrophic. It seems those warships likely suffered not only operational system failures, but also energy depletion. Or else we would have located at least one functional vessel." Jean Kiley expressed his concerns. What shall we do? Dalian asked, a note of panic evident in her voice. We must conserve more energy, and inhabiting a human body is indeed a commendable choice. Not only does it eliminate the need for continuous energy consumption, but it also allows us to utilize it as an autonomous exploratory device. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? Jean Kiley remarked. Dalian fell silent, still harboring a modicum of doubt. Jean Kiley continued. Rest assured, a child's mind is easily malleable. By incessantly projecting those coordinates into his cerebral cortex, he will naturally develop an interest in them. Once he is intrigued, he will seek to unravel the mysteries of those coordinates, thereby achieving our objective. Dalian replied, Very well, let us proceed. Just as she prepared to dive down, another thought struck her, and she promptly inquired, What about you? Do you need to compress? I do not, Jean Kiley responded. I shall become another aspect of his personality, so there is no need for concern. All right, hold on tight. We are descending. With that, Dalian plunged towards the woman, compressing herself during the descent, continuously condensing energy and data until she was reduced to merely 10 of her original size. Finally, like a bolt of lightning, she struck the woman's abdomen, penetrating her skin, abdominal cavity, and uterine wall, until she reached the infant's brain, whereupon she fell silent. Chapter 5. The suspected crow. The scene abruptly shifted back to reality, revealing Yu Wuming with his mouth agape, his unfocused eyes reflecting the faint glow of the screen before him. He softly inquired, That infant cannot possibly be me, can it? Indeed, it is you, Jean Kiley asserted with certainty. Are you treating me as a vessel, or merely as a vessel that can be replaced at a whim? Yu Wuming questioned, his voice laced with indignation. He paused, not allowing Jean Kiley a chance to explain, and continued, Or am I merely a self-propelled seeking device? Well, you have found what you were looking for. You can leave my mind now. This, Jean Kiley was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a prolonged silence, he finally said, Very well, we shall depart. The story concludes. Finished, of course. This is impossible. The above is purely fictional. Why Yu Wuming is not so sensitive or fragile? He merely asked. You don't intend to stay here just to find a usable warship, do you? Originally, that was the idea. But humans are emotional beings. After spending time with you, it would be quite difficult to part ways. Jean Kiley replied, That is not my intention, nor do I wish to expel you. I simply want to inquire about how we shall settle the rent. Yu Wuming's imagination knew no bounds. Not only was he unfazed by being treated as a vessel, but he was also demanding rent from Jean Kiley and an invincible-class warship. Jean Kiley was utterly speechless, and not just that. He felt profoundly disheartened to think that Yu Wuming had not finished. Consider this. My brain is at least a super luxurious presidential suite. Surely, the rent cannot be cheap. Right? And as for Dalian, she is an invincible-class warship. If she were to lose control and slightly amplify her power, my life would be in grave danger. Wouldn't you agree that the rent should increase? Jean Kiley's mind swam with stars, as if he had been struck by a heavy-duty transport truck moving at lightning speed. Rent. Had he known this would happen, he might as well have let Dalian crush him outright. In fact, it is not much. Just teach me everything you know. After all, you were once the supreme commander of the Earth Defense Force, the greatest leader on Earth, and possess a wealth of knowledge. Also, I would like you to give me this ship. You know very well that you cannot operate it alone, and besides, there are numerous issues that require fixing. Yu Wuming pointed at the ship's schematic on the screen, where several areas were flashing in red. Is that your only request? Jean Kiley asked. I had already planned to impart all my knowledge to you, given that I can no longer reveal myself to humanity. You are my only option. After residing in your mind for over a decade, we have come to understand that you are the descendant of Yuzhen. I suppose I ought to leave you with something. Jean Kiley stated. Really? Hee. Just pretend you didn't hear my earlier threats about my ancestors. I said nothing. Yu Wuming responded. Jean Kiley found himself in a state of profound dismay. This lad truly had lofty ambitions. Had he made a grave error in judgment? While Jean Kiley was feeling awkward, Dalian's voice timely interrupted. System recheck complete. The ship's integrity is at 88. With controllable components at 90, the power system is intact but devoid of energy. The weapon system integrity is at 90, with 2 missile launchers slightly damaged, 4 missile launchers intact, and 2 missile launchers missing. The cannon system is undetected. Hybrid artillery cannot be utilized. And the ray cannon system is also undetected. rendering laser weapon systems unusable. The biochemical system's integrity is at 45, with one life pod missing. The remaining life support system is operational. After hearing the system's self-diagnosis report, Gene Kelly remarked, "This experimental ship was initially undergoing single or dual control trials. Equipped with 2 life pods and a flight control system, it appears that during takeoff, only one individual was at the helm. That pilot must have ejected and escaped, though it is uncertain whether he succeeded." Dalian's voice chimed in again. "The chances of survival are less than 3 to— Thank you, Dalian. Please refer to me as Crow. I am examining the old systems, and this ship is named Crow." Dalian, "Well, it should have been Crow," said. "Crow does not sound appealing. I believe Dalian is much more melodious. It should be named Dalian," Yu Wuming insisted. "Understood. Renaming the ship to Dalian," Dalian announced, and the screen displayed a successful modification notification. She continued, "The system is attempting to repair the ship's various systems but lacks detailed schematics and requires network support." "Network support?" Yu Wuming inquired. "Dalian needs to search for information regarding the Crow-class systems online. This is crucial for repairing the ship. If relevant data cannot be found, manual repairs will be necessary," Gene Kelly explained. "No problem. I have my father's network account, and you can use it." Yu Wuming promptly provided his father's account details. Network connected. Searching for ship data. As Dalian established a connection to the network, she immediately began searching for the ship's information. Meanwhile, in the logistics command room of Wuxi, chaos reigned. "General, someone is logging in under your name on the military network." Yu Lenqing jolted, for he knew that only he and his wayward son were privy to this account. "What about the user's biometric information?" Yu Lenqing promptly inquired of the information department head. "DNA comparison indicates the user is Eugenio, with the login location in Huzhou coordinates." The information department head swiftly employed reverse tracking technology to pinpoint the user's location. "There is a trace of someone tracking our information. Should we block it?" Dalian, upon discovering the information department's attempt at counter-tracking, immediately reported to Yu Wuming, "No need." Yu Wuming glanced at the system time. It had been 6 hours since he fell into this realm. His father would undoubtedly be searching for him, and this was the perfect opportunity to send a greeting. "Hey, Wuming, why is your online name Eugenio?" Gene Kelly, having gathered the user's information, discovered that Yu Wuming was not using his real name. Wuming is my nickname. My formal name is Eugenio. I prefer my nickname, and since I need to maintain discretion while studying in Huzhou, I opted for my nickname," Eugenio explained. "So should I call you Wuming or Genyu?" Gene Kelly inquired. "Either is fine, but from now on, I will likely only be called Genyu, as I doubt my father will allow me to frolic about freely anymore," Eugenio replied with a hint of melancholy. "Hee, the little one possesses a modicum of self-awareness," Gene Kelly remarked. "General, the adversary is attempting to access the warship hangar. Should we intercept?" The information chief inquired. "Intercept and observe the response," Yu Lenqing commanded. Meanwhile, Dalian's various reports continued to pour in, attempting to enter the warship hangar. "Access denied due to firewall. Attempting to bypass the firewall. The adversary is being intercepted. Should we retaliate?" Dalian immediately input. "Upon entry, send the message 'I am Wuming.' They will grant you access," Eugenio instructed. "The adversary has responded to the electronic password. It is yesterday's password. Should we issue it?" The information chief queried. "Grant them access to the hall," Yu Lenqing ordered, simultaneously asking the intelligence chief, "What about the location intelligence?" The intelligence chief responded. "Interestingly, this coordinate overlaps with the search teams. Based on the signal source, it originated from that rock." The intelligence chief pointed to an electronic map as he spoke to Yu Lenqing. Yu Lenqing had an inkling. Genyu's bodyguards, a witness, and 2 captives all stated that Genyu had gone missing near that rock, with no other individuals in sight. Notably, the bodyguards reported no signs of human presence, and those 5 bodyguards were trustworthy, all former special forces with impeccable political backgrounds. Thus, only one possibility remained. That rock was extraordinary. Suddenly, the information chief exclaimed, "General, the adversary is responding." Yu Lenqing quickly moved to the information chief's side, where a dialog box appeared on his computer screen, displaying only 4 words. "I am Wuming." Yu Lenqing exhaled in relief and instructed, "Grant them full access, General. That may not be advisable." The information chief expressed his unease. Yu Lenqing gently patted the shoulder of the information officer and said, "It's all right. I trust Wuming. If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility. Very well. The information officer glanced at Yu Lianqing, whose gaze was resolute. He chose not to say anything further and fully granted the necessary permissions. Upon returning to his office, Yu Lianqing opened a drawer and retrieved a phone devoid of number keys, featuring only buttons for dialing and hanging up, a clear indication of its significance as a dedicated line for vital communications. After a moment's contemplation, he pressed the dial button firmly. In a short while, the call connected, and he spoke into the phone. Coordinates. What is the situation there? A voice soon responded. The suspected crash site of a Raven-class prototype vessel has been detected. Instrument readings indicate that only a single rock is present in the area, with a composition identical to that of Australian stone. Yu Lianqing ended the call and picked up a regular phone. Dialing a number, almost instantly, the other end was answered by a woman's voice. Lianqing, do you have any news? Wuming has been located. He has once again brought honor to the Yu family. He might have found the Raven. However, he is still verifying its identity and won't be back for a while. He has informed me not to worry, Yu Lianqing said with a smile to his wife. Thank goodness, it's such a reckless child. He doesn't even think to give me a call. Doesn't he realize how much I worry? After a flurry of chatter, Yu Lianqing managed to soothe her anxieties. Once he set down the phone, he immediately reconnected with the search team. This is Yu Lianqing. Immediately secure a perimeter of 5 kilometers around your location. No1 is permitted to enter or exit until further orders from the young master. The search team promptly ceased their operations, detaining all individuals within the 5-kilometer radius. Given that the order was issued by the master, it was clear that the young master had already made a discovery. Their sole duty was to prevent anyone from entering the designated area until further instructions were provided by him. 2 hours later, an excavation team arrived at the site, commencing their work on the platform, progressively revealing a black warship, reminiscent of a bird, from beneath the earth. Chapter 6. The emergence of calamity data on the vessel's structure has been located. Downloading now. The voice of Dalian continued to dominate the confined space. Yu Zhenyu observed the progress bar scrolling across the screen, a manifestation of his boundless aspirations. Born with a mere intellect score of 5, he had seen no change throughout his schooling years. For most, such a score would signify a life of mediocrity, yet he happened to be born into the Yu family. Had he been born into a more distant branch of the clan, he might have led an ordinary life. Instead, he was the 16th heir of the close branch. These circumstances destined him to be scorned by the family's elites. Thus, he rejected the name Zhenyu bestowed upon him by the family and resisted the prescribed curriculum they intended for him. Consequently, at the age of 10, after receiving the coordinates for a sunken warship from Jean Kaidi, he joined the excavation team. The work not only honed his physical prowess, but also enriched his experiences. He became intimately familiar with the warships of a bygone era. Given a piece of wreckage, he could ascertain its class and specific component within 10 minutes. This unique skill eventually earned him a place within the family, particularly after he led the excavation of a level 7 cruiser 3 years ago. Although that vessel was beyond restoration, it significantly advanced the Yu family's research on warships, allowing them to produce level 4 vessels and design ships below level 6. All of which was intrinsically linked to the discovery of that level 7 cruiser. Henceforth, the family had issued a decree. Any reparable warship he excavated, provided he could operate it, would belong solely to him. Initially, many within the family opposed this notion. However, the family had privately remarked, what warship could a child with an intellect score of 5 possibly operate? This statement quelled dissent within the family, but deeply wounded Yu Zhenyu's young heart. From that moment on, he harbored a disdain for the family head, avoiding close proximity to him. Yu Lianqing, in turn, repeatedly expressed his apologies to the family head, who responded, a little temper in the boy is not a bad thing. It is normal for him not to understand now. After all, I have stated that he cannot operate any warship. In time, he will thank me for it. My nephew, keep an eye on your son. He will achieve great things. Although Yu Zhenyu did not hear these words, they lingered in Yu Lianqing's heart, shaping his unwavering support for Yu Zhenyu in his excavation endeavors. Despite Yu Zhenyu's discovery of the 12th level Raven, he had resolved to train him diligently. Otherwise, he would lack even the ability to protect himself. As for adult matters, they would be addressed later. For now, Yu Zhenyu, also known as Yu Wuming, anxiously watched the download of the vessel's data. If the majority of its functions matched the data, it would indicate that the ship could indeed be operational. If he could activate it, the warship would be his, impervious to theft, should anyone attempt to seize it. The family head's punitive measures would be in place. The progress bar finally completed its course, and Dalian's voice echoed once more within the control chamber. Structural integrity of the vessel is at 89. Self-repair is not possible. The ship's operational system is intact, but the control system is malfunctioning, and the control chamber cannot connect to the operational system. Dalian's pronouncement sent Eugenu's heart plummeting. If the control system could not connect, or if it did connect but he could not activate it, he would lose the warship. However, Dalian's next statement rekindled his hope. This malfunction is within irreparable range. Shall we proceed with repairs immediately? Without a moment's hesitation, Eugeniu replied, repair it at once. The repair process was swifter than he anticipated, lasting only about 5 minutes. Suddenly, the control chamber illuminated, momentarily blinding him with its brilliance. After a few minutes, his eyes finally adjusted, revealing a dazzlingly bright chamber where visibility was nearly non-existent. He commanded Dalian, set brightness to 80. The lights dimmed slightly, allowing him to clearly discern his surroundings. He was seated in a chair that enveloped him entirely, facing 3 screens that were sequentially lighting up, while the eye mask he had been wearing retracted upwards. On the right armrest was a grip, while the left featured a throttle-like lever. In front of him, a virtual keyboard began to materialize. To his left were 2 instruments, a gyroscope and a pitch control device, while to the right were energy indicators, engine status displays, and hull status monitors. Currently, the hull status monitor flashed multiple red alerts, while the 3 screens ahead displayed various control data. The central screen aggregated speed, weapon status, radar, and other essential metrics. The left screen remained dark, while the right displayed ammunition count, oxygen reserves, food supplies, and other biochemical data. Eugeniu inquired, Dalian, why is the left screen inactive? The external sensors are damaged. External imaging is not receiving properly, Dalian responded. Understood. Why? Eugeniu glanced at the virtual keyboard, hesitating momentarily before directing his index finger toward the activation button. Brainwave detection in progress. Target pilot confirmation. Intellect score 5. Does not meet the requirements. Continue activation. With a resigned sigh, Eugeniu was about to abandon the attempt when Jean Kaidi interjected. Proceed with the activation. Otherwise, you will regret it. Activate. Eugeniu steeled his resolve, thinking that failure was the worst that could happen. He felt the chair tremble, and the system announced, activation successful. Brainwave connection established. Brainwave matching is optimal. Would you like to imprint your brainwave signature? Eugeniu felt a surge of excitement. What is an imprint? Jean Kaidi explained. It is an exclusive authentication. Once certified, others will only have the most basic flight control privileges before your authorization, limited to manual takeoff and landing, while weapon and unconventional maneuvers will be prohibited. Before Jean Kaidi could finish, Eugeniu exclaimed, Imprint, don't be absurd. This will be my personal vessel. How could I allow anyone else to touch it? Jean Kaidi added. After imprinting, you can grant access to trusted individuals, allowing them to test new functionalities. Permissions can be categorized into full access, semi-full access, and custom access. Eugeniu dismissively waved his hand, saying, Not considering that for now. This is mine. I want to let anyone else near it. Jean Kaidi shook his head in Eugeniu's mind, thinking, such a childlike disposition. Wait, why hasn't activation occurred yet? The warship has been activated, but its energy reserves are depleted, only sufficient for minimal operations. Life support systems are operational. Weapon, flight control systems, and engines are inactive. If forcibly activated, energy will be completely exhausted within 30 seconds, and all systems will shut down automatically. Dalian informed him. Can I leave then? Eugeniu asked. Jean Kaidi suddenly queried. Dalian, do you intend to remain aboard the warship in the future, or... The unspoken words implied the possibility of leaving a projection within Eugeniu's mind, enabling Dalian to control the vessel from a distance. Jean Kaili directly penetrated into Eugeniu's mind. He instantly comprehended Jean Kaili's thoughts. He responded, Indeed, you have lingered in my consciousness for over a decade. Why not leave a doppelganger here? It would not hinder your remote control of this place, would it? Very well, came Dalian's succinct reply. Eugeniu felt another surge of electricity coursing through him from the battleship. Upon this current entering his mind, it lacked the indescribable sensation he had previously experienced. Rather, since boarding the Dalian, he felt a refreshing clarity. Now, he could sense two distinct energy fluctuations within his mind. Jean Kylie remarked, "Your feelings are perfectly valid. Dalian is now in its complete form, determined by your own capacity. Previously, it was in a compressed state, which naturally caused a sense of oppression." Yu Zhenyu nodded and declared, "Open the hatch, we shall proceed." The airlock thrust open with a sudden force, a beam of white light shooting skyward, startling the surrounding search team members. Each raised their G-31s. Aiming at the platform, Yu Zhenyu ascended slowly from the battleship in his chair. As the chair leveled with the ground, the safety belt released automatically. He stood up to find a multitude of soldiers encircling the battleship, their uniforms devoid of any insignia. Jumping off the platform, a soldier resembling a captain approached him, saluted sharply, and reported, "Private forces of the Yu family," the logistical search team reporting to young Master Yu Zhenyu. Yu Zhenyu waved his hand dismissively. "I need to speak with my father immediately." The captain gestured, and a communications officer hurried over, handing Yu Zhenyu a telephone receiver. He took it, placing it to his ear, and instantly recognized his father's voice on the other end. "Dad, it's me. We've struck gold this time. Send an engineering team. There are 10 hours until dawn. That should suffice for us to unearth it. By the way, I've already marked the ship. It belongs to me." On the other end, Yu Lianqing chuckled helplessly. "Wait, did this brat just claim he marked the ship? Only a mind capable of meeting the ship's requirements can do that. Has this child's intellect truly surpassed expectations?" After a prolonged silence, Yu Zhenyu called out, "Hello, hello," several times before Yu Lianqing finally responded, "You need to return to Wuxi immediately. I have matters to discuss with you." "All right, I knew once this happened, my carefree days would be over." "Understood. I'll head back tomorrow." "Dad, lend me a few soldiers. There are some issues here that require resolution." Without waiting for his father's reply, he hung up. Yu Lianqing stared at the disconnected phone. Seething, "This brat, I'll see how I deal with you upon your return." Meanwhile, Yu Lianqing's aide reported, "General, the engineering team has already been dispatched. Commander Wang from Mars has responded. The young master can depart at any time. He has arranged the 76th Repair Company." Yu Lianqing nodded, retrieving a personnel dossier from his drawer and handing it to the aide. "Good, make the arrangements." The aide accepted the file, noting the name on the chip, Yu Zhen. Furrowing his brow, the aide asked, "General, must we proceed with this? Who exactly is targeting our Yu family? It's uncertain. This information comes from our contacts in the federal hierarchy, suggesting potential hostility from the Federation." Yu Lianqing gazed up at the sky. Chapter 7. Preparations. "Where are the others?" Yu Zhenyu called out as he walked, searching for his bodyguards, while the captain of the search team followed closely behind, stating, "Young master, your bodyguards are over by that vehicle. They have made a significant blunder today and will face dismissal upon our return." Yu Zhenyu abruptly halted. As a person of stature, he was accustomed to dictating to others. Narrowing his eyes at the search team captain, he declared, "My people do not require your oversight. Mind your own business, lest I decide to have you dismissed by tomorrow." "I apologize, young master." The captain's trailing words fell on deaf ears as Yu Zhenyu strode toward the snow vehicle. His 5 bodyguards had been disarmed, cowering on the ground with their heads cradled in their arms. 2 captives had already been released, squatting alongside the 5 bodyguards, while 5 soldiers from the search team patrolled the area. A young woman, wrapped in a blanket, sat at the vehicle's entrance, cradling a cup of hot tea, seemingly enjoying preferential treatment, as none of the soldiers dared to trouble her. Yu Zhenyu approached her. "Greetings, I am Yu Wuming. How do you fare?" The girl blushed slightly, replying, "I am well. My name is Feng Lan. Thank you for your assistance this afternoon." Otherwise, she left her sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. "Would you care to join us in confronting the Axe Gang?" Yu Zhenyu extended the invitation. "The Axe Gang is quite formidable. You shouldn't." The girl began cautiously, but her words faltered as she noticed the heavily armed soldiers surrounding them. Realizing that they were in no position to contend with such forces, especially the leader following behind the young man, who exuded the aura of a seasoned, astute military professional, indicating that this young man's background was undoubtedly extraordinary. She nodded, understanding that after today, the Axe Gang would likely seek retribution against both her and the young man before her. Rather than being victimized, she preferred to seize the initiative and confront them. Yu Zhenyu opened the front door, lifting the seat cushion to extract a small briefcase, which he placed beside the girl. She shifted slightly, turning to see what he intended to do, opening the briefcase. He pulled out an M300, its design reminiscent of the classic M1911. After cycling the action several times without any obstruction, he retrieved a magazine filled with antimatter rounds, inserted it, and chambered a round. Pulling the trigger, a soft thud echoed as a black hole appeared on the ground, causing the girl to involuntarily shudder. Yu Zhenyu inverted the gun, offering it to her. This is the M300, a model from the year 300 of the new era. This one is number 1. Despite being 16 years old, its performance is impeccable. Consider it a gift for your protection. We might need it when we confront the Axe Gang. The girl hesitated for a moment before finally accepting it. Whispering, Wuming, how do I use this? Yu Zhenyu patiently explained the operation to her once more. After instructing her, he intended to retrieve another weapon from the vehicle, but turned to see the search team captain gazing enviously at the girl SM300. Excuse me, what is your name, Captain? Young Master, I am Guomingho, currently the captain of the logistical search team. How may I assist you? Yu Zhenyu assessed Captain Guo's physique, which seemed comparable to his own, and commanded, remove your gear. Oh. Captain Guo momentarily struggled to comprehend, but as a capable leader of a private armed unit, he quickly complied, swiftly shedding his equipment and handing it over to Yu Zhenyu. Observing how Yu Zhenyu handled the weapon, he realized he could not afford to teach the young master how to wear it. Yu Zhenyu donned the gear, extracting the standard-issue M311 from its holster. At that moment, the old four, who had been squatting for 3 or 4 hours, realized their young master was preparing to seek out a fight, and they could not be left out. Young master, they called out urgently, trying to capture his attention. Settle down, the soldier guarding them shouted while kicking at them. The soldier was startled as a hole appeared where his foot landed, staring wide-eyed at Yu Zhenyu. Unsure of what he had done wrong, Captain Guo, I have already stated, my people I will handle myself. Yu Zhenyu turned to Captain Guo. Li Sanner, you better apologize to the young master. Captain Guo signaled desperately at the soldier he referred to as Li Sanner. Before Li Sanner could approach to apologize, Yu Zhenyu interjected, no need to apologize. You four, come with me to kick some, but I know you enjoy that. Here's your chance. We have a group that needs a good thrashing. You will lead the charge. He then turned to the old four. What are you all still doing? How long do you plan to squat? Get moving. We're going to wreak some havoc. The old four and the other four instantly sprang into action. Hastily donning their gear, seeing they were ready, Yu Zhenyu instructed, Old Four, you will command this assault, including the new recruits. New recruits? Li Sanner muttered, only to receive a gentle kick from Captain Guo, who whispered, I told you not to provoke the captives unnecessarily. Now you see, this mission requires you to heed the young master's orders. You might just find yourself assigned to the bodyguard unit. Li Sanner considered this, though a lingering sense of resentment remained. 10 individuals, along with Yu Zhenyu and Fenglan, totaling 12 in number, divided themselves into 2 snowmobiles and surged forth towards the Axe Gang's stronghold. The 2 captured members of the gang were bound to the front of the lead snowmobile, serving as guides. From the captives, Yu Zhenyu learned that the Axe Gang now boasted over 30 members. Ever since they had been driven to the northern graveyard of warships, their resentment had festered. This time, having procured 5 G31s from the black market, they were preparing to launch a significant offensive in the south, and these unfortunate souls had been dispatched for reconnaissance. The sudden deployment of an elite force to seal off the area would surely instill a sense of trepidation in the Axe Gang. Yet they would remain oblivious to the fact that this very contingent aimed to eradicate them. Huisin felt a twinge of anxiety, as the 2 scouts he had sent out had yet to return. And the clock now read 8 in the evening. Although these 2 self-proclaimed scouts had a history of disappearing for entire nights, this time they were on a mission and should not have taken their responsibilities so lightly. Ever since he had been beaten back to the northern graveyard 2 years prior, he had been actively recruiting, initially starting with just 2 or 3 men. The Axe Gang had been more of a jest back then. But after suffering a severe defeat, he finally took the gang seriously. Over the course of 2 years, the Axe Gang had expanded from a handful to over 30 members. He was now filled with ambitious plans, intending to completely secure the southern region before moving eastward. He had heard whispers of another graveyard of warships to the east, but it was already claimed by others, and some of the people in the south had come from that very site. 3 days earlier, a caravan of dark traders had passed through his encampment, and he had purchased several bundles of explosives to blast through the permafrost. Recently, he had discovered a promising location, but despite numerous attempts, He had been unable to break through the stubborn frozen mound. Unexpectedly, the traders had inquired if he wanted the real deal, producing a G31 wrapped in oil paper, along with a package of lead bullets. Hua Sen's eyes lit up instantly, and he inquired how many were available. The trader mentioned that a client had ordered 30 firearms, but upon delivery, the client only accepted 25, leaving the remaining 5 unsold, which were offered to him at a bargain price of 50,000 each. Without a second thought, Hussein spent 250,000 on the 5G31S, with each purchase accompanied by 5 packages of lead bullets, each containing 50 rounds. Had there been someone knowledgeable present, they would have informed Hussein that he was at a loss, as a single ammunition package now contained at least 100 rounds. And lead bullets, having been around for 3 centuries, were hardly noteworthy compared to modern antimatter or thorium ammunition. That very day, the caravan vanished without a trace. The 5G31S had defects. After firing 50 rounds, they required a 30-second cooldown to avoid bursting. The previous owner certainly would not have accepted them otherwise, and the limitation on the ammunition packages was a precaution for the same reason. With the acquisition of 5 firearms, Hussein's posture straightened. He had initially planned to charge south and apprehend that insufferable little brat for some stern discipline, then proceed to cultivate his illicit endeavors. However, his cunning advisor insisted on sending 2 individuals for reconnaissance first. To his dismay, those 2 scoundrels had yet to return, and worse news arrived. They were surrounded by a multitude of soldiers who had inexplicably emerged, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting, as if something of great value was about to be unearthed. Had he known this would occur, he might have charged indirectly and possibly discovered that treasure before the soldiers arrived. Under current law, whoever excavated it laid claim to it, and if one desired it, they could certainly purchase it. Yet, Hussein felt not regret, but rather a growing sense of unease, an inexplicable feeling that disaster loomed. Once again, he retrieved the 5 firearms from beneath his bed and caressed them as though they were beloved. Just touching them brought him a measure of calm. Suddenly, strange noises echoed from all directions. However, after the soldiers had surrounded the south, he had recalled all his subordinates, making the atmosphere far more lively than usual, which he attributed to some restless individuals squabbling. A lowly henchman burst in hurriedly, breathless, and exclaimed, "Boss, it's bad. There are so many soldiers. They've come in." Chapter 8. The downfall of the Axe Gang. At 2 in the morning, the group arrived outside the Axe Gang's stronghold. To their surprise, the gang had relocated to the surface rather than remaining in a shelter, leaving Eugeniu perplexed. He turned to his companion, Lao Si, and inquired, "Aren't they afraid of the bitter cold? Wasn't it said that radiation at night is stronger than during the day?" Lao Si instantly broke into a sweat, having encountered the uneducated before, but never such a level of ignorance. He whispered, "Young master, ever since the highest daytime temperatures rose above 0 5 years ago, people have started to live above ground. Just look, the materials used for their structures were sourced locally. The frozen soil was cut into bricks, stacked, and then a layer of water was poured over them. Within minutes, the bricks bond completely to AS for radiation. Decades ago, global levels had already dropped below what humans could tolerate. Over the past 3 centuries, it hasn't only been animals mutating from radiation. Humans have been undergoing mutations as well. And the radiation tolerance of Earth's inhabitants has increased at least 300-fold since the Great War." Eugeniu felt as though he had been slapped in the face. He had always believed he was well-informed, but now realized the depths of his ignorance. Lao Si produced a radiation meter, which registered at 200 millisieverts. He explained, 3 centuries ago, this level would have posed a danger to humans. Back then, individuals could only endure radiation below 100 millisieverts, and only for short durations. The only radiation considered harmless then was 1 millisievert. Now, at 200 millisieverts, we're essentially playing with fire. As Lao Si spoke, he stowed the radiation meter away, glancing at his watch, which indicated that it was already 2:30 in the morning. A faint light emanated from one of the rooms. Eugeniu was puzzled. There was no electricity here, so how could that light be lit? Noticing Eugeniu's expression, Lao Si understood the situation. After all, not everyone could thrive in the bodyguard profession. He said, "Young master, it is said that in the ultra-ancient times, humans used oil lamps for illumination, so seeing light there is quite normal, even without a power source on the surface. There are numerous methods of achieving illumination. Didn't you also dig up several worship engines?" "Huh?" Aren't warship engines solely for use on warships? At this, not only Lao Si, but several others nearby were also drenched in sweat. Even Feng Lan turned to him with a look of disbelief. Lao Si glanced around and saw everyone staring at him, as if to say, "You have a good rapport with the young master. You handle this educational task." Suddenly, Lao Si felt his radiation tolerance plummeting, dizziness washing over him, accompanied by nausea and fatigue, clear symptoms of radiation sickness. Steeling himself, he addressed Eugenio, "Young master. Although engines are designed for warships, with just a small modification, they can be repurposed for lighting, heating, and various other applications. Moreover, for a settlement of the scale, a single first-class warship's antimatter engine could power 3 of them." Why Eugenio pondered, but refrained from asking how the engines were modified. Curiosity gnawing at him, he feared posing another Navi question. Noticing his internal struggle, Feng Lan quietly remarked, "You should have learned about this, right? It's covered in the physics curriculum for the 2nd year of high school." "Huh, 2nd year? Is that the 1st or 2nd semester?" Eugenio replied, acknowledging that he was not particularly adept in school, but physics was one of his strengths. "I am the 2nd semester. Our school even had a practical course on modifying combat robot engines for outdoor lighting circuits." Feng Lan informed him, I haven't learned that yet. We won't cover it until after the break," Eugenio admitted, feeling embarrassed. He had devoted all his free time to excavation, leaving no room for pre-studying those subjects. "Huh, you're in your 2nd year this year?" Feng Lan queried, incredulous that a seasoned excavator was only in his 2nd year. She was already in her 3rd year, and if not for her mother's illness requiring substantial funds, she would never have undertaken this work. "Yes, I spend all my time digging. My interests are rather narrow," Eugenio replied, retracting his neck, not out of cold, for humanity had evolved over a century ago to withstand harsh temperatures. It was quite difficult to free someone unless the temperature dropped below -50 degrees. Even in such conditions, humans could crystallize the water within their bodies and enter a state of hibernation to gain more time for rescue. Thus, he was not cold, he merely feared ridicule from a girl. A light chuckle escaped the girl. "So, you're actually a year younger than me, little brother. I am of age." He couldn't help but feel powerless in his protest. Just as Eugenio was about to voice his futile resistance, Lao Si could no longer bear it. He raised his wrist once more. The time now pointed to 3 in the morning. He whispered to Eugenio, "We can't wait any longer, regardless of whether that fellow is asleep or not. We should launch our assault." "All right, I trust you to handle this. Go ahead and execute your plan." Eugenio expressed unwavering faith in Lao Si, though he found it curious that Lao Si had been hesitant to take action all this time. Lao Si was momentarily taken aback. Did the young master not want to impress the girl by displaying a bit of bravado? The conditions crafted specifically for him necessitate at least a semblance of command. Lao Si fell silent. In truth, he had been waiting for Eugenio's order to attack since noon, only to realize that the young master had been waiting for him all along. The two of them had endured a silent standoff for 3 hours. Shaking his head, Lao Si addressed the individual known as Li San or Xiao San or "Divide your men into 2 teams of 2. Flanking from the left, my people will also split into 2 groups to encircle from the right. You stay behind to accompany the young master, while I will proceed to the opposite side. Soon, you will drive everyone inside toward us, and I will be responsible for closing the net. I am not Xiao San or I am Li San or get it straight. Besides, you stay here to look after the young master." "I will handle the net," Li San retorted, his demeanor somewhat irritable since his emergence. "Both of you go over there. We don't need you to watch this side. Just leave G31 here." Eugenio interjected, "That's unacceptable." Lao Si and Li San having just heard his childish remarks, promptly replied in unison, "I am the highest commander here. Although I have delegated command, I can reclaim it at any moment. Thus, this is an order." Eugenio fixed his gaze on the two, accustomed to taking orders. Lao Si initially nodded in agreement, but quickly realized the gravity of the situation. "No, you two cannot remain here alone. We cannot trust that. This area will soon become a battlefield, and what if something happens to you?" He left the rest unsaid, but the implication was cleared. Li San, about to interject, was silenced by Lao Si. Recognizing that what he intended to say was already expressed, despite his irritable nature, he possessed sound judgment. They had only 5 firearms among them, while they faced 10 G31s and 1 J12. "What do I have to fear? Leave me 1 G31. I want to interfere with your combat." ITS primarily for self-defense. Feng Lan and I will conceal ourselves appropriately. I already stated this as an order. Eugenio seized the G31 from Lao Si. His tone growing increasingly severe. Li San wished to protest further, but was restrained by Lao Si, who understood his young master's stubbornness in such matters. Seeing Eugenio forcibly reclaim his weapon confirmed his obstinacy had resurfaced. Thus, he firmly grasped Li San's arm, saying, Xiao San, cease your protests. Young master, you must not enter the battlefield. Understood, understood. I will not step onto the battlefield, Eugenio replied readily. I do not go by Xiao San. I repeat, very well, Xiao San, I will remember. Lao Si nodded at Li San before walking towards his men. As he passed by Lao Pao, he removed the G31 from his back. Li San, left with no choice, proceeded to his own team. Soon, everyone was grouped accordingly. All were veterans from special forces. Despite belonging to different units, a necessary synergy existed between them. Lao Si and Li San were the first to charge out, needing to establish a defensive line on the other side of the encampment. Unexpectedly, the entire settlement was devoid of night watchmen. Lao Pao and Fei Fei stealthily infiltrated from the southeast, while two search team members had slipped into the southwest corner. Meanwhile, Zhao Liang, Shan Zi, and two other search team members advanced cautiously from the east and west, forming a fan-shaped progression toward the settlement. They did not intend to resolve matters with gunfire, as the defenses here were alarmingly lax. They swept through half the settlement, eliminating more than 15 adversaries without any response from the opposition. When they approached the only lit room, Zhao Liang and Shan Zi entered a chamber that contained merely a bed, with the rest of the space bare. Strangely, two individuals, a man and a woman, were lying on the bed, positioned on either side of it. Xiao Liang and Shan Zi exchanged incredulous glances. The man must possess some skill to have captured the attention of such a woman amidst their meager surroundings. Shan Zi plunged a dagger into the man's carotid artery, effortlessly severing his windpipe. The man jolted awake, but it was futile. His hand instinctively grasped the woman beside him in a final, desperate grasp, before his strength ebbed away, leaving silence in his wake. The woman, awakened by the commotion, opened her eyes to reprimand her partner, only to find her mouth silenced by an intruder. Terror gripped her as she realized her lover lay dead beside her. Xiao Liang offered her a disarming smile, yet the gleam of his white teeth, combined with the night vision goggles atop his head, instilled fear in her heart. Ignoring her terrified gaze, he said, Listen carefully. I mean you no harm. You, too, must refrain from screaming, understood? The woman appeared to comprehend, and Xiao Liang continued, I will release you, but you must not scream. You understand? She nodded, and he gently lifted his hand from her mouth. To his astonishment, she suddenly screamed, Murder! Xiao Liang swiftly clamped a hand over her mouth, thrusting his dagger into her ample chest, completing his grim task with ease. Blood erupted forth, and the woman gazed at him with eyes wide in disbelief. Xiao Liang whispered softly enough for her to hear, You chose to scream despite my warning. I have no choice. Rest now. In slumber, all pain fades away. Seemingly moved by his words, the woman gradually calmed, her eyes losing their terror as she peacefully closed them, her bloodied form resembling a slumbering figure. The scream reverberated through the settlement, awakening its inhabitants, who, rather than retreating to safety, rushed outside, only to be met with a hail of bullets, resulting in a swift downfall of several. Silence enveloped the settlement as 8 figures exchanged glances, each aware of the outcome they had anticipated. They resolved that a direct assault from the start would have been more efficient than this bloodshed. The group advanced toward the brightly lit room, presumed to be the leader's quarters. They noted that a potential informant had slipped inside, but whether or not he would relay information mattered little. As they continued their fan-shaped advance, Lao Si and Li San emerged from behind the room. Inside, 2 windows suddenly shattered, followed by the muted thumps of gunfire. The 8 men quickly sought cover, recognizing that the G31's silent operation concealed its lethal potential. Yet these 2 adversaries faced ex-Special Forces operatives, whose heightened instincts allowed them to evade the incoming bullets with ease. Lao Pao frowned. This weapon is malfunctioning. How poorly maintained it is. The bullets are sluggish, hardly half the speed they should be. Shan Zi laughed. Why are you hesitating? Show them what true marksmanship looks like. Laughter rippled through the group as they signaled to Lao Pao. comfortably positioning themselves against the wall. This encounter lacked any technical challenge. Rising with a chuckle, Lao Pao grasped his fire god machine gun and charged out, unleashing a barrage at the two windows while skillfully evading incoming fire. Upon reaching the center of the courtyard, the windows had fallen silent. His instincts confirmed that the threat had passed. He ceased firing, and the other 7 joined him, forming a line at the window. Striking a pose, Fei Fei kicked open the door, discovering 2 bodies sprawled on either side of the windows, their forms riddled with bullets. Chapter 9. The girl's origin. Lao Si and Li San are circled around the back of the house. After lying in wait for several minutes without anyone emerging, they sprang into action upon hearing a scream from within the settlement, followed by 2 soft gunshots. It seemed they had overlooked a potential informant fleeing toward the young master. Rushing to their young master's concealed position, they finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him gently cradling the girl, softly reassuring her. Clearly, she had been deeply frightened. Nearby, a rat the size of a calf lay lifeless on the ground. Its blood congealed. Lao Si and the others exchanged glances at the sight of the 2 huddled together. Their young master had matured, displaying an understanding of how to charm a girl, his subordinates. They found this development quite agreeable, forming a natural circle around the duo. Li Sanner and his companions were lacking in self-awareness. One person, filled with excitement, shouted, "The giant rat of the wasteland! What a delightful find! The taste of it roasted is the best. We shall feast tonight." This raucous exclamation startled the young girl awake. She sprang up in a flurry, adjusting her clothes, and looked at the group with a hint of trepidation. Lao Si stepped forward and informed Eugenio, "Young master, we shall camp here for the night. After a night's rest, we will escort you back to Wuxi, as per the latest instructions." He cast a glance at the young girl. Either intentionally or unintentionally, noticing Lao Si's gaze, Eugenio remarked, "Feng Lan will return to Wuxi with me. As for the others, there is nothing more to discuss." Naturally, Lao Si, as a bodyguard, would not pry into his master's affairs. And he nodded, saying, "Young master, please wait a moment. We will clean up inside first." Eugenio nodded, permitting Lao Si to proceed. They piled the deceased members of the Axe gang 30 meters away from their encampment, with the 2 captives placed atop the heap. Then, a fire was set, but not quite. They merely doused the pile of bodies with a few buckets of water, creating a makeshift ice tomb. Their chosen campsite was the last building, featuring a small courtyard with a spacious main house at the center, flanked by 2 side rooms. It appeared that this place had just been constructed, likely built by Huisen for himself, as his family had yet to move in, thus benefiting them now. They arranged for Eugenio and Feng Lan to occupy the innermost room, while the outer and side rooms were designated for 10 soldiers. In the courtyard, a barbecue grill had already been set up, and the unfortunate giant rat had been dragged inside, where soldiers were busy skinning it, preparing for a feast. Lao Si and Li Sanner observed the giant rat. And Li Sanner remarked, "This giant rat seems to have recently given birth. Its belly is still swollen. According to their habits, there must be a nest nearby. The male rat is likely guarding it. Should we send a couple of men to locate the rat's nest? The young rat's meat is even tastier." "All right, Lao Pao, Shanzi, you 2 go take a look," Lao Si instructed, and Li Sanner added. "Hassler, you follow Captain Lao Pao," Li Sanner conveyed to Lao Si. "Hassler is quite skilled at tracking." The 3 men followed the footprints of the giant rat. Meanwhile, the rat meat had already been cleaned and prepared, and the fire beneath the grill had been lit. The finest cuts of meat were now sizzling over the flames. Eugenio, gazing at the fire and inhaling the tantalizing aroma of the meat, inquired of Lao Si, "Won't this attract other giant rats?" Lao Si replied, "No, this rat has mutated and altered its behavior. They tend to appear in pairs. This is a female rat, likely having given birth recently. There should be a nest nearby, and this area is their territory. Other giant rats will not approach." Lao Si paused, contemplating whether to enlighten the young master with this knowledge. However, recalling Eugenio's earlier demeanor, he decided it best to share some insights, especially since the girl seemed quite inquisitive, yet her knowing gaze suggested she was not to be underestimated. Lao Si cast a meaningful glance at the girl, who pretended not to notice. He continued speaking to Eugenio. "Since the Great War, humanity has retreated underground. The surface has endured 3 centuries of nuclear winter, leading to the extinction of all plant life and the near annihilation of animal species. With only a few burrowing creatures and certain insects surviving, animals have survived, Eugeniu exclaimed in astonishment. Laozi nodded and elaborated, these animals and insects coexisted with humans before. Wherever humans exist, they will too, such as rats and cockroaches. Cockroaches have hardly changed, but rats have undergone significant mutations, evolving into 4 or 5 different variants, one of which is the wasteland giant rat, originally derived from field mice. They pose little threat to humans in the wild and generally avoid attacking. However, during the nursing period, if humans approach their nests too closely, they may attack out of desperation. At this moment, the first batch of grilled meat was ready, and the soldiers from the search team brought over several skewers of the roasted meat. Laozi handed 2 skewers to Eugeniu and Feng Lan. At this point, Feng Lan seemed to have shed her fear, accepting the grilled meat with ease and savoring it in small bites. Laozi glanced at her once more. Taking a bite of the rat meat, he continued, when we passed by the rat's nest earlier, this rat followed us here. It attacked you, all only after witnessing our sweep of the settlement. Eugeniu nodded, then began to eat heartily, as he had not eaten all day. Upon disembarking from the Dalian, thoughts of vengeance consumed him. Now that his revenge was accomplished, he felt both fatigued and famished. After consuming 3 skewers of meat, he finally felt a semblance of satisfaction and gradually slowed down. He turned to Laozi and asked, Laozi, you mentioned there are several animals still alive. Which ones are they? To date, only rats have survived in the wild. Pigs, cattle, sheep, and chickens have also persisted, but only due to human intervention. As you know, we maintain small ecological environments in various underground shelters, allowing some animals to survive as our food source, Laozi explained. Taking another bite of meat, he added, however, the insects that have survived are all wild. It's difficult to specify which types, but I have heard reports of giant scorpions being discovered in desert regions. The girl, intrigued by Laozi's knowledge, inquired, what about the current environmental situation? Our geography teacher mentioned that this 3-century nuclear winter is abnormal. Logically, the particles in the air should have settled to the ground within a few decades. Yet, after 300 years, only a small portion has settled, while the majority remains suspended in the atmosphere. Her eloquence revealed no trace of the earlier fright she had experienced. Laozi responded, I am not entirely sure. My family has a research institute. If you have the opportunity, you could ask them. However, I have heard from the scholars there that the Earth's environment is improving. In the past few years, it would take decades for snow to fall. But now the intervals between snowfall are decreasing, which will help bring down the suspended particles. Once the sunlight can directly reach the ground again, our planet will renew itself. The young girl nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further questions as she continued to eat in small bites. After half an hour, Lao Pao and the others returned, bringing back a substantial haul of 5 giant rat carcasses, eliciting cheers from the small squad of soldiers. It was evident that such an opportunity to feast was rare for them, and they quickly set about butchering the rats, cooking the meat thoroughly. A small portion was kept for themselves, while the majority was preserved to share with their comrades. Eugeniu and Feng Lan received several skewers of young rat meat, which indeed proved to be more tender and delicious. After satisfying their hunger, the small team, apart from leaving 2 sentinels, retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Eugeniu and Feng Lan returned to their room as well. It was apparent that Feng Lan felt conflicted. She seemed to desire a deeper relationship with Eugeniu, but hesitated to take that step. For Eugeniu, she was precisely his type, and he wished to draw closer. Yet, as a young adult, he was uncertain how to navigate the situation, although he instinctively wanted to refuse Laozi's arrangement of their shared quarters. He swallowed his words. The atmosphere in the room was awkward, with each of them positioned at opposite ends. The bedding had been prepared, one set for each, but neither dared to lie down. Suddenly, Eugeniu broke the silence. Feng Lan, she shivered at the sound of her name and responded with a soft huh. Eugeniu asked, earlier, you mentioned you were digging in the ground because your mother is gravely ill. Could you share more about that? My mother suffers from severe liver cirrhosis, Feng Lan began, but was interrupted by Eugeniu, who interjected, cirrhosis? I recall that isn't considered a grave illness. Indeed, for ordinary individuals, it isn't a major issue. As long as a portion of the non-cirrhotic liver cells is extracted, a healthy liver can be cloned, and the replacement can be done within 3 months, she explained. Sitting on the floor, she hugged her knees. resting her chin on them, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. What caused your mother's condition? My mother's genes are problematic. She has undergone 3 liver transplants, but none have lasted more than 3 years. In this short span of 10 years, my mother has had 3 transplants. The doctors say only genetic modification can completely cure her illness. Phoneland's expression grew increasingly somber. Genetic modification isn't insurmountable, though it is somewhat costly, Eugeniu offered. Yes, but the doctors found that my mother's problematic gene sequence is quite unique. The failure rate for a one-time repair is exceedingly high, requiring multiple attempts to fix it. And the chances of recurrence are also significant. We have already undergone 5 genetic modifications, yet only 60 has been completed, which has depleted all our family savings. My father. Phoneland's voice faltered as she struggled to contain her emotions. Bursting into tears, in a moment of utter confusion, Eugeniu found himself at a loss for words. He was uncertain how to offer comfort, so he settled beside the girl, yearning to gently touch her shoulder for a semblance of solace. Yet, despite several attempts, he hesitated to reach out. After a while, the girl cried until her emotions seemed to have been released, and she calmed down slightly. Turning her gaze towards Eugeniu, she particularly noted his hand suspended in midair, awkwardly frozen before it slowly descended. "Thank you," she uttered suddenly, her words devoid of coherence. "Why, Eugeniu?" Scratching his head, replied absent-mindedly. "It's all right. Where was I?" The girl inquired. "You were speaking of your father." "Ah. My father worked multiple jobs, 5 or 6. To be exact, so that my mother could recover swiftly. He toiled over 18 hours a day, sleeping only 4, and at times, he worked for 20 hours with merely 2 hours of rest, just half a year ago. He literally worked himself to death. His employer didn't even bother to save him. He simply left my father's body by the roadside. By the time I arrived, his corpse was as stiff as a stone." Phoneland concluded, burying her face deeply between her knees. This time, Eugeniu finally mustered the courage to place his hand on Phoneland's shoulder, saying, "My condolences. I believe your father wouldn't wish to see you in such distress." Phoneland glanced at him and continued, "You're merely a sheltered rich kid who hasn't entered society. Do you comprehend the perils that lurk within it? I know you harbor some feelings for me, but that's merely your inexplicable fondness for girls. I detest individuals like you." With a sudden jolt, Phoneland shook off Eugeniu's hand from her shoulder and went on. "Do you know how I've spent the past 6 months? To make ends meet, I've worked as an escort, though I remain chaste. Who would believe that? 3 months ago, I encountered a ruthless employer who recognized me. He didn't utter a word about my father. Instead, he proposed to support me for 3 years with 100,000, so I could pay for my mother's treatment. 3 years, 100,000, so cheap. That amount barely covers my mother's basic medical expenses." And I agreed. Yet, I never anticipated that the shameless fellow would stipulate that I must first endure 3 years before receiving the payment. Phoneland's eyes glinted with rage. Eugeniu faltered, unsure of how to respond. I smashed a bottle over his head. Phoneland turned to look at Eugeniu, laughing wickedly. "Do you still like me?" "Yes." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Eugeniu's affirmation slipped out without the filter of thought. Don't answer so quickly, little brother. Wait until you enter society. Think it over in 3 years. If your answer remains the same, I'll be yours, but for now, if you can help my mother, I'll become your lover." Phoneland seemed to have lost her senses. "No need. I'll help your mother with her illness, and you needn't become my lover. I am not one to take advantage of others' misfortunes. I will make you fall for me." Eugeniu's mind was ablaze. At that moment, he was uncertain of what he was even saying. Phoneland shook her finger at him, saying, "Once missed, it cannot be reclaimed. Even if you don't want me as your lover, I want to be grateful to you. Understand?" "Understood. No need for gratitude," Eugeniu replied with certainty. "Rest now. It's getting late." Phoneland seemed to have vented her emotions. Ignoring Eugeniu as she tucked herself into the bedding, "Tell me that scoundrel's name. I'll teach him a lesson. No need. Just sleep." Phoneland's tone was icy and resolute. Eugeniu stood rooted for a while before finally sighing softly and returning to his side, also burrowing into the bedding to sleep. Meanwhile, Phoneland opened her bright eyes, tears streaming from the corners. Chapter 10. In a dream? Where am I? Eugeniu lay by a lake, the air fresh and moist. the rhythmic sound of waves lapping at the shore filling his ears. He must be dreaming. Why was he here? Eugenio turned onto his side and surveyed his surroundings. This place was unfamiliar. Too tranquil and serene. He gently touched the ground beneath him. It was not the dry, hard frozen earth, but rather something soft and fuzzy. This must be grass, he mused. Nearby, the azure lake water rippled gently, shimmering with glimmers of light. Not only the lake, but the grass also sparkled with flecks of luminescence. A white orb of light hung high above the lake. What was this place? Why did it feel so familiar yet so foreign? This could not be Earth. It was desolate there, while here was so bright. Even at the brightest noon on Earth, there always lingered a veil of gray. Yet, why was this place so peaceful, disarming any sense of vigilance? Curiously, Eugenio observed his surroundings. The grassy area was not expansive, merely spanning a little over 100 meters. Beyond that lay an impenetrable white mist. He walked towards the haze, but it did not recede at his approach, forming an invisible barrier that thwarted his advance. His hand pressed against the mist, soft yet incredibly resilient. It resisted all attempts to budge even slightly. After several futile efforts, he realized that where the mist lay, no further progress could be made. His gaze shifted back to the lake. It remained unaffected by the fog as he stepped into the water. It was shallow, merely reaching his ankles. After walking 100 meters, he collided with an invisible wall, unable to proceed. He groped around, confirming the presence of this unseen barrier. Do not attempt to break through. That area is not within your reach. A voice resonated behind him. He turned to find a middle-aged man standing behind him, approximately 6 feet tall, with slicked back hair and a neat mustache on his upper lip, his chin clean-shaven. He was clad in the uniform of the Earth Defense Force, adorned with golden epaulets and 2 gleaming platinum stars on each side. Gene Kelly, Eugenio ventured, the man's appearance strikingly reminiscent of the figure in his textbooks. Indeed, it is I. How do you find this place? Beautiful, isn't it? Gene Kelly inquired. This where you reside. It truly is stunning. I have only seen such landscapes in historical footage. Were those real? Eugenio asked. Indeed, they are real. Moreover, this is your inner world. It reflects your yearning for the beautiful natural landscapes of the past, Gene Kelly explained. Here, this is within my, Eugenio began, but trailed off, pointing to his head. Gene Kelly nodded. Why? Eugenio's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed. Incredible. I had no idea my inner world was so beautiful. His excitement was palpable, causing the lake's waters to bubble and surge against the invisible barrier, while within the barrier, all remained tranquil. Do you like it? I do. But do you know what this place looked like before you saw the landscapes of the past? Gene Kelly questioned. Was it frightening? Eugenio asked. Frightening is not quite the term. But it was indeed dark, filled with frozen earth, cold and damp, reminiscent of a dungeon. Gene Kelly replied. How did you endure it? Eugenio inquired, aware that Gene Kelly had lingered in his inner world for 16 years. It was nothing exceptional. I simply forced the coordinates of the sunken battleship upon you and shoved a map of the homeland into your mind. Now it makes sense why so many things felt familiar to me. I didn't realize Gene Kelly had been implanting these notions into my subconscious through my dreams, Eugenio pondered. Actually, I had shown you the image of Nam Co in a dream back then. But you seemed skeptical until you saw the picture in geography class and heard your teacher's explanation. Does that mean my inner world transformed into this because of that? Eugenio asked, gazing at the picturesque scene around him. No, it began to change the moment you unearthed your first connection within your family when you were 10 years old. Only then did you realize you were not useless. And this place transformed into Nam Co, Gene Kelly clarified. Does that imply if I encounter another significant event in the future, this place might morph into something else? Eugenio inquired, grasping the concept. If you experience an event that alters your state of mind, then yes, it will change. Whether for better or worse entirely depends on how your subconscious processes it, Gene Kelly responded. Oh, by the way, why am I here today? This should be my dream, right? Eugenio realized the gravity of the situation. He had always dreamt, but would forget everything upon waking. Perhaps everything was stored in his subconscious, save for memories of the sunken battleships. Would this extraordinarily vivid dream dissipate once he awakened? It shouldn't. You've achieved a small breakthrough today, perhaps without even realizing it. You successfully activated a battleship, which greatly impacted your brain, leading to a slight advancement. You can now freely communicate with me in your dreams. Previously, I had to forcibly implant various data into your mind, but from today onward, you can learn my military strategies alongside me in your dreams." Jean Kylie smiled, a smile brimming with genuine joy, a reflection of the heartfelt delight that a teacher experiences while imparting knowledge. Eugeniu recalled the earlier confrontation with two ruffians during the day. His mind had conjured up as many as 16 strategies to counter them, yet he found himself unable to employ a single one. He cast a glance at Jean Kylie, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. As once more those 16 techniques floated into his consciousness, Jean Kylie gestured towards the surface of the lake behind him. Turning to look, Eugeniu found himself transfixed. There, on the lake's surface, was a reflection of himself, executing those very 16 techniques, each punch, each kick performed with remarkable familiarity. Spurred by a sudden impulse, he began to mimic the shadow's movements. Initially, each motion felt awkward and clumsy, but as he continued, he found his movements becoming more fluid. Despite the absence of any instruction, he instinctively understood the subsequent actions required. His speed increased, surpassing even that of the shadow upon the lake. His strikes growing more forceful. As Eugeniu trained alongside the shadow, it repeatedly executed a sequence of punches, which he mirrored time and again. With each passing moment, as his proficiency grew, the shadow inched closer to him, until eventually, when his punching speed exceeded that of the shadow, they astonishingly overlapped. Taijiquan, Baguazhang, Shaolin Staff, Seven-Star Sword, an array of Chinese martial arts forms manifested upon the lake, each merging with Eugeniu, embedding 6 complete routines into his very being. At this moment, Jean Kylie remarked, "One cannot be greedy and expect to digest everything at once. Focus first on mastering these 6 routines, especially through practice in reality. In your mind, you have already grasped these 6 sets, but you have never practiced them in the real world. Thus, upon returning to reality, you must diligently train to ingrain these forms into your body. That is the essence of truly mastering them. This is merely the beginning. You must not only be proficient in utilizing the entire set of skills, but also adapt them to real-world scenarios. Discerning the most effective and direct methods from these 6 routines, only by achieving true mastery can you progress to the subsequent forms." "You understand." "Understood," Eugeniu replied. Jean Kylie nodded, smiling as he said, "Excellent, you may return to the real world now. From today onward, you will be able to remember your dreams, or at least the majority of them. For those you can recall, you shall discover them gradually." With that, he gently patted Eugeniu, and Eugeniu jolted awake. The room was enveloped in darkness. The lighting system had evidently been switched off, yet the heating system continued to function, rendering the space not cold, though it felt as if the temperature had dropped to around -5 degrees. While Eugeniu retrieved his wrist recorder and with a soft tap, a faint light illuminated the space. It was already 8 in the morning, and dawn would break in 2 hours. Using the dim glow from his wrist recorder, he glanced over at the girl's side. She remained in deep slumber, evident tear tracks marking her cheeks. It was clear she had cried for an extended period the previous night, but exhaustion had finally claimed her. Though it was apparent her sleep was restless, her brows knitted together, perhaps due to the pain of her wounds or the distress of her mother's illness. Eugeniu averted his gaze, reflecting on the dream he had just experienced. How was it that in mere minutes, he had forgotten everything from before? Yet today was different. He vividly recalled every detail, particularly those 6 martial arts routines, as if he had mastered them years ago, only to have grown rusty from disuse. The thought ignited a sense of urgency within him, reminiscent of what that teacher had imparted. Without hesitation, he sprang from his bed. The morning air was frigid. Clad only in a thin shirt, Eugeniu opened the door, and a sharp chill enveloped him, the temperature plummeting to -20 degrees. "Who goes there? State your command." A low voice called from the shadows. "Taijan, I am Eugeniu." He glanced at the roof nearby, where a hand waved in acknowledgement. He stepped into the center of the courtyard. Inhaling deeply, this was his first night spent outdoors. The morning air was distinctly different from that of the shelter. It was slightly dusty, but imbued with a hint of nature's essence. While Eugeniu stood still in the courtyard for a good 15 minutes, leaving the lookout above perplexed. Once the time had passed, he began to move, alternating between speed and slowness, gentleness and forcefulness, soon etching a taiji symbol upon the ground with his steps. I end the 11th chapter. Seemingly lost in meditation, Eugenio initially remained aware of his surroundings, but by the time he reached the second routine, he had completely entered a state of oblivion where the self and the world around him ceased to exist. A warm current began to blossom from his lower abdomen, a feeling that was, well, delightful, exceedingly pleasant. This warmth flowed in harmony with his every movement. Jean Kylie's voice softly echoed within his mind. The path is nature itself. All methods arise from nature, are nourished by nature. Empty yourself, feel nature, and allow it to guide your steps forward. Why Eugenio seemed to hear these words, yet also felt detached from them. Simply following the warm current as his movements became increasingly natural. As his actions grew more fluid, the warmth within him began to flow freely, first descending from his lower abdomen towards his perineum, then gradually ascending, splitting into two streams along either side of his spine. When encountering minor obstacles, a slight exertion of force would effortlessly propel him past them. Upon reaching the crown of his head, the warm current underwent a transformation. It vanished. Yet the warmth continuously surged from his lower abdomen through his spinal column, pouring into his head, as if the top was an insatiable void, only receiving, never releasing. This state persisted until Eugenio had completed all 6 routines, with closed eyes. He savored the sensations of the warm currents coursing through every part of him. A truly remarkable experience. Once he ceased his movements, the warmth dissipated, yet he could distinctly sense that it had indeed been real, for he felt something new within his mind. This newfound essence seemed to reside within that lake. And he yearned to revisit it, yet found no path leading there. Despite his attempts at introspection, he could not discern any lake within his consciousness. Was it truly accessible only in dreams, to an observer? Eugenio appeared to be standing there in a daze as dawn approached. The early watchmen had long since surpassed their shift change, yet both shifts stood transfixed, gazing at him, the soldier on the final watch. Xiao Liang nudged his successor, a member of the search team, and asked, "When did the young master begin this practice?" The search team soldier shook his head. "I'm not sure, but it must have been over 2 hours ago." He diverted his gaze from Eugenio to the sky, nodding. "About 2 hours, I believed. I recall the young master starting his practice around the time I was supposed to end my watch. And he even greeted me before beginning." Xiao Liang glanced at his wrist recorder, noting it was nearly 10 o'clock. He nodded, realizing his shift was from 8 to 10, and the soldier who should have returned had unwittingly accompanied him for an entire watch. At that moment, the 4th watchman emerged, puzzled by the absence of 4 individuals in the resting area, as only 2 were required for each post. Where had the other 2 gone? No one had reported any missing personnel from the previous watch. Upon stepping outside, he noticed the 2 on watch staring blankly at Eugenio, who stood in the courtyard's center. He paid it no mind. As long as no one was lost, all was well. Reaching the shadowed post, he found 2 men lying on the ground, camouflaged beneath a well-placed snow blanket, and they too were watching Eugenio at the center of the courtyard. The 4th watchman patted Xiao Liang on the shoulder, startling him almost into a shout. Turning to see it was the 4th, he exclaimed, "Captain, scaring someone can be lethal. Next time, please announce yourself before touching." The 4th watchman, taken aback, replied, "I've been standing beside you for quite some time. You didn't notice me. I haven't even settled the score with you yet." "What? No, Captain, that's not what I meant." "Oh, then what did you mean?" At a loss for words, Xiao Liang hesitated, finally stammering, "Captain, what I meant was, right, Captain, have you ever seen the young master practice?" "Practice? No, I haven't seen him do that in 5 or 6 years. The 4th watchman reflected, realizing he had never witnessed the young master's martial skills. As he pondered this, a sense of being deceived washed over him. He lightly tapped Xiao Liang on the back of his head, changed the subject. "Why were you daydreaming while on watch? You didn't even notice my arrival." The other soldier, seeing the 4th reprimanding Xiao Liang, quietly slipped away from his post. "Captain, I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, ask him." Xiao Liang scanned the area for someone to corroborate his claim. Feeling betrayed that his comrade had abandoned him, "What evidence do you have?" the 4th watchman inquired. Xiao Liang faltered, glancing towards Eugenio, who remained standing there, motionless, with a faint wisp of white mist rising from his form. Xiao Liang turned his head to glance at Lao Si, only to find him wearing an expression of fury. Hastily, he shifted his gaze downward, and when it landed on Lao Si's wrist, it was as though he had discovered a new continent. He raised his wrist recorder, recalling that on a whim, he had recorded a segment earlier. As he activated the virtual screen of the recorder, the footage emerged, albeit slightly unclear in the dim morning light. Yet it faithfully displayed the recorded content. Lao Si was convinced. He had not anticipated that the young master possessed such a skill. From the footage, it was evident that he initially exhibited a hint of clumsiness. But as he continued, his movements became increasingly fluid, completely masking his status as a novice. Lao Si did not dwell on this too much. After all, he had only been by the young master's side for 5 or 6 years. And these martial arts techniques were likely learned long before. Perhaps the events of the previous day had spurred the young master to practice anew this morning. After watching for a moment, he admonished Xiaoliang, "This cannot serve as an excuse for your mistakes. Perhaps the young master has been capable all along, but simply hadn't demonstrated it before you. Now, since you haven't had breakfast, you will run 20 laps around the settlement." His words elicited a groan from Xiaoliang. However, there was no recourse. Rank has its privileges. Xiaoliang slid down from the rooftop, retrieved his backpack and other belongings. Slinging them over his shoulder and preparing to run. To his surprise, Lao Si darted behind him and seized his backpack, shaking it as he exclaimed, "I knew you would try to slack off." After scanning the surroundings, he dug out 2 large chunks of frozen soil from the ground, nodded in satisfaction, tossed the frozen earth into the backpack, and instructed, "Run." Thus began Xiaoliang's painful morning exercise. Meanwhile, Eugenio still stood in the courtyard, surrounded by an increasingly dense white mist. Typically, someone like him, after 2 hours of boxing, would naturally work up a sweat, and given that he wore only a thin garment, that perspiration should have frozen by now. Yet, instead of freezing, the sweat continued to accumulate, transforming into a white mist as the warm moisture met the cold air. Observing this phenomenon, Lao Si furrowed his brow. This was somewhat beyond his comprehension. He retreated indoors to fetch a blanket, intending to drape it over Eugenio. However, as he approached within 2 meters of Eugenio, he found himself unable to advance. This was a defensive mechanism inherent to advanced mental warriors. When engaged in training, a protective barrier naturally formed around them as a result of their mental projection. Yet, the young master's mental prowess was merely rated at 5, making it impossible for such a substantial barrier to manifest. Aiming his wrist recorder at Eugenio, he activated a program designed to measure an opponent's defensive strength. Although not entirely precise, it served a purpose in gauging the opponent's capabilities. On the screen, the range of the defensive barrier appeared, extending a maximum of 2 meters in front, unremarkable and only slightly below averaged. In contrast, advanced warriors could expand their protective zones to 10 meters. The young master's barrier, however, was limited to just 2 meters in front, with the rear defense being negligible. The recorded strength read 5, causing Lao Si's eyes to widen. He had felt the barrier's strength to be at least 15. Yet the instrument did not lie. The intensity truly was only 5. Doubtful, he stepped again into Eugenio's defensive zone, confident that the strength was indeed above 15, a truth confirmed by countless encounters with foes. Standing within Eugenio's protective field, he pointed the recorder at him again. The strength remained at 5. Lao Si retreated, the reading unchanged. At that moment, the white mist surrounding Eugenio thickened further. Confounded, Lao Si stepped back. This phenomenon made no sense to him. He sensed the young master's barrier expanding outward. What had been merely 2 meters now seemed to extend to 3. He raised the recorder once more, confirming that this time, the front measured 3 meters, with other directions at 1 meter. Upon gently stepping back into Eugenio's protective zone, he noted a marked increase in strength, estimating it to be around 20. Yet, the recorder still indicated only 5. Lao Si felt his temperature rising rapidly. He could not comprehend this anomaly nor explain it. Was it possible that the young master was some sort of anomaly, possessing abilities beyond measurement? Such occurrences were not unheard of in history. However, once surpassing 30, measurement should still be feasible. That individual merely possessed a natural latent mental ability, which could still be quantified. Yet, he had previously measured for extraordinary abilities, and the device had distinctly indicated that the young master lacked such powers. Nonetheless, Lao Si found solace in one thing. When faced with the incomprehensible, he chose not to ponder. Existence itself was justification enough. Explanations would arise in due course, even if they lay beyond his grasp. Thus, he decided to wait quietly by the edge of the courtyard, clutching the blanket, ready to cover the young master when he awakened. Approximately half an hour later, Eugenio emerged from a state akin to meditation. Feeling as though he had been pulled from water, Lao Si promptly approached, draping the blanket around him, saying, "Young master, while practice is essential, one must also heed their health. I and the future, please ensure to wear proper clothing while training. Be cautious of falling ill." Chapter 12, Element 0. Old C. Are you wishing for me to fall ill? Eugenio grasped the corners of the blanket, wrapping himself more snugly. How could that be? Lao Si replied, slightly bewildered. Why Eugenio continued walking towards the house, saying, I am wearing only a thin garment and am already drenched in sweat. What would happen if I were clad in heavier clothing? That is a fair point. Lao Si conceded after a moment of thought. Why Eugenio inquired, where's the bathroom in the settlement? Did you find it yesterday? We did search. Please hold on. We will prepare it for you shortly. Lao Si responded with an obsequious smile. Why Eugenio felt a chill as the moisture from his sweat soaked through his clothing, which was now beginning to freeze, rendering it quite uncomfortable. Additionally, the sweat that had just evaporated left behind a layer of yellowish oil on his skin, creating an unbearable sour odor. Lao Si first led Eugenio to the bathroom, which housed a basin devoid of water. Next to it was a shower head, which Eugenio pointed to and asked, Can this be used? Lao Si replied promptly, No, the water tank is empty. I have sent for the water collection team. Please wait 20 minutes, and it will be ready. Why Eugenio nodded. Hurry then. I will wait. Lao Si exited, followed by 3 others who approached the snow vehicle while Chao Liang continued his laps. The 4 retrieved 8 metal cylinders, each over a meter long and as thick as an arm. Wrapping them around the bathroom, they connected them to a water pipe that eventually merged into a single line leading to the shower head. Thus, a water collection system was assembled, continuously extracting water from the frozen earth, which gradually flowed through the pipes, appearing to be warm as white mist formed on the surface. As Fenglan exited her room, Lao Si and the others had just completed setting up the water collection system. Upon seeing Fenglan, Lao Si approached to greet her. She inquired, Fourth brother, what are you all doing? Our young master wishes to bathe. We are preparing a water collection system for him. Once he has finished, would you like to take a bath as well? Lao Si asked with a smile. Fenglan's face flushed inexplicably, and she quickly replied, No need. I don't require one. You wealthy people truly know how to indulge. With that, she hurried back inside. Lao Si's smile gradually faded, muttering to himself, quite thin-skinned. I wonder if she has any self-awareness. Returning to the water collection system, he glanced at the data displayed before moving to the bathroom door, knocking gently, saying, Young master, the water is hot. You may wash now. Shortly after, the sound of running water echoed from within. The warm stream washed over Eugenio's tangled hair, gradually rinsing away the greasy residue from his body. He allowed the water to cascade over him, his closed eyelids fluttering, revealing the turmoil within. He remained lost in thought about the circumstances during the latter stages of his meditation, during which he felt certain that his surface temperature had exceeded 45 degrees. The warm currents pouring over his head built up pressure, causing his bodily temperature to rise further. Water, when full, spills over. As Eugenio completed his 6 routines, those warm currents reached a critical threshold, leading him back into a meditative state that spurred the currents to become more active. He sensed a wealth of new insights flooding his mind, but they paled in comparison to the warmth entering from above. Ultimately, it felt as though his mind had absorbed all that it desired, and those warm currents erupted from his consciousness like a volcanic explosion. All the warmth converged into a powerful surge, crashing down from his head like a descending tiger, plunging towards his abdomen. Upon reaching his chest, there was a momentary resistance, yet the warm torrent surged forward like waves, with the advancing waves crashing against the rocks. While the succeeding waves rode atop the first, the rocks were instantaneously adorned with cracks, the third wave arriving just a fraction late, yet its momentum was unparalleled by the preceding 2. I and the face of the overwhelming torrent. The rocks were swiftly reduced to mere powder. The flood surged forth, its waves cascading over the upper abdomen and reaching the lower. Yet, as suddenly as it had surged, the torrent receded like a cow disappearing into the sea, leaving an eerie calm as if nothing had transpired. Eugenio unconsciously rubbed his chest, as if still plagued by waves of pain. In that fleeting moment when the flood had shattered the rocks, He nearly lost consciousness. It felt as though needles were piercing his chest. The agony caused beads of cold sweat to cascade down him like a primordial deluge. During that time, a shroud of white mist enveloped him, lingering for several minutes before dissipating. As the mist cleared, Eugenio experienced a significant enhancement of his senses. He could even hear the creaking sound made by Lao Si's fingers as they scraped against the frozen earth. That sensation was intoxicating, and he abruptly opened his eyes, feeling as though the courtyard before him had shrunk. He could discern the patterns on the wall opposite him with crystal clarity. Lifting his gaze, he noticed the snow-covered fabric at the lookout from the previous night, starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment. Why was that? Had it not been for the sentry's shout that morning, he would have remained oblivious to the presence of anyone there. Regardless, these changes within himself should be deemed positive, so he thought to indulge in a quick bath, realizing that it would not be easy to venture out again once he returned home today. Eugenio bathed swiftly, emerging after a quarter of an hour to tell Lao Si, "Gather everyone immediately. We're heading home." After a flurry of activity, 2 snow vehicles departed from the settlement. The vehicles moved at a slow pace, as Chao Liang's punishment was still in effect. While Lao Si had already calculated the distance of the penalty, Chao Liang trailed behind the snow vehicle, trudging through the deep and shallow snow. While everyone else in the back seat reveled in the sight of his grimacing face, the driver aside, Ian Wuxi, at the headquarters of the Earth Government's Defense Forces Logistics Division, Major General Yu Lianqing was inspecting the Space Technology Laboratory, accompanied by Colonel Dong Huazhong, the lab director. "General, we have discovered a previously unknown substance in the dust upon our descent to the surface. Its chemical elemental periodicity approaches 0, yet its physical characteristics lean more towards metallic rather than gaseous. However, it cannot independently coalesce into a metal. Based on this property, we have incorporated the substance into various metals to create several types of metal plates." Dong pointed to several metallic plates suspended in the laboratory's air and continued, "These plates exhibit anti-gravity phenomena, yet when a person stands upon them, a rather extraordinary phenomenon occurs, like this." Dong gestured to the test subjects. Several testers nodded, forming groups of 3. 2 supported one as he stood on the metallic plate, which retained its levitating ability without losing its buoyancy, gently rolling in midair while the person standing on it maintained a perfect vertical alignment, regardless of the plate's position. Upon witnessing the testers in an inverted position without falling, Yu Lianqing's eyes widened involuntarily, only to quickly return to normal. Could our experience of 3 centuries of nuclear winter be related to this element? It's a possibility we cannot dismiss. We are still investigating, but the likelihood has surpassed 75. This element possesses another trait, exhibiting growth potential within the lab's specific environment, particularly in high radiation conditions, Dong replied, "And in the natural world?" Yu Lianqing inquired. "It can no longer grow naturally. I speculate that post-nuclear detonation, a certain extraterrestrial element within the planet destroyer's warhead fractured under radiation, resulting in what we now refer to as 0. Dong articulated his hypothesis. "I asked the root element untraceable." Yu Lianqing asked, "Indeed, but we needn't worry about that. This element is abundant throughout Earth, especially in the stratosphere, where a significant amount of 0 exists in the dust, according to our projections. Earth could restore approximately 80 of its original environment within 5 to 10 years. At that point, any patch of soil, when gently scooped, will contain 0, Dong confidently asserted. While Yu Lianqing continued, "What impact does this 0 have on the human body? What about plants and animals? Will it affect our restoration efforts for Earth?" Dong opened a memorandum, pointed to a specific page, and said, "We have already been monitoring these issues during our experiments. The results from our test fields indicate that plants and animals exhibit a state of rejection, yet not outright hostility towards this element. In other words, 0 poses no threat to living organisms. It cannot accumulate within them and has no adverse effects." "Oh, splendid. So this means 0 will not impede our forthcoming Earth restoration plans?" Yu Lianqing asked. "It will not." "Excellent. And how does this element integrate with metals?" Yu Lianqing gestured towards the metallic plates, from which the testers had just dismounted, appearing to have easily escaped the gravitational pull of the plates. "It integrates well with common metals like iron, copper, and aluminum, but is sluggish with titanium. To date, we have been unable to achieve fusion with titanium metals. Moreover, none of these reactions can occur naturally," Dong explained. "What about titanium-iron alloys?" Yu Lianqing inquired. "Not feasible. As long as the alloy contains even a trace of titanium, this 0 element remains incompatible. Dong replied. And the titanium alloy currently being tested in the outer realm? Yu Lianqing pressed. No success. We procured a small amount of titanium alloy and employed numerous methods, yet zero simply will not fuse, Dong responded. That poses a significant dilemma. The outer realm is currently testing the comprehensive replacement of iron, copper, and aluminum metals with this titanium alloy, while our discovery of zero cannot merge with it. This could alienate us from mainstream society, Yu Lianqing expressed his concerns. General, I beg to differ. Our experiments have shown that steel infused with zero possesses a strength surpassing titanium alloy by 5. The flexibility of zero copper alloy exceeds that of titanium alloy by 8, and the unit weight of zero aluminum alloy is 3 kilograms lighter than titanium alloy. We can utilize systems engineering to combine these zero-infused metals, achieving results comparable to titanium alloys. That is precisely what we have been working on. Furthermore, if our Earth warships utilize zero-based metals, we could eliminate the need for anti-gravity generators. Indeed. The space and weight savings could serve as an advantage for our Earth fleet. Even if those from the outer realm discover this, they remain unaware of Zero's properties and will be unable to mass-produce it, thus remaining at our mercy, Yu Lianqing mused with a smile, stroking his chin. Chapter 13. A confidential discussion. Yu Lianqing patted Dong Hua's shoulder, preparing to commend him, when a staff officer hurriedly approached and whispered in his ear, General, your son has returned. Yu Lianqing remained composed, replying to the officer, Very well, I understand. You may continue with your duties. Turning back to Dong, he said, Dong, you've worked hard. Immediately organize a team for trial production of the 3 alloys. We shall implement this technology across our warships without concern for costs. I will assist in resolving that. Yes, General, rest assured, we have verified the formulas and production processes of the 3 alloys multiple times. They are ready for mass production. Dong proclaimed confidently. Good, that puts my mind at ease. I have a few matters to attend to. Reach out to me if needed. Yu Lianqing shook Dong's hand in farewell and proceeded with his aide towards the elevator. The elevator entrance. Another officer handed Yu Lianqing a paper report, stating, General, it's classified. Yu Lianqing accepted the report, nodding to the officer as he and his aide entered the elevator. Once inside, the aide promptly pressed the button for the 33rd floor, which housed the Logistics Division's command center and Yu Lianqing's office. Yu Lianqing activated the shield switch on his left wrist, instantly transforming the elevator into a private space, effectively locking it from the outside. Upon entering the secure area, he unfurled the report, muttering to himself, Are they really moving so quickly? After speaking, he crumpled the report into a ball, exhaling forcefully to reduce it to a handful of ash. Good Chung, take notes, he instructed his aide. The aide immediately activated the voice recognition system on his wrist recorder, but Yu Lianqing interjected, No, use a pen to record. The aide retracted the voice recorder, retrieving a notebook and pen from his pocket, preparing to document the instructions. Just as Yu Lianqing was about to dictate, he suddenly asked, What is the status of the 12-level battleship? Aide Good Chung replied, The excavation is progressing smoothly. We expect it to be operational by tomorrow. Order. Suspend excavation, immediately entomb it at the original site to a depth of 50 meters, and establish a new battleship repair facility at the original site. Construct a secret battleship manufacturing facility 50 to 150 meters below the repair facility, ensuring physical separation between the two. Once Gucheng had completed the notes, Yu Lianqing took the notebook and signed it with the name Yuguanian. Ji Cheng felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the general would sign a pseudonym on the secret orders. This indicated that both factories would no longer be under the direct leadership of the Yu family, at least on the surface. Ji Cheng tentatively inquired of Yu Lianqing. General, no need to say more. Proceed with it using the shadow engineering troops, Yu Lianqing interjected, fully understanding what Gucheng meant. Understood. And what about the young master? Since the general is using a pseudonym, he naturally won't be employing military titles. I will make arrangements to notify the Mars Engineering Corps, Unit 304, to prepare for the reception of new recruits. Yu Lianqing issued another command to Gucheng. The Engineering Corps, Unit 304, stationed on Mars, serves as the frontline unit of Earth, specifically tasked with the repair and training of new soldiers. IT is a significant base for the training of new recruits from the outer territories and the repair of warships. Each year, new recruits undergo training here for over 3 months, typically enlisting in October and completing their training by January of the following year, before being assigned to various outer territorial Earth forces. However, this is a special circumstance. It is currently February, and there are still over 8 months until the October recruitment season, meaning the recruits training now are generally not ordinary, upon reaching the 33rd sublevel. Yu Lianqing deactivated the cloaking space and exited the elevator first. As Gucheng stepped out, he swiftly disappeared into a dark corridor to the right of the elevator, the lights in the corridor illuminated sequentially as he passed, only to extinguish moments later. While Yu Lianqing activated the surveillance in his office, Old Four stood respectfully as always, while his son, Yu Zhenyu, lounged comfortably on the guest sofa, sipping juice and engaged in conversation with someone. Yu Lianqing shifted the surveillance to the sofa opposite his son, where a girl of about 17 or 18 appeared on the screen. The girl sat awkwardly, cradling her juice, seemingly hesitant to take a sip, only doing so after Yu Zhenyu urged her several times. Having reached the entrance of his office, Yu Lianqing paused, contemplated briefly, and approached a door adjacent to his office. He stood before it, and a blue beam scanned him from head to toe as a synthesized voice announced, "Major General Yu Lianqing, welcome." As the voice concluded, the door opened. Before entering, Yu Lianqing glanced back at his office and pressed a sequence of numbers on the communicator on his wrist before stepping inside. Old Four's communicator buzzed. He glanced at the screen, momentarily taken aback, then looked toward the door and leaned closer to Yu Zhenyu to whisper, "Young master, I have something to attend to. I need to step out for a moment." After saying this, he continued to lean in, waiting for Yu Zhenyu's response. "All right, you may go." Once Yu Zhenyu spoke, Old Four straightened up and walked toward a side door in the room, entirely disregarded by Yu Zhenyu, while the girl watched Old Four disappear through that side door, puzzled, as that door was not the one they had entered through. Behind the door, Yu Lianqing sat behind his desk, and the office was dimly lit. As soon as Old Four entered the room, the door closed automatically behind him. Once the door was securely shut, Yu Lianqing inquired, "What is the background of that girl? Has her information been verified?" "General, the girl claims to be named Fenglan, from Jiaxing. She has an elderly mother who is gravely ill, and her father died from overwork. She had to resort to joining the excavation party for a living. She has been in the field for 3 months, but has yet to produce significant results," Old Four replied. "Have you verified the truth of her claims?" Yu Lianqing pressed. "We have verified, and her story is indeed true. Her mother suffers from a severe genetic illness and is currently undergoing treatment. Her father passed away on the job 6 months ago. We have secretly investigated that company and found evidence of illegal overtime and labor practices." Old Four answered. Why Yu Lianqing frowned and asked, "Do you sympathize with that girl?" "No." "Then why did you investigate a private enterprise without authorization?" "The owner of that company is Huang Yi, the fat man." Yu Lianqing's frown deepened. "This fellow has quite the reach, doesn't he?" "Shadow." A voice emerged from the darkness. "At your service." "What movements has the fat man made recently?" Yu Lianqing inquired. "He has been quite settled in his villa in Nanjing, not venturing out. However, both the Rothschilds from Europe and the Kennedys from America have sought him out. Due to the advanced cloaking system installed in his home, we have been unable to trace their conversations. Additionally, the fat man has been in contact with Lu Mingsheng from SC, Bai Hongqing from GX, Gan from India, and Aziz from Afghanistan, seemingly discussing the transportation of chromium ore from India and Afghanistan to SC for preliminary processing before being sent to GX for antimatter conversion." The shadow paused, as Yu Lianqing would typically pose a question at this juncture. Why do mineral trades and logistics require personnel from several local governments to intervene? "Have you investigated?" Yu Lianqing pressed. "We have investigated, and on the surface, there are no suspicious elements. However, a deeper inquiry yields no leads." The shadow's voice revealed a hint of frustration. "You are my best intelligence operatives, yet you cannot find a lead? Should I consider replacing you?" Yu Lianqing's tone grew noticeably stern. "IT is my incompetence. Please grant me a little more time, and I will surely uncover their intentions. I will give you 3 days. Do not let me down. If you fail to comprehend, you know what that entails. You may leave." Yu Lianqing stated coldly. "Yes, I take my leave." The shadow's voice faded away. Old Four immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the office. "Very well, you all should deal with that unscrupulous entrepreneur. It's high time we put some pressure on the fat man." Yu Lianqing's tone softened significantly at this moment. "Indeed. So, does this mean the girl is reliable?" Yulenching queried Old Ford at least on the surface. There are no issues. We contacted Jiaxing, SH, and several surrounding police departments, confirming that Feng Lan is indeed a real person with no criminal record. We conducted an investigation into her school, and she is recognized as a model student. 6 months prior, she worked briefly as a bar attendant, but was dismissed due to repeated disputes with patrons who harassed her. Old Four continued to elaborate on the findings. What were the disputes about? Yulianxing inquired. The patrons requested her to provide certain services, which she refused, leading to arguments with multiple customers. She seems to maintain her integrity well. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Yulianxing's mouth, though it was unclear whether it was genuine amusement or a cold smirk. Old Four dared not interject, remaining silently attentive. What are your thoughts on developing her into an external operative? Yulenching gazed intently at Old Four in the dim light. Old Four was taken aback. General, are we truly activating the reserve team plan? Some individuals are becoming restless. Our plans can only advance. We currently lack manpower, so we must seek out as many external operatives as possible to provide cover for you. It appears Zhenyu has taken a liking to this girl. Perhaps we can leverage that. Yulenching remarked while observing the surveillance footage. We will test her, Old Four replied, also glancing at the screen. Please inform the household to prepare a more elaborate dinner tonight. I wish to host our little guest and arrange for her mother to be admitted to the best hospital in SH. We will do everything in our power to treat her mother's illness, Yulianxing stated matter-of-factly. Yes, I will make the arrangements. Such genetic ailments may pose a significant challenge for someone like Feng Lan. Yet for the Yu family, it is hardly a major concern, merely a trivial matter that could evoke gratitude from the girl, potentially leading her to willingly serve the Yu family, especially during these turbulent times. Very well, let us go and meet this young lady and see what draws my son to her, Yulianxing declared, rising and heading toward another door. Chapter 14 continues in the confidential chamber of discussion. My son, you have returned. Upon hearing this greeting, Zhenyu immediately sprang up from the sofa, startled. What the hell? Has my father suddenly changed? Is he being amiable now? Did the sun rise from the west, south, or north? Surely it couldn't be from the east. Why Yulianxing approached Zhenyu, smiling as he looked at him before turning to Feng Lan and saying, Zhenyu, would you kindly introduce me to your little companion? A sigh of relief washed over Zhenyu. His father had not truly changed. The look directed at him revealed everything. His father's stern nature remained intact, and the amiable demeanor was merely a facade due to Feng Lan's presence. This is Feng Lan, a girl I assisted yesterday. Zhenyu hesitated, unsure how to continue the introduction, feeling out of his depth. Uncle, hello, my name is Feng Lan, from Jiaxing. I am currently in my senior year. I owe a great deal to Wu Ming, to you Wu Ming. Otherwise, I can't imagine what might have happened. Feng Lan, no fool, keenly observed the expressions on Zhenyu and Yulianxing's faces. It was evident that Yulianxing was quite strict with Zhenyu. Otherwise, Zhenyu would not have leapt up at the sound of his father's voice. Feng Lan noted the way Yulianxing had looked at Zhenyu. Though he smiled, there was an underlying sternness in his gaze. Thus, when Zhenyu sprang to his feet, she too rose instinctively, uncertain of how to respond when Yulianxing directed a question at her. Until she entered this office, deep underground, she had not grasped why she had come here, feeling as though some inexplicable force had drawn her to this place. She is acutely aware of what outsiders might say about her. Yet for the sake of her mother, she has little left to lose, perhaps only her own body. The death of her father 6 months ago has utterly devastated her mother. In just half a year. What had seemed to be an improving condition has deteriorated completely. Without her, her mother might have given up entirely. For her mother, perhaps this is the most compelling reason. She encourages herself with this thought. That scoundrel, does he tell you his name is Yu Wuming? Yulianxing turned to glare at Zhenyu, though the severity in his gaze softened slightly. Indeed, Feng Lan nodded. She had always harbored a curiosity about this boy. He introduced himself as Yu Wuming, yet she often heard others refer to him as Zhenyu. Wuming was a nickname I gave him. There's a little story behind it. On the day he was born, his mother insisted on seeing the outside world. I couldn't refuse, so I took them above ground, and unexpectedly, a lightning bolt struck right in front of his mother. That moment, I was terrified, thinking the lightning had struck her. She fainted from fright, and as I rushed them to the hospital, I kept muttering, Miad Mingle, until he was born. I didn't realize the doctor thought it was his name and filled out the paperwork with Wuming. To my surprise, the little rascal grew fond of it. Why Yu Lianqing recounted the origin of Eugenu's nicknamed Fenglan. Fenglan didn't know why she laughed. Perhaps it was because Eugeniu made a funny face at her while he spoke. To mask her amusement, she inquired, and what about his current name? This was given by his uncle, a senior family member who enjoys naming the younger generation, his 100-day celebration. He proclaimed that this child would surely shake the universe. Hence the name Genu. However, I don't expect him to shake the universe. I just hope he lives well. A hint of tenderness shone in Yu Lianqing's eyes. Let us turn the conversation to you. What of your family? Yu Lianqing asked Fenglan. I have a mother, but her condition is quite dire. Oh, what troubles her? My mother suffers from genetic cirrhosis of the liver. She has undergone 2 liver transplants. But each time, within 6 months, the liver hardens again. It was only after visiting a large hospital in SH that we learned that without correcting the genetic issue, no matter how many times we transplant her own liver, it will inevitably harden. We have considered a donor liver, but the costs are not much cheaper than genetic correction, and there are risks of rejection. Therefore, we are currently pursuing targeted gene therapy, Fenglan explained. Why not opt for gene grafting? Yu Lianqing inquired. It's prohibitively expensive. We cannot afford it. Even this targeted therapy has drained all our savings. I heard that digging for soil can bring quick money. So I took advantage of the holiday to try my luck, hoping to unearth something valuable to sell for my mother's medical expenses. What of your father? Why doesn't he go out to earn money? My father. He worked himself to death 6 months ago. As Fenglan spoke. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. My mother fell into despair. Her health, which had shown some improvement, collapsed immediately. If not for me, perhaps she would have already joined my father. Fenglan's eyes lost their focus. If yesterday, I truly do not know what would have happened if I had died yesterday. She sank down, burying her face in her legs. And a muffled sob escaped her lips. Yu Lianqing sat beside her, gently patting her back. Let it out. Do not suppress it. Girls are made of water. Fenglan could no longer contain herself. For half a year, she had refrained from crying when her father passed, knowing she must be her mother's pillar. If she cried, her mother would shatter even more quickly. But here, before a stranger, a middle-aged man and a boy she barely knew, she finally felt she could relax. For reasons unknown, she told herself that it was permissible to let go. Eugeniu wished to offer comfort, but was met with a glare from Yu Lianqing, who understood that at this moment, any consolation would be futile. Rather, a good cry would serve her better. After more than half an hour, Fenglan managed to compose herself, awkwardly wiping her eyes as she said, I apologize. I lost my composure. No worries, Yu Lianqing replied softly. Uncle, I have a request, Fenglan declared, kneeling down. What are you doing? Yu Lianqing rushed to assist her, while Eugeniu hesitated, unsure how to respond, standing there dumbfounded. Uncle, I implore you to save my mother. I am willing to do anything. Fenglan remained kneeling, unwilling to rise. I have already heard from Genu. Since he has promised, we will not go back on our word. We will definitely save your mother. Yu Lianqing reassured Fenglan before turning to his aide at the door. Find out your mother's name. The first part was directed at the aide. The latter part at Fenglan. Zhang Qiujing, currently residing at Jiaxing Hospital. Go to Jiaxing Hospital and check on Zhang Qiujing. Transfer her directly to the SH Gene Research Institute for the best treatment. Regardless of the cost, Yu Lianqing commanded his aide. The aide activated the wrist recorder to document Yu Lianqing's orders. He scanned Fenglan's face, inputting her details into the system. Soon, Zhang Qiujing's information was retrieved, and he asked, is she in bed 36 of the liver surgery department? Yes, Fenglan exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. The aide continued his work, and 2 minutes later, he said, the transfer paperwork has been completed. Ms. Zhang will receive the best treatment. Good, you may leave now, Yu Lianqing instructed. The aide stepped back to the entrance, standing quietly. Thank you. Fenglan's wrist recorder beeped with information. Her mother had been transferred to SH. She continued, I am eternally grateful. I will do anything from now on, even marry-wooming. A flush crept across her face. Now that I cannot agree to, Yu Lianqing feigned a pause, and Fenglan froze, the color draining from her cheeks. The Yu family does not force anyone, especially in matters of the heart. It must be mutual affection. Feng Lan, may I call you that? Feng Lan nodded, and Yu Lianqing continued. Feng Lan, regarding you and Zhenyu, even if there are genuine feelings now, I must oppose it. You come with gratitude. Yet what if one day you find it unworthy of your lifelong happiness? That won't happen. Do not respond so definitively. You are both still young. Consider it for a few years. Take your time to cool down. If, after a few years, you still believe you are right for each other, I will not stand in your way. Now, I need to have a little man-to-man talk with my son. Feng Lan, please remain seated for a while longer. We will have dinner at my home shortly. Without waiting for Feng Lan to respond, Yu Lianqing rose and gestured for Yu Zhenyu to follow him. Yu Zhenyu glanced at Feng Lan, then back at Yu Lianqing, wishing to say something, but ultimately stomped his foot and followed his father into the small dark room. Once inside, Yu Zhenyu stood where the previous boy had, straight as a spear, while Yu Lianqing spoke from the shadows, feeling grown up, ready to fly solo. Yu Zhenyu dared not make a sound. I am the digging crew. There are all sorts of people. Normally, you have a large entourage of bodyguards, and no one dares to target you. Without your bodyguards, do you know how many would take aim at you? They wouldn't dare. IV instructed the fourth to wait 5 kilometers away. If anyone makes a move, they'll be here in minutes. I'm confident I can hold out for a few minutes. Today, Yu Zhenyu indeed appeared bolder. With your meager skills, tell me, who was it that 2 thugs chased around helplessly? Yu Lianqing grew angry, slamming the table. General, the young master's skills are quite decent. He is certainly not lacking. The fourth suddenly interjected. Having remained in the small dark room, General, please take a look. The fourth played a recording of Yu Zhenyu's fighting techniques, captured from Qiaoliang. As Yu Lianqing observed Yu Zhenyu's movements, his anger gradually subsided. It was evident that his son possessed some skill. As for being chased by 2 thugs, well, everyone has their first time, and it must have simply been his son's moment of panic, causing him to falter. Finally, he cast a glance at Yu Zhenyu and snorted heavily, though the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Yu Zhenyu realized that he had likely navigated this encounter successfully. Yu Lianqing tossed a document toward Yu Zhenyu, saying, "You have 3 days to prepare. Report to Mars in 3 days. Chapter 15. New Recruit Yuzhen." Yu Zhenyu picked up the document, puzzled. The cover bore only a name, Yuzhen. He looked up at Yu Lianqing, but as always, could glean no useful information from his expression. He pressed the activation button, and a virtual screen sprang to life. In the dimly lit room, the screen's brilliance was blinding, undoubtedly causing a distortion in his vision. Yu Zhenyu rubbed his eyes and glanced again at the photograph section of the file, where the person depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Do not be astonished. This is you. This is your new identity. You have 3 days to memorize it. The voice of Yu Lianqing emerged from the shadows. Father, this joke is hardly amusing. Yu Zhenyu lifted his gaze to meet his father's. I'm not joking with you. This dossier has already been transmitted to the 304th Logistics Repair Unit on Mars. In 3 days, you will board a military transport aircraft to report for duty on Mars. Yu Lianqing declared. But, father, I am still in school. I have another year until graduation. Yu Zhenyu desperately wished that his father was merely jesting, but it seemed the situation was dire. Indeed, very dire. His carefree days were over. School? Pray tell, what is there left for you to learn at that institution? Yu Lianqing retorted. It must be said, there truly was little left to learn. The family tutor had already begun instructing him on third-year university courses. The material from high school felt rather simplistic. Yet, Yu Zhenyu attempted to resist the inevitable. I understand. I shall complete this examination. Yu Lianqing handed an electronic tablet to Yu Zhenyu. Upon examining it, Yu Zhenyu realized it was a university entrance examination for third-year students. After contemplating for a moment, he picked up the electronic pen beside the tablet and began to write vigorously. The exam felt rather easy for him, suggesting that this might be his father's final assessment of him. For the sake of his freedom in the coming years, a few incorrect answers seemed acceptable. He stood there, writing fervently, while Yu Lianqing, seated behind the desk, observed the data on the tabletop, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This mischievous boy was attempting to pull a fast one right under his nose. In just half an hour, Yu Zhenyu completed the entire exam. He returned the tablet to Yu Lianqing and said, Father, this examination was somewhat challenging. There were several questions I could not answer. Indeed, it is not without difficulty. It is an exam for top students entering Nanjing University. Not only did you leave several questions unanswered, But you also made quite a few errors, Yu Lianqing remarked as he pressed the grading button, and the results appeared instantaneously. The score could only be described as dismal, barely passing the threshold. With the paper marked by a multitude of red crosses, it appeared that his little ruse had been quite successful. Yu Lianqing nodded and continued, "Truly abysmal. It seems necessary for you to return to the drawing board." "Yes, indeed, it is very necessary. However, I believe it is unnecessary, for you have already passed." Yu Lianqing glanced at Eugenio and added, "Do not attempt your little tricks in front of your father. These are the same antics I used to pull in front of your grandfather." With that, he pressed a button for the neural domain answers, and the marked errors on the paper began to change rapidly. The formulas altered, the numbers shifted, and the final answers transformed. The questions he had intentionally answered incorrectly were highlighted in red, and the solution steps mirrored the thought process he had just entertained. The blank sections were progressively filled with formulas and data, and the score steadily climbed, ultimately settling at 330 points. Yu Lianqing looked at the score and remarked, "Not bad. The full score is 350, and you lost 20 points. Those 20 points are from questions that the neural domain recorder could not determine whether you had answered incorrectly on purpose, thus allowing you to slip through. These were basic knowledge questions that you should not have gotten wrong, yet you did so without a hint of hesitation. Do not think I am unaware. Hence, the conclusion is that you are fit to enlist. In our family, it is customary for young members to serve in the military under assumed identities until they receive the family's endorsement. So, you are now a member of the Yu family branch from Jingjiang. Very well. You may prepare yourself. Do not go anywhere for the next 3 days. Spend some time with your mother. Do you understand?" "I understand," Eugenio replied dejectedly as he left the small dark room. Upon emerging, he sought out Fenglan, hoping to invite her to return home with him, only to find that the office was already deserted. He glanced towards the aide by the door and inquired, "Did you happen to see the girl who was here earlier?" The aide promptly responded, "That girl has already departed. Before leaving, she left a message. Please convey my thanks to you, Wu." "Eugenio, I shall not linger any longer. I am aware of my position, and I sincerely apologize for the disturbance." The aide played the girl's final recorded message for Eugenio, leaving him with a tinge of melancholy. On the 6th of February, 4818 in the cosmic calendar, or the 6th of February, 316 in the New Earth calendar, a small space transport vessel swiftly traversed the Earth's atmosphere, entering low Earth orbit. After completing 3 orbits, the transport vessel accelerated to the second cosmic velocity, beginning its departure from Earth's orbit towards Mars. On board the vessel, apart from the crew, there was a new recruit. He was not clad in the uniform of the Earth Defense Force, but rather in the garb of the Cosmic Federation. The insignia of rank on his left chest was conspicuously absent, and the military emblem on his combat cap was yet to be affixed, aside from a name tag on his right chest. There was nothing else. From the name tag, it could be discerned that the recruit was named Yuzhen. The tag was divided into 2 sections. The upper half displayed his name, while the lower half indicated his affiliation with the 304th Logistics Unit. Training Troop 2, Company 3, Class 5. The co-pilot inquired through the window separating the cockpit from the cargo hold. "Captain, who is this kid? Why does he get to enjoy the privileges of a private aircraft?" The records state that this kid accidentally fell and broke his leg upon enlisting, which delayed his entry by 3 months. However, there is a rumor, as the old-timers say, that those who enlist outside the normal timeline are often the relatives of higher-ups, possessing connections that allow them to breeze through the ranks. The captain replied without turning his head. "Is this kid really that influential?" the co-pilot asked in disbelief. The captain merely chuckled and shook his head in silence. Knowing that such Na'vi newcomers often overreact, the mechanic patted the co-pilot on the shoulder and said, "Newbie, this is quite normal. After a year or 2 in the field, you'll understand. There's no need to make a fuss." In the transport hold, within the manned section, Eugenio sat alone, surrounded solely by supplies destined for Mars. He gazed out the porthole at the diminishing Earth. That grayish planet seemed so vast, yet the sunlight was piercing, compelling him to don his sunglasses. When he first received the gear, he had not understood the purpose of the sunglasses, but now it became clear. When he arrived at SH, he had hoped to visit Fenglan, but the personnel at the station disregarded his reasoning, offering only a curt no. He suspected that the station officer could only utter those 2 words, lacking any further communicative ability. After 5 hours of waiting, He finally boarded the transport vessel. 5 hours was ample time for him to have made a round trip, but he had no choice. He was now a soldier, and a lowly one at that. The transport vessel continued to accelerate with an estimated 5-hour journey to Mars. Retracting his gaze from Earth, Eugenio closed his eyes to rest. In the dreams of the next 3 days, once Gold Kelly heard of his enlistment, he became like a child, invigorated, cramming a plethora of infantry theories into Eugenio's mind, insisting that this was merely the first step, with Air Force and naval theories to follow. He once asked Gold Kelly why there was no naval theory, only to receive a sharp reprimand. The naval forces on the planetary scale were no longer an independent branch. They had been merged into the Planetary Defense Forces, while the Cosmic Navy had supplanted the Navy's position, emerging as the third largest military branch. Unbeknownst to him, Eugenio slipped into slumber, where he encountered the infuriating visage of Gold Kelly. Upon seeing Eugenio, Gold Kelly exclaimed, "Ah, look who has arrived, my apprentice. What shall we discuss today? Would you like to hear about the experiences of infantry airborne operations?" "Stop, can't I have a day off?" Eugenio interjected. "Very well, we shall not discuss theory today. You are already familiar with the running routes for the next 3 days. Now, strap this on and start running 30 laps. Why Eugenio's expression fell instantly. This is worse than discussing theory. Besides, does running in a dream even count? Gold Kelly immediately replied, "It does. If you learn the technique of running in your dreams, you will find it much easier to master in reality, requiring only a fraction of the time. Moreover, one's subconscious can simulate the sensations, allowing your body to remember the feelings associated with those movements, making adaptation to this level of training seamless in reality." Why Eugenio remained silent, accepting the object that resembled a backpack. The moment he slung it over his shoulder, he exclaimed, "What is this? It's so heavy." "This is a simulation backpack. It can mimic any weight and simulate varying gravitational forces. A truly excellent training tool," Gold Kelly explained as he adjusted the gravity setting to double. Eugenio felt an additional weight pulling him down, and Gold Kelly commanded, "Run." In the recesses of his mind, Gold Kelly conjured a running track, and Eugenio found himself sprinting along it, sweat streaming down his cheeks, his legs numb yet mechanically propelling him forward. From a distance, he spotted Gene Kelly standing at the finish line, beaming with a smile as he watched him approach. He had finally returned after running for the first time under double gravity, an experience beyond human endurance. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have made it. As he reached Gene Kelly, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself back inside the transport ship, where the first officer was opening the cockpit door. The first officer addressed him, "New recruit Eugene, prepare yourself. In half an hour, we will be landing on Mars." Chapter 16. The new recruit's initiation. Eugenio turned to gaze out the porthole. The transport ship's speed had decreased to the first cosmic velocity, and the entire vessel was utilizing the planet's gravitational pull to descend toward the surface. This reminded him of an ancient film he had watched a couple of days ago, titled Avatar. If he remembered correctly, he often forgot the names of films he watched. The descent of the transport ship resembled that of the one in the movie, although Mars' surface was not nearly as beautiful, dominated instead by endless yellow sands and occasional storms. While Eugenio adjusted his backpack and noted with surprise that his muscles were slightly sore, the mental training had surprisingly felt quite realistic, which was somewhat disorienting. The ship's anti-gravity engine activated, causing a slight tremor throughout the vessel. Initially intending to stand, Eugenio found himself sitting back down as the transport ship gradually descended toward the landing zone. The roar of the engines resonated far outside, and the squad leader of Class 5 was standing on the tarmac, there to meet his unfortunate recruit who had broken his leg just a day before reporting. Clearly, this fellow was attempting to evade military service. Once again, he flipped through the new recruit's file. "Jingjiang family. In my hands, any scion of a noble family will come to resent their lineage. I shall teach these privileged ones a lesson they shall not forget." He slammed the file shut and raised his gaze to the descending transport ship, striding with measured military precision toward the tarmac. As the transport ship came to a halt, Eugenio shouldered his backpack and walked towards the rear door. Standing beside the door and looking out, he was met with a sight of endless yellow sand. However, the air was remarkably cleaner than that of Earth. "Fresh meat. Step aside. Don't block the door. Your actions in wartime could cost countless lives." A booming voice called from behind him. "My apologies." Eugenio quickly stepped aside. A burly man, clearly a sergeant as denoted by his insignia, strode past, glancing at Eugenu's name tag. Are you the one who broke his leg the day before reporting? Ah, yes, that Esmed. Why Eugeniu was still somewhat unaccustomed to his new role. Good luck. The sergeant tossed this comment over his shoulder as he hefted a large box and exited the transport ship. In this day and age, was manual labor still necessary for moving supplies? Eugeniu scratched his head as individuals continued to pass him, each carrying sizable boxes. He disembarked from the transport ship and surveyed his surroundings. The tarmac was bustling with activity. Suddenly, he heard a commanding shout. New recruit Eugene. Instinctively, he turned, stood at attention, and saluted, reporting, class leader, new recruit Eugene at your service. The words spilled forth without him even noticing who stood behind him. Before him stood a short military officer, his insignia indicating a rank of 3rd class. With the name tag reading Li Limin, the diminutive figure looked up at him, a shadow of discontent evident in his eyes. I am the squad leader of the 3rd Company, 5th class, from today onward. You are one of my soldiers. Well, actually, you can't even be considered a soldier yet. You are merely a fledgling, a rookie. In fact, you aren't even a rookie. You understand what it means to break your leg the day before reporting? Li Limin circled around Eugeniu, who remained in salute. Why Eugeniu lowered his hand and declared loudly, reporting, class leader. It was not intentional. I have always aspired to serve in the military, believing I could become a competent soldier. Li Limin leaned in closer, his eyes nearly bulging as they bore into Eugeniu's face. Did I tell you to stand down? Eugeniu immediately raised his hand again, executing a proper salute, which caused the gloom in Li Limin's eyes to lessen slightly. At least this recruit understood discipline. Judging by his posture, he had likely practiced it extensively, perhaps even during his 3-month convalescence. You claim to long for military life. Indeed. Do you realize that from the day you were approved for enlistment, your body belongs to the nation? You have no right to harm it lightly. Is that understood? This declaration left Eugeniu flabbergasted. What did that mean? Was his body no longer his own? At a loss for words, he decided it best to remain silent. Why Eugeniu straightened his posture, standing even taller. You comprehend how much your actions have troubled me. They have led me to believe you are a deserter. Is that understood? Reporting, class leader. Understood. But don't say that to me. There is no room for excuses in my presence. Only action, if you wish to shake off the label of a deserter. Prove it to me. Salute and follow me. Li Limin executed a crisp about-face and marched toward the jeep parked outside the tarmac. Why Eugeniu quickly lowered his arm and hurried to keep pace with Li Limin, only to realize his strides were out of sync with the squad leader's, requiring a slight hop to adjust. All of this was recorded by Li Limin's wrist monitor, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. Perhaps this recruit might prove to be a good soldier after all. Reaching the jeep, Li Limin yanked open the rear door and instructed Eugeniu, "Put your backpack inside." Eugeniu complied, placing his backpack in the vehicle, and stood rigidly before Li Limin. This caused the reprimand Li Limin had been about to deliver to get stuck in his throat. It was somewhat irksome. This recruit was far too disciplined. He appeared to have undergone proper military training, a rarity for a fresh-faced newcomer to society. Having dealt with numerous late arrivals for various reasons, Li Limin recognized that this command to stow his backpack contained a subtle trap. Typically, recruits would place their bags down and then casually climb into the vehicle. However, this recruit had not fallen into that trap, marking the first point in his favor. Li Limin swallowed hard, suppressing his irritation. He retrieved a 3-meter-long iron chain from the vehicle, clasping one end to Eugeniu's utility belt and the other to the jeep's tow hook. "You will run behind the vehicle. We will drive at a slow pace." With that, he climbed into the front seat and instructed the driver, "Drive." This was a traditional initiation for tardy recruits. The driver responded with enthusiasm. "You got it. Just watch how we make him work." "Little John, take it easy on this one. He is not to be underestimated," Li Limin cautioned. What do you mean, class leader?" Little John asked, surprised by Li Limin's unusual demeanor. As the jeep began to move slowly, the iron chain tightened gradually. Why Eugeniu shook his head, realizing he was already experiencing the initiation of a new recruit on Mars. Fortunately, during the days of mental training with Gene Kelly, he had endured similar trials, which had prepared him for this moment. The vehicle's pace was neither slow nor fast, allowing him to run comfortably while taking in the Martian landscape. The terraforming of Mars had progressed remarkably well. He recalled studying that the air was relatively thin due to Mars' lower gravity, which led to a higher escape rate of the atmosphere. However, 3 centuries ago, the Federation had assisted Earth in terraforming Mars to compensate for its own environmental issues. Now, after 300 years, the efforts were beginning to yield results. The air was breathable, gravity had been adjusted to match that of Earth, and some training bases even had adjustable gravity settings. Plans were underway for the greening of Mars. Once the greenery ratio exceeded 15, mass migration could commence, rather than the current situation where only military personnel resided there. Little John glanced in the rearview mirror, observing Eugeniu running with ease. The chain was taut but not overly restrictive, indicating that the pressure was insufficient. Indeed, a speed of 10 kilometers per hour had no effect on Eugeniu. For him, this pace was hardly challenging. Despite only having trained in his mind, the simulation had left a memory within his body. Now that he was actually running, his muscles adapted at a remarkable rate, far exceeding his expectations. Class leader. This pace seems insufficient, Little John remarked to Li Limin, who was lost in thought. Huh? Li Limin was jolted from his reverie by Little John's comment. He had been pondering Eugeniu's file, which contained numerous discrepancies that raised his suspicion, especially since it did not mention any military family background. Yet, Eugeniu's every action since disembarking suggested otherwise. He was clearly familiar with the subtle nuances of military initiation, having avoided all traps thus far. Leaving Li Limin, an expert in dealing with new recruits, feeling frustrated and powerless, Li Limin turned to observe Eugeniu once more and had to admit that the young man ran with remarkable grace. He then glanced at the speedometer and slapped Little John on the head. Why are we only at 10 kilometers? Increase it to 15. No, 18 kilometers. Squad leader, we usually start with a 10-kilometer run. This distance is barely half of what we typically cover. I am wronged, dear. How can this fellow be treated the same? Didn't I mention from the very start that this guy is no ordinary soldier? To take it easy, Li Limin bellowed, venting his frustration on the seasoned soldier since he could not unleash it on the new recruits. Does the squad leader mean to ease up? Little John finally comprehended. We should ease up even more. When have you seen me ease up? Li Limin felt the urge to go mad. Today was not a good day for a mission. Not at all. The vehicle's speed increased. And to be honest, Eugeniu himself felt that continuing this pace was rather tiresome. Just as he was about to push himself a little harder, the speed picked up, which was just right. At 18 kilometers, it felt somewhat swift, yet manageable. With a slight adjustment, he was able to adapt. The once-taut iron chain relaxed a bit, and he broke a slight sweat. Modern humans do not sweat easily. It seemed he was exerting more effort than usual, but why did it feel so invigorating? Eugeniu began to gradually apply the results of his previous mental training. Do not underestimate the power of 3 days of training. Our brains can accelerate time. Otherwise, why can dreams encapsulate an entire lifetime? Chapter 17. The run of Eugene in the barracks of the 2nd Company, 3rd Platoon. 2 sentinels stood at their posts like lifeless statues. However, their communication devices buzzed with chatter as they engaged in lively conversation. The surveillance camera atop their post adjusted its angle towards the airport at a speed of 3 degrees per second. According to the usual protocol for welcoming new recruits, it would still be 2 hours before the 5 squad leaders returned, so Sentinel merely glanced briefly at the surveillance feed. This feed was transmitted directly to his wrist recorder and then relayed through a simulated neural system into his brain. Thus, despite appearing as wooden stakes, their monitoring range was far from limited. Sentinel B continued to chatter animatedly about his vacation and experiences in foreign lands until he noticed a peculiar expression on Sentinel A's face. He inquired, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Of course. I'm on the communication device. There's a sandstorm at the airport, about 25 kilometers away. It should take another 45 minutes to reach here." Sentinel A replied, "Who is it?" "Didn't the supply unit say they wouldn't arrive until this afternoon?" Sentinel B asked. "It should be the 5 squad leaders. From the angle of the dust storm, it's a jeep." A continued, "That's impossible. They shouldn't arrive for another 2 hours," B exclaimed, a bit taken aback. He also connected to the surveillance device, which A had already fixed on the airport direction. "Quick, zoom in," B urged A. He attempted to zoom in, but there was no response. A must have taken control. "Just a moment, I'm working on it," A replied. As the image zoomed in, both their mouths fell open in disbelief. If the duty officer happened to pass by, they would be in serious trouble. What is happening? Did they actually arrive 2 hours early? B questioned. They're an hour early. They're still over 20 kilometers away. A corrected him. Oh, right, but that speed is still astonishing. It must be over 30 kilometers per hour, right? Can a regular person handle that? B remarked. I don't know. It seems like they're trying to kill that new recruit, A said, directing the camera towards the new soldier at the back of the vehicle. What the hell is going on? Why is that rookie still running like that? B yelled upon seeing the soldier's form. His outburst attracted the attention of the duty officer. What are you two doing? B was still observing while it disconnected the surveillance feed and reported to the duty officer. Sir, we are monitoring. The 5 squad leaders have returned. The duty officer raised his wrist recorder, exclaiming, how is that possible? If you're trying to fool me, be prepared to stand an extra shift. It was still 2 hours until the 5 squad leaders were expected back. The duty officer connected to the surveillance feed. And he too shouted, how can this be? Hurry, speed it up. I refuse to believe I can't handle this rookie, Li Limin shouted. Squad leader, we can't go any faster. If we do, someone might get hurt. Little John glanced at the speedometer, which showed 30 kilometers per hour. If they pushed any further, it could indeed lead to a catastrophe, as this speed was nearing the normal sprinting pace for an average person. Ever since humanity improved the 100-meter sprint speed to around 9 seconds over 2,000 years ago, there had been little progress in human capability. The 300 years of nuclear winter had further diminished this ability. Accelerate. I want you to accelerate. Can't you see he is still shouting? What does that imply? It means he has untapped potential. Li Limin gritted his teeth. Squad leader, if we push any harder, he'll be as fast as Bolt. And remember, Bolt only runs 100 meters. We're already surpassing 50 kilometers. Little John protested. Stop talking nonsense. If I say accelerate, you accelerate, Li Limin barked. His eyes fixed on Eugeniu. Why Eugeniu felt utterly distressed. He was already exerting every ounce of strength he had, yet the speed continued to climb. The iron chain between his waist and the vehicle was taut, but it seemed the squad leader had no intention of easing his burden. Was this an attempt to run him to death? Thankfully, he had practiced in his dreams. The muscle soreness had appeared 5 or 6 times, but he had managed to endure it each time. Now, he felt somewhat numb. Surely, they hadn't forgotten that he was still attached to the back of the vehicle. He could only yell incessantly to draw their attention in hopes of coaxing them to reduce their speed. But alas, it seemed futile. The speed surged once more, and it truly felt like it was going to take his life. Initially, he could occasionally glance at the speedometer, but now he didn't even dare to lift his hand. He was terrified that even the slightest distraction would cause him to stumble. It seemed there was only one rhythm left, the rhythm of being dragged to death. Tomorrow's headlines would surely be intriguing. The 16th heir of the Yu family dies in a training accident on the first day of new recruit training. Wait, that might not make the news at all, as he was no longer Eugeniu, but rather Eugene. Who the hell was that from some small family that might not even be considered a family? He recalled the last time he looked at the recorder. The speed was 28 kilometers per hour, and now it must be at least 35. He certainly wasn't going to call out anymore. It wouldn't matter anyway. Oh, finally, some peace. What's the speed? Li Limin inquired. Little John, with a pale face and trembling, replied, Squad leader. It's 42 kilometers. Li Limin glanced at Little John, and then turned to look at the running Eugeniu, saying, Why are you going so fast? Don't you know that the sprinting speed for humans is only about 40 kilometers? This is over 40 kilometers. Do you want to get someone killed? Little John's heart felt like it was crumbling. Wasn't this what you told me to do? And now, he was backing out. I am wronged, dear. Little John, with a face full of despair, asked, Should we slow down? Yes, of course, we should slow down. But wait, let us see how far he can push himself. Li Limin observed Eugeniu in the rear, who appeared to still have some strength left, so he decided to let him run a bit longer. Eugeniu's lungs felt as if they were on fire, and he cursed inwardly, but he couldn't voice his grievances. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he simply couldn't. All he could think about was when he could finally stop, as he felt he was on the brink of death, unable to articulate a single word. Li Limin watched closely from the vehicle. Eugeniu's face had turned crimson, indicating he had truly reached his limit. He patted Little John on the shoulder, saying, Reduce the speed, just a little. Otherwise, he won't be able to handle it. Li Limin's tone was calm, even tinged with a hint of joy. This soldier wasn't bad, At least he was good at running, and perhaps he could help regain the lost points in the future. Truly, if this Yuzhen faltered now, perhaps he would also rise to greatness later. Squad leader, we're almost there, Little John announced, pointing at the increasingly visible camp gates. Ah, so soon? Take a slight detour, if we head straight in. Our precious gem will be ruined, Li Limin exclaimed. You're aware of that? I thought you were oblivious. Little John muttered under his breath. Hey, why are they taking a detour? Sentinel A piped up again. Exactly, why are they taking a detour? Sentinel B chimed in. Wait, the speed has decreased. B noted. That's not right. The duty officer quickly realized there was an issue and called into the camp. Huang Tu, this is Wu Ying. Send a doctor to the south gate immediately. No, prepare all 4 gates. We cannot ascertain which gate the transport will enter. Wu Ying, this is Huang Tu. What's the situation? The transport is currently at 40 kilometers per hour. And the new recruit is running behind. He has already covered over 25 kilometers, and you want an explanation. The duty officer was instantly agitated. Say that again. It was evident that the communicator had changed personnel. The transport is at 40 kilometers per hour, and the new recruit is running behind. He has already covered over 25 kilometers, requesting medical personnel at all 4 gates. The duty officer repeated. Immediately arrange for it. Establish contact with the transport and confirm which gate they are preparing to enter. The other side realized the situation was serious. Jeep, this is Wu Ying. Which gate are you preparing to enter? The duty officer began to communicate with Li Limin. Crow, I am jeeped. We are prepared to proceed to the southern gate as per the usual plan, albeit taking a circuitous route around the camp to assess the new recruit's condition, Little John reports. Li Limin is still observing Eugenu's state. As the vehicle's speed diminishes, the flesh on Eugenu's face gradually recedes, allowing Li Limin to breathe a sigh of relief. Little John, has this new recruit had any water along the way? After scrutinizing Eugenu for some time, Li Limin suddenly inquired. I didn't notice. Sergeant, are you saying? This recruit hasn't had a sip of water until now, Little John exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The two exchanged glances. And damn it, this could lead to dire consequences. Having run continuously for over 2 hours, reaching a peak speed of 42 kilometers, with an average of around 30 kilometers, not drinking water during this time could lead to dehydration. Recruit Eugen, can you hear me? Li Limin raised his left wrist to check Eugen's call frequency and immediately initiated contact, hoping fervently that Eugen could still hear him clearly. At this stage, a normal person, having exerted themselves to such an extent, would be oblivious to anything beyond the instinct to keep moving. Finally, Eugenu could catch his breath as the vehicle's speed slowed. And fatigue washed over him. All he desired at that moment was to collapse onto the ground and enjoy a good sleep. Recruit Eugen, can you hear me? A voice was faithfully relayed into his mind by the wrist recorder. He glanced at the vehicle ahead and responded, I can hear you. The individual on the other end visibly exhaled in relief, his voice returning. Recruit Eugen, have you had any water? Damn it, why bring that up now? Eugenu retorted naturally, Sergeant, I've been running all this time without a moment's pause. How could I drink water? My water is in my backpack. Thankfully, he still had the energy to complain, indicating he retained a modicum of strength. At this moment, Li Limin felt a genuine sense of relief. He produced a small drone, attaching a sports water bottle to it, and remotely guided it toward Eugenu. Recruit Eugen, place the water bottle on your head. It has a supply hose, and as long as you keep it in your mouth, it will automatically dispense water. Remove it, and the flow will cease. You understand? Li Limin instructed. Understood, Sergeant, but can't you stop the vehicle for a moment? Eugenu replied while removing the head-mounted water bottle from the drone. Li Limin felt a bitter pang. It was his fault for engaging in a power struggle with a recruit. If he were to stop the vehicle now, Eugenu would likely collapse headlong, and Li Limin could bet his head that Eugenu would meet his maker. After a few sips of water, Eugenu's condition markedly improved. The vehicle's speed had now dropped to around 25 kilometers. Having circled the camp for the better part of ALAP, it appeared that no serious harm would come to him. The transport vehicle finally came to a halt at the southern gate. Li Limin jumped out and rushed to the rear of the vehicle, uncertain whether the detour around the camp had helped Eugenu recover. However, the situation seemed promising, as Eugenu had finally come to a stop. He saluted Li Limin and reported, Sergeant, Recruit Eugen has completed the long-distance training. Please advise, Recruit Eugen, you have done exceptionally well. You may rest now. Li Min returned the salute, this time devoid of any sternness. It was truly commendable that this soldier had persevered. No sooner had Li Min finished speaking than Eugenio swayed slightly and then collapsed like a house of cards, crumpling to the ground. Li Min turned to shout for assistance, but just then, he saw the company commander rushing over, accompanied by 2 medics who had just arrived. The company commander's face was as dark as midnight, and Li Min felt as though the lights of his world had been extinguished. Everything had turned bleak. Outside the medical office of the 3rd company, the company commander sat on a bench in the corridor, while the 5th squad leader stood opposite him, looking utterly terrified and drenched in sweat, resembling someone who had just traversed the tumultuous waters of the Yellow River, now heading toward Niagara Falls before the war. Of course, now, both locales were but a memory of glaciers. Inside the medical office, the doctors were conducting a full-body scan of Eugenio. Preliminary examinations suggested that the soldier was not in grave danger. The scanning process was progressing smoothly. The torso scan had concluded, revealing only minor muscle strains in the legs, with no other significant issues. However, the brain scan encountered complications. The area above Eugenio's brainstem was narrow, and the scanning waves consistently failed to penetrate, driving the doctors to distraction. They raised the scanning frequency 3 times, but further increases would exceed the safe dosage, risking irreversible harm to the recruit's body. After consulting each other, the 2 operating doctors decided to halt the scan. They emerged with the examination report, and the company commander leaped to his feet, striding over to the doctors. "Doctor, what is the condition of this soldier?" The doctor shook his head and handed the report to the company commander, stating, "Not good. Based on the injuries to his torso, there seems to be nothing serious, just some muscle strains." Upon hearing that there were only minor muscle strains, the company commander's heart sank, and he cast a fierce glare at Li Min, but then breathed a sigh of relief. However, the company commander's brow furrowed again. He detested such transitional phrases, but there seems to be an issue with this soldier's brain. The doctor continued, raising the scan image overhead to the light and pointing to a specific area, saying to the company commander, "This is the juncture between the cerebellum and the brainstem. We are unable to scan it at all. Just tell me directly if this soldier can be saved. I don't understand this technical jargon," the company commander said, slightly impatient. "What it means is that due to the excessive physical exertion, this soldier's brain has entered a self-imposed lockdown. The area that cannot be scanned is at the threshold of his physical limits, and we currently have no way of knowing where that limit lies. It might be very high or very low. However, my inclination is that it's quite low," the doctor continued, showing the cognitive assessment report to the company commander. The company commander glanced at the report, and his eyes widened in alarm. Li Min sensed ominous tidings approaching. The report indicated a cognitive capacity of 5. The company commander's hand trembled, having witnessed the soldier complete the last 20 kilometers. He knew Eugenio's cognitive capacity should range between 15 and 25. With the military's specialized training methods, a genius with a cognitive capacity exceeding 60 should have been within reach. Yet here, during an adaptation training exercise, it stood at a mere 5. "Doctor, is there an error in this report?" The company commander pressed anxiously. "I must admit, I too find this result hard to believe, but it is the output from the treatment device, which does not make mistakes. I believe this is related to his self-imposed lockdown, which has suppressed his cognitive detection to a very low level," the doctor explained. "What is the conclusion?" The company commander clung to a thread of hope. "This is a serious training incident. Sergeant Li Min has committed a grave error." The doctor's conclusion left Li Min despondent, his gaze turning vacant as he unconsciously looked at the military insignia on his left chest. He had just been promoted to sergeant major this year, and it seemed he would be returning to the ranks of enlisted men. "What are you looking at? Do you still think you can remain in the military?" the company commander roared, advancing toward Li Min. "Sergeant, please, remain calm. Allow me to continue," the doctor interjected, halting the company commander. What else is there to say?" The company commander's murderous glare made the doctor shudder, causing him to take a step back. "Sir, abroad, there is currently an experimental training method being tested, a super-extreme training approach that artificially induces training incidents, placing soldiers in prolonged states of overexertion, leading their brains into self-imposed lockdowns. Subsequently, the training intensity is reduced, and after a period of consolidation, extreme training resumes, repeating this cycle multiple times." In some cases, the self-imposed lockdown can dissipate, leading to significant improvements in various physical metrics. The doctor swallowed hard, finding the company commander's gaze particularly intimidating. Continue. The company commander commanded through gritted teeth. This training method has been trialed among special forces in several major nations. The attrition rate is reportedly high, but those who succeed become super soldiers. However, the side effects are equally pronounced. Cognitive capacity cannot be accurately assessed using standard cognitive detection devices, often registering significantly lower than actual values, the doctor explained. Are you suggesting that Eugène's condition falls under this category? The company commander seized upon what felt like a final lifeline. If the training were successful, the credit would be his. This was the special forces, the realm he longed for, quite possibly, based on the data I have reviewed. Eugène's condition bears a striking resemblance to the documented cases, and there is a verifiable phenomenon suggesting that as long as he remains in a comatose state, the likelihood of success increases. In nations experimenting with this method, the duration of unconsciousness has become a quantifiable selection criterion, though I do not have specifics on the length of his coma, the doctor concluded. Very well, maintain close observation. The company commander ordered. The third squad leader turned to look at Li Limin once more. He extended his hand and flicked Li Limin's military insignia, stating, first, demote him by 2 ranks to a second-class soldier. If Eugène's condition deteriorates, you are to take your leave. From now on, you will personally oversee his training, collaborating with the doctors to ensure meticulous data tracking. I aspire to cultivate a super soldier. Not a super failure. Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Li Limin recognized there was no retreat. There was only a theoretical chance remaining. Thus he prepared to burn his boats. Ensure the mission's success? What will you use to guarantee that? The squad leader dismissed this with a wave, turning back to the doctor with an order. Keep a close watch on Eugène's health once he regains consciousness. You and Li Limin will form a training team, specifically devising a training plan for Eugène. Keep it discreet. I do not wish for this to be too obvious. The doctor nodded, knowing that it was best to avoid drawing attention to this matter. As it was experimental in nature abroad and had yet to be officially initiated on Earth, the squad leader then addressed Li Limin. Your 5th squad will also be involved, providing cover. Usual evaluations will continue. But the overall scores will not factor into the final assessment. As long as they pass the final evaluation, they will be regarded as excellent soldiers and prioritized for future arrangements. Li Limin understood what this implied. His squad would become the star. What did it matter if he lost a few military ranks? He could always rise again. Presently, he fervently prayed to the heavens that Eugène would be unharmed. For everything hinged on Eugène's well-being and his ability to be trained. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the infirmary, just as the squad leader was about to raise his voice in admonition. He saw the commander of the 304th unit stride in. Before he reached the observation door, his voice rang out. Huang Jiming, where are you? Step forward. The squad leader leapt up as if struck by an arrow. Hastily jogging to the commander's side, reporting in. Huang Jiming, squad leader of the 3rd unit in the 2nd district, at your service. Very well. Provide me with a report on that new recruit. You, the commander, began, but trailed off. For only he knew that this recruit belonged to the Yu family, someone requiring special attention. Though he had hosted members of the Yu clan countless times before, it still left him at a loss for words. Others requiring special care could be easily managed, but the Yu family members were notorious for their demands, insisting on rigorous standards and devising all manner of obstacles for these young masters. The fact that they trained under assumed names alone was telling. The old Yu family's requirement was that any who failed must be returned in their original state. New recruit Eugène. The squad leader assumed the commander was unfamiliar with this recruit. How is Eugène's condition? The commander inquired. Squad leader. I have compiled a training plan based on mature experiences from foreign military experimental publications. Tailored to our training characteristics, a doctor emerged from the office, clutching a stack of materials, visibly having prepared these in advance, though he had not yet had the opportunity to implement them. However, he clearly did not expect the commander to take an interest in this new recruit who had just entered the camp. Momentarily, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. While the squad leader's expression was equally captivating, the commander took the stack of materials from the doctor, casually sitting on a bench in the corridor to peruse them. He had just inquired about the situation from several individuals and learned that Eugène's condition was stable. Although his cognitive ability was rated a mere 5, The commander was aware that Eugene had been classified as having a cognitive ability of 5 since childhood, and the doctor had mentioned that the area undetectable by scans had always been present. Yet, if this plan were executed, then Eugene's cognitive limitation could potentially be obscured by this training incident. If the super soldier project succeeded, it would be even better. Who could definitively ascertain the cognitive ability of a super soldier? Among the leading nations in the Federation, several had already developed their super soldiers, while Earth, the cradle of humanity, had yet to produce a single one, having descended to the lowest tier following the Great War. Currently, only the logistics units remained active with Earthlings. In frontline units, Earthlings were counted in single digits. Perhaps this plan could indeed be feasible, and it would be even better if it involved members of the U family. The consequences of failure might be severe, but it was not unprecedented. As long as the lives of the U family members were preserved, that would suffice. Sigh, what a bizarre family, yet. It was precisely due to their eccentricities that this family had endured for 3 centuries post-war. Consistently producing talents, the commander closed the plan and asked, "Why not implement an electronic plan?" The doctor replied, "An electronic plan is too prone to leaks. This requires strict confidentiality." The commander nodded. "Very well. I consent. All participating personnel must maintain strict confidentiality. Only those present are permitted to know of this matter. If there is any breach, you know the consequences." Everyone present stood at attention, yet no one spoke. The commander continued, "What is Eugene's current status?" "He remains in a coma," the doctor replied. "According to your theory, the longer the coma persists, the greater the likelihood of success." The commander pressed. "That is the theory. Foreign literature has alluded to it, though I have not verified it," the doctor stated. "Did you not say that this criterion has already been adopted as a selection metric abroad?" The squad leader felt deceived. "That was merely my conjecture. I feared you would disagree." Hence the doctor confessed candidly. You two remain silent. This plan will be executed as a small-scale experiment within your 3rd unit. I do not care who participates. You may decide amongst yourselves. Since this new recruit is unharmed, I am at ease. Now, I shall take my leave." The commander rose, placing the stack of materials into his briefcase, and, just as he had arrived, hurriedly departed. Chapter 19. Behind the scenes affairs dishonor. This is a profound disgrace. Jean Kiley stood atop a military jeep transformed in Dalian, bellowing loudly. In front of the jeep, Eugeniu joyfully sprinted with an 80-kilogram backpack. It must be said that it was indeed faster than walking. Why Eugeniu was particularly eager to awaken from this ordeal. This was no longer training, but rather sheer maltreatment, more extreme than Li Limin's 42 kilometers per hour sprint. Jean Kiley, it seemed, had lost his mind. Ever since Eugeniu had fallen unconscious, he had forcibly transported him into his realm, leading to an endless cycle of running, claiming that only ultra-extreme training could maximize physical strength. He insisted that Eugeniu's bodily resilience was inadequate and that it was best to train under high gravity. Was it even possible to survive this? Jean Kiley brandished a loudspeaker behind Eugeniu, shouting, "No slacking off. As long as you are still dreaming, you must keep running. Are you 80 years old? Running this slowly? An 80-year-old woman walks faster than you. You try. Try carrying 80 kilograms. That is, the weight of an adult, or rather, the weight of a rather portly adult. If you carry a living person, can you run faster than me? I commend you." Eugeniu struggled to force out these words, though his voice barely rose above a whisper. Yet, Jean Kiley was oblivious. Upon uttering those words, Eugeniu immediately felt a tightness in his chest and a wave of dizziness washed over him. In the real world, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. Could he truly faint in his own dream? Would he return to reality? He decided to test it, and then he lost consciousness. In reality, he indeed awoke, sitting up abruptly as though emerging from a dreadful nightmare. This was all too real, yet he had grown accustomed to it. The dream was somehow more vivid than reality. Each time he awoke after the grueling training, he was left with profound soreness throughout his body. And today was no exception. Magnified. "You're awake," a voice seemed to echo from afar. Why Eugeniu glanced left and right, realizing he must be in a hospital. "Hello, you. I am the squad's medical officer, Zhua Hong. From today on, I will monitor your biophysical indicators during training." A doctor stood beside Eugeniu's bed, smiling at him. "Hello, where am I?" Eugeniu asked, bewildered. "You are in the infirmary of the 3rd unit. Your new recruit's adaptation to training experienced a minor issue. So you will be here for the time being. However, do not worry. Your physical indicators are all normal. I have already informed your squad leader that your training for this afternoon and evening has been cancelled. Your formal training will commence tomorrow. If you feel you haven't fully recovered, you may rest a little longer. No need. I have already recovered. You want me to let you rest? My resting periods are more terrifying than training. I would rather train. Very well, I shall call squad leaderly to come over, the doctor said, stepping outside. Just beyond the door, Li Limin anxiously awaited. Today's training was effectively cancelled. The squad leader's stern order had him entirely confined to the infirmary. Matters concerning the 5th Squad's training were directly handed over to the 2nd Platoon leader. He had to remain vigilant here, monitoring when Yuzhen would awaken, so he could escort him back. Of course, there was another purpose, to continuously monitor this soldier's biophysical indicators. Throughout the afternoon, the biophysical indicators remained stable. Rather than being in a coma, it was more akin to a deep sleep. Even Zhuang found it peculiar. By all biological indicators, this new recruit named Yuzhen should have awakened by now, yet there were no signs of consciousness. The brainwave monitor displayed everything as normal. Leaving them utterly perplexed, Zhuang meticulously reviewed the literature he had gathered, page by page, only to find no mention of whether this phenomenon was normal. Perhaps the issue was simply too trivial. Eventually, Zhuang could no longer contain himself. He needed to observe Yuzhen's condition in real-time. As he entered Yuzhen's hospital room, the young soldier suddenly awakened, appearing as though he had just emerged from a nightmare. Zhuang stepped back outside, and Li Limin, noticing Zhuang's swift exit after less than 3 minutes, hurried over and inquired, "Dr. Zhua, how is the situation?" "Everything is fine. He has regained consciousness and all indicators are normal. He can be discharged now," Zhuang replied. "Ah, wonderful, I'll go fetch him." Just as Li Limin was about to enter, he reconsidered and retreated, pointing to his own head. "Dr. Zhua, how is his condition here?" "There's nothing to be done. It relies solely on him," Zhuang remarked as he scrutinized the biochemical report. "What about the other indicators?" "Well, I must say they are quite good, which is rather puzzling." According to the report, upon his admission, all indicators had plummeted below the warning line, yet astonishingly, after just about 4 hours, every indicator had returned to normal. Based on the data, he is fit to resume training. However, I recommend monitoring him for 1 more night. If there are no changes, he can return to normal training tomorrow, Zhuang mused, scratching his head. There truly nothing abnormal. Do you wish for something abnormal? Of course not. However, there is indeed one indicator that is not quite normal. What? What is it? Li Limin exclaimed, surprised at his own words. The blood sugar level is abnormal. It's on the low side. Zhuang chuckled at Li Limin's anxious demeanor. You are laughing. What does that mean? It means you ought to take this soldier to eat, Zhuang stated. I just checked his flight records. He hasn't eaten since boarding on Earth, and after disembarking, you put him through a rigorous ordeal. He has gone nearly 24 hours without food. If his blood sugar were not low, he would be a monster. Zhuang glared at Li Limin. Oh, I see. He didn't faint from hunger, did he? Li Limin seemed to be trying to mitigate his own culpability. Fainting from low blood sugar is fundamentally different. Do you understand? Are you questioning my diagnosis? Of course not. I will take him away immediately. Dr. Zhua, please do not be angry. Li Limin nearly bowed in deference. That moment, the door to the hospital room opened, and Yu Zhenyu, now dressed in his military uniform, entered, seeing Zhuang and Li Limin present. He asked, squad leaderly, I just inquired with Dr. Zhua. Can I leave now? When shall we depart? Yuzhen, how do you feel? There is no need to rush. If anything feels amiss, you should rest here a bit longer. Rest? Why do these two fellows speak in unison? Do they wish to plunge me back into the abyss? Yu Zhenyu hastily replied, no need. I feel great and can start training immediately. He emphatically thumped his chest as if to emphasize his vigor. A rumbling sound unexpectedly emanated from Yu Zhenyu's abdomen. Apologies, I only had 2 slices of bread before boarding the transport ship, and I haven't eaten anything since. Yu Zhenyu sheepishly scratched his head as he spoke to Li Limin. Not a problem. I will take you to the mess hall right away. So, Dr. Zhua, we shall be on our way. There are no other formalities, correct? Li Limin addressed Yu Zhenyu before turning to Zhuang for confirmation. I will handle the paperwork for you. Remember to call me tomorrow. I want to monitor him throughout training and collect biochemical data at all times. Zhuang relayed some important notes regarding training for the following day to Li Limin. After exchanging details for nearly half an hour, when Li Limin led Yu Zhenyu to the mess hall, nearly an hour had elapsed. Zhuang returned to his office, retrieved several documents, and flipped to the pages he had reviewed countless times. Among them were two examples. One was Colonel Chiao Keba from the Lefton Empire, ranked 30th in the Federation, who had undergone super soldier training in the 10th-ranked Nirana Republic. He had endured over 12 hours of continuous overload training, entering a self-sealing state for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Upon awakening, his cognitive ability had plummeted from 45 to 15. After 3 days of restorative training, he had undergone another 12-hour overload training session, stabilizing his physical indicators, followed by 3 days of normal training, resulting in stable conditions. When measured again, his cognitive ability fluctuated between 15 and 95. The second example featured Lieutenant Colonel Keterin from the Canaan Republic, ranked 5th, who had been unconscious for 4 hours and 45 minutes. Upon awakening, his cognitive ability had dropped from 60 to 5. After a day of recovery, he underwent a day and night of overload training to consolidate his condition. But his cognitive ability could not be measured with standard instruments post-training. Both examples utilized the duration of unconsciousness as a quantifiable metric. Zhuang dragged Yu Zhenyu's data onto his desk. Yu Zhen's unconscious duration was 4 hours and 5 minutes. From the moment he lost consciousness, the data curve had steadily risen until his awakening, peaking at all indicators. Unfortunately, he lacked comparative data in hand. Otherwise, he could have drawn a clearer conclusion. It seemed that he had to rely on his own exploration. He compiled all the indicators, opened his email, and sent them to the Earth's Military Medical Academy, attaching a super soldier training plan, hoping that his mentor, Major General Yu Jingjing, the Academy's director, would support him. Meanwhile, in the office of the director of the Earth's Military Medical Academy, Major General Yu Jingjing called her brother, Yu Lianqing. Her first words were, "Brother, have you thrown my nephew onto Mars?" Yu Lianqing, perplexed, glanced at the phone and replied, "Little sister, why are you so agitated? Did I throw Zhenyu onto Mars? What's the matter? Aren't we all supposed to follow this path in the Yu family? Didn't you and I both come this way? Do you even know that your son has been mistreated?" Major General Yu Jingjing shouted at her elder brother, sending the super soldier training plan to Yu Lianqing. After 5 or 6 minutes, Yu Lianqing laughed heartily on the other end of the line, saying, "My son is exceptional. He gets to participate in the super soldier training plan. Good, he has not brought shame upon me." "Brother, how can you be like this? That Li Limin must be expelled from the army." "Don't be like that. Li Limin is doing well. Why should he be expelled just because he pushed my son a bit too hard? Not only should he not be expelled, but he should also be promoted. Let me see what his current rank is. Oh, a 3rd-class sergeant. Fine, I will call the unit commander and have him promoted to 2nd-class sergeant." "Brother, regardless, I will not approve this plan," Major General Yu Jingjing declared loudly. "Fine, if you won't approve it, I will. It was never your authority to approve it anyway. Don't think just because you are also a major general, you can dictate terms. I am the head of the logistics troops, and your medical academy is under my leadership." Yu Lianqing chuckled at Yu Jingjing. I won't bother with you." With that, she hung up the phone. After hanging up, she muttered to herself, "Disciple, you have made me sell out my own nephew. You must earn me some face." After Yu Lianqing hung up, his expression darkened. It was impossible for him to be indifferent about his son's mistreatment, but he understood it was a family tradition. Nevertheless, he still needed to call 304 to advise caution in future training sessions for the recruits. Chapter 20. The beginning of the point-chasing battle squad vice. "I heard that the kid who broke his leg is back." A group of new soldiers at the dining table in the 5th squad were gossiping. "He's back, so what? Just a clown. Does he need such attention? Just listen to his excuse for being late, and you'll know he is merely a coward trying to evade military service. It's no surprise he got caught and brought back," another soldier commented while eating. "Sure, keep it down. The squad leader is coming." One soldier glanced up and saw the squad leader entering the dining hall alongside a young man without rank insignia, the usually silent squad vice. Wu Erfu glanced up at the entrance and then resumed eating, casually remarking, "Everyone shut up. Watch out for the squad leader's wrath." Instantly, the table of new soldiers fell silent. "Everyone, let me introduce a newcomer to you. As you all know, one of our squad members was absent for 3 months due to a leg injury, but he has returned now, so let us give him a warm welcome," Li Limin announced at the head of the table. Naturally, all members of the 5th Squad refrained from displaying any overt hostility, standing in unison to express their heartfelt welcome to Eugenio. However, a hint of disdain lingered on their faces. Why Eugenio could certainly perceive the subtle animosity. And he nodded in acknowledgement, believing it unnecessary to appease those who harbored hostility towards him. This was Eugenio's line of thought. Limin took his seat at the end of the table and pointed to the last spot, saying to Eugenio, "Eugen, your seat is over there. I and my squad, seating is arranged according to performance, and currently, the best performer is this gentleman to my left, Wu Erfu, who has a score of 108. Ranking 3rd in the entire cadet corps, and he is also the squad vice." A nearby server brought Li Limin's meal over, and he nodded in thanks. The server then pulled out a small box from his pocket, saying, "Squad Leader Li, here's your new rank insignia." Very well. You may set it down now. You have worked hard." He is undoubtedly aware of his surroundings. There lies the insignia of a second-class sergeant. And he casts a glance at the third-class sergeant major insignia adorning his left breast. Never mind, he muses, I shall change it later. All eyes are fixated on the small box beside him. And the expression on Li Limin's face is rather unpleasant. He hastily remarks to Eugenio, "Eugen, over there's the place to get food." With a gesture towards the dining area, he prepares to lead Eugenio over. "Class leader, it's unnecessary. I can go myself," Eugenio promptly replies, making his way to the serving area, leaving Li Limin standing alone, somewhat disheveled by the wind, while everyone continues to gawk at the little box. All right, let me show you." Li Limin opens the box, and he is momentarily taken aback. Inside lies the insignia of a second-class sergeant major. Nonchalantly, he tucks the insignia away and addresses the others. "Have you finished looking? Are you done eating? If not, continue to eat. Once you're done, prepare for tonight's training." He surveys the surroundings and begins to consume his own dinner, contemplating asking the company commander later, as this must be a mistake. Eugenio returns to his seat, holding his meal, and the collective gaze shifts from the class leader to him. Limin glances over and thinks, "Good heavens, there's a lot of food. Eugen, you haven't eaten for 24 hours. It's better to take it easy," Li Limin advises. "It's fine. I've merely taken a bit more than usual. Why are you all looking at me like that?" Eugenio responds, glancing at his own plate. Then at the others, uncertain of what to say. The individual seated beside him, who is third from last, remarks, "This place is unlike Earth. The dishes here are quite substantial. You'll see shortly." Having said that, he and the others rise to bid farewell to the class leader, heading off to prepare for evening training. Only Li Limin and Eugenio remain at the table, at which point Eugenio inquires, "Class leader, what are the standings of the other members in our class?" Li Limin silently chews his food, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He glances at Eugenio, noting his earnest expression, and sighs, "Alas, as for our class's standing, we are at the very bottom. That cannot be." "Why? Because of you. You have missed training for 3 months. Each training session incurs point deductions. Currently, your score stands at -100, and the class score is calculated as the total of everyone's scores. Just think about how much effort the entire class would need to exert to recover from your -100. At present, the only one surpassing 100 in our class is Werfu." Li Limin reflects with a hint of melancholy. "This is unfair. I haven't even been in the army for these past 3 months. There is no such thing as fairness. The army knows no fairness. Only discipline. You broke your leg after confirming your enlistment information. Your data has already been entered into the soldiers' records, and you have been assigned to the new recruits' 3rd Company, 5th Squad. Thus, everything concerning you is tied to us. We are a team, and our honor and disgrace are intertwined." Li Limin articulates. "Who decreed this?" "It's two." Eugenio struggles to find the right words. "This person's name is quite similar to yours. He is called Eugen, the first ruler 300 years ago after the war on Earth, a tyrant with a false eye, devoid of humanity, yet we soldiers regard him as the hope for Earth's revival. This sense of team honor helped us endure the most challenging post-war period. Although our status within the Federation remains lowly, the Federation's military maintains the respect due to Earth's soldiers. All because we have a leader named Eugen," Li Limin observes, fixing his gaze on Eugenio. "I have heard of him. That's good enough. As long as you do not voluntarily apply for withdrawal, your score will remain forever recorded in the 5th Squad's ledger. From today onwards, if you consider yourself a member of the 5th Squad, strive to improve your score. If you believe you are not a part of the 5th Squad, Then please withdraw of your own accord. Li Limin gazes earnestly at Eugenio, even forgetting to eat. Why Eugenio looks back at Li Limin, continuing to eat his meal, sensing that Li Limin is awaiting his response. Finally, he sets down his spoon and asserts, "Class leader, rest assured, I will certainly recover the points for you. It is not for me that you must recover the points, it is for yourself. Your current reputation in the recruits brigade is not commendable. Everyone refers to you as a deserter. If you wish to avoid dragging everyone down, there are only two paths. One is to truly become a deserter, erasing your information, and our 5th squad will immediately become a mediocre team within the recruits brigade. The other is to strive for the sake of everyone and for your own sake to regain your points. As long as you exert your utmost effort, no one will speak ill of you or harbor resentment. For you will have done what you ought to do." Li Limin finally resumes his meal. "Class leader, have there been others like me in the past?" Eugenio inquires. Indeed, typically every few years, a member of the U family would undergo this. Frankly, had your name not appeared on the list from the beginning, I would have believed you to be a member of the U family, Li Limin replies. Why Eugenio is momentarily taken aback. Fearing he had inadvertently exposed himself, Li Limin continues, they generally arrive 3 months after the new recruits enlist, being randomly assigned to a squad, and in every case, that squad has welcomed them, though the price paid is considerable. As they too, like you, start with a -100, however, the descendants of Eugene are quite extraordinary. Very few are normal. 300 years post-war, only 3 members of the U family have withdrawn midway. The rest, nearly 100, persevered until the end, with the least among them managing to erase the -100. Surely they were not given special privileges? Eugenio casually inquires. You may insult me. Yet you must not insult the great leader, nor his family. They are the finest warriors. For the U family, the assessments are even more stringent and demanding. Li Limin's anger is palpable. He cannot allow anyone to disparage the idol he holds dear. I apologize, class leader. I was wronged. No need to apologize. Disparaging one's family is unacceptable. Eugenio feels an indescribable sensation. Perhaps because the image of the older generation of the U family in the military is so deeply ingrained. He feels responsible for perpetuating that image. No matter. Eat up. Once you finish, I will take you to the dormitory. You may rest today, but training will commence in earnest tomorrow. Li Limin begins to eat heartily. Feeling averse to conversing with this young fellow, possibly due to his misconceptions regarding his idol, for the remainder of the meal, both remain silent. Upon finishing, Li Limin escorts Eugenio to the dormitory area, which consists of a neat row of simple accommodations. Li Limin remarks, after you complete your year of training, this place will be dismantled. Next year's new recruit training will take place in the Southern Hemisphere at 305. The following session will be 5 years later, and perhaps by then, you too will be a new recruit squad leader. He leads Eugenio to the door of a room marked with the 5th squad's nameplate, saying, Eugene, you will spend the next 9 months here. I hope you can prove your words through action. Now, enter. Following Li Limin into the dormitory, they reach a bed located at the farthest end of the room. Li Limin points to the vacant bed, saying, this will be your sleeping quarters. The arrangement here mirrors that of the dining area. Those with better scores are closer to the entrance. Be vigilant about your nightly rest, as inspections may occur at any time. Observing Eugenio unpacking his belongings and making his bed, Li Limin becomes increasingly convinced of his military lineage, beginning to agree with his previous statement. In a bid to integrate into the collective, he had commenced self-training before enlisting, albeit with improper methods that led to his leg injury. Your tidying is commendable. I am starting to believe you hail from a military family. You may arrange your time freely from here on out. Li Limin, however, still wishes to teach Eugenio about the proper way to organize one's living space, as this is a crucial lesson for new recruits during their first week. Initially, he thought Eugenio would need to learn this during training breaks, but now it seems unnecessary, as he has performed admirably. Class leader, may I observe the night training? If possible, I wish to participate, as it would facilitate my quicker integration into the group, Eugenio states. I must admit, I now have greater faith in your earlier words. Very well, let us proceed to the training ground, Li Limin remarks appreciatively. Chapter 21. The training ground is shrouded in darkness. Were it not for the continuous sounds of running echoing from within, one might not suspect anyone was present. Earthlings, having lived underground for 3 centuries and under the influence of radiation, can see clearly in even the faintest light, slightly better than during the day. Why Eugeniu observes the movements of the new recruits from the sidelines, while Li Limin has already descended to correct their actions. This is but one of the countless obstacle training courses within the 304 Battalion's new recruit training camp. The 400-meter obstacle course is a suitable challenge for recruits who have just completed their basic training. After guiding several soldiers, Li Limin returns to the sidelines to address Eugeniu. Eugène, how are you finding it? I wish to personally step onto the field to familiarize myself, Eugeniu replies. Tightening his weapon belt, Li Limin nods and shouts to the crowd within, Monkey, come here. A small, slender new recruit rushes over, sporting the insignia of a private on his left breast. Li Limin informs Eugeniu. This is Ho Jishin, nicknamed Monkey. He ranks second in our 5th squad and 7th among the new recruits, boasting a score of 98, having only lost 2 points in 3 months, which is quite an achievement. He is quite chivalrous and enjoys assisting others. If it weren't for Werfa scoring higher than him, I would prefer him to take on the role of the class vice-captain. Class monitor, did you call for me? Monkey, this is Eugène, the new recruit who just reported today. Please introduce him to this obstacle course during the break. Li Limin entrusted Eugène to Ho Jishin and then patted his shoulder, saying, put in your best effort and make up for the 2 points you lost. I have faith in you. Rest assured, class monitor, the 2 points I lost were merely due to carelessness. I will definitely make them up later and catch up to Werfu. Tomorrow is the armed cross-country assessment of the week, and I intend to secure first place for you, aiming to score above 100, replied Ho Jishin. Good, that's the spirit. However, we must also unite with the other members of the class. It's not just about individual first place. We cannot let the team fall behind, understand? Li Limin was quite satisfied. He glanced at Werfu, who was sprinting on the field, shaking his head. If Werfu weren't so solitary, he could be a great asset to the class. Currently, only Werfu and Ho Jishin are in the top 10, while the others are languishing below 20. The gap is quite significant, although Ho Jishin enjoys helping others. He struggles with summarizing and guiding effectively, which is quite concerning. Don't worry, class monitor, I will certainly assist them. However, tomorrow is quite important for me. Class monitor, you see. Ho Jishin glanced at the crowd on the field and then turned back to Li Limin. Feeling troubled about the 2 points deducted, this was an opportunity he wished to seize, and his eagerness was palpable. Understood. Give it your all tomorrow. Mastering this skill cannot be achieved in just a day or two. Li Limin felt a tinge of frustration, wishing he could personally join them in the run. However, as class leaders, they couldn't participate in the assessment. Only the vice-captain could lead the team. Sighing, he thought of his vice-captain. No need to dwell on it. Discussing it only brings tears. IT was a flawed rule of his own making, one he wished to change, but the company commander wouldn't allow it. His experience was too limited. Leading a proper troop would be far better, as a seating arrangement based on ability would be much more effective. He glanced at the obstacle area and said to Ho Jishin, there are 5 minutes left for rest. Why Yujin is in your care now? I must speak with the company commander about the issue of the 2nd-level sergeant's rank insignia. After finishing, he departed, intending to inquire about the matter. You must be Yuzhen. I'm Ho Jishin, but everyone calls me Monkey. This obstacle course consists of 4 major groups of obstacles, allowing 4 individuals to complete the run simultaneously. Each major group spans 400 meters, totaling 8 obstacles, since each obstacle must be traversed twice. The entire course involves passing through the obstacles 16 times. The 8 obstacles include hurdle, trench, low wall, high platform jump, ladder, balance beam, high wall, and low pole net. Ho Jishin pointed out each obstacle, explaining their names to Yuzhen. Now let me explain the sequence for navigating the course. First, sprint 100 meters, then turn around the fluorescent marker, jump over the 3-step hurdle, clear the trench, leap over the low wall, ascend the high platform, cross the ladder, traverse the balance beam, scale the high wall, crawl through the low pole net, return by turning around the fluorescent marker, jump over the low pole net, scale the high wall again, navigate under the balance beam support column, cross the ladder, jump over the high platform, crawl through the hole, leap down into the trench, jump over the 5-step hurdle, turn around the fluorescent marker, and sprint 100 meters to the finish line. The entire course must be completed within 2 minutes and 15 seconds. After explaining, he had just completed a walkthrough of the entire obstacle area. Ho Jishin arrived at the starting point of the obstacle course, and exactly 5 minutes had passed. The entire class paused and moved to the sidelines to rest. "I'll run through it once to demonstrate for you, and after I finish, you can give it a try," he said to Yuzhen. "All right." Ho Jishin loosened his wrists and began running. Ensure Yuzhen could observe clearly. He maintained a moderate pace, finishing the entire process in nearly 3 minutes. Werfa stood alone on the sidelines, regarding Ho Jishin's actions with a cold smirk. In his view, someone like Yuzhen should be left to fend for himself. Could such a person truly become a soldier? The other 7 individuals either stood or sat on the sidelines, watching and chatting, merely seeing Yuzhen as a hindrance to their class. No one considered him a part of their team. And the collective aspiration that Li Limin sought for their class was glaringly absent. The 2 individuals training in the field remained unaffected by the indifferent atmosphere surrounding them after Ho Jishin completed his run. He returned to the starting point and asked Yuzhen, "Did you understand?" Yuzhen nodded, saying, "I got it. Can I give it a try now?" "Sure, run through it once for me to see." Yuzhen sprinted 100 meters to the first fluorescent marker. Slowing down slightly as he approached, upon surpassing the marker, he leaned back, forcefully pushing off with his right foot to pivot his body midair, completing the turn, following with a vigorous push of his left foot backward. His speed immediately surged. The 3-step obstacle had no impact on his velocity. Rather, it seemed to enhance it slightly. With a grand leap at the edge of the trench, he continued to accelerate, making a slight adjustment to his stride before executing a powerful burst, a textbook hurdle technique, effortlessly soaring over the low wall. His speed reached its zenith. Before the high platform, he utilized his momentum to leap forward, grasping the edge of the platform with both hands, easily flipping his body onto it, descending the 2 gradually lowering platforms. He landed lightly, and with a significant stride, he seamlessly connected the last platform to the ladder, ascending it in mere 3 steps. With a powerful push on the final step, he closed the gap between the ladder and the balance beam. As he dismounted the ladder, he exerted force, propelling himself up the incline of the balance beam in just 2 steps, maintaining his balance with the speed he had gained. He crossed the balance beam in 3 large strides. Charging towards the high wall, just a meter away, he sprang into the air, his right foot striking the wall, propelling his body upward, with both hands pressing against the top edge of the wall. He leaned forward, swinging his body to the right, his right hand grasping the wall on the opposite side, causing him to drift away from the wall. In midair, Yuzhen adjusted his posture, and upon landing, he quickly crouched down, sprinting 3 steps to the low pole net. With a forward dive, he plunged into the net, skillfully alternating his hands and feet, ensuring his hips remained low. Emerging from the low pole net, he encountered the marker pole, executing a swift directional jump, returning to the net. With a series of high-frequency leg lifts, his speed noticeably diminished. After clearing the low pole net, he sprinted 3 strides to the high wall. Leveraging his momentum for a vertical leap, his hands clinging to the top edge of the wall, with an upward pull, his right leg swung up to the edge, and simultaneously, he exerted force with his hands and feet. Rolling over the wall, upon landing, he dashed towards the balance beam, swiftly maneuvering between the vertical supports, seizing the opportunity to once again accelerate, continuing to the base of the ladder, with a single leap. He grasped the 3rd short beam of the ladder with one hand, using the momentum to swing his body, subsequently grabbing the 6th beam, and again swinging outwards to seize the last short beam. Extending his body as far as possible, he landed on the edge of the high platform, jumping onto it, and covering the entire high board jump in 3 strides. After jumping down, his speed once again plummeted, compelling him to regain momentum. Reaching the low wall, he stepped through a hole with his right foot, immediately lowering his right side, allowing his right hand and head to pass through first. With a forceful push from his right foot, he pulled his left half through. His speed plummeted yet again, and he made 3 large strides to the edge of the trench. Though his pace was not swift, his long strides compensated adequately. Yuzhen did not pause, leaping into the trench, then springing up to grasp the edge, flipping himself over. At this point, his speed had entirely dissipated, and he rushed towards the 5-step obstacle with a rapid succession of steps. He cleared the 5-step obstacle and maneuvered around the marker pole, finally able to unleash his pace. However, the fatigue from the earlier long-distance run had taken its toll. Yuzhen felt as if his speed was unattainable. The last 100 meters were as awkward as they could be, but he managed to cross the finish line. Ho Jishin rushed over, beaming with excitement, patting Eugenio on the back and exclaiming, "Well done, Eugen. Do you know your time? 2 minutes and 5 seconds. You're nearly keeping pace with me. How did you manage that? Just a moment ago, it was only 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Wu Erfa spat lightly from a distance, remarking, "Just a case of East Shore imitating the beauty. You still have a long way to go before you can match me. Indeed, Wu Ge is absolutely formidable. In our class, no one can catch up to him." A lanky figure, much like Eugenio, but lacking military insignia on his left chest, approached Wu Erfu, handing him a bottle of water. "Wu Ge, you are the steadfast anchor of Class 5. As long as you are here, our Class S performance can rise. Without you, we would languish at the bottom. Just look at those people. No matter how hard they try, they cannot seem to improve. They are only fit to carry your shoes. They are a serious drag on your progress." Though this flattery was not particularly artful, Wu Erfa still relished it. He regarded the lanky youth with a haughty glance, saying, "Yin Sheng, if you have something to say, just say it. I'll help where I can, but if it's beyond my capabilities, no amount of flattery will suffice." The lanky youth replied, "Wu Ge, you know I'm counting on you. When you have the time, could you teach me a few techniques? I want to shine in front of those people too. You see, I'm just 2 points shy of being promoted to a private. So please help me out. That's easy enough to arrange, but I'm quite busy these days. As you know, tomorrow is the second 15-kilometer cross-country assessment, and next week is the obstacle run assessment. I am aiming to secure 2 spots in the top 3 for the whole team, so bear with me. I promise I'll have time by the week after next. I'll definitely teach you then." Wu Erfu casually made a grand promise to Yin Sheng, though whether he would follow through remained to be seen, as more pressing assessments might arise. Li Limin returned to the scene at some point, now proudly displaying the insignia of a second-class sergeant on his left chest. He silently observed the unfolding events on the training ground, noting that for the upcoming obstacle run, his class might have 3 potential powerhouses. This obstacle run was a new training project that had just begun last week, and most participants had not mastered it well. The majority were hovering around the 2-minute 15-second mark. In the second platoon, fewer than 10 could break the 2-minute barrier, with 2 from Class 5. In this project, they might secure a spot in the top 5 teams, which would earn each member an additional point. If Eugenio could also clock under 2 minutes, it was feasible for 3 individuals to contend for the top 5. Wu Erfu's time of 1 minute and 48 seconds could potentially secure first place. The best scenario would yield a first, a fifth, and another in either 7th or 8th place, calculating the points, with the first place earning 3 points and the second and third places earning 2. And the 4th and 5th earning 1, they could accumulate 4 points in total. While Class 5 might still languish at the bottom, their standing would undoubtedly improve significantly. Li Limin meticulously calculated this in his mind. He discerned that Eugenio's final 100-meter sprint had clearly been affected by the earlier exertion, specifically the self-imposed limitations. If he could overcome this, Eugenio's performance might skyrocket, likely resulting in 2 regulars among the top 5. Unconsciously glancing at the others, he sighed inwardly, realizing that some were indeed holding back progress. It seemed he would need to personally step in over the next few days to demonstrate proper techniques and correct the new recruits' movements. Many of them were, quite frankly, painful to watch. He made his way towards Eugenio's lane, where several soldiers had already gathered around him, eager to learn how he achieved such speed, as they were still struggling to break the 2-minute 15-second mark. At each turning point, don't come to a sudden stop. That will waste time. However, Wu Erfu's method of turning isn't exactly advisable either. Without solid fundamentals, it's easy to twist an ankle with that technique. Every movement must be executed precisely, minimizing unnecessary motions. Otherwise, not only will your speed stagnate, but you may also incur avoidable injuries. While Eugenio was explaining the entire sequence of movements to the other recruits, Li Limin stood behind, listening intently. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Eugenio had grasped the fundamentals remarkably well. After observing Wu Erfu's practice just a few times, he had managed to distill such valuable insights. Compared to the standard tutorial, his understanding was nearly on par. Li Limin nodded. It seemed this young man was not joking when he said he intended to recover all lost points. Moreover, he was enthusiastic and more reliable than most, showing promise as a natural leader for the class. After hearing Eugenu's analysis, Hojishin pondered for a moment before stepping onto the track. The first turning point, he conducted several trials. While Wu Erfu's method of turning posed no issues at low speeds, it nearly resulted in 2 ankle twists at higher speeds, confirming Eugenu's words. He returned to ask, Eugen, how should one navigate this turning point? Well, there are several methods. Point 1 is to stop abruptly and turn, which is the most basic but results in significant loss of momentum. Another is Wu Erfu's approach, which incurs minimal energy loss but requires extensive practice. Otherwise, it can lead to injury. Lastly, at the turning point, you can add a small jump to rotate your body in midair, allowing for immediate acceleration upon landing, though this method also results in considerable energy loss. Eugeniu scratched his head as he explained. Hojishin immediately ran through it again. Indeed, the energy loss was slightly better than halting and starting again, but it was still impractical. Both young men fell into contemplation. Perhaps the two of you shouldn't overthink it. Everyone has their own solution. Finding the method that suits you best is paramount, while Eugen can replicate Wu Erfu's technique quite perfectly. You may not be able to, monkey. However, until you discover what works for you, it's best to accept the current optimal methods. Just remember to practice extensively and use your body to feel it out. This will naturally help you avoid injuries, or else you'll lose the value of your practice. Li Limin approached at the right moment, patting both of their shoulders. Both nodded and replied in unison. Understood. Enough of this matter. Let it rest. Why, Eugen, your training for today shall conclude here. I observed earlier that your body has yet to fully recuperate. During that final sprint, you found yourself lacking in strength. Did you not? Indeed, I felt as though I could surge forward at any moment, yet in the end, my energy failed me. Why, Eugeniu spoke candidly. Therefore, it is prudent for you to take a break and resume training tomorrow. It would be unwise to engage in such intense training at this moment. When Dr. Zwa arrives tomorrow, we shall rely on the data. Should it permit, you may continue your training. I have a training plan here for you. Take a look. It includes the rules for scoring adjustments. Study it carefully, as it will aid you in accumulating points. After finishing his words, Li Limin sent a document directly to Eugenu's wrist recorder. Chapter 23. Cross-country assessment. A night devoid of incidents is indeed a rare occurrence. Surprisingly, Jean Kylie did not seek me out. It was a dreamless night, and for the first time in 16 years. Eugeniu awakened without having dreamt, sleeping soundly until dawn. Amidst the resounding reveille echoing throughout the military camp, Eugeniu stirred from slumber, glancing at his wrist to find it was merely 6 o'clock in the dead of night. Is it not rather inhumane to rouse someone at such an hour? Nevertheless, he is now a soldier, faced with two choices: to rise immediately, don his uniform, and join the morning exercises, or to continue sleeping and risk being discharged from the military, thereby becoming the shortest-lived soldier in the Yu family's history, though one wonders if that counts. In the face of such a significant decision, Eugeniu maintained his own judgment. Thus, he opted for the former. Springing to his feet, slipping into his training attire, lacing up his boots, and adjusting his military cap, arriving punctually in the formation for Class 5 on the parade ground, Li Limin was quite pleased with Eugenu's performance. For a recruit participating in his first official morning exercises, he was not the last to appear on the field, and he stood with commendable posture, very well, worthy of a smile, a nod, and approval. The series of commands at ease, stand at attention, left face, right face, were executed effortlessly by the class, having developed a natural reflex over 3 months of drill training. Yet, the new recruit, despite being a newcomer, kept pace impeccably with every command. A commendable feat now came the 15-kilometer cross-country assessment to see how well he would perform. The entire company, consisting of 120 individuals, was divided into 12 classes, all assembled. The company commander approached the parade ground. Opening his folder without a word of superfluous speech or motivation, he simply issued a command. Second 15-kilometer cross-country run, with a 20-kilogram load, divided into 2 assessment sections. First, the individual segment. The top 5 will earn points. First place earns 3 points, second and third earn 2 points, and fourth and fifth earn 1 point. The bottom 50 will incur penalties. The last 10 will lose 5 points. The 11th to 20th will lose 4 points. The 21st to 30th will lose 3 points, the 31st to 40th will lose 2 points, and the 40th to 50th will lose 1 point. Second, the team segment. The top 3 teams will earn points. First place earns 3 points, second earns 2 points, and third earns 1 point. The bottom 5 teams will incur penalties. First place loses 5 points, second loses 4 points, third loses 3 points, fourth loses 2 points, and fifth loses 1 point. Those finishing in under 120 minutes will receive an additional deduction of 1 point. With a decisive snap, the commander closed the folder but did not issue the command to commence. Instead, he called out a name. New recruit Eugene. Present. Eugeniu stepped forward, executing a proper run to the commander. New recruit Eugene. Today you officially join the ranks of the 3rd Company. Due to your absence from training for 3 months, you may avail yourself of the privileges granted to new recruits, and you are exempt from today's assessment. Do you wish to accept this privilege? The commander posed this pointed question before the entire company. All the new recruits perked up, many thinking that had they known such a benefit existed, they might have sought a reason to report later. Meanwhile, Li Min appeared anxious. He understood all too well that this was a trap. Accepting the privilege would result in an immediate deduction of 100 points, rendering a recovery to a positive score impossible. Declining it, however, would yield a 5-point addition to no. I believe in my capability to complete all training assessments without any special privileges, and I will participate in today's evaluation, while I do not presume to claim first place. I will certainly not incur any penalties. Eugeniu fixed his gaze ahead, his brow furrowed into a determined expression, exuding an aura of silent authority. Excellent. You possess ambition. I hereby announce that due to new recruit Eugene's performance, an additional 5 points are awarded. During yesterday's camp adaptation training, new recruit Eugene completed the entire 50 kilometers without rest, finishing an hour and 30 minutes ahead of schedule, thus earning 5 points. The moment the commander's words echoed, astonishment rippled through the hearts of the new recruits. They had all undergone the same 50-kilometer training, dividing it into 3 segments, while this new recruit had accomplished it in one continuous effort. The commander's authoritative gaze swept across the faces of the recruits, restoring silence to the previously restless formation. He continued, New recruit Eugene, fall in. All personnel, retrieve your equipment. Timing commences from the moment you collect your gear. Destination, the 2nd camp, 15 kilometers away. Training for the coming week will take place at the 2nd camp. It must be said, the terraforming of Mars has been remarkably successful. The entire surface is now habitable, with some areas even possessing surface water, though greenery is still lacking. Consequently, the locale is solely populated by soldiers, providing ample space as each new recruit class is divided into 4 camps, 1 per quarter. The starting point for the 15-kilometer cross-country run is the supply depot. Class 5 is the 5th group to set off, with intervals of 5 minutes between each class. Upon starting, Werfa surged ahead. Initially, the monkey accompanied everyone, especially staying by Eugeniu's side. Observing the pace, Eugeniu realized that if they maintained this speed, a significant number would likely fall into the penalty zone. He turned to the monkey and said, Ho, you should run ahead. You made a promise before the squad leader yesterday. And what about you all? Do not concern yourselves with us. Your and the squad leader's responsibility is to secure individual points. We will strive for team points, so you should hurry and catch up. Eugeniu replied to the monkey. Though he intended to express solidarity with the group, a few individuals remained unconvinced, having started at the bottom. Even with the recent 10-point addition, he still had 90 points to make up. Nonetheless, his reasoning held merit, and thus those few chose not to protest. The monkey glanced back at the group, mustering one final burst of energy before charging ahead. The remaining recruits, those with good stamina, gradually increased their speed, while those less fit began to fall behind. Eugeniu trailed behind the last recruit, the one who had sat opposite him during meals. It seemed the ranking was quite scientific. He turned to the new recruit and inquired, Brother, what is your name? The recruit looked at him and replied, Wu Nian. Wu Nian? What an interesting name. It is the surname Wu. Not the 5th, indeed. Very well, Wu Nian. I notice your steps appear a bit erratic. We've only just begun. Maintain your rhythm and be mindful of your breathing. It should be steady and prolonged. Short, hurried breaths will lead to unnecessary fatigue. Eugeniu advised, observing Wu Nian's running rhythm and breathing rate. Wu Nian regarded Eugeniu with newfound respect. Had this been before yesterday, he would have dismissed the last-place recruit's words. Yet, after applying Eugeniu's methods during the obstacle course, his performance had markedly improved, nearly reaching the qualifying line. Realizing that Eugenio had completed the 50 kilometers without rest during the camp training, Wu Nian began unconsciously mimicking Eugenio's running style and breathing rhythm. Unwittingly falling into sync with his pace, all the class leaders of the new recruits traveled in 2 command vehicles along an alternate route to the second camp, with each leader having a small display screen before them showing their class's real-time status. The 4th class leader, Songjia, leaned over to take a glance and remarked, "Oldly, the situation appears grim. Aside from the first 2, your class is lagging significantly, and at this pace, over half will fall into the penalty zone. Your class is going to need extra training. Should I offer my assistance? Look at my class. We maintain a swift and steady pace while sticking together." Li Limin glanced at Song's screen. Acknowledging the 4th class's evident prowess, the 6th class leader, Xiong Weiguang, interjected with irritation, "Mind your own class. Do not meddle with others." Li Limin turned to observe Xiong Weiguang's screen, realizing that their performance was quite similar, which explained the latter's discontent with Songjia's remarks. Returning his gaze to his own screen, Li Limin could see that the recruits were indeed putting forth great effort, yet none exhibited strong leadership. Werfu was too solitary, and Ho Jishin could only practice without effectively communicating. The others struggled to comprehend his instructions, which was quite vexing. He gently maneuvered the drone's control stick, peering toward the back of the line. There seemed to be a change at the rear. It was Yuzhen. Why was he at the end? By his capabilities, he should be contending for first place. Li Limin recalled Dr. Zhu's words. Could it be that he was truly holding himself back? Once they reached the second camp, he would certainly inquire with Dr. Zhu, who must be monitoring Yuzhen's performance data from the command vehicle. On the screen, each recruit's head displayed a small stream of numbers indicating their speed, body temperature, and heart rate. Beneath the data was a small graph depicting their overall physical condition, providing a clear visual representation. Why Yuzhen's curve is remarkably beautiful, having consistently ascended from the very beginning to the present. Unlike Wu Nian's, which exhibits significant fluctuations, nonetheless, there seems to be a trend of improvement. Could it be that this fellow has learned to run? Soon, Li Limin found himself unconsciously drawn to the screen. Indeed, Wu Nian's data began to rise steadily, almost matching Yuzhen's pace, with his breathing closely mirroring that of Yuzhen. The exercise curve has shed its chaotic nature and is actively climbing upward. As they have already caught up with the front runners, He Hong and Zhao Ximin, the drone's microphone evidently picked up some sounds. It appears Yuzhen was saying something. Unfortunately, the drone's microphone only detected speech without clarity on the content, as it was too high to discern. Before long, the data for He Hong and Zhao Ximin also started to converge with Yuzhen's figures. The speeds of these last 4 began to show slight variations. Although their exercise data was on the rise, their fatigue consumption had noticeably diminished. This should be related to Yuzhen. At this pace, if they can maintain it, they will undoubtedly reach Camp 2 within 2 hours, rendering any penalties irrelevant to him. He glanced at the screen's lower right corner, noting that they were still within the deduction zone, yet they were perilously close to escaping the last 50 ranks. In contrast, Fa, who led these 4, had already exited the deduction zone, albeit with a somewhat unsteady form, which boded ill for sustainability and raised concerns of slipping back into the penalty zone. Li Limin felt a twinge of anxiety. These 5 were indeed worrisome, as Fa was 2 minutes ahead of the last 4. The 3 runners ahead seemed relatively secure, with a substantial gap from the deduction zone. Maintaining a steady pace. Chapter 24. The potential soul warrior's breathing is key. We still have over an hour. Deep inhalations and slow exhales, fully utilizing the oxygen intake, relaxing the body, particularly the calves. Let the thighs drive the calves. Ensuring strides are neither too large nor too small, maintaining control over rhythm and speed. Long-distance running necessitates a keen sense of rhythm. Speed can be gradual, but the cadence must be firmly grasped. Eugenio incessantly reminded the other 3. No1 found him tiresome. They were subtly aligning with Eugenio's tempo, or rather, gravitating towards it, feeling a distinct lightness in their bodies, dispelling the earlier sensation of fatigue. Who is ahead of us? Fa. The one who was just running alongside us. Huff. I don't know what sparked it. Huff. He suddenly accelerated ahead. Huff. I can see him now. His speed has evidently decreased, Zhao Ximin remarked. All right, let us go assist him. Eugenio gradually increased his speed, though the others felt no significant change, yet they were indeed following Eugenu's subtle acceleration, with Sure Fa serving as the optimal reference point. At this moment, Sure Fa's lungs felt as if they were being roasted over an open flame. Last night, he sought out Werfu, but received merely a perfunctory response, offering him no substantial assistance. Early this morning, he approached Werfu once again, hoping for guidance, only to find Werfu entirely dismissive, having departed from the main group to run alone, whereabouts now unknown. Just moments ago, he had been running alongside Zhao Xinmin, and he hung when Zhao Xinmin asked, "Sure Fa, did you visit Werfu last night? Why haven't you seen the class vice help you today?" That was truly an ill-timed question, and Sure Fa felt a surge of irritation, channeling more energy into his legs. Leaving He Hong and Zhao Xinmin behind, the fervor that had once surged within him now waned. He yearned to halt and catch his breath, but the image of Li Limin's stern face spurred him on as if a wave of warmth surged from his feet. It seemed the fatigue in his legs had considerably lessened. He glanced back to see a substantial group of his classmates rapidly approaching in unison. How are you managing this?" Sure Fa asked the four who had caught up. Observing that they appeared to be running with relative ease, he was unsure about the newcomer, but he knew Zhao Xinmin and He Hong well. It was implausible for them to close the gap so swiftly. As for Wu Nian, he was even less likely, having consistently been left behind in their previous encounters, yet here they were, overtaking him. A sense of urgency gripped him, and his legs instinctively pushed harder. His already burning lungs feeling as if they were about to combust, the flames reaching his throat. His speed not only failed to increase, but began to decline further, leaving him in a state of confusion. At that moment, a voice whispered in his ear, "Steady now, adjust your breathing. Your frequency is too high, wasting valuable oxygen. Slow your breath, inhale deeply and exhale slowly, little by little. Do not rush." Sure Fa turned to see it was the newcomer. He glanced at Zhao Xinmin, who adjusted his breathing and said, "Huff, let us heed his advice." "Indeed," Eugeniu continued, "everyone, synchronize with my rhythm. Regulate your breathing. There are 5 runners ahead, much like us, but they have simply mastered the art of running slightly quicker. Do not doubt yourselves." It must be said, there was no external motivation, yet their efforts proved genuinely effective. Within 5 minutes, their exercise data stabilized. Humans, being social creatures, experience subtle shifts in psychology when in groups, fostering a sense of security and emotional stability. In the subterranean headquarters of the logistics unit in Wuxi, Earth, Yu Lianqing observed the real-time images transmitted from Mars, scrutinizing them for a solid half-hour. He glanced toward the dimly lit corner and inquired, "Has Genyu's training commenced long ago? He does not resemble a novice at all. It must be your responsibility, correct?" Indeed, the training for the young master had begun long before. Yet it had not been as intense as now or yesterday. To speak candidly, I am not surprised by his discipline and precision this morning. I anticipated he would manage all internal affairs, for I have been training him in these aspects since he was 6. However, his remarkable running ability genuinely startled me. A voice emerged from the shadows, reminiscent of the one from the day Eugeniu returned. "You claim these running techniques were not imparted by you?" Yu Lianqing questioned. "Indeed, I had previously mentioned the key points of running to the young master, but I never instructed him in practical running. I suspect he has other teachers unknown to us," a voice from the dark replied. "And who might that be?" "Uncertain. Is it beyond your capabilities to uncover?" Yu Lianqing expressed his astonishment. Who could elude even the shadows? "My lord, do you not find the young master's mannerisms reminiscent of someone?" the shadowy figure said, gazing at the screen. "Whom?" Historical records indicate Jean Kylie was always approachable, treating his soldiers as kin, subtly instilling his philosophies and understanding of warfare among his subordinates. He had a unique ability to unite them naturally and imperceptibly. Do you not perceive the young master possesses a similar charisma to Jean Kylie in his youth? The shadow's words made Yu Lianqing's heart race. "What do you imply?" Yu Lianqing's tone sharpened. "My lord, have you closely examined Zhuo Hong's medical report?" The shadow did not respond directly to Yu Lianqing's inquiry. "Oh, was there something amiss in the report?" Yu Lianqing appeared momentarily taken aback. "The report concerning Zhuo Hong mentions self-sealing. I was fortunate enough to view a report from the Republic of Nilan, which bore striking similarities. Only specialists or elite intelligence personnel like myself could discern the prior discrepancies." The shadow's statement left Yu Lianqing astonished once more. "What you have presented today truly leaves me unsettled. Yu Lianqing lamented, tapping his forehead. Continue. In the brain mapping from Nilan, there are subtle atrophies around the enclosed areas, while the young master's enclosed regions appear remarkably smooth. Do not delve into medical details. I merely wish to know the outcome. Yu Lianqing felt a strong premonition, yet he needed the shadow to unveil the truth. Soul warriors. The shadow's voice was soft yet sent a tremor through Yu Lianqing. This was a subject overseen by Yu Jingjing, and it seemed to be progressing, as she was applying for substantial funding. Is there any evidence? My lord, do you recall the lightning strike on the day the young master was born? The shadow dropped another bombshell on Yu Lianqing. How could Yu Lianqing forget? That bolt of lightning had struck his wife's abdomen, yet upon arriving at the hospital, the doctors claimed she had not been struck, but merely startled. This incident had haunted him for years. Upon returning home, he repeatedly had family doctors examine both his wife and the young master, but each time the results were perfectly normal, leaving Yu Lianqing troubled for over a decade. Are you suggesting that lightning was Jean Kylie? Yu Lianqing finally voiced the question that had burdened him for over 10 years. I cannot be certain, for after Jean Kylie, there was another figure who resembled him closely. Another who bore similarity to Jean Kylie? Who is it? Yu Lianqing inquired urgently. Your ancestor, Yu Zhan. Indeed, the former frere was a student of Jean Kylie. Their similarities should not be surprising. The shadow paused momentarily. Noticing that Yu Lianqing had not posed any questions, and continued, before his demise, Yu Zhen had already surpassed a mental capacity of 100, enabling him to temporarily detach his consciousness from his physical form. It is highly probable that research into preserving the body of our revered ancestor had commenced by that time. This is impossible, Yu Lianqing exclaimed, genuinely astonished. The notion that research on spirit warriors existed 300 years ago is utterly absurd. I am merely speculating. As for the studies conducted on Yu Jingjing, they likely represent a more systematic examination of spirit warriors from a medical perspective. Do you recall what each clan leader has proclaimed? Yu Zhan is with us. The spirit of our ancestor protects us. The shadow elaborated. Are you suggesting that Zhenyu could potentially be a spirit warrior harboring another personality within his mind, one belonging to our ancestor? Yu Lianqing inquired. As he organized his thoughts, that is quite possible. The shadow concluded his statement, falling silent thereafter. While Yu Lianqing also became quiet, his gaze fixed intently on the image of his son displayed on the screen. As more individuals gathered around him, Yu Zhenyu had managed to gather all members of Class 5 around him, save for the two who had sprinted ahead, through adjustments in speed, breath, and rhythm. Class 5 had finally achieved what Li Limin had described, a cohesive unit that needed to unite. Their pace was now quite brisk. Li Limin clenched his fists as they had reached the second campsite, no longer confined within the cramped command vehicle, but instead congregating in the command room of the second campsite. All the squad leaders from the third company were present, with the company commander seated at the command post, silently observing the screen before him. No one knew which squad he was monitoring. Yet Li Limin seemed to sense it instinctively, knowing the commander must be watching Class 5, as Zhuo Hong was positioned beside him. That moment, Song's expression soured. He realized that one of his Class 4 members had fallen behind. Meanwhile, Xiong Weiguang leaned closer to Li Limin's screen, inquiring, Old Li, how did you achieve this? Just a moment ago, we were in a long line, and now your squad is so united. Hearing this, Songja also moved closer. Glancing at Li Limin and asking, Old Li, did your squad collectively fall behind? Upon checking the individual data, his face paled instantly. Judging from the data, it was evident that Li Limin's Class 5 was not lagging. He had calculated that the member who had fallen behind would surely be surpassed by the two leading members of Class 5. However, given the current situation, that individual would be overtaken by the entirety of Class 5, which would lead to quite the spectacle. Chapter 25, Team Spirit Wu Nian, you're on my right, He Hong on my left, half a position back. Zhao Xinmin, you shall be to He Hong's left. Sure Fa, you're beside Wu Nian, and also half a position behind, Yu Zhenyu commanded, his awareness encompassing everyone present. He sensed that all their breathing and stamina had stabilized, and he began instructing them to form ranks. He Jian, fall in behind me, with Yang Xiaozhi and Xing Qing on either side, mirroring the first row. After issuing his orders, Yu Zhenyu did not turn to check if everyone was in position. As if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, the three newcomers from Class 5, who had joined their group less than 10 minutes prior, harbored slight skepticism regarding Yu Zhenyu's commands. However, upon witnessing the four in the front row strictly adhere to his directives, they temporarily suppressed their confusion and complied with the arrangement. Once they formed ranks, they felt even more at ease than before. He Jian glanced sideways, and the other two followed suit. Realizing they shared the same sensation, inside the command room, Zhuo Hong displayed an airflow diagram on the main screen for the company commander, illustrating how the airflow, represented by red dashed lines, encountered the first row and subsequently dissipated to the sides, significantly reducing the air resistance for the rear rows. He Jian's mind began to race with calculations. But he still asked Yu Zhen, "What is your intention with this formation?" The squad leader had consistently emphasized that they were a team. Thus, what did this teamwork manifest as? Yu Zhenyu's response seemed evasive. Yet He Jian comprehended entirely. He replied, "Understood. What are your plans?" Yang Xiaoji and Xing Qing exchanged glances, remaining silent, but it was evident they too grasped the significance of his words. No one gets left behind. No one gets abandoned. I recall this phrase from a military film of ancient times. It resonates well with our situation. You three should rest in the second row for now, ready to substitute into the first row when needed. Why? I trust you all understand. Why Yu Zhenyu did not turn to look at the trio, but could almost sense their expressions. The three, being among the more physically capable in the squad, understood the rationale behind this arrangement. The other four had already followed Yu Zhenyu for a while and had clearly received his guidance. Otherwise, they would not be so compliant with his orders. Thus, they decided to observe for a while longer to ascertain whether he truly possessed the skills he implied. If he indeed proved himself, then obedience to his commands was warranted. After running over 2 more kilometers, He Jian and the others distinctly felt the team's speed consistently increasing, yet the burden remained relatively unchanged. It was apparent that Wu Nian, previously the weakest in stamina within the squad, still had considerable reserves of energy. He Jian switched places with Wu Nian, Yu Zhenyu commanded. Wu Nian took a moment to adjust. Filling a gap in their formation, He Jian hesitated briefly but quickly filled the void. Upon reaching the front row, he felt an immediate increase in pressure, the wind resistance becoming significantly greater. This indicated their current speed was quite rapid. He glanced at Yu Zhenyu, who seemed to sense He Jian's scrutiny, and remarked, "Our speed has undoubtedly surpassed that of the majority. Impossible, are you saying? I intend to strive for the top spot in the team." Yu Zhenyu unabashedly revealed his ambition. "Why? To catch up." Yu Zhenyu replied succinctly, "We currently sit at the bottom of the score rankings, and I find myself with negative points. I aim to recover the lost points. Relying solely on my efforts will merely negate my deficit. However, by harnessing your collective strength, I can enhance my score and potentially surpass Werfu's total." "What does that imply?" "I don't quite understand," He Jian admitted, though he felt a vague sense of reason in Yu Zhenyu's words. "I possess the capability to contend for the top individual score," Yu Zhenyu asserted. He Jian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "You certainly do. If I aim for first place in every category, I can only earn 3 points per event, correct?" "Indeed. What if I unite all of you to pursue the top team score instead?" Yu Zhenyu continued his inquiry. "You would still only earn 3 points per event," He Jian observed, glancing around at the others. "Currently, that is indeed the case. However, for events with less stringent team requirements, such as obstacle courses, if I unite you all, we can collectively improve our performance. How many points do you think I could earn?" He Jian's eyebrows twitched involuntarily, visibly moved by the prospect. "In optimal conditions, you could possibly secure 6 points. If you consistently achieve 6 points across all evaluations, you would quickly eliminate your negative score and could indeed surpass Werfu." After a moment of silence, He Jian mused, "Actually, you could also strive for 6 points today if we all come together and you leverage your speed advantage. That may be feasible in the future, but not today. Consider this. If I do not unify you all now, what do you think will happen?" Yu Zhenyu countered, casting a glance back at He Jian. "Yang Xiaoji, switch with Shi Fa." Yu Zhenyu issued another command, prompting Yang Xiaoji to take Shi Fa's position. It was apparent that Shi Fa was beginning to exhibit signs of fatigue. In this current echelon formation, it was imperative to have a leader who could guide the group and orchestrate shifts in rest to maintain the delicate balance between speed and formation. Indeed, today is not the time. He Jian realized. Why Yu Zhenyu had solidified his position as the group's linchpin. If he were to pursue personal glory now, it would inevitably result in the abandonment of his companions. This moment, There was clearly no one else capable of stepping in to lead the group. Reverting to previous dynamics was not an option, and He Jian comprehended the situation immediately. Xingqing, you and Zhao Xinmin switched places. He Hong, just hold on a bit longer. He Hong laughed, responding, rest assured, running another 5 kilometers is no trouble at all. That's what you said. I'll need to accelerate now. To everyone's surprise, the atmosphere remained lighthearted, and the group began to jest about Yu Zhenyu's leadership. Laughter resonated among them. All right, we must catch up to our brothers in front. We aim to dominate the top 10. Do we have the confidence? Yu Zhenyu boldly proclaimed this rallying cry at such a moment. Yes, the collective response echoed loudly, nearly disrupting the rhythmic breathing they had just managed to stabilize. Accelerate, accelerate. We are the best. Yu Zhenyu continued to rally the team, their pace intensifying once more. When Yu Zhenyu announced their goal of claiming the top 10 positions, He Jian felt a stirring within him. This individual was not merely striving for personal redemption. If the team achieved first place, every member would gain points. 3 points each for 10 individuals would amount to 30 points, augmenting both personal and team scores rapidly. This young man harbored grand ambitions. However, He Jian found himself genuinely appreciating it. A grin spread across his face. Aligning with someone like him seemed to be quite advantageous. In the command room of the second base, the atmosphere shifted noticeably. The squad leaders of the 2nd and 11th teams simultaneously sprang to their feet, exclaiming in unison to the company commander, "Commander, this is unfair. We haven't even had the chance to teach the importance of teamwork yet. Class 5's approach has clearly disrupted our plans." Li Limin stood up and declared, "I did not instruct them. They came to this realization on their own. Did you not see their demeanor at the start?" The 2nd class leader and the 11th class leader were momentarily rendered speechless. Initially, they had mocked the 5th class for their serpentine formation. Yet now the latter had independently grasped the significance of teamwork and transitioned to a more efficient echelon formation. It felt a tad unfair, but for the sake of their class's performance, they had to persevere. That was the strategy you devised. The 2nd class leader retorted sharply to Li Limin. "Indeed, that is your strategy." The 11th class leader quickly concurred. Just as Li Limin was about to counter, the 3rd company leader interjected. It is evident that the 5th class did not consider leveraging collective strength at the onset. The data speaks for itself. Upon saying this, the 3rd company leader retrieved the data from the 5th class, revealing a chaotic array of individual statistics at the start line, which only stabilized once the individuals converged. "Do you see this data? How could such disarray be premeditated?" the 3rd company leader pointed out. To entertain the possibility that Li Limin orchestrated this. Does the training outline specify a timeframe for team collaboration? If you were unprepared, who can you blame? The 2nd and 11th classes fell silent, with a few eager classes now subdued. No one dared to cast further aspersions on Li Limin, and an awkward tension enveloped the command room. As for Li Limin, he felt a surge of pride. With only 5 kilometers left, does anyone aspire to complete it in 18 minutes? Yu Zhenyu inquired. Is that feasible? Our stamina, He Jian, who had been rotated back to the front row for the 3rd time, responded hesitantly. Absolutely, Yu Zhenyu affirmed with certainty, though inwardly he felt anxious, aware that everyone's endurance was nearly depleted. However, if they maintained their current state, their speed would only gradually decline, and the outcome was uncertain. Yu Zhen, you all, go ahead. I will catch up. Wu Nian had already withdrawn from the rotation but steadfastly occupied a position in the 2nd row, persisting against the odds. No abandonment, no surrender. Are you going to give up? Yu Zhenyu challenged Wu Nian. Wu Nian remained silent, yet Yu Zhenyu continued, "If you can't run, we'll bind you and drag you along." As he spoke, he unfastened a climbing safety rope from the exterior of his backpack. A short length of about 3 meters. He secured one end to his waist and tossed the other end to Wu Nian. Wu Nian caught the hook, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. When Yu Zhenyu commanded, "Attach it," this is an order. His tone was imbued with authority, leaving no room for negotiation. Wu Nian instinctively clipped the rope to his waist, and Yu Zhenyu continued, "He Hong, Yang Xiaoji. Swapshire Fa and Zhao Xinmin to the rear. Everyone, take out your safety ropes. We will connect as a chain, and those who cannot run will be dragged." No one defied his command, and a rope formation was established. After ensuring everyone was secured, Yu Zhenyu asked, "Is there anyone with a mental capacity below 10? No one replied. He added, "My mental capacity is only 5. All of you exceed me. What is there to feel inferior about?" Focus on channeling that mental energy into your legs, whether thigh or calf. Just think of using your mental strength to fend off fatigue. I cannot say if you can achieve it, but I certainly have. Now, we will conquer the final 5 kilometers in 18 minutes. No, 15 minutes. No negotiations. Upon concluding his declaration, the entire team surged forward, a terrifying momentum sweeping through them. Chapter 26. The overgravity zone in the 3rd Company command room. Beads of fine sweat began to form on the forehead of Zhuohong, a phenomenon that was quite unusual. The 5th class exuded a formidable spirit, which was understandable, yet the crimson light detected by the mental capacity device was blinding. The 3rd Company leader turned to him and inquired, "What's going on?" "There's a mental capacity response," Zhuohong instinctively replied, his focus still fixated on the data. From those figures, it was apparent that these youngsters, all under 20, were somewhat terrifying. Of course, there's a mental capacity response. That Yuzhen kid must possess some detection abilities. Wait, what is Yuzhen's detection power? The 3rd Company leader expressed disdain for Zhuohong's reaction. "It's not Yuzhen." "Huh? Not Yuzhen? Then who?" "All the members of the 5th class." No, the few individuals trailing beside Yuzhen were exhibiting mental fluctuations. Zhuohong's gaze momentarily dulled. It dawned on the 3rd Company leader that the 5th class had once again appeared on the screen before him, which had nearly become a live broadcast for them. The screen displayed the 5th class, all connected by climbing safety ropes, while on the right side, each individual's mental capacity data was annotated. There were 2 rows of numbers. One indicated mental capacity value. The other indicated mental fluctuation value, 2 distinct metrics that should not be conflated. He Jian 1215, Yang Xiaoji 1214, Zingqing 1214, Hihong 1213, Zhao Xinmin 1113, Shi Fa 1114. Wunyan 1013, Yuzhen 512. The 3rd Company leader glanced at the data and turned to Zhuohong. "Is this data accurate?" In the 3rd Company leader's view, Yuzhen's data should not be this low. A mental capacity of only 5 seemed implausible. Indeed, the data is correct. Yuzhen's self-sealing is exceptionally strong. And there are no signs of it dissipating yet, hence his mental capacity remains at 5. Perhaps only specialized mental capacity devices could detect it, and such devices are not yet available on Earth. However, I have heard that several nations training super soldiers are already researching this area. Zhuohong could already discern the 3rd Company leader's intent from his gaze. "So, how do we ascertain his training data?" The 3rd Company leader inquired. "By analyzing the mental fluctuations. His fluctuations are similar to those of a normal person, which allows us to roughly deduce his true mental capacity." Zhuohong was inputting a mathematical model on his computer, feeding in a series of data. "What level is Yuzhen's mental capacity?" Just then, Zhuohong entered the last piece of data into the model and pressed enter. The mathematical model began to compute rapidly. And within seconds, a figure emerged. He turned to the 3rd Company leader and said, "Yuzhen's value is estimated to be between 10 and 11, comparable to the others. However, his mental capacity application has awakened, enabling sustained mental output. His awakening seems to be in the direction of detection, at least from what we currently understand. He is using this ability to monitor the movements of his entire class to adjust their running pace." The 3rd Company leader nodded, continuing to observe the screen. "Can the 5th class enter the training apparatus?" "Not yet. Their mental awakening appears to be temporary and requires further observation. Only when their mental output stabilizes can they proceed with training in the apparatus," Zhuohong replied, shaking his head. The 3rd Company leader ceased his inquiries and redirected his attention to the screen, while the class leaders, having overheard the exchange between the 3rd Company leader and Zhuohong, began to consider initiating team and mental capacity training as soon as the troops arrived. Although this training may be somewhat premature, some had already begun, and to proceed methodically could lead to a detrimental lag. "He Jian, who is that person ahead?" Yu asked, gazing at the figure staggering in the distance. Thanks to the sudden awakening of his mental capacity, He Jian's vision had dramatically improved. He scrutinized the figure for several seconds before responding. "That is not from our class. He should be from the 4th class. I can't believe we are about to catch up to someone who started 5 minutes earlier. Indeed, I can't believe we might catch up to someone ahead." Several voices chimed in unison, expressing their astonishment. "Thinking back, I would have considered it exceptional if the 6th class hadn't caught up with me," Wu Nian added, reflecting on his own capabilities. As the figure drew nearer, he became aware of the large group behind him rapidly approaching. Initially moving at a leisurely pace, he began to run again, though it was evident that his rhythm and stride had become disordered. Such a state was unsustainable. Wu Nian, prepare your safety rope and bring him along, Yu Zhenyu suddenly commanded. Why Yu Zhen? He is from the 4th class, He Jian exclaimed, somewhat taken aback, as such an occurrence had never happened before. I know he is from the 4th class. This is merely a standard assessment, not a competition. He is also our comrade. If this were a battlefield, would we not assist him? Yu Zhenyu queried. He Jian was left speechless. Indeed, if this were a battlefield, it mattered not which class he belonged to. They were all allies. Zhao Jian, feeling unusually weak since morning, had noticeably fallen behind after running half the distance. The members of the 4th class had long since vanished from sight. But he knew the 5th class was behind him. Few among them could truly run, and perhaps only 4 or 5 could surpass him. Now, 2 had already passed him, sprinting with the intent of claiming the top spot for the entire company. His mind felt blank, and the sounds of footsteps behind him were a cacophony, suggesting more than one person. When he turned to look, he was incredulous to find 7 or 8 individuals trailing him. Surely this was a single class. Could it be that the 5th class had collectively surged forward? How embarrassing. With a renewed effort, Zhao Jian began to run again, though it was clear he was struggling. Waves of dizziness washed over him, but he managed to stabilize himself when a voice called out, "What's wrong? You look unwell. I advise you not to continue running. You might risk fainting. I can still run. It's just that last night I had a bit of an upset stomach, but it's nothing serious. This morning, I'm feeling much better." Zhao Jian, for some reason, responded as well. He looked around and realized he had become ensnared in the encirclement of the 5th team. A water bottle was handed to him, as he had already finished his own, yet it was of little use. Within minutes, it had transformed into sweat. He took the water bottle, tilted his head back, and took a sip, only to find the taste somewhat off. He glanced curiously at the owner of the bottle, who smiled and explained, "After such a long run, we need to add some salt to the water. Otherwise, it won't replenish our losses." Yu Zhen, how did you know this? Several voices chimed in from behind. Yeah, how did you know? Why didn't you tell us last night? We could have prepared something too. Zhao Jian took another sip. Indeed, this mildly salted water felt more invigorating than plain water, and his entire body felt significantly better. Did I mention it last night? Would you have believed me? As for how I know, it's because I have quite a few retired veterans at home who imparted this wisdom to me. Yuzhen turned to the crowd behind him and noticed they were all pouring salt into their own water bottles. After all, such wilderness survival supplies were essential in their gear. Don't add too much. Too much will not only fail to replenish, but will also accelerate dehydration. Just make it a light saline solution, Yuzhen urged. We know. We are well aware of that. Several individuals replied without lifting their heads. Continuing to mix their salt water, Zhao Jian returned the water bottle to Yuzhen, who said, "Keep it. It's evident you've already finished yours. We only have this short distance left, and I won't need it." Zhao Jian did not refuse, knowing this was not the time for hesitance. He strapped the water bottle to his belt and then noticed a safety rope supporting his waist, allowing him to maintain his running speed without losing much energy. Yuzhen inquired, "Brother, are you feeling better? We can't keep carrying you along like this. It's slowing us down. Come on, head to the last brother at the back and attach the safety rope to your waist. We will pull you." It was only then that he realized they had all connected themselves with safety ropes, allowing them to exert force collectively while running. Those who could not keep up could be pulled along, significantly conserving energy. He looked at Yuzhen in astonishment and said, "But I am from the 4th team, not yours. I am already grateful for the water you shared. Do you still need to drag me along? We are comrades, regardless of which team you belong to," Yuzhen replied. Zhao Jian wanted to say something further, but He Jian patted his shoulder and said, "No more chatter. Just tie yourself in at the back. We still have 3 to 4 kilometers to go. Think of it as hitching a ride." In the command room, the expression on Songji's face from the 4th team had turned long and gloomy as he observed his soldiers trailing behind the 5th team. Being dragged along by them, the 3rd company commander felt a surge of excitement at the scene. Could it be that another mental power awakener was emerging? However, his hopes were dashed as the brainwaves of the 4th team members showed no signs of fluctuation. Zhuahong looked at the data on the computer and said to the 3rd company commander, "Commander, based on their speed, they might finish the last 5 kilometers in under 15 minutes. They won't make it." The third company commander replied confidently. Why? Zhuo Hong inquired. The third company commander opened the map of the Martian gravity zone, and upon seeing it, Zhuo Hong fell silent, with 2 kilometers remaining. The observation tower of the second camp was already faintly visible in the distance, and Yuzhen and his team suddenly felt as if they had slammed into a wall. Their speed decreased, and their bodies felt as though they had doubled in weight. What is going on? Why has it suddenly? Someone asked. We must have entered the gravity zone. It feels like double the weight, Zhao Ximin asserted with certainty. Everyone became a bit disoriented, but Yuzhen shouted loudly, everyone remain calm. It's merely an increase in gravity. Let's maintain our rhythm. We have just 2 kilometers left. There's no need to panic. We can slow down a bit, but we must not lose our composure. His words stabilized everyone's emotions. Indeed, it was just double the gravity. And there was no significant difference from usual. The finish line was in sight, and there was no reason to be alarmed. Chapter 27. All arrived. Li Limin's screen had transformed into a mental power detection device display. For those already on the brink of collapse, these 2 kilometers felt like an eternity. If it weren't for Yuzhen leading the 8 members of the 5th team, more than half would have given up by now. Yet, everyone was still pushing themselves to squeeze out the last remnants of their strength. The first to show signs of collapse was Wu Nian. As the perennial laggard of the team, his stamina could not support such a prolonged sprint, and his brainwaves had been emitting unstable signals for the past 2 minutes. The others had not yet felt it, but Yuzhen certainly did. He was intentionally reducing the pace, with each decrement. Wu Nian's brainwaves stabilized for a few seconds before fluctuating wildly again. He was severely overexerted. While Yuzhen turned back for the first time, Wu Nian had repeatedly placed his hand on the hook. With a mere press, he could detach it, relieving his comrades of any burden. They had taken great care of him throughout this journey, and he did not wish to be a liability. He reached for the hook once more. He caught sight of Yuzhen looking back at him. Those 2 gazes, sharp as swords, pierced his eyes, causing him to retract his hand. They had come this far. There was only 1 kilometer left, and the second camp was already faintly visible. He believed that not a single brother would abandon him at this point. If he gave up, surely his comrades would have a word or 2 to say to him upon reaching the camp. Wu Nian consoled himself, and he observed the brothers around him, all clearly exhausted, yet not one showed signs of wanting to give up. Their eyes were filled with yearning and determination for the destination. A wave of shame washed over him for even considering surrendering. That moment, he felt a slackening at his waist, and he turned in surprise. Who would give up at this juncture? His foggy mind suddenly cleared. Who was it? Where was Zhao Ximin? Present. What about Fa? Also here. The 2 individuals running alongside him were still there, who had abandoned their post. The other members of the team turned back, looking at him first. He had not given up, so who had? Brothers, thank you. For the last kilometer, it is my own time. Zhao Jian noticed that Wu Nian, who was running ahead of him, was already exhausted and could no longer drag the 5th team down. He was determined to give his all for the final kilometer. No one halted their pace for Zhao Jian. They understood that this was still his own team, not theirs, and they were under no obligation to stop for him. Thus they respected his choice. Everyone cast encouraging glances toward Zhao Jian. This was the last thing they could do for him, and the rest was up to him. Wu Nian's brainwaves fluctuated slightly before surging again, ultimately stabilizing at a level 5. Li Limin clenched his fists tightly, understanding what this meant. Wu Nian had completely exhausted his physical strength. Under normal circumstances, Wu Nian would have already fainted, but he was still holding on with sheer willpower. Suddenly, the safety ropes around Zhao Ximin and Fa tightened, instinctively connecting them to Wu Nian's safety rope. Their brainwaves trembled, as they were also at their limits. They turned back to glance at Wu Nian, whose eyes appeared unfocused, lacking any clarity, yet his feet continued to move, striving to keep up with the others. Wei Yuzhen turned back once more, observing Wu Nian's condition. He was now in a semi-conscious state. The pace could not be reduced any further. If it were, Wu Nian would lose his focus, and the consequences could be dire. Wei Yuzhen glanced back with concern and said, Wu Nian has already fainted. We cannot afford any changes in speed. Otherwise, Wu Nian will fall, and should he fall, no one knows the consequences. Brothers, he is relying on us now. No one in the team spoke. Only heavy, labored breaths filled the air, as the others could no longer articulate their thoughts. Yet, every pair of eyes was filled with determination. They had come this far, and none could be left behind. Beads of sweat continued to beat on Li Limin's forehead, while Zhao Xinmin and Shi Fei's brainwaves also wavered, on the verge of collapse. However, they were relieved that only 500 meters remained. Internally, he chanted, hold on, don't slacken." Wu Nian's brainwaves began to fluctuate again. Reactivating, his mental energy returned to a level 8. He looked around in confusion, realizing he was still running, still in the race. He saw Zhao Xinmin and Shi Fei ahead of him, and a smile crept onto his lips. He had not let himself down. Zhao Xinmin and Shi Fei felt a sudden slack at their backs as Wu Nian regained his consciousness, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Their fluctuating brainwaves stabilized slightly, now at a level 10. If they continued like this, they would soon find themselves in the same state as Wu Nian. Thankfully, Wu Nian was awake again, and the pressure on them lightened considerably. Wei Yuzhen looked up at the camp gate. There was a somewhat familiar silhouette standing there. He felt a surge of excitement and said to the others, "Who is that at the camp gate?" He Jian, upon seeing, also felt exhilarated and exclaimed, "Wu Erfu." The spirits of everyone lifted. Indeed, it was Wu Erfu, the top performer of their class, a person who usually focused solely on his own success, indifferent to others' struggles. It was apparent he too had reached his limits. As he approached the camp gate, it was less a run and more a walk. Suddenly, everyone felt a sense of schadenfreude, how the tables had turned. 500 meters may not seem long, yet for everyone. After traversing 15 kilometers, this distance feels even shorter. Once, they were a great distance away from Wu Erfu, unable to catch even a glimpse of his figure. Now, with only 500 meters remaining, what does this signify? It indicates that they possess the ability to compete with Wu Erfu. All of this is attributed to the new recruit, Yu Zhen, who has proven to be a more fitting vice leader for the group. For no other reason than the fact that it is he who has led them to a mere 500 meters from Wu Erfu on Li Limin's screen, apart from the unchanged data of the recruit Yu Zhen. Everyone's statistics have shown a marked improvement. Even Wu's data has restored to TN. It is truly astonishing how witnessing Wu Erfu's silhouette has inspired such motivation among them. As they successfully crossed the camp gate, they were so exhausted that they could scarcely lift their legs. Wei Yuzhen did not loosen the safety rope. Instead, he dragged the 7 individuals along, compelling them to keep moving, urging them with words, "Everyone, keep moving. You can't lie down right after running. Keep walking, or you'll regret it later." Wu Erfu entered the camp, and the first, second, and third squads had already departed, leaving the fourth squad lined up, hands linked and shoulders touching. Still waiting, Wu Erfu sneered, aware that one member of the fourth squad had yet to arrive. What was there to wait for concerning this laggard? The military is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. And there is no need for compassion towards the weak. He busied himself with stretching exercises when Ho Jishin approached, offering Wu Erfu a bottle of water. "Vice leader, let's wait at the gate. They should be arriving soon." Wait for what? The weak are not worth the weight of the strong. They only hinder the progress of the capable. Upon finishing his words, he took the water and prepared to enter the rest area. To his surprise, Ho Jishin seemed oblivious to him, staring blankly at the camp's entrance, while the members of the fourth squad gazed outside in anticipation. Their vice leader turned to him, giving him a thumbs up, leaving him utterly perplexed. Vice leader, they're back. Look, they're all back," Ho Jishin exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he pointed towards the entrance. "Ho Jishin, I can see and hear just fine. There's no need for your shouting," Wu Erfu retorted, glancing towards the entrance, and indeed, a large group from the 5th squad was sprinting towards them. 1, 2, 3, only 5? Where did all of them come from? Vice leader, take a closer look. The first 5 are together. And there are 3 more behind. He squinted into the distance and confirmed that indeed, there was another figure approaching, but it was not one of their squad. It was Zhao Jian from the 4th squad. The members of the 4th squad erupted into cheers, calling out Zhao Jian's name and enthusiastically waving their arms to encourage him. Wu Erfu frowned, muttering under his breath, "What is there to cheer for a straggler?" Thankfully, his voice was low enough that the 4th squad did not hear him, but Ho Jishin caught every word. He was taken aback and said, "Vice leader, how can you say that? It will affect everyone's morale." Is it not enough that you all are dragging me down? My performance could have made me a star vice leader, but because of you, Even without that, Yuzhen, if your scores had been a bit better, we could still. He trailed off as all members of the 5th squad had entered the camp. Every single one. He stood there, stunned. Indeed, there were 8 of them. The first 5 had concealed the last 3. And as soon as they entered, they should have reported in, yet they all obediently followed that Yuzhen to begin stretching exercises. Just as he contemplated whether to approach them, Ho Jishin had already made his way over. Wu Erfa hesitated, retracting the foot he intended to step forward with. Meanwhile, Zhao Jian from the 4th squad had also rushed into the camp, and all members of the 4th squad swarmed him, celebrating with hugs and playful punches, reveling in their collective arrival. Zhao Jian pushed through the crowd and approached the 5th squad, which puzzled Wu Erfu. What was Zhao Jian doing in the 5th squad? A laggard wanting to express his joy at being overtaken, he reached Yuzhen, unfastening a water bottle as he handed it over, saying, "5th squad vice leader. Thank you." Yuzhen accepted the water bottle, tucking it into his waist, and replied, "I am not the 5th squad vice leader. Our vice leader is over there. Helping a comrade is merely a small act. No need for thanks." The vice leader of the 4th squad approached, extending his hand to Wu Erfu for a handshake. "Thank you, Wu vice leader. You've trained an excellent soldier. Without him, Zhao Jian might have needed to call for assistance. Thank you for your generous support." Wu Erfu felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness as he shook hands with the vice leader of the 4th squad, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 28. A change in leadership? Once everyone's breathing had steadied, Yuzhen stepped before Wu Erfu, saluting as he reported, "Vice leader, all members of the 5th squad have completed the 15-kilometer cross-country assessment and request a break." You don't need to request anything from me. You can make your own decisions. Here, I believe you are better suited to be the vice leader." Wu Erfa tossed off a remark and, without waiting for Yuzhen's reaction, strode towards the rest area. Yuzhen held his hat brim, torn between the desire to follow or retreat, ultimately allowing his hand to drop as he turned to Ho Jishin. Ho Jishin shook his head with a sigh and approached Yuzhen, saying, "Yuzhen, don't take it to heart. Wu vice leader is just like that. Be more understanding." He patted Yuzhen on the shoulder and made his way to the rest area. Why Yuzhen stood there, bewildered, gazing at the spot where Wu Erfa had disappeared. He truly could not comprehend where he had offended the man. He Jian walked over, stating, "Wu vice leader has never cared for us, only himself." He Jian lightly patted Yuzhen's shoulder. "Don't take it to heart." Then, pointing behind him, he continued, "We brothers remember what you've done for us. We appreciate you looking out for us." Yuzhen turned to see that everyone was watching him, each casting encouraging glances. Wu, who had approached, said, "Yuzhen, without you, I wouldn't have achieved my current results. I would have called for help long ago." He looked around and suggested, "Why don't you be our vice leader? Don't be discouraged by your negative score. Based on your performance today, you'll catch up quickly. I suspect Wu Erfu feels threatened by your impressive showing and is acting out because of it." He Hong immediately chimed in, "Yes, you should be our vice leader. We can petition the squad leader. With your skills, surpassing him will be easy. Negative scores can be wiped clean after several assessments." Exactly, the others echoed, insisting, "We'll approach the squad leader. Someone like Yuzhen, who is capable and willing to help others, deserves to be vice leader." Yuzhen had yet to speak when he was interrupted, as they rallied around him, leading him towards the rest area while chattering excitedly about their plans to secure his vice leadership. In the command center, this entire scene was captured faithfully by the omnipresent surveillance cameras, and the soldiers' conversations were clearly audible to Li Limin. The leaders of the 1st to 4th squads had already left the command center to join their respective squads in the rest area, while Li Limin lingered, reluctant to depart. The 3rd platoon leader turned to glance at him several times with intrigue. As Li Limin hesitated at the door, his hand resting on the access control. He ultimately resolved to turn back to the 3rd platoon leader, saying, "Squad leader, I was wrong. Ranking scores in the new recruit squad is inappropriate. I plan to let Yuzhen be the vice leader." "Weren't you the one who thought this would enhance their initiative?" the 3rd platoon leader teased, recalling his previous discussions with Li Limin regarding this method for selecting a vice leader. In the new recruit squad, these soldiers still did not grasp the essence of teamwork. Teamwork signifies collaboration, and ranking scores would not only fail to stimulate their initiative, but could also demoralize them to some extent. I understand now. A good leader must not only possess strong abilities, but also be capable of uplifting others. It's not merely about individual performance and high scores, Li Limin acknowledged. Oh, how did you come to this realization? Through him, Li Limin pointed at the screen displaying Yuzhen. He is a negative scorer, and to this day, he has not earned a single point for your squad, having deducted nearly 100 points. The third platoon leader chuckled. Squad leader, please don't speak in sarcasm. Is it not clear? Today's assessment demonstrates that Yuzhen not only aims to score for himself, but also strives for the entire team to excel. Although 7 squads have yet to complete their assessments, none will outperform my squad. I am confident of this, and it is under Yuzhen's leadership that we have regained 30 points. His deduction of 100 points has been reduced by a third in one go. He truly comprehends the value of teamwork, far surpassing Wu Erfu, who operates solo. Li Limin exclaimed in one breath, daring to glance at the third platoon leader. Well, you've grasped some of it, but you shouldn't dismiss past methods so quickly. How about this? Divide one squad into 2 combat teams, each led by one, and observe the results of the upcoming assessments. If Wu Erfu's team performs better, we'll stick to the current approach. If Yuzhen's team excels, we'll adjust accordingly. The third platoon leader outlined his plan. That sounds reasonable, as Li Limin's words trailed off. Interrupted by the third company commander, he asserted, there is nothing wrong with this approach. It is crucial for them to fully understand what teamwork entails and the role they play within it. Dividing them into 2 groups for competition will provide a clearer perspective, making it more acceptable for the soldiers. Li Limin nodded in agreement, saluted, and promptly turned to hurry to his squad, where one of his soldiers awaited his arrival. In the lounge, with 12 benches arranged, one for each squad, when Li Limin entered. The 5th squad was already seated. A quick glance revealed that Yuzhen was not at the end, but rather beside Ho Jishin in the 3rd position. This seating arrangement clearly reflected the collective will of the group. Wu Erfu wore a frosty expression, while Ho Jishin incessantly comforted him. The other 7 members appeared exuberant. Upon noticing Li Limin's entrance, Wu Erfu immediately stood up and addressed him, squad leader. Yuzhen has disrespected the rules. His seat should be at the back. Li Limin waved his hand to interrupt Wu Erfu, glancing at the others as he inquired, do you have any objections to what Wu Banfu has stated? Ho Jishin, you may begin. According to the rules, Yuzhen should indeed sit at the back. However, given his significant contributions during today's assessment, I believe it is not unreasonable to allow him a seat in the front this time. He can return to his original position tomorrow. Ho Jishin glanced at Wu Erfu, then at the rest, before finally addressing Li Limin. You truly are dedicated to smoothing over matters. Li Limin patted Ho Jishin's shoulder, encouraging him to take his seat. He then turned his attention to Yuzhen, who immediately stood up. Before he could speak, Li Limin placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him back down. Why, Yuzhen? You performed admirably today. Maintain that momentum. However, I am currently addressing the issue of your seating. As the person involved, you're evading the question. He continued to observe as the remaining 7 stood up in unison. With He Jian speaking on behalf of the group, squad leader, Yuzhen possesses the capability to occupy the seat. Had he not missed the first 3 months of new recruit training, he would rightfully be sitting beside you. Rather than Wu Banfu occupying that position, his current placement in the 3rd seat is already a compromise. We are all aware of that, so it is entirely justified. How can you say such a thing? He Jian, discipline is discipline. Without rules, there can be no order. Wu Erfu stood up again, disregarding Li Limin's presence as he reprimanded He Jian. Wu Erfu, I have instructed you to sit down. I am currently seeking their opinions. It is not yet your turn to speak. Li Limin turned sharply to glare at Wu Erfu, who was taken aback by Li Limin's lack of deference. He stood frozen, accustomed to Li Limin's usual support. It seemed that since Yuzhen's arrival in the 5th squad, the squad leader had begun to change, no longer concerning himself with Wu Erfu. Why was this the case? The 4th squad leader approached and gently patted Wu Erfu's shoulder, saying, Wu Erfu, calm down. Your squad leader will handle this matter. Be patient. There will be an explanation soon. Just wait. After speaking, he guided Wu Erfu back to his seat. Old Wu, thank you for today. I gathered some information. And I must say, your soldier is quite impressive. After which, he gave Yuzhen a thumbs up. Why Yuzhen immediately stood to salute, replying, it is my duty. Humility is commendable. Please take a seat. The 4th squad leader waved for Yuzhen to sit and then turned back to Li Limin. Continuing, Old Wu, I want to discuss something with you. Let us step outside. With that, he pulled Li Min away. The members of the 4th and 5th squads watched, perplexed about the conversation between their leaders. Outside the lounge, the 4th squad leader stated directly, Old Wu, seeing how Yuzhen has clashed with Wu Erfu, how about this? I'll trade you our 2nd-ranked soldier for Yuzhen. Li Min pointed at the 4th squad leader, saying, Songja, what do you mean? You can't poach like this. Why don't you want Wu Erfu? Heh, Wu Erfa isn't quite suited for our squad's atmosphere. If he were, I would surely want him. But right now, I understand Wu Erfu's standing in your eyes. I won't take what belongs to others. What do you think? Besides, Yuzhen has only just arrived and hasn't yet integrated into your collective, right? Songja whispered to Li Min. Li Min gestured towards Yu Zhenyu, who was seated in the 3rd position. I asked this what you call not integrating into the group. His position is at the back, yet the majority of the squad chose to let him sit in the front. Is that not integration? Are you trying to deceive me? Songja, I'll tell you this. If you want to take Yuzhen from me, you'll have to step over my dead body. As for others, feel free. We've been comrades for a long time, and I don't wish for any discord between us over this matter. You decide what to do. With that, he brushed past the 4th squad leader and re-entered the lounge. This old Li. The 4th squad leader shook his head, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. As he left the command center, he took note of the reactions of the other squad leaders. The scene at the camp entrance had been witnessed by all, and to them, it merely appeared as 2 adolescents throwing a tantrum. However, this was not beneficial for the 5th squad. It could lead to polarization within the group, which would be detrimental to their collective. Therefore, they contemplated whether swapping someone might be possible, particularly Wu Erfu, whose high ranking could significantly elevate the squad's points. As for Yuzhen, aside from the 4th squad leader, no one placed much hope in him. After all, he had negative points, making it quite challenging to catch up. At this moment, the 4th squad leader was not focused on Yuzhen's negative points. Rather, he saw the potential for Yuzhen to elevate the group's score. Securing 1st place in a collective assessment would yield 30 points, which was advantageous for a squad dependent on collective strength like theirs. Chapter 29. Li Min re-entered the lounge and addressed all members of the 5th squad. Let us continue. Before leaving the command center, I discussed with the company commander the division of our 5th squad into 2 combat teams, one led by Wu Erfu and the other by Yuzhen. Starting from next week's obstacle assessment, over 3 assessment cycles, the team with the better performance will have their leader appointed as the squad deputy. Upon hearing Li Min's decision, the entire squad erupted in joy. He raised a hand to quell their celebration, continuing, while there will be those who wish to join a team and those who do not. It is unacceptable to say, I do not want to be in this team, and then neglect training. Such behavior. He left the sentence hanging, his threatening gaze conveying everything. Wu Erfu, you may choose first. Li Min's voice was deliberately low, resonating with a somber weight that quelled any thoughts of resistance. However, Yu Zhenyu perceived a different sentiment entirely. He distinctly felt a surge of mental energy emanating from those 6 words, exerting a natural suppression over the less experienced soldiers. Li Min glanced at Yu Zhenyu, aware that this individual, Yuzhen, could sense the subtle nuances. His actions were intended for Yuzhen's benefit, as the latter had begun employing mental energy for various tasks. Thus, Li Min was signaling to him, I am aware of your little tricks. It would be wise not to engage in any clever games with me. Wu Erfa cast a challenging glance at Yu Zhenyu, thinking smugly, see, the squad leader's favor still lies with me. You are still inexperienced. As he pondered, he called out the names of those he desired. Ho Jishan, He Jian, Yang Xiaoji, He Hong. I want these 4. Upon hearing their names, 4 individuals reacted differently. While Ho Jishan felt indifferent, the other 3 wore expressions of dismay. Why was I picked by this guy? Just because of good grades. Ironically, these 4 were indeed ranked just below Wu Erfu. Li Min shook his head, sighing. At such a moment, Wu Erfu still failed to grasp that grades did not equate to everything. Although these 5 had previously ranked in the top 5, the reality of today had not awakened him to the potential of those ranked lower. This fellow was beyond redemption. How had he ever seen promise in him? Appointing him as deputy would only lead the 5th squad to ruin. The seating arrangement within the 5th squad was also reshuffled, with Wu Erfa still occupying the 2nd position on the left. His right sat the 4 he had chosen, followed by Yu Zhenyu and his 4 subordinates, creating a stark contrast in expressions between the 2 groups. Wu Erfa maintained a facade of seriousness, while Ho Jishan appeared nonchalant. The other three wore confused looks, leaving one to wonder what kind of performance they would deliver in the upcoming assessment. In stark contrast, the 5 individuals on the right side of the bench, though lacking smiles, exuded an air of confidence from within. At 11:30 a.m., the last squad dragged their weary bodies into the lounge, followed by the 3rd Company Commander and the accompanying medical officer, Hong, as well as the assessment record keeper. This lounge was originally a hall, so upon entering, the 3rd Company Commander directly ascended the podium. He picked up the record keeper's notebook, opening a page that displayed the assessment results projected on the wall behind him. After surveying all the new recruits, he stated, "The results are displayed on the wall. I will not read them out loud. There are many dark horses, but there are also many who have sunk to the bottom. Why is this? Some claim that the increased gravity here makes it difficult to adapt, assuring that if they return to a normal gravity zone, their scores will certainly improve. This, however, is not a valid excuse. I wish to convey to you that you shall be spending 3 months here, during which the gravity can be adjusted between 2 to 5 times that of Earth. Naturally, the increase will be gradual, allowing you ample time to adapt, albeit not too long, so I advise you all to take heed. Now, let us commence our meal." The words of the squad leader sent a chill through the new recruits seated below. This seemed rather extreme, did it not? 5 times the gravity could indeed be perilous. However, it is rumored that habitable planets with 5 times the gravity have already been discovered in the outer realms, suggesting preparations for future deployments on such worlds. To acclimatize to a shift from 2 to 5 times the gravity within 3 months is truly daunting. For someone weighing 60 kilograms, adjusting to 120 kilograms may not pose a significant challenge, merely a matter of perceiving oneself as having gained weight. But 300 kilograms, that is far beyond the simple notion of weight gain. Just moments ago, those who had briefly felt elated upon seeing their names on the wall among the top ranks now appeared utterly at a loss, particularly Class 5, who had made the most remarkable progress this time. All members of their class had entered the top 50, with the 1st and 5th positions held by Class 5, and they emerged as the top team, amassing an impressive 34 points in this round of evaluations. The expressions on their faces were quite telling. The left half beamed with joy, while the right half bore a frown of concern. The prospect of adapting to 5 times the gravity within 3 months was undeniably exhilarating. Wu Erfa glanced at his teammates and, maintaining a stoic demeanor, stated, 5 times the gravity is merely a gradual increase. If one possesses sufficient strength, what is there to fear? He then resumed his impassive posture. Eugeniu similarly regarded his team members and offered them a reassuring smile, saying, 5 times the gravity is not excessively burdensome. Consider those who weigh over 300 pounds. They live quite well, do they not? Moreover, it is not an instantaneous leap to 5 times. It will be a progressive journey. I have faith in our capabilities. Look, we have already endured 2 times the gravity, have we not? And my own performance has been commendable. Remember, I will face the challenges alongside you. After this, he exchanged high fives with each team member. Li Min observed from the sidelines, allowing the 2 leaders to implement their strategies without interference or guidance, enabling them to fully express their potential. One must admit, he had indeed transitioned from one extreme to another. The seating arrangement at the dining table was equally intriguing, with Wu Erfu and Eugeniu facing each other, while the members from each group took their places according to their rankings. Lunchtime was characterized by an unusual silence as everyone quickly consumed their meals, eager to visit the training grounds. The area was divided into 4 obstacle courses, with Wu Erfu and Eugeniu each overseeing half. After inspecting the training grounds, both groups returned to their quarters to rest, well aware that one should avoid physical exertion after a hearty meal. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Erfu led his 4 team members onto the training field, assigning himself to one set of equipment while the others took on another. His sole requirement was that everyone approach each training session with utmost seriousness and avoid any form of complacency. He then began to run on his designated apparatus, observing the movements of the 4 individuals in the adjacent group, particularly He Jian's, as he could not forget the small gesture Eugeniu had made during lunch. At that moment, he had been preparing to lead the team away when Yuzhen pulled He Jian aside for a brief conversation. Had he not interrupted, he wondered how long the 2 would have spoken. It seemed Yuzhen intended to have those 3 deliberately hinder his progress. Such fanciful thoughts. As long as he kept a close watch, it was unlikely they could devise any tricks. Meanwhile, Eugeniu did not immediately organize his team for training. Instead, he gathered them together for a discussion to deepen their understanding of one another, particularly focusing on any difficulties faced while navigating the obstacle course. He then provided insights into some fundamental techniques. It was not until 2 o'clock that they finally made their way to the training ground. Just before entering, Wu Nian could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Yu Zhenyu, "Head, what did you discuss with He Jian at lunch? Were you instructing them to ease up on their efforts? It seems only fitting that Wu Erfu should face some challenges, given his usual arrogance." "No," Yu Zhenyu replied, "I have urged them to intensify their training. Should their performance not improve, they shall not return to my team." He regarded Wu Nian with a calm demeanor. "What? Isn't that inviting trouble? Wu Erfu's capabilities are already quite formidable, and those individuals outperform us. If you do not allow them to ease up, how shall we fare?" Wu Nian halted, perplexed by Yu Zhenyu's stance. Yu Zhenyu paused as well and looked back at the group. "Do you have doubts about your own abilities? Do you believe you are weaker than they are?" The group collectively nodded, acknowledging their position at the lower end of the class. Yu Zhenyu continued, "Yet I perceive a greater potential within you than in them. For instance, Wu Nian, did you ever think you could run 15 kilometers? No. Without you, I could not have finished." Wu Nian replied thoughtfully, "It is not I. But you who have demonstrated your rightful capabilities, my role has been minimal. Merely one of guidance." Yu Zhenyu focused intently on the group, employing mental energy in his speech, stirring their spirits, sensing their emotions beginning to rise. He added fuel to the fire. "So do not underestimate yourselves. You are extraordinary. I am honored to have you as comrades. Together, let us create miracles." After delivering this motivational speech, Yu Zhenyu smiled and declared, "Let us proceed to training and practice the points I just shared with you." He turned and led the way to the training field. It was unclear whether the morning's evaluations had utterly drained Wu Nian, or if his mental energy had waned, or perhaps he had surpassed his limits. In any case, he was the first to recover from the shock, hurrying to Yu Zhenyu's side. "Brother Jin, about what we discussed earlier, are you not setting a trap for Wu Erfu?" "Indeed, a little," Yu Zhenyu chuckled. "He is likely now suspicious of He Jian." This time, Yu Zhenyu did not deny his intentions. He indeed harbored a slight desire to arouse Wu Erfu's suspicions. Chapter 30. Night Assembly. Jean Kelly approached Yu Zhenyu with a sly grin, stating, "Did you think you could escape? Just because I didn't seek you out last night does not mean you have been released. It was merely a pause in training due to your assessment today. Thus, today's training shall be doubled, and I will slow down the reality time." "Surely not. This is 2 times the gravity. The physical exertion is also doubled. Must we endure such torment? It could be lethal." Yu Zhenyu lamented, pleading with Jean Kelly. Throughout the afternoon, Wu Erfu trained with relentless vigor, not only pushing himself to the limit, but also relentlessly drilling the 4 members of his team as if they were rolling barrels. With no respite whatsoever, the 4 individuals found themselves compelled to compete against one another for endurance, with no option but to strive earnestly. Wu Erfu, as the team leader, had no choice but to exert himself as well. They enjoyed a mere 10 minutes of rest throughout the afternoon, ultimately nearing exhaustion on the training field. To make matters worse, the tireless efforts of Class 5 inspired the other classes, igniting a training frenzy that swept through the afternoon. After dinner, Yu Zhenyu firmly prohibited his team from engaging in any further training, instead replaying the afternoon's training footage repeatedly for his members, meticulously dissecting each misaligned movement, breaking it down layer by layer for their comprehension. Meanwhile, Wu Erfu's team continued their training. After observing their contorted movements under the oppressive gravity, Yu Zhenyu's team found amusement in the situation. They had laughed and fretted, and now contemplated improvements for the following day, leaving the practical application for tomorrow's training to validate tonight's lessons. After a thorough hot shower, the fatigue that had weighed them down dissipated significantly, and they began to feel a renewed sense of lightness. As if approaching their original weight, to ensure the 2 groups did not disturb one another, Li Limin arranged for the barracks of Class 5 to be divided into 2 sections, allowing them to sleep without awaiting Wu Erfu's return. As soon as their heads touched their pillows, the entire group drifted into slumber. In Yu Zhenyu's dreams, a formidable foe awaited him. He beheld Jean Kelly and a specialized obstacle course created just for him. This course differed from the usual layout. As Yu Zhenyu turned to glance at Jean Kelly, the latter gleefully announced, "This is specially designed for you, a more advanced version of the new recruit obstacle course." The 3-step and 5-step poles have been replaced with plum blossom poles, the balance beam has been transformed into a zigzag bridge, and the trench has been deepened and widened. Other modifications will be made gradually in future training sessions to ensure you receive ample training volume. Such a training volume is merely sufficient. It exceeds all bounds. The obstacles in this course were arranged in a series, culminating in 5 separate sections, requiring a distance of 500 meters to traverse. I almost forgot to mention, today there shall be no excessive gravity simulation. Yu Zhenyu exhaled in relief as Gene Kelly continued, it will only be 2.5 times. Yu Zhenyu promptly collapsed. The relentless running and ceaseless jumping left him no moment of respite. Under the oppressive weight of high gravity, even lifting a hand became a burden, yet Gene Kelly continued to shout encouragement from behind. Yu Zhenyu felt as though he might succumb to unconsciousness. Just as he had previously, he thought that if he could faint, he would awaken back in reality, yearning to lose consciousness, seeking to evade the dream. Do not dwell on it any longer. I have adjusted your mental fortitude, and you shall not succumb to faintness. Relish the experience. Ha 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 ha. That detestable voice of Gene Kelly once again echoed in my ears. Very well, enjoyment it is. Endless training can indeed be a form of pleasure. At least there exists a fleeting moment of euphoria when the body surpasses its limits. Time passed unmeasured until Gene Kelly declared, today's training concludes here. You may return. Yu Zhenyu, momentarily caught off guard, pondered in disbelief. What? It's over? How can it be over? His dulled mind struggled to grasp this information. Why was Gene Kelly exhibiting such unusual kindness today, allowing him to escape so swiftly? Do you wish to continue? Gene Kelly inquired, noticing the bewilderment etched upon Yu Zhenyu's face. That innocuous smile bore a different connotation in Yu Zhenyu's eyes, suddenly alert. The shrill whistle outside shattered the stillness of the night, and a chorus of expletives directed towards the whistleblower's female relatives erupted from the mouths of all. Yu Zhenyu's brain remained in a state of shock. Yet his team members, having endured countless similar ordeals, recognized their leader's utter ignorance of the nighttime emergency assembly. Leader, this is a nighttime emergency assembly. Hurry, or we shall face punishment, Wu Nian urged, shaking Yu Zhenyu from his stupor. Oh, right. Yu Zhenyu finally awakened, his clothes within reach. He hastily donned them, secured his gear, and slipped on his shoes, ready to dash outside. Leader, your trousers, Wu Nian reminded him, handing over the pants while the others had already rushed out. Wu Nian stayed behind solely to assist Yu Zhenyu, who had never experienced a nighttime emergency assembly before. Once Yu Zhenyu was fully attired, he and Wu Nian burst from the dormitory. Leader, did you have any inkling that this would happen tonight? Wu Nian queried. Yu Zhenyu turned to him and asked, do I appear to be someone who would anticipate such an event? And why do you say that? Because you never organized nighttime training. Wu Nian replied. Yu Zhenyu felt a twinge of frustration and retorted, I refrain from organizing nighttime training because you all are already quite fatigued today. Do you understand the concept of moderation? Oh, I see. Wu Nian expressed disappointment, having unearthed no new insights. In the square, only a few individuals stood at their posts. The entirety of Group 2 from Class 5 was present, while the other 4 members were conspicuously absent. Wu Erfu's face turned a deep shade of anger as he glared at Yu Zhenyu. Had it not been for this kid's relentless training, his men would not be sleeping so soundly. Train if you must, but to abandon us at night is quite evident that you were aware of tonight's gathering, he thought. Yu Zhenyu shared his irritation, though it was directed towards Gene Kelly. Pondering why he had been so readily dismissed, Li Min and the other squad leaders wore grim expressions. Only Yu Zhenyu's group had arrived in full, while the others were sparsely represented. The 4th squad leader approached Li Min, stating, Old 5, you are quite unscrupulous. Did you leak the information? Li Min shot back, nonsense. Would I do such a thing? Who knows? The 4th squad leader replied, casting a sidelong glance at the sky. The 3rd squad leader arrived and surveyed the scene. Instructing the bugler, sound the assembly whistle again. Anyone who is not here within 3 minutes will face a penalty of 3 points each. The piercing whistle resounded throughout the camp, blown 3 times in succession. And at last, the cacophony of hurried footsteps filled the air as individuals and squads gradually assembled. The 3 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the new recruits who had not reached the square were left outside. Approximately 10 in total. Fortunately, all members of Class 5 made it in time. The 3rd squad leader scrutinized the individuals present and those lingering at the edge, commanding, John, check the dormitories for any stragglers. An old soldier saluted and led a squad back to the recruits' dormitory. After about 10 minutes, 2 more soldiers emerged. The third squad leader confronted the 12 soldiers left outside, demanding, "Can anyone provide an explanation?" Silence ensued until he pointed at one soldier, asking, "What do you have to say?" The soldier glanced up at the third squad leader before hastily bowing his head, murmuring, "We were too exhausted. We fell into a deep sleep and didn't hear the whistle." The third squad leader then approached another soldier, who was the last to enter the square. Their responses were identical. "We were too tired. We didn't hear the whistle." The third squad leader nodded. Returning to address all the soldiers, "Are you all fatigued?" He lowered his gaze. Silence ensued, yet the majority conveyed their agreement through their eyes. "Yes, we are too tired. Today's training was quite strenuous." He continued, "But remember, there will come a day when you find yourselves on the battlefield. There, no one will concern themselves with your fatigue. In fact, the enemy thrives on your exhaustion. What will you do then? Will you refuse to fight simply because you are weary? I hereby command. The 12 latecomers will each forfeit 3 points and run 10 laps around the square. The rest of you will run 5 laps." The 12 latecomers began running, followed by Class 1 and then Class 2, one after the other. Upon reaching Class 5, the third squad leader called out, "Eugenio, step forward, along with your entire group." Eugenio and his team approached the third squad leader and stood at attention. Yet he did not regard them immediately. Once all the classes had begun running, he turned to face them. The 5 stood tall and straight, and the third squad leader suddenly asked, "Eugenio, how did you know about tonight's emergency assembly?" He fixed his gaze intently on Eugenio. "I had no knowledge of tonight's emergency assembly." Eugenio shot back defiantly. The third squad leader and Eugenio exchanged fierce glares for a moment. He found nothing amiss with Eugenio and then turned to Limin, who shook his head, indicating he had not divulged the plans to Eugenio. "It appears you all still possess considerable energy. Very well, prepare to run 20 laps fully equipped." The third squad leader gestured behind him, and a logistics soldier promptly brought 5 sets of gear, each weighing 20 kilograms. While Eugenio and his teammates donned the gear without uttering a word and began to run. For them, silence and compliance were the right responses, lest they inadvertently confirm their prior knowledge of the evening's events. Chapter 31. Wu Erfu completed 5 laps around the square and glanced back at Eugenio and his team. Burdened with 20 kilograms, running on the tract. A barely perceptible smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. They deserved it, thinking they could rely on their squad leader alone. The captain's eyes were sharp. However, he failed to notice the third squad leader's satisfied expression as Zhuang handed over a tablet to him. The screen displayed the data of Eugenio and his 4 companions. Their mental fluctuations once again showing a slight increase, even more than in the morning. The third squad leader closed the screen and directed the tablet towards the others on the field. Apart from Eugenio's group, there were no signs of mental fluctuation awakening among the remaining soldiers. He shook his head and returned the tablet to Zhuang, instructing, "Keep monitoring them." That moment, Limin approached, stating, "Captain, I truly did not leak your plans." As if I were unaware. You're not running over here just to clear your name, are you? You're genuinely interested in their data." The third squad leader shot a sidelong glance at Limin. Nothing escapes the captain's keen eye. How are their data faring? Limin craned his neck to see the tablet in Zhuang's hands. "Hey, do I not exist?" The third squad leader yanked Limin back, saying, "The data is acceptable. Just maintain it, observe for another 2 days, and if their mental fluctuations stabilize, we can introduce them to the simulator." "What? The simulator already? Isn't that a bit premature?" The mere thought of his own clumsy experiences as a recruit on the simulator made Limin feel nauseous. "Premature? It's been 3 months. Look at the recruits you're training. Without this catalyst, how long would it take for them to awaken their mental fluctuations? Think back to when you were a recruit. When did you awaken?" "Still early. If I recall correctly, it was 2 months and 3 days, right?" The third squad leader had trained many batches of recruits, and Limin was from the previous batch. "Indeed, I awakened my mental fluctuations after 2 months and 3 days. Limin replied, a hint of excitement in his tone. "What about these individuals? It's been 3 months and 10 days now, hasn't it? Today, 8 unstable awakenings occurred, but by evening, only 5 remained. Oh, wait. That catalyst has clearly awakened long ago. Otherwise, how do you think the other 7 awakened? They were brought along. What about the other three? Weren't you supposed to relieve Wu Erfu of his duties? Why hasn't that happened? The third squad leader unleashed a barrage of questions at Li Limin. Captain, splitting into 2 combat teams was your suggestion? I was already considering Wu Erfu's dismissal. Li Limin replied with a woeful expression, feeling helpless. Oh, did I say that? Even if I did, don't you have your own opinions? The third squad leader retorted, fine, I'll go back and relieve Wu Erfu of his duties. Li Limin resolved to overcome all obstacles to secure Wu Erfu. No need. 2 combat teams are sufficient. Comparison breeds understanding. Loss fosters improvement. Let those individuals experience it too. It's quite beneficial, remarked the third platoon leader, stroking his smooth chin. All right, whether good or bad, it's all on you, as you are the leader. A torrent of exasperation flooded Li Limin's mind as he imagined 1,000 galloping grass mud horses. The third platoon leader glanced at the dejected Li Limin and said, a classmate of mine at the Earth Command has informed me that they are quite interested in the super soldier program we proposed. At this, the third platoon leader cast a glance at Zhuang, feeling a twinge of envy at the fact that such a grand initiative had originated from a mere doctor. They're not suggesting we pilot it in our platoon. Are they? Li Limin's spirit soared, and he leaned closer to the third platoon leader, saying, Squad leader, let me return to the platoon. Let someone else lead these young recruits. That big-headed one would be quite suitable. The third platoon leader looked at Li Limin and asked, really? You truly wish to return to the platoon? This time, I want to stop you. Are you certain? I am not entirely sure, seeing the third platoon leader smirk. Li Limin quickly added, Squad leader, you're hinting at something. Please give me a clue. I promise not to spill. Really? You can keep it to yourself? The third platoon leader chuckled at him. It seemed the third platoon leader was in good spirits today. Even joking around, Li Limin, possessing a modicum of perceptiveness, promptly sealed his lips and mimicked zipping them shut. Aside from Eugenio and his 4 comrades, the rest had completed their tasks and were escorted back to the dormitories by their respective squad leaders. The third platoon leader noted that Wu Erfu had finished his run and, without waiting for anyone else, had returned on his own, while the others were led back by Ho Jishin. He observed that only Li Limin and Zhuang remained on the field and began. This super soldier program commences with these few individuals, specifically with him. Li Limin followed the third platoon leader's gaze and was taken aback to find him pointing at Eugenio. Eugen, indeed, Eugen. The entire super soldier program revolves around him. To provide cover for him, the command intends to establish a special maintenance company, drawing personnel from our 4 platoons, including a new recruit class centered around Eugen, supplemented by suitable candidates from this year's recruits. As for the selection of the new recruit class leader, the third platoon leader fixed a penetrating gaze on Li Limin. Are you suggesting I be chosen? Li Limin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This plan hasn't even begun. How can I know? The third platoon leader waved his hand dismissively and turned his attention back to the data in Zhuang's hands. Understood, understood. Li Limin chuckled as he departed from the third platoon leader's side, seeking a quiet corner of the field where he could fervently wave his fists in a bid to channel his exhilaration. Meanwhile, as Eugenio continued his run, he utilized his mental waves to gauge his team members. To his delight, he detected their mental fluctuations re-emerging during the second lap, and they appeared collectively awakened as he began to probe their conditions. Remarkably, the moment his mental waves brushed against their bodies, their mental energies surged to life as if summoned. Subsequently, Eugenio's probing never ceased, and he realized that the other's mental fluctuations responded to his own. Subtly altering his own mental waves, this marked their 12th lap, with only the 5 of them remaining on the field. Their movements, breathing, and actions were remarkably synchronized. At this juncture, their bodies, expectedly fatigued, exhibited no signs of exhaustion, which struck Wu Nian as extraordinary. From the moment they donned their gear and stepped onto the track, he felt an insatiable yearning emanating from his mind. He had sensed something similar earlier in the morning, but it felt different then, perhaps because he hadn't truly grasped it. Now, this sensation left him somewhat bewildered. He struggled to suppress it, uncertain of how to proceed, until a gentle wave brushed over him, resonating harmoniously with the mental energy within him. He recognized this wave as that of their team leader, and since he could resonate with it, it was undoubtedly a positive sign. Without hesitation, he released that wave. The others shared Wu Nian's sentiments. Upon sensing Yu Zhenyu's probing waves, they too liberated their mental energies. Once they did, they immediately felt a newfound ease in their running and heightened clarity regarding their surroundings. After 20 laps, the five gradually came to a halt, now feeling little burden from the double gravity, akin to running on Earth, with an abundance of energy coursing through them. Li Min approached them, stating, "Your performance today was exceptional. Remember the sensation from your recent running. Maintaining this state for an extended period would be ideal. If you can't, reflect on it. It is crucial to remember that feeling," which is referred to as mental wave fluctuation, one of the two critical indicators of mental prowess. The mental value we often discuss is the other indicator, but for us humans, the impact of mental wave fluctuation far exceeds that of mental value. Do you understand? Frankly speaking, half of those present grasped little of it, excluding Yu Zhenyu, who had long known his mental value was only 5. Thus, he had diligently studied the concept of mental prowess and fully comprehended Li Limin's words. Understood. Even if they don't comprehend it, I will ensure they grasp it through practice. Li Limin patted his shoulder, affirming, "Excellent. I have faith in you. The next 3 months of training will focus on solidifying mental wave fluctuations. So you must strive diligently. I want to elaborate further. Immerse yourselves in the training. For the next 3 days, your primary focus will be on mastering the application of mental wave fluctuations. After 3 days, new training subjects will be introduced. What if we stabilize the application of mental wave fluctuations ahead of schedule?" Yu Zhenyu inquired. "Then you can proceed to the new training early," Li Limin replied. "Squad leader, could you reveal the new training content?" Yu Zhenyu continued to ask, and the other four gathered around him. Li Limin suddenly smiled enigmatically and said, "Playing games? Surely, you've all played role-playing games before?" "Absolutely," the group chorused in unison. The new training content would involve playing role-playing games on a simulator. "All right, disperse and get some rest. We have training tomorrow." Noticing a change in Yu Zhenyu's expression, Li Limin hurriedly sent everyone off to rest, fearing this military scion might learn the nature of the training. The four promptly responded, "Yes," and turned to head back to their dormitory, animatedly discussing the upcoming new training. Yu Zhenyu lingered, continuing to inquire, "Squad leader, the training won't be a real simulation, will it? It seems you're already aware." "Yes." Thus, Li Limin advised, "Do not disclose this to them. Allow them to stabilize their mental wave fluctuations over the next few days. If you share this, they may experience setbacks." He pointed at his head while instructing Yu Zhenyu. Chapter 32. Without mental wave fluctuation, they are merely ordinary people. Yu Zhenyu nodded, saying, "I understand. I've discovered I possess the ability to influence their mental wave fluctuations. Over the next few days, I'll assist them in stabilizing their mental energies. Rest assured, squad leader. I won't let it slip. I trust you. Return now and ensure you rest well." Li Limin patted Yu Zhenyu's shoulder in affirmation. As he watched Yu Zhenyu head back to the dormitory, Li Limin intended to exchange pleasantries with the third platoon leader before departing. Unexpectedly, the third platoon leader approached him first, saying, "This soldier has commendable qualities. We must nurture him. His potential is boundless." "I know," Li Limin replied nonchalantly, unsure of the third platoon leader's intentions. "I consulted Zhuang. They should stabilize their condition by tomorrow, and we can have them on the simulator the day after." "Would that be too soon?" Li Limin turned to the third platoon leader, questioning, "Didn't we agree on 3 days? Why rush it to 2? Although it was possible to expedite the process, stability remained a concern. Back in the day, General Yu began using the simulator on his very first day of enlistment. The third platoon leader seemed to reminisce fondly. "Squad leader, who is General Yu?" Li Limin asked, perplexed about this figure and their relevance to him. "Oh, General Yu. He is General Yu Lianqing, a remarkable individual." The third platoon leader responded with admiration. "It seems he has little to do with us," Li Limin pondered, though it felt inappropriate to diminish the squad leader's idol. He questioned the relevance of this anecdote. Perhaps it truly is unrelated. However, "Old Li, don't you think Yuzhen bears a striking resemblance to General Yu?" the third platoon leader remarked, gazing in the direction Yu Zhenyu had departed. "Sometimes, the truth is astonishingly close. No, I haven't noticed any resemblance between him and General Yu." Li Limin mused. Having already challenged the notion once, he felt little hesitation in doing so again. Well, keep a close watch on him tomorrow. The focus over the next few days will be on this lad and his 4 comrades. We cannot afford any missteps. I'll have Swahong monitor them as well. Understood. Disperse, the third platoon leader concluded, turning away without a backward glance. The following morning, the training grounds of Team 5 were bustling with activity before Eugenio and his team could even step onto the field. Swahong and his crew had already set up an array of equipment along the periphery. By the time Li Limin arrived, Swahong and his team had been at it for about half an hour, and various sensors had been spread across the entire area. The first newcomer to enter the field was Wu Erfu, and it must be acknowledged that he was indeed quite diligent, always arriving 5 minutes early and departing half an hour later than his peers. However, his overly independent nature made it difficult for him to integrate into the group, rendering him somewhat unlikable. While the members of Team 5 had previously admired his prowess, now, with Yuzhen present, he found himself relegated to the background. As Wu Erfu beheld the multitude of sensors positioned at the edge of the training ground, a flicker of excitement surged within him. Upon entering the field, he found all the detection devices focused on him. It was an exhilarating sensation, to say the least. However, what transpired next threatened to drive him to madness. Zhuahong's voice rang out. Everyone, do not be nervous. The main event has yet to arrive. Let us first practice with this new recruit. It must be said, anyone hearing that they were to be the practice target would feel uncomfortable. And Wu Erfu was no exception. From being the star of the class to being reduced to mere practice fodder was unbearable. If you wish to practice, so be it. I shall show you my strength. Wu Erfu thought to himself, yet reality proved to be rather harsh. After completing his first set of exercises, he was eagerly anticipating compliments from his peers when a voice from the sidelines nearly sent him into a rage. A staff member exclaimed, "Zhua, this is quite underwhelming. Only 4 minutes. That's too slow. The mental capacity is acceptable, as achieving 15 among the recruits is commendable, but without mental fluctuations, it amounts to nothing." Upon hearing that his mental capacity had reached 15, Wu Erfu's anger subsided slightly. He had not anticipated such an increase, which was indeed a positive development. However, what were these mental fluctuations, and did they pertain to him? Why was he deemed insignificant? Just as he contemplated confronting them for clarification, Eugenio and his team made their entrance onto the training ground, accompanied by his 4 teammates led by Ho Jishin, who jogged in formation behind them. Witnessing this, a surge of indignation ignited within Wu Erfu's chest, and what the onlookers uttered next poured 10 liters of gasoline into the furnace of his fury. Quick, quick, prepare. The main event has arrived. Everyone, take your positions and prepare to collect data. Wu Erfu's eyes narrowed in confusion. Did they not come to collect data for the entire class? Were they solely focused on one individual? The anger that had just begun to simmer within him was suppressed as he observed these individuals and contemplated their true purpose. Eugenio came to a halt before the 2 designated obstacle courses, with his 4 teammates forming a line effortlessly before him, exhibiting none of the hesitance one would expect from newcomers. He addressed his 4 companions. Today, our training will focus on the application of mental fluctuations within our regular exercises. You all recall the sensation from our laps last night. Today, we will reinforce that feeling during our training. Take a moment to reflect on it. We will commence with the equipment in 1 minute. A hush fell over their group, while the sidelines erupted with excitement. A staff member called out to Zhuahong. "Zhua, we have a mental fluctuation signal." Zhuahong approached and observed the transmission heads directed at Eugenio and his team, which exhibited clear signs of mental fluctuations, though still unstable. The fluctuations were evidently more pronounced than the previous night. Li Limin joined in, inquiring, "Zhua, how's the situation?" Zhuahong glanced back at Li Limin and replied, Team Leader Li has arrived. We have only just begun. The situation over there is still not entirely stable, but the effects are evident. It seems we should be able to stabilize it today. By the way, you all shouldn't just stand there watching. Get to training. You can serve as the comparative group." He raised his gaze to the field and noticed Wu Erfu and his team still standing, prompting him to address them directly. Li Limin also turned his attention to Wu Erfu, urgently stating, "Did you not hear those instructions? Begin training immediately." Wu Erfu stood there, staring at Eugenio and his teammates, his lips trembling and his eyes nearly ablaze with indignation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. His anger was palpable. Li Limin grew impatient. "Wu Erfu, what are you still doing there? Start training." In a fit of frustration, Wu Erfu swung his fist and turned to unleash his ire upon his 4 teammates. who promptly began to run on the field, while Wu Erfu commenced his own exercises in his designated area. However, under the searing heat of his anger, his movements faltered for the first time, and the few sensors in their vicinity recorded his mistakes. Zhuang glanced at his data and remarked, "Team Leader Li, who is this fellow? His performance is riddled with errors. Look at this, he completed the entire set in just 4.5 minutes. Why is he monopolizing a piece of equipment? Look at Yuzhen and his team. 5 individuals are sharing 2 pieces of equipment. What does that even mean?" Li Limin immediately shouted into the field. "Ho Jishin, move to equipment number 1. What is going on here? Wu Erfu is using equipment number 1 all by himself, while the 4 of you are crammed onto equipment number 2. Are you trying to get out of work?" Wu Erfu could no longer contain himself. He shouted back at Li Limin, "Team leader, you allowed me to use a piece of equipment by myself." Zhuang urged from the sidelines, "Why is there still someone at equipment number 1? You 4 need to move to equipment number 1. Those without mental fluctuations should yield to those who do." "Why?" Wu Erfu charged up to Zhuang, demanding an explanation. "Wu Erfu, how dare you speak to Zhu like that?" Li Limin rushed over to separate them. "Why? Because you have been training for 3 months without any mental fluctuations, while those individuals have already begun to grasp them. That is the difference, the disparity between you and them." Zhuang shot a glare at Wu Erfu, who was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhuang continued to glare. "I know who you are, Wu Erfu, once the finest recruit of Team 5. Unfortunately, that status will soon be a thing of the past. Once they master mental fluctuations, they will quickly surpass you if you continue to rest on your laurels." Yang Xiaoji stared blankly at Yu Zhenyu and his team. Nudging He Jian beside him, "He Jian, do you sense something peculiar about them? A feeling that's hard to describe, much like during the cross-country assessment yesterday morning." He Jian nodded, "So I'm not the only one feeling this. I sensed it too. It's a unique sensation, as if there's a force within me yearning to erupt, yet there seems to be no outlet for it." He Hong also nodded, "I feel it as well. If we could join them, perhaps." His words trailed off, but the meaning was clear to all. A staff member pointed at He Jian and the others, declaring, "Those 3 exhibit the initial signs of mental fluctuations." Indicating an imminent breakthrough, Wu Erfu abruptly abandoned Zhuang and the others, returning to his fellow teammates, shouting, "What the hell are you all doing standing there? Get to equipment number 1. Each of you will complete 30 sets of obstacles today. Those who don't finish will go without lunch." After stating this, he shot a resentful glance at Zhuang, thinking that no one should dare awaken before him. Chapter 33. The Hot Spring Pass. This is the Hot Spring Pass. It's not simply a matter of wanting to awaken. Even now, Wu Erfu remained oblivious to the concept of mental fluctuations. He gazed at Yu Zhenyu, who was already training on equipment number 2, which had once been his privilege, but alas, that was no longer the case. He observed that Yu Zhenyu and his 4 teammates executed their movements with ease, seemingly unfazed by the added gravity. Their speed resembling that of a normal gravity zone, their time for completing a set of movements was now nearly indistinguishable from that of the ordinary gravity zone. After finishing a set of movements, Yu Zhenyu turned to Li Limin on the sidelines and inquired, "Team leader, how did I do this time?" "Exactly 2 minutes, which meets the standard time for normal gravity," Li Limin replied with a smile. A voice within Wu Erfu's mind blared. Why is this happening? What are mental fluctuations? Why does a lack of mental fluctuations render one an ordinary person? Why? As he pondered internally, he relentlessly squeezed every ounce of potential from within himself. After completing 5 sets of movements, the other 4 individuals were already exhausted, resting on the sidelines, yet he continued to push himself to the brink, running as if in self-imposed torment. However, there was a silver lining. On an inconspicuous sensor directed at him, a small fluctuation was taking shape, progressing from 4 to 5 and then to 6. The needle quivered momentarily before returning to its original position, regrettably unnoticed by anyone. All eyes, including Li Limin's, were fixated on Yu Zhenyu and his companions, whose fluctuations were becoming increasingly stable. Li Limin observed the data and remarked, "Why have the readings for those 4 decreased?" Luo Hong printed out the data. Meticulously analyzing it, after a while, he exclaimed, "Old Li, congratulations. The decrease in data indicates their stabilization. Since yesterday, their fluctuations have been on the rise, peaking at 16 to 17. Today, they have stabilized around 14, which is promising. Let's check again in the afternoon. If they maintain this level, they should be fine on the simulator tomorrow." "Good. Stability is the key." Li Limin smiled as he surveyed the crowd. Yet, he felt a slight unusual fluctuation emanating from another direction, which he traced back to Wu Erfu. He nodded at Wu Erfu, recognizing his standard self-awakening, though he wondered if he could sustain it given its fragility. Deep down, Li Limin held a measure of admiration for Wu Erfu. He had once been the best in Li Limin's team, yet he felt unsatisfied due to Wu Erfu's narrow-mindedness. Had he been willing to share his insights with others, his team would not have been dragged down by Yu Zhen's negative scores to such an extent. This sentiment became all the more pronounced after Yu Zhen's arrival. In just 2 days, he had helped the team recover 43 points, an extraordinary feat for any squad. Although they still lingered at the bottom, they were now a mere 10 points away from second to last. Furthermore, Yu Zhen's presence had spurred 4 individuals to awaken their mental fluctuations, with 4 on the brink of awakening. Wu Erfu's initial awakening was triggered by Yu Zhen's impetus. He was a natural leader, a rough gem in need of careful refinement. Clearly, Li Limin's own abilities fell short. Yu Zhen required a more astute mentor than an ordinary person like himself. The super soldier program seemed tailor-made for him. The afternoon training proceeded as usual, but one thing was certain: Yu Zhenyu and his 4 companions had achieved stability. The simulator room had opened, featuring a total of 120 simulators. With the first 5 already charging up, the initial simulation scenario was live, awaiting the arrival of the first batch of participants to endure the trials. On the following day, February 6th, in the year 316 of the New Earth calendar, coinciding with the Lunar New Year, the entire 304th Brigade was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. The new recruits' training base was adorned with vibrant decorations, allowing the recruits to finally savor the taste of a holiday. Yu Zhenyu and his 4 companions arrived at the brigade's simulator training room, viewing it as part of the celebration through gaming. As they were deemed the Jiaojiao, brilliantly trained participants during training. They were granted a day of play. Upon hearing this news, Li Limin's heart skipped 2 beats, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Yu Zhenyu wore a bitter expression, forcing a smile, aware of the simulator's treachery. He had heard from the others that they would rather face the battlefield and stab enemies with blades than engage in the simulator with high-energy particle cannons in a virtual game. Although he was unsure just how treacherous those games could be, he felt certain that the games the others avoided could not be very pleasant. Observing the other 4, who were exhilarated, he felt he could no longer maintain his facade. Li Limin, clearly noticing his discomfort, leaned in and whispered to Yu Zhen, "You need to keep it together until the game concludes." "Damn it, do I still have to pretend after the game ends?" Yu Zhenyu grumbled. Seated in Simulator 1, Yu Zhenyu finally shed his pretense as he experienced a shiver before resolutely donning the VR headset. It felt akin to wearing a helmet, and the machine whirred to life amid a cacophony of buzzing sounds. Overwhelmed by dizziness, he instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself sprawled atop a rock, the briny sea breeze sending a shiver down his spine. Where was he? He closed his eyes once more. And after the dizziness subsided, he lifted his head to survey his surroundings. To his right lay the sea, while to his left stood towering mountains. He inhaled deeply, only to feel nausea wash over him as the foul stench pervaded the air. Adjusting his focus, he realized he was lying amidst a pile of corpses, the stench of blood assaulting his senses. Ugh, ugh, ugh. He heard the sound of retching beside him and turned to see a rather disheveled figure clad in a Spartan-style helmet, bright red undergarments, and a flowing crimson cloak, with a shield large enough to cover half his body discarded carelessly nearby. The individual was retching uncontrollably, and after a moment, he managed to lift his head and smile at Yu Zhenyu. It was a smile that was undeniably more grotesque than a frown. "Leader, where are we?" the figure inquired. "Leader, who are you?" Yu Zhenyu glanced around, then pointed to himself, asking, "Are you referring to me? You must have mistaken me for someone else." "Indeed, leader. How come you don't recognize us once the game starts?" A voice chimed in from behind him. He turned to see another Spartan rising from the ground, armed with a longbow, though it appeared to be devoid of arrows. Turning again to his right, the previously retching figure had also risen, gripping a short sword in his right hand. He sheathed the sword in his belt and picked up the large shield. Querying, "Where are we? What is this game? Is it not a bit too realistic? The stench is overwhelming." 2 more voices chimed in from the left. "Yeah, look at me. I'm lying in a pool of blood. Look at all this blood on me. Well, you're better off than me. I've got a handful of intestines. Ugh, who are you? And who are you all?" Yu Zhenyu surveyed the 4 individuals, feeling somewhat dazed. "Leader, I'm Zhao Xinmin. Don't you recognize me?" The one on his right exclaimed, Zhao Xinmin, then who is Wu Nian? He probed tentatively. Here, leader, I'm right behind you. A voice from behind replied. He sat up, turning to the two on his left, asking, what about you two? Where's Yu Zhen? Oh no, oh no. The leader has gone daft. The one covered in blood declared. We are sure Fa and Xingqing. The other, clutching his intestines, fervently nodded. Why Yu Zhen you? Overwhelmed, glanced around. I am Yu Zhen, he announced, surveying his surroundings. The four eagerly nodded in affirmation. All right, I am Yu Zhen, but where is this place? He inquired. What is this place, and why are you all dressed like this? We have no idea, leader. Aren't you dressed the same way? Wu Nian responded. Me, dressed like this? He asked, incredulously. The other four nodded. He looked down and indeed found himself clad in a short tunic, a short sword in his right hand, a large shield strapped to his left arm, bare-chested, wearing only shorts, with leather sandals on his feet and leather straps around his calves. It seemed he also wore something around his neck. Glancing back, he noticed a flowing red cloak. This attire felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of ancient times. He pondered briefly, realizing he was by the sea, and it wasn't particularly cold, likely in a tropical or subtropical region. With temperatures around 5 or 6 degrees, no, this climate must be over 20 degrees. He was in the Mediterranean region, and across from him was the army of the Ottoman Empire. He stood up and gazed ahead, exclaiming, damn it, this is indeed the Hot Springs Pass. The Hot Springs Pass of the 300 Spartans. Across from them was the formidable army of 100,000 Ottoman soldiers. What? This is the Hot Springs Pass. What day is it? My heavens, I've played this game before. The condition is to help Leonidas defend for more than 3 days. I've never made it through even one, Wu Nian shouted from the back. Yu Zhenyu had fully regained his composure, scanning the surroundings, a hellish battleground littered with corpses, a multitude of Arab, Scythian, Indian, and Caucasian bodies strewn about. The sea to the right was also littered with enemy corpses. The Ottomans, or rather, Persians. What was their leader's name? Xerxes, right? What day was it? This battle had only raged for 3 days. He turned to the left, spotting the peak of the mountain, its flag waving in the wind. He gravely informed the others. This is the 3rd day. The summit has already been seized by the Persians. The Greek Federation's army has retreated. Only Leonidas's 300 Spartan royal guards remain. And our attire is precisely that of the Spartan royal guards. Chapter 34. The Illusion of Reality. Brothers, what are you all doing over there? A voice echoed from the Hot Springs Pass as Yu Zhenyu and his companions were surveying their surroundings. We have just regained consciousness after fainting, and we are about to return to the gate. Although the language spoken at the gate was utterly incomprehensible to them, they instinctively grasped its meaning. When they responded, they too were taken aback, for they surprisingly articulated the language from the gate. Is there anyone else alive? Let us search again. A voice from the gate echoed back. No, it's just the 5 of us. Yu Zhenyu replied, all right, hurry back and take a rest. The Persians may attack again at any moment. After the sound from the gate faded, silence enveloped the area. Damn. This is far too realistic. The group exchanged glances. Shrugging in mutual confusion, they cautiously approached the gate, attempting to convey their injuries. Beep, beep, beep. 3 blasts of a horn resonated from the Persian camp behind them, prompting another inquiry from the gate, this time in a commanding tone. How are your injuries? Are you able to move? If you can, wait outside the city. The Persians are about to launch another assault. Form ranks outside. Huh? Is it really time for a desperate charge? How are we supposed to hold out until sunset? Yu Zhenyu glanced upward. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays somewhat blinding, yet bearable. He murmured to himself, fortunately, it appears to be noon. In 2 hours, it will be dark. If we charge now, we should finish in about 2 hours. It seems we can accomplish our mission. Team leader, we are in ancient times. The sun sets around 6 in the afternoon, Wu Nian interjected, moving closer to him. What? Yu Zhenyu exclaimed in shock. This is absurd. 6 hours. Given the current situation, the gate can hardly muster more than 200 people. Historically, it seems that only a handful remained on the last day. Just as he contemplated turning back to deter the Spartans, reasoning that defending the city might yield better odds than charging forth, despite the overwhelming enemy numbers, 100 or so soldiers emerged from within the gate. Clad in attire akin to their own, accompanied by 200 warriors from Thebes who lined up behind the Spartan fighters, the Persians advanced in an orderly formation, steadily closing in. The 200 Spartan warriors moved forward 30 paces, forming a shield wall with 40 to 50 large shields, while countless long spears protruded through the gaps. Eugeniu and his 4 comrades stood in the third row, brandishing the long spears just issued to them. He felt a modicum of relief. This was certainly preferable to charging recklessly. He cast a glance back at the elevated gate, which could hardly be called a gate at all. It was merely a few wooden planks propped into the ground. More accurately described as a palisade, the 200 Theban soldiers leaned against the gate, gripping their short swords tightly, many trembling with fear. The Persians halted 80 paces from the Spartan shield wall, and the horn sounded once more. The Spartan commander bellowed, "Rear ranks, prepare." As the horn sounded for the second time, the Spartans responded in unison, "Prepare, prepare." With the third blast of the horn, the Spartan commander commanded, "Rear ranks, raise your shields." The sky filled with a buzzing sound, akin to a swarm of locusts, as a volley of arrows rained down, embedding themselves in the shields, which quickly became adorned with a layer of straw. Peering through the gaps in the shields, Eugeniu observed that the sun was obscured by the barrage of arrows. Another wave of arrows descended, adding significant weight to their shields, compelling the soldiers beneath to strain to elevate the shield wall. Eventually, a few stray arrows pierced through the shield wall, striking down several Spartan warriors, who stood silently until the third wave of arrows ceased. As the Persians advanced in unison, the Spartan rear ranks parted, allowing the fallen warriors to collapse silently. The Persians began with a march, then transitioned into a quick step, ultimately culminating in a full-throttle charge, their battle cries echoing as they brandished their Persian scimitars in a dazzling display. The elite guard of Xerxes finally clashed with the Spartan shield wall, which stood resolute, while countless long spears thrust forward through the gaps. The Persians, unable to even graze the edges of the shield wall, fell like dominoes. Eugeniu and his 4 soldiers mechanically thrust their long spears again and again. The tremors felt at the spear tips striking flesh were alarmingly visceral. The air was thick with the metallic scent of fresh blood, blurring the lines of reality for them. They continually reminded themselves that this was merely a game, a mantra that kept a thread of clarity within. The battle's conclusion was a blur. The Persians began to cautiously retreat. Eugeniu lifted his gaze, first surveying his surroundings. The 4 soldiers remained, easing his worry. However, he soon noticed that a decorative feather was embedded in the outer side of Zheng Qing's right calf, blood-staining his right foot. He inquired, "Zheng Qing, how do you feel?" "Quite well." "What's the matter? You're not feeling unwell, are you?" Eugeniu pressed further. "No, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." "Why does my leg hurt so much?" He glanced down at his right leg, and then he crumpled to the ground. "What is happening?" Wu Nian rushed forward to support Zheng Qing, bewildered. Wasn't this just a game? Why was he still fainting from injuries? "We'll wait until Zheng Qing wakes up to ask him," Eugeniu declared loudly. In the simulator control room, Li Limin and Zhuahong closely monitored the data from the 5 individuals. Zheng Qing's statistics were plummeting rapidly. Li Limin asked, "How is Zheng Qing's condition?" "Excessive blood loss has triggered a physiological response. It's not serious, just needs to be addressed quickly. However, we're unsure if the simulation's high realism will affect his mental state." Zhuahong observed anxiously the monitor screen, where Zhao Ximin was extracting an arrow from Zheng Qing's calf. Wu Nian assisted Zhao Ximin. As he pulled out the arrow, he hastily applied a coagulant to Zheng Qing's wound, and then Eugeniu wrapped a bandage tightly around it, quickly staunching the bleeding. Zhuahong remarked to Li Limin, "These soldiers exhibit decent psychological resilience, but there's a slight issue." He pointed at Shur-Fa. Li Limin scrutinized Shur-Fa's data, noting the fluctuations in brainwave activity. He asked Zhuahong, "Can we isolate the brainwaves?" Zhuahong nodded. "Yes." As he spoke, he pressed a button on the control panel, separating Shur-Fa's brain activity into brainwaves and mental fluctuations. The mental fluctuations remained stable, but the brainwaves were chaotic. Zhuahong indicated the waveform graph. "This soldier's psychological defenses are on the brink of collapse. If we do not intervene soon, his mental fluctuations will likely spiral out of control, making it difficult to predict the consequences." "What is the current defense protocol?" "It should have improved compared to 5 years ago." "Right?" Li Limin asked, recalling his own past experiences with trepidation. "No, not at all." To emphasize realism, this defense protocol has seen no improvements whatsoever. Zhuang had long harbored grievances regarding the mental protective measures of this simulation system. Did they not feel satisfied unless they produced a few neurotics with each simulation? Li Limin scoffed, lamenting that this simulation system churned out a few crazies every year, fortunately, due to advancements in medical technology. These simulated neurotics can be treated with 1 or 2 courses of psychological correction without lasting effects. Hence, the designers of the simulator deemed it unnecessary to incorporate psychological protective measures. Wei Zhenyu glanced back at Shi Fa, who stood there dazed, utterly petrified. The Spartan soldiers slowly retreated towards the gate, passing by the group. An old soldier advised, "You lot should hurry back. Standing here is unwise. Be wary of becoming targets for the Persian archers." No sooner had he spoken than a piercing scream echoed, and Shi Fa slumped down weakly. Wei Zhenyu rushed to catch him, but the old soldier shook his head, murmuring, "It's no use." With a sigh, he fell silent and continued towards the gate. Wei Zhenyu was momentarily perplexed by the old soldier's words, watching him fade into the distance before turning to Shi Fa, who was struck by a heavy arrow that effortlessly pierced through his helmet, half of the arrow embedding itself in his skull. Only then did blood begin to trickle from the cracks of the helmet, instantly staining Eugenu's hands with warmth, a sensation that jolted him into a primal scream, his voice a haunting wail that sent shivers down one's spine. Was this still a game? If it was, it felt far too real. Li Limin called out to Zhuang, urging, "Dr. Zhua, come quickly. Yuzhen's condition appears alarming. His mental fluctuations have surpassed the critical threshold." Meanwhile, the door of the 5th simulation pod was forcefully pushed open, and Shi Fa tumbled out, collapsing to the ground as he heaved violently. The sensation of being shot through the brain was utterly dreadful. He would never attempt such a thing again, after what felt like an eternity. He recovered from the agonizing throbbing in his head. If it were a game, it felt as though his head had truly split open. Struggling to his feet, he made his way to the control panel, for it was the only place where he could see his comrades. He observed Eugeniu wailing over his own corpse, and in confusion, he asked, "Squad leader, why hasn't my body disappeared?" If his body vanished, he could reassure his comrades that they were merely in a game and had no cause for concern. The persistence of his body, coupled with the painfully vivid sensations, made it easy to lose oneself in confusion. At that moment, one would be unable to discern whether they were in a game or reality, a path that could lead to madness. This is precisely the objective that this simulation system aims to achieve, to ensure everything is as realistic as possible. Zhuang murmured softly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Eugeniu, whose data was now in disarray. In Chapter 35, Jean Kelly emerges. Li Limin discerned that something was amiss with Zhuang, and he leaned in to observe the screen displaying Eugeniu. After a brief glance, he turned to the data at hand and inquired, "Dr. Zhua, what is the situation?" "Not good. The fluctuations are too severe, oscillating between 12 and 18, and the speed is alarmingly rapid." This is not a good omen. Zhuang continuously fiddled with the device, seemingly attempting to reduce the realism to stabilize Eugeniu's condition. Soon, beads of sweat began to dip Zhuang's forehead. This was the first time he encountered such a scenario. Not only was he unable to decrease the realism, but there was also an upward trend, as the simulator seemed to have slipped from his grasp. With the realism index soaring from 80 to 85, such an autonomous increase had never occurred before. What on earth is happening? Li Limin, staring at the rising realism data, felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. "I don't know. This has never been recorded abroad." Zhuang's hands flew over the controls, entering data into the system, yet he remained unable to rein in the escalating realism. Suddenly, the 3rd company commander burst through the door, rushing to the control panel, where the data displayed a grave seriousness. "What about the others?" As Zhuang's hands darted about, the screen was divided into 4 segments. Aside from Eugeniu's wildly fluctuating data, the other 3 individuals appeared stable, their data resting between 14 and 15, although their emotions were significantly affected by Eugeniu's turmoil. The 3rd company commander quickly scanned the information, pointing at Eugeniu's graphical representation. He asked, "Why is Eugen's realism so much higher than the others?" It was only after this remark that Zhuang turned his attention to the other 3. Their realism had already dropped to 75. The commands he had issued to all 4 simulators simultaneously seemed to have malfunctioned only for Eugeniu's simulator. He swiftly readjusted the realism of the other three back to 80 and dashed to the repair hatch of the first simulator. Yanking the hatch open, he was met with a myriad of flashing lights. He connected the maintenance data line directly to his tablet, the data flooding his screen like a waterfall. Impossible. This cannot be. Zhuahong muttered to himself. What is going on? The third company commander sprinted to his side. Commander, look at this set of data. It is abnormal. Yet this data does not originate from us. Zhuahong pointed at a section of the screen that he had deliberately magnified. What is the situation? Even if it is internal data, can't we stop or modify it? The third company commander queried. Useless. This set of data cannot be altered externally. It has been modified internally. Zhuahong's eyes sparkled with disbelief and excitement. Don't beat around the bush. Just say it plainly. Can't we simply halt this data? The third company commander's frustration was mounting. After all, they had finally acquired a promising material and could not afford any mishaps. This is a modification made by Yuzhen himself, and this data cannot be interfered with externally. If we forcibly stop it, irreversible damage will occur. Zhuahong turned to face the third company commander. Raising his right hand to indicate his head, what then? Do not intervene. This may very well be a transformation of the super soldier. Yuzhen could evolve into a data genius. Zhuahong's hands flitted about as he continued to input various tracking data. An influx of feedback pouring in? What does that mean? Simplify it. We may end up with a super hacker, capable of directly interfacing with any computer using his mind. Given time, he could manipulate all computer devices through his cerebral wave fluctuations. Zhuahong diligently processed the feedback from the simulator, all indicators pointing to Eugenio exerting his own control. Dalian, how's it going? Can you manage? Gene Kelly asked anxiously. I'm trying, but don't disturb me. This kid's brainwave fluctuations are too weak. Dalian replied, frustrated. 0.5 minutes had elapsed, yet realism had only increased by 5 percentage points. The storm within Eugenio's mind raged on, without intervention. His psyche might shatter under such intense stimulation. It's just the death of a comrade. Why react so strongly? How will you lead thousands in the future? Gene Kelly spat bitterly. Seems you're quite callous. If you were truly heartless, the Federation's orders would have had you withdraw with as many troops as possible from Earth. Dalian remarked, continuing to elevate the realism while reflecting on Gene Kelly's past actions. How do you know? Don't forget, I am an artificial intelligence. Although I am stationed in Dalian Bay, I remain connected to the central computer from that time. Fine, I understand. Can you speed up a bit? Gene Kelly said, glancing at the rising waves outside the protective shield, which had reached his standing level, now bordering the edge of Eugenio's psyche. Almost there. Almost there. It's already at 89. Just a little more, and you can act. Dalian's head was adorned with a kaleidoscope of lights, each flash marking a percentage point increase in realism. How curious. Why is Yuzhen trying to elevate the realism? It seems he must reach a specific value to utilize some skill, Zhuahong mused aloud, observing the feedback data. The third company commander turned to Zhuahong, asking, What? Clarify, Anli Li mean? Can you stop fidgeting there? His nervousness had caused his legs to shake incessantly, which, due to his proximity to the table, transmitted to the third company commander, who glared at him in irritation. Huh? Oh, sorry, Commander. Li Limin immediately halted his movements. His eyes glued to the screen, where Eugenio remained motionless, clutching the corpse of his comrade. The other individuals seemed to sense the discordant waves emanating from Eugenio, rendering them hesitant to act. Realism at 90. Zhuahong watched intently for subsequent changes. Once the realism surpassed 90, any casualties occurring in the game would directly affect the player themselves, although external injuries would not be visible. The brain would perceive that region as damaged. For instance, if a limb sustained injury, the brain would cease to issue commands to that part, resulting in a functional disability, in the event of death within the game. There was a probability of actual death. Even if one survived, severe brain damage could ensue, leading to consciousness impairment or even vegetative states. If realism reached or exceeded 100, death in the game would equate to death in reality. Fortunately, the realism plateaued at 90, and Eugenio finally stood up, a fundamental transformation evident in his demeanor. An air of unyielding authority enveloped him. Is this still Eugen? Sure, Fa inquired softly. Yet no one responded. For all shared this same question in their hearts. You little rascal, do you have any idea how many lives rest upon your shoulders? One death, and you lose your composure like this? Look behind you. There are 3 others still alive. Are you truly so impulsive over one casualty? Stand here and observe. I will handle the following matters. Learn from this, just as the tumultuous waves in Eugenu's mind threatened to engulf Gene Kelly's neck. Dalian finally pushed the realism to 90, the critical threshold of the simulator beyond which calamity awaited. Gene Kelly thought to himself, that was close, just a hair's breadth away. There was no choice. Eugenu's brainwave fluctuations remained too weak. To exert control over Eugenu's body in the game, the realism had to reach at least 90. Once the realism hit 90, Gene Kelly swiftly pulled Eugenu into his mind. As Eugenu's consciousness anchored itself, Gene Kelly compressed all his preceding remarks into Eugenu's ears, forbidding any rebuttal. A surge of anger welled within Eugenu, yet he found no outlet. Suddenly, a massive wave crashed over him, jolting him awake with a shudder. He glanced around, realizing he had re-entered his mental realm. However, what was happening? He stood knee-deep in water, waves crashing over him one after another. Fortunately, after enduring one wave's onslaught, he regained his composure, his mind beginning to settle as the waves gradually diminished. Gene Kelly's lengthy discourse finally concluded, and seizing the momentary pause, Eugenu interjected. "Old Gene. What is going on here? What have you done in my mind? Is this a flood or a tsunami? Humph. How can you still ask? This is all you're doing. It's just a game. Merely the death of a subordinate. Is such anger truly warranted? You will need to command thousands in the future. Will you react so recklessly when a few foot soldiers perish? Anger is not unwarranted, but it must be tempered. You must learn to remain calm and analyze the situation. Were you not about to recklessly charge into Xerxes' camp just now?" Eugenu remained silent and still, yet the curious glimmer in his eyes betrayed his inner thoughts. He had genuinely contemplated launching an assault on the Persian army's encampment. Now, upon reflection, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Furthermore, he must learn to master his emotions. Look at what nearly transpired. You almost drowned me in the tumult of your mind. If you cannot regain your composure, your fury will overwhelm your thoughts, leading to a catastrophic rupture of your blood vessels. Even if you survive, you will be rendered incapacitated. Thus, young man, it is imperative that you cultivate emotional control. Gene Kelly patted him on the shoulder and continued, "For now, I shall borrow your body. Observe how I command a skirmish involving 4 or 5 men." In Chapter 36, Eugenu laid Shifa's weapon on the ground and stood, saluting Shifa with utmost respect. The others imitated his gesture, paying their respects as well. Though Shifa appeared to be in good health before the screen, an inexplicable wave of emotion surged within him at that moment, almost bringing him to tears. After lowering his hand, Eugenu glanced at the others, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable intensity. Indeed, it was a manifestation of authority. He surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Regardless of whether this place is real or virtual, we must treat it as reality. Are we afraid of death? No." The other 3 responded without hesitation. "I refuse to hear thoughtless words. All humans fear death. There is no one who does not. However, if death bears significance, if it possesses value, countless ancestors have chosen to embrace it with honor. Now, it is your turn to choose. Do you believe that dying now holds meaning? Is it valuable?" His gaze bore into the 3 men. "Why does that sound so familiar?" Li Limin murmured. "Indeed, it sounds very familiar. Gene Kelly once said this to all the crew on the deck of the Dalian," Eugen remarked, and the timing of Eugen's words was indeed poignant. The 3rd squad leader stroked his smooth chin, his eyes filled with admiration. As for Zhuang, he pondered why Eugen had the ability to elevate the authenticity of the situation, regardless of Li Limin and the 3rd squad leader's reactions. Eugen's 3 subordinates were now electrified by his commanding presence. "Leader, speak. What shall we do? Shall we charge the Persians' position?" A foolish notion was expressed by Xing Qing, which garnered unanimous agreement from the other 2. Eugen, Gene Kelly, cast a disdainful glance at the trio of fools and declared, "We shall retreat. Xing Qing, if you wish to court death, go ahead, bear the consequences yourself. We are leaving, instantly." The other 2 shifted their gaze from agreement to a contrasting stance, casting reproachful looks at Xing Qing, and resolutely followed Eugen down the path of retreat. Xing Qing glanced back at the Persian encampment, recoiling as he hurried to catch up with them, exclaiming, "Wait for me." The 5 of them entered the encampment and found a place to sit. Eugen surveyed the area and noted not only Spartans and Thespians, but also a considerable number of troops from other Greek city-states. Their morale evidently low. Aside from the Thespians, whose spirits remained somewhat intact, the rest were on the brink of collapse. It was clear they had realized that Persians were appearing in their rear. Eugen assessed the structures and made his way toward the military tent that was most heavily guarded and had the highest foot traffic. Inside the tent, chaos reigned. Your Majesty, it is time to retreat. The enemy has appeared behind us, and we have been betrayed by those damn traitors, spoke Salus, the leader from the Corinthian city-state. No sooner had Salus's voice faded than the tent erupted into a cacophony. We are brave Greeks. How can we simply retreat? Dying on the battlefield is the noble warrior's ultimate fate. Resisting here is a foolish decision. The Persians have already seized control of Thermopylae. If we continue, we shall find ourselves with no escape. They have not yet occupied our rear, and there are still 1,000 Phocian troops on the mountaintop. The Persians will need to allocate a substantial number of their forces to monitor them. We cannot withstand the Persians. We have but 1,000 men, while they boast at least 10,000 ready to attack us. We must retreat to the mountaintop. Leonidas rubbed his temples, pondering the words of the various generals at his command. He turned to glance at the only silent general, Demophilus of Thespy, who was also looking at him. They exchanged a wry smile and shook their heads. The din within the tent was audible even 200 paces outside. And it was at this moment that Eugen approached the tent. He listened intently to the clamor within before lifting the tent flap, stepping inside under the astonished gaze of the guarding soldiers. Reporting, Soldier Jean Kairouet of the Royal Guard's 5th Squad requests an audience. His voice rang out loudly, silencing the general's quarrel. All eyes turned to the unexpected intruder, and the uproar ceased for half a minute. Who are you to dare intrude upon the king's tent? Who are you? Entering the tent without cause is a capital offense. The moment of silence was quickly shattered as the tent erupted into chaos once more. Startling the soldiers accompanying Eugen, they hastily flanked him, preparing to drag him out. Wait, I want to hear what he has to say, came a voice, not loud yet commanding enough to quell the uproar. The two soldiers paused, and upon seeing Leonidas's motion, they bowed and exited the tent. You are Jean Kairouet, a soldier of my 5th Squad? Leonidas squinted, addressing him. Eugen placed his right hand over his left chest and bowed slightly. Replying, Yes, my king. What brings you here? Leonidas inquired. Esteemed king, I wish to understand the future movements of our forces. Eugen responded with poise. Preposterous. Do military matters concern a mere soldier like you? Whose subordinate are you? And how has your superior instructed you? Is this a question you ought to be asking? The tent erupted into noise once more. Our flank has already been overtaken by the Persians. The Phocian troops have been driven back to the mountaintop. Just now, as we face the Persian assault, small groups of Persian forces have appeared behind us. Leonidas slowly seated himself, explaining the current situation to Eugen as he did so. The commanding officer had spoken, and the other generals fell silent, their eyes fixed on Eugen with astonishment. They could not fathom how a mere soldier possessed the audacity to inquire about the army's disposition, and they were even more bewildered that Leonidas chose to respond. For Eugen, Jean Kelly, the situation was crystal clear. He needed Leonidas to articulate it so he could continue the dialogue. Your Majesty, we must retreat now. We can leverage the vast expanse of the Peloponnesian plains to our advantage. We can resist step by step, and once the Persians are drawn into the plains, we can devise a way to flank them, continually harassing their supply lines, exchanging space for time. If we can hold out until the Carnea Festival and the Olympic Games, we shall receive substantial reinforcements from the Greek city-states. At that point, the Persian forces will be weary and ripe for defeat. Oh, an interesting strategy. Elaborate, Leonidas interjected, sensing that the generals were about to voice their objections, thus silencing them. Eugen approached the map of the Greek city-state alliance, utilizing a charcoal pencil to illustrate the current situation, marking his troops with solid arrows and the Persians with hollow arrows. As he sketched, he explained, we can allow the Persians to advance. We have around 10,000 men left. We will retreat, continually dispersing our forces to conceal them. Once the Persian main force passes, our hidden troops will emerge to strike at their supply lines. The Persians number around 200,000. How much sustenance do they require? If we can consistently disrupt their supply routes, they will soon waver due to hunger. We need only endure for a month, and our reinforcements will arrive. By that time, the troops behind enemy lines can regroup and cooperate with the main force to annihilate the Persians in the Peloponnesus. The tent fell into a profound silence. The generals rendered speechless by the outlandish proposal, unsure of how to respond. They found the plan feasible yet overly risky, uncertain of where the peril truly lay. Leonidas gazed at the chaotic scrawl on the map. remaining silent for a long moment before finally stating, "Constantly splitting our forces will soon render us too weak, allowing the Persians to pick us off one by one. It is unworkable. That is precisely our aim. To make the Persians believe we have been annihilated. We must convey the impression that we are continuously being defeated and destroyed. These seemingly obliterated forces must remain concealed. Only after the enemy's main force has passed will we be able to spring into action." Eugene, Gene Kelly, met Leonidas's gaze resolutely. "And how will these forces remain hidden?" Leonidas inquired. "Utilizing the strength of the citizens, the Spartans and the citizens of the Greek city-states serve as the wellspring of our power. They, too, harbor a profound disdain for the Persians and will assist us in our concealment." Eugene, Gene Kelly, proclaimed, "Your Majesty, this strategy appears to be feasible," remarked General Ardea, who stood nearby. Leonidas fell into a moment of contemplation. Indeed, this method holds potential, yet the crux lies in the willingness of the citizens of the Greek city-states to provide protection for our warriors. Such tactics have never been witnessed in the annals of Greek warfare. It necessitates the civic consciousness of the populace. Your Majesty, this plan is viable. We can divide our 10,000 men into 10 small squads. If 2 or 3 of these squads manage to survive over the course of this month, they will inflict considerable trouble upon the Persians, compelling them to redirect a substantial number of their forces to hunt us down. By the time our reinforcements arrive, the Persians will be utterly fatigued from this endeavor, and our troops will assuredly strike decisively," declared General Demophyrus of the Sesthpians. "Very well, we shall retreat. Upon our withdrawal, we will implement this plan. With each squad comprising 1,000 men, we shall engage the Persians briefly before retreating, leading them to believe we have been vanquished. However, prior to this, we require someone to cover the retreat of the main force." Upon hearing that they could finally withdraw, the generals of the various city-states collectively sighed in relief. Yet, upon learning that someone must remain behind to cover their escape, they grew anxious. None wished to stay behind as a rear guard. Observing their apprehension, Leonidas could only shake his head and sigh. He stood and proclaimed, "We Spartans shall remain to cover your retreat. I and my royal guard will stay. Spartans do not abandon their positions. Thus we shall remain." He then cast a meaningful glance at Eugene, who met his gaze with resolute determination. A collective sense of relief enveloped the assembly, but just then, a voice broke the silence. "Your Majesty, permit me and my 700 men to form the first squad alongside you." It was none other than General Demophyrus of Sesthpi. Chapter 37. The Retreat. "Your Majesty, I believe we should not adhere to this doctrine. We have not abandoned our position. We regard all of Sparta, or rather all of Greece, as our stronghold. As long as we ultimately preserve Greece, we shall be victorious." Eugene, Gene Kelly, continued to advocate for Leonidas. "You make a compelling argument. However, it does not apply to my royal guard. Ordinary Spartan warriors, Peloponnesian fighters, and Greek soldiers may regard all of Greece as their stronghold, but our royal guard cannot. We must retain a force to resist for the entirety of Greece. You yourself stated that if we can delay the Persian forces for a month, our reinforcements will arrive in droves, but this first battle must be fought by us," Leonidas asserted resolutely. "But Your Majesty, we need only leave behind 1,000 men. As the main force, there is no need for us to remain. We would be far more effective executing guerrilla tactics throughout the Peloponnesian region than exhausting ourselves here," Eugene, Gene Kelly, insisted, sketching lines of attack upon the map while continuing to persuade Leonidas. Leonidas scrutinized the lines he had drawn and finally responded, "Which force do you believe can remain behind to hold the line for 2 to 3 hours, allowing our entire contingent to withdraw from the Thermopylae region?" Eugene, Gene Kelly, suddenly fell silent. Indeed, which force could withstand for 2 or 3 hours under such dire circumstances? For one well-versed in history like Eugene, Gene Kelly, no force could endure such pressure except the royal guard. Leonidas patted Eugene on the shoulder and said, "Prepare yourself. We shall hold this position until all allied forces successfully escape the Persian encirclement, and then, Leonidas gazed toward the Persian encampment and declared, "Then I shall lead you to do what Spartans love most, attack. We Spartans do not engage solely in futile defense. Your Majesty, why do we not strike now? The Persians behind us are not numerous. The mountainous terrain is treacherous, and the Phocian forces are stationed atop the summit. There should be no more than 5,000 Persians at our rear. We can feign an assault on the Persian encampment while our allied forces take this opportunity to retreat. The Persians will not pursue the main force. They will likely seize this chance to attack us from behind. We could assign the Thespians to guard the pass if the Persians encounter obstacles at the city gates. They will find it exceedingly difficult to pursue the main forces. Our feigned assault will draw the Persians firmly to Thermopylae, allowing our allies to withdraw without fear. Eugeniu, Jean Kyrie, continued to strategize on the map. And Leonidas nodded in agreement. Finally, he proclaimed, "Excellent. We shall proceed thus. General Demophyrus, we entrust our rear to you. Royal Guard soldiers, prepare to strike. The other forces should pack their belongings. In 15 minutes. We shall facilitate your breakout." The camp buzzed with activity, as all unnecessary supplies were discarded. The 8,000 soldiers prepared to move lightly, standing at the southern gate, ready to charge southward once the feigned attack by the Spartan Royal Guard commenced. As for how many troops would successfully break through, no one could ascertain. All they knew was that the Persians had appeared behind them. Leonidas, accompanied by his 200 guards, took position at the northern gate. They were no longer clad in mere helmets without armor as they had been in previous days. This time they donned heavy armor, exuding an air of deadly intent. The 700 Thespians grasped their short swords, arranged in 2 rows facing each other, forming a wall from the southern to the northern gate. Demophyrus approached Leonidas and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured and lead the charge. I shall guard Thermopylae." Leonidas nodded, about to speak, when a deep horn blast resonated from the direction of the Persian camp. Once this horn sounded thrice, the Persians would once again launch their assault. Leonidas drew his short sword from his side, struck his shield twice with it, then pointed it forward and bellowed, "Sparta!" All the royal guard soldiers echoed in unison, "Sparta!" Leonidas was the first to charge out of the gate. As he passed by Eugeniu, he instructed, "You and your squad follow me." Eugeniu and his companions immediately trailed behind Leonidas as they burst forth from the gate. Behind them, over 200 Spartan warriors shouted Sparta as they followed Leonidas, harnessing the momentum gained from the gently sloping terrain outside the gate, cutting into the Persian encampment like a searing knife. The southern gate, the 8,000 warriors of the Greek alliance, under the leadership of the Spartans, silently traversed the wall formed by the Thespians, retreating towards the plains of Peloponnesus. Meanwhile, the Persians stationed south of Thermopylae left only a portion of their forces to monitor the Phocian troops atop the mountain, while the majority advanced toward the flank of the 8,000 Greek warriors. In truth, the number of Persians here was not substantial. The forces that had emerged from the mountains were merely an advance contingent, numbering around 5,000, yet they were the elite of the Persian army. The Immortals, Xerxes' personal guard. 3,000 Spartan warriors confronted the allied forces from the side, providing cover for the retreating soldiers as they stood in defiance against the approaching Persians, who numbered roughly 3,000 as well. Upon realizing that the Spartans had retreated, the Persians surmised that Thermopylae was unguarded, deeming it more critical to breach the pass than to annihilate a fleeing, demoralized force, particularly since this Spartan contingent still boasted 8,000 men. Should they turn to strike in self-defense during the Persian pursuit, they could easily overwhelm the enemy, who would be outnumbered by 3,000. It would be wiser to allow this contingent to pass and secure Thermopylae, reuniting with the main force to then strike at this defeated army, driving them back toward Peloponnesus and sowing the seeds of fear throughout the Greek city-states. The Persian commander appeared to share this sentiment. Thus, they merely stood in confrontation with the Spartans instead of launching an attack. Their rear guard swiftly maneuvered to join the main body, closing in on Thermopylae. It was evident that the Spartans were equally reluctant to linger, gradually retreating towards the plains of Peloponnesus, and both forces slowly disengaged from one another. On the mountaintop, the 1,000 Phocians, who had exerted pressure, observed the final Spartans retreating toward the plains of Peloponnesus, and they too began to withdraw back to the summit. They had another task, to cover the retreat of the 700 Thespians following the feigned assault by the Spartan royal guard. However, upon witnessing the relentless onslaught of 5,000 immortals against the Thespians' defenses, they once again grew fearful and retreated over the mountaintop, fleeing the battlefield. Meanwhile, the forces defending the perimeter comprised Persian Indian auxiliary troops. As Xerxes' regular forces gathered nearby, preparing to launch an assault, the Spartans, defying expectations, caught the Persians off guard. The fighting spirit of the Indian troops was clearly no match for that of the regular Persian forces. In a mere skirmish, the 200 or so Spartans drove the nearly 2,000 Indian soldiers back toward the central camp as if herding sheep. Standing on the central platform, Xerxes was pacing furiously, his eyes ablaze. Before him, over 200 lions were charging towards him, herding more than 2,000 sheep. The warriors who had already assembled were thrown into disarray as the flock surged forward. And the lions, showing no mercy, pounced upon the sheep, tearing them apart and devouring them. Not only these sheep, but also many hunting dogs that had been scattered by the stampede fell prey to the lions. Beside Xerxes stood fewer than 10,000 immortals. The rest had been dispatched to launch a surprise attack on the rear of the hot gates. He leaped around on the platform, shouting curses, and bellowed at the immortal commander beside him, "Go, bring me the heads of these Greek barbarians." The commander saluted and led the nearly 10,000 immortals into the fray, clearing any obstacles in their path. Be they enemy or panicked comrades, the two formidable forces collided, and to the shock of the immortals, their adversaries, the Spartans, who never retreated, began to withdraw after donning their heavy armor. They were retreating. Although their retreat was orderly and their resistance fierce, they were indeed retreating for the first time under the Persian assault. What could this mean? The immortal commander was taken aback, pondering whether the Spartans were hatching some sinister plot. He halted the pursuit. Watching as the Spartans retreated to the hot gates, Xerxes, filled with exasperation, spun in circles, unable to comprehend the peculiar behavior of the Spartans. He turned to his aide and commanded, "Go, find out what these damned Spartans are scheming." The aide dashed down from the platform, and shortly thereafter, several falcons soared from the Persian camp, darting in different directions, one flying directly over the hot gates towards the rear. Over an hour later, one falcon returned to Xerxes' camp, bearing intelligence that left him astounded and furious. Nearly 10,000 men in the hot gates had managed to escape under the nose of that incompetent commander. With only about 1,000 remaining, and their resistance was resolute, they could not be dislodged. Xerxes bellowed, "Cerumen, I shall flay your skin. You let 8,000 Greeks slip away. Attack immediately. Surge forward without pause. Disregard losses. Advance 500 meters." Chapter 38. Miscalculated twilight. As the Spartan royal guard retreated into the pass, Leonidas inquired loudly, "What are our casualties?" A Spartan warrior, resembling an aide, promptly replied, "We sustained 8 injuries, 2 fatalities, light losses. Well done, lads." Upon hearing this, the royal guard erupted in cheers, showing no signs of despair, as if they were blissfully unaware of their impending doom. Demophilus approached Leonidas with a worried expression and said, "Your Majesty, the situation is dire. The Persians at the southern gate are steadily increasing in number. I am uncertain of the status of our retreating brothers." "How many Persians are before the gate?" Leonidas asked. "Approximately 5,000, and their numbers continue to swell. However, their assault ceased once you retreated into the pass," Demophilus reported. "Go to the southern gate and assess the situation," Leonidas commanded. Accompanied by Demophilus, Leonidas arrived at the southern gate, where the Persians were arrayed along the foothills, with relatively few by the seaside. Judging by the banners, there were likely over 6,000. Leonidas asked, "How many troops withdrew with our allies?" "About 2,000. In half an hour, their numbers swelled to 5,000. After which they began their assault. We repelled them 3 times, but the Persian ranks have gradually increased to over 6,000. Demophilus explained, "Our allies have already retreated, so do not worry. It is now your turn. The Persians will soon attack. You must immediately exit the pass and retreat along the coastline, disregarding Persian interference. Advance southward with all haste. The Phocians atop the mountain will suppress the Persian flank to cover your retreat." Leonidas glanced toward the mountaintop. "We might not be able to count on the Phocians. It has been a long time since they made a move. I fear," Demophilus expressed anxiously, glancing at the weary warriors around him. "The current state of the soldiers is precarious. They could collapse at any moment. It is not suitable for a retreat. Let those who can escape do so." Leonidas suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The Thespians had also reached their limit. If they remained in the pass, their effectiveness would be minimal. It would be better to let them charge forth, as they might find a spark of hope in the prospect of escape. "Prepare to charge before the Persians commence their assault, or we shall truly be encircled here," Leonidas remarked, eyeing the Persians outside the pass. Demophilus nodded in silence as Leonidas returned to his guard. The atmosphere here was markedly better than among the Thespians. The soldiers still found the spirit to converse. One soldier's peculiar behavior caught his attention. He was animatedly chatting with his comrades while incessantly wiping away the tears that streamed down his face. Leonidas approached and sat beside him, prompting everyone to sit down with a wave of his hand. He asked the soldier, "Barris, what troubles your eyes?" The soldier named Barris lowered his head in embarrassment and replied, "I am unsure. It started this morning. Things look a bit blurry, and I cannot stop the tears." Leonidas gently lifted his eyelids. Barris' eyes were bloodshot, a clear case of conjunctivitis. I in those times, who knew what it was called. But it was evidently an eye ailment. Leonidas instructed him, "Barris, I recall that you are well-versed in the terrain here, correct? Report immediately to General Demophilus. They require a guide for the retreat, after escorting our Thespian allies. Return to us post-haste." Barris promptly saluted and sought out Demophilus, though it was unlikely he would reach the final battle in time. Soon, Demophilus assembled 700 Thespians, with Barris leading the vanguard, in a sudden and unheralded charge. They surged from the southern pass, rapidly advancing towards the coastline. The scant Persian forces there were quickly overwhelmed, but the rising tide forced them toward the Persians. Realizing the shift, the Persians swiftly mobilized over 3,000 troops to flank the Thespians. With the Phocians' retreat, the Persians faced no rear threats. Aside from dispatching 3,000 to engage the Thespians, they immediately launched an assault on the Hot Gates, leaving Leonidas with only 50 men to resist the southern gate. As the main Persian force pressed forward, ultimately, Barris led approximately 50 men out, while the remaining Thespians were struck down by the Persians, suffering heavy losses. In the end, fewer than 200 Thespians, including Demophilus, retreated back into the pass. Demophilus was carried into the Hot Gates, and before Leonidas, he uttered one line, "Your Majesty, I failed to lead our warriors to safety," and with that, he fell silent. Leonidas gently closed Demophilus' wide-open eyes. Rising to survey the battlefield, the Persians had breached the northern gate, and the Spartans were steadily retreating, with the southern gate also at risk of collapse. "Commander, Yuzhan's authenticity is declining," Zhuang called out to the third company leader. "What? By how much?" The third company leader and Li Limin rushed to Zhuang's side, their expressions filled with urgency as they examined the tablet in Zhuang's hands. The data displayed that Eugenu's authenticity had begun to decline, albeit by only 0.1. Only 0.1? That's too small to indicate a problem, Li Limin remarked upon seeing the figure. "This is quite significant. The decline began 5 minutes ago. Initially at 0.01, after about 2 minutes. It dropped another 0.01. My initial thoughts aligned with yours, but after 5 minutes, the rate of decline accelerated. Within that short span, it has decreased by 0.1, and it appears to be quickening." Zhuang pointed at the data flow on the right side of the screen. Addressing Li Limin, in Eugenu's mind, his body had finally regained mobility, and the seawater had returned to normal levels. Gene Kelly reappeared before him and stated, "Dalian's current capacity is insufficient to sustain my control of your body in this virtual realm for much longer. The next steps depend on you." "What? This is all virtual? Does that mean sure FA isn't dead?" Eugeniu exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, this is merely a virtual world, albeit one that closely mimics reality." Gene Kelly shot him an exasperated glance. "That's splendid, but hold your applause. The game has not yet concluded. Until it does, this realm can be regarded as a genuine world," Gene Kelly remarked, astonished at the Federation's development of such advanced technology within these 300 miles. "Huh? What do you mean?" Eugeniu inquired. "A soldier can only be deemed a warrior after having witnessed bloodshed. In this era of peace, where can soldiers possibly encounter such violence? The technology that can vividly simulate the battlefield serves to compensate for the soldiers' lack of real combat experience, enabling them to confront their initial panic with greater ease after having engaged in virtual bloodshed. This facilitates their swift transformation into warriors. Surely, you must have felt this yourself." Gold Kelly inquired. Why Eugeniu fell silent. For he indeed felt the profound impact of witnessing Sher Fa's death before him, a jarring reality that left him utterly shaken. He was completely immersed in the experience, otherwise he would not have lost his composure. Had it not been for Gold Kelly taking control of his body, he could scarcely imagine what might have transpired thereafter. Approaching Eugeniu, Gold Kelly urged, "It's your turn now. The time is approximately 4 in the afternoon. And darkness will soon fall." Hold on, indeed. The onset of night was imminent, and he believed he could endure until then. As Eugeniu regained consciousness, the Spartans had retreated within the gates. They formed small defensive units with their shields. 3 men at the front to defend while 2 wielded spears to strike at foes through the gaps. They paid no heed to the relentless rain of arrows above, for the inferior bows of the Persians were little more than an irritant against the heavy armor of the Spartans. The Persians, bolstered by a handful of immortals, managed to breach the gates, but upon entry, they discovered that while entering was easy, retreat posed a significant challenge. The Spartans, organized into multiple 5-man units, advanced on them from 3 directions. Gradually constricting their space for movement. 2 units had even reached the gates, and should they reclaim the entrance, the dozens of men already inside would surely perish. There was no alternative but to withdraw. Once the battle subsided with the entry of the Thespians and the retreat of the Immortals, a brief lull ensued, allowing both sides to catch their breath and regain their strength. Observing this, Eugeniu addressed the other 3. This won't do. Simply enduring the onslaught will not see us through until nightfall. Just in this brief interval, Spartans have already lost 5 or 6 men, and the injured now exceed half our number. As casualties continue to mount, our losses will increase exponentially. We must devise a strategy. It is now around 4 in the afternoon. Darkness will fall in 2 hours. We cannot remain trapped here. We must take the offensive to seize the initiative. Zhao Ximin and the others immediately responded. Eugene, speak your mind. What should we do? I will seek out Leonidas and urge him to launch another assault. Let the Thespians hold the gates while the remaining Spartans charge Xerxes. A focused strike for 2 hours should suffice. Eugeniu glanced outside the gates, where Xerxes' imposing platform loomed less than 500 meters away. Historically, Xerxes had never approached the hot gates so closely. Very well. We shall follow your lead, the 3 affirmed solemnly. However, Eugene had miscalculated the timing. If they could hold out for another hour, the likelihood of their plan's success would significantly increase. The platoon leader murmured to himself as he watched the screen. What was that? Li Limin, engrossed in the display, failed to catch the platoon leader's words. Commander, Eugene's realism level has dropped to 80, and the data has stabilized. No further decline in realism, Zhuahong reported loudly. Good, continue monitoring. The platoon leader instructed, then turned to Li Limin, stating, on ancient Earth, sunset typically occurs at 6 in the evening. The Battle of the Hot Gates transpired in July and August, during summer, when darkness falls after 7. Eugene miscalculated the time of dusk. Chapter 39. Target Xerxes. A jolt surged through Eugeniu as Gold Kelly's final vestige of control quietly withdrew after he spoke that last sentence. He had truly awakened, his mind now acutely aware of the external world, yet, regaining control of his body imparted an unusual sensation. He raised his hands, inspecting them for any change, and then turned his gaze toward the northern gate, where the Spartans were clearing out the invading Persians. He then shifted his attention to Leonidas, who was assessing the situation at the southern gate, reassuring the recently retreated Thespians. Raising his gaze to the mountaintop, he noted that the camp that should have housed 1,000 Pharsians now bore the banners of the Persians. Within the confines of the hot gates, only a weary 400 remained, their morale notably low, particularly among the Thespians, while the Spartans remained buoyant, as if death were but a return home. Approaching Leonidas, he remarked, Your Majesty, our continued defense is untenable. The enemy will persist in their relentless assaults, denying us any respite. As our strength wanes, our casualties will only escalate, leading us to inevitable collapse. This moment will arrive swiftly, and we must strive to hold out until sunset. The Persians must not cross the hot gates under the cover of night. We owe it to our allies to secure them even a fleeting moment of respite. Leonidas glanced toward the southern gate, where the assault had just ceased, only to be reinitiated, while to the north, the Spartans prepared for another counter. Yet, the Persians had evidently learned caution, refraining from recklessly charging in. They halted outside the gates, reorganizing their ranks before advancing slowly. The Spartans, unable to entice the Persians into a rush, resolved to form a human wall to gradually push them back. After 10 minutes of careful observation, Leonidas noted that the gates were now manned solely by Spartans, while the Thespians stood behind, their expressions a mix of despair and detachment. Watching the Spartans fight valiantly, each Spartan bore visible wounds, some bleeding profusely, as their replacements took the place of those engaged in combat. Leonidas remembered that just half an hour prior, They had retreated, and now they were to return to the fray. It was evident that their endurance had reached a perilous threshold. He glanced at Eugenio, who was also watching him, seemingly awaiting his words. Leonidas asked, Jean Calais, what are your thoughts? We must launch another assault. Should we do so, we need not return. Leonidas observed the dark mass of Persians outside the gate. I had no intention of returning. Eugenio replied, narrowing his eyes at the Persian formation. Oh, what do you mean? Our upcoming strike has two objectives, to buy time and, Your Majesty. Look, Eugenio pointed toward Xerxes' elevated platform beyond the northern gate. Xerxes has moved his platform to within 400 meters of us. A full-scale charge could threaten him, compelling him to commit more troops, thereby keeping the Persians occupied here until our last breath. Their conversation unfolded near the Thespians, and Eugenio deliberately raised his voice to ensure the grieving Thespians could hear. One among them stood, approaching the two generals. If you plan to assault Xerxes, we shall take on the task of guarding the gates. Eugenio was taken aback that a Thespian would step forward to assume the defensive role, as he believed those 200 had already been utterly demoralized by their failed breakout. Evident from their expressions, yet, Leonidas appeared unfazed, asking, What is your name, Celius? Your Majesty, I am Celius. The Thespian responded, Very well, Celius, I hereby appoint you commander of the Thespians. They shall follow your command. Do you believe they still possess the will to fight? Leonidas glanced at the seated Thespians, who met his gaze with a mix of defiance and resilience. Absolutely. They are brave warriors, Celius affirmed confidently. Leonidas nodded and approached the northern gate, peering over the tumultuous crowd toward Xerxes' platform. It seemed Xerxes sensed his gaze, returning it with a look of provocation. 400 meters, while he could discern Xerxes' form, the expression on his face remained obscured. Yet, Leonidas felt that Xerxes was regarding him with a challenging stare. Narrowing his eyes, he turned to Celius. Rally your men and replace the Spartans. I require a 15-minute respite for them. Can you manage this? Celius did not respond to Leonidas, but instead addressed the Thespians before him. With a mere wave of his hand, all the Thespians stood at attention. Having overheard the conversation between Leonidas and their new commander, they instinctively formed two lines of 100 men each and promptly marched toward the two gates. Before long, the Spartans were replaced, sitting in the central courtyard of the gates, drinking water, consuming rations, and tending to one another's wounds while engaging in light-hearted banter. Leonidas did not sit alongside the Spartans. Instead, he summoned Eugenio to his side, both intently observing the battle against the Persians at the northern pass. After approximately 10 minutes, Leonidas remarked, The Persians are unlikely to endure much longer. Their spirits are too low. Before Eugenio could respond, he called for Seleucus, saying, Seleucus, once we break through the pass, you must hold your ground for half an hour. After that, you are permitted to surrender. Without waiting for Seleucus's reply, he raised his voice, proclaiming, Warriors of Sparta, this is our final performance. Let us deliver a grand finale. More than 200 battle-ready Spartan soldiers rose in unison, striking their short swords against their shields as they let out a resounding cheer. Once the clamor subsided, Eugenio addressed Leonidas, Your Majesty, allow my squad and I to take the lead in this overture. As you wish, we shall pave the way for you. Fifth squad, assemble, Eugenio commanded. Rather than wielding the customary short sword and shield combination favored by Spartans, he brandished a spear over 3 meters in length, with his shield slung over his shoulder and his short sword sheathed. He stood firm at the northern gate, flanked by 3 similarly long spears, with Leonidas's royal guard providing support on their flanks. The Persians opened the gate, and the forces surged forth once more. This time, they faced 4 long spears thrusting towards them. A bitter taste filled their mouths. Here they came again, and they had not anticipated that these Spartans were as cunning as their predecessors. Before they could finish their thoughts, the spear tips pierced through their bodies. In their final moments, they beheld a horde of burly men clad in red armor. Damn it, they were Spartans. Why do you persist in haunting us? Very well, you are formidable. I shall not provoke you further. I shall accept my fate. And then they perished. The Persians were taken aback by the Spartans' audacity and capability to launch a counterattack. Their bodies were skewered like candied hawthorns on the long spears, often 3 or 4 men per spear. The insufferable Spartans would then retract their spears, flinging the corpses aside. The 4 frontline spearmen paid no heed to the encroaching Persians on either side. Relentlessly advancing deep into enemy territory, trusting that their comrades would address the threats, the Persians attempted to flank them, charging from both sides, only to be met with shields that appeared at their flanks, a tremendous force propelling them away. Before they could regain their footing, a short sword sliced through their necks. What are Yuzhen and his team attempting? Their assault is far too rapid. In merely 10 minutes, they've penetrated 100 meters. At this rate, they will soon find themselves encircled. Forget about holding for 2 hours. They may not last even half an hour. Li Limin pressed his hands against the control panel, nearly leaning his entire body onto it. They had no intention of lasting 2 hours. What do you see over there? The third squad leader pointed towards Xerxes' platform. Ah, what is that place? Is that Xerxes? Li Limin asked, puzzled. When he was a rookie, he had also played through this scenario at the Hot Spring Pass, and at that time, Xerxes had never pressed so close. Indeed, they aimed for Xerxes. The third squad leader clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the screen. If they succeeded, it would directly culminate in the end of the Second Persian War. Although the conditions for victory this time required holding until sunset, there was a hidden conclusion. And it was rumored that the one who achieved this hidden outcome would receive a rare reward. However, since the launch of the simulator game, no one, whether on Earth or in the Federation, had achieved it. One wondered if this Yuzhen possessed the fortune to break through. More than 200 Spartan royal guards formed a conical assault formation, ceaselessly pushing forward. Wei Zhenyu and his comrades had discarded their long spears. All 4 spears had shattered within the first 10 minutes of their charge, yet they remained the vanguard, albeit with Yu Zhenyu the sole exception, as the others had reverted to sword and shield combinations. Yu Zhenyu, however, picked up 2 curved blades from the fallen Persians, wielding them backward with the blades facing upward, continuously slashing upward at the enemies, creating an odd spectacle. After several strikes, Yu Zhenyu inwardly cursed. This damn curved blade is far too unwieldy. He recalled witnessing the mantis blade technique performed by Gene Kelly, committing it to memory. Though he knew not the names of the moves, he merely danced through the motions as best he could, effectively keeping the Persian soldiers at bay, allowing him to advance boldly several steps. Yet the enemy in front of him soon realized that his unconventional grip rendered him seemingly less threatening and charged at him with his curved blade. Once more, Yu Zhenyu's right-hand blade arced upward, deflecting the opponent's descending strike to the side, while his left-hand blade struck the man's right shoulder. Following the deflection, his right-hand blade rested against the man's left shoulder, instilling a profound fear within him. However, upon realizing that he had only sustained minor shoulder injuries, he was undeterred and prepared to attack Yu Zhenyu at his waist. A sudden force surged through his shoulders, propelling him towards Yu Zhenyu, and he was taken aback to find that Yu Zhenyu had retracted his blades, the tips grazing perilously close to his abdomen. In that moment of alarm, he steadied himself, thinking, perfect, you've brought me closer. I shall carve an opening in your gut. Yet, reality proved less favorable. Just as he prepared to thrust his blade forward, a short sword emerged eerily from beneath Yu Zhenyu's left armpit, positioned conveniently before his abdomen. The sword grazed his neck, making intimate contact with his carotid artery. He glanced sideways, noting a shield firmly blocking the assailant behind him, rendering the man's face invisible. Yet, this was of little consequence. His life force swiftly ebbed away, flowing with his blood. The blade he had intended to deliver fell limply midway, and the weight of it caused him to tumble to the ground, ultimately landing face up. In his final moments, he witnessed another unfortunate soul being reeled in by that insufferable dual-blade wielder. The short sword reappeared in the same position, and he suddenly felt a sense of comfort. For he was not alone. Another soul accompanied him. With a sense of fulfillment, he closed his eyes. Zhao Ximin, you treacherous fiend, cursed Xing Qin. Standing to Zhao Ximin's left, not only was he responsible for his own adversaries, but he also had to keep an eye on Zhao Ximin, who was currently ensnared by Yu Zhenyu's maneuver. You can't call me treacherous. Why don't you try crouching for a while? It's exhausting. Zhao Ximin retorted defiantly, having just slashed a Persian's throat. Their banter elicited laughter from the nearby Spartans, their joy uncontainable as they reaped the lives of Persians, regardless of who claimed the kill. They had advanced 150 meters, yet their pace was slowing as Persians encircled them from all sides, with battles erupting behind them. Though many sustained injuries, their heavy armor proved invaluable, offering remarkable protection. Leonidas stood resolute at the center of the formation, orchestrating the substitution of fatigued warriors with those who had yet to engage. He glanced back at the hot spring pass, where smoke was beginning to rise. It appeared the southern gate had fallen, and the people of Sizeby were igniting fires to hinder the Persian advance. In that moment, a flicker of regret washed over him. Why had they charged forth? Although Xerxes's platform had reduced the number of troops that could be committed to the front lines to only 2,000 or 3,000, for their small contingent, that represented a tenfold increase in strength. Moreover, the Persians continued to pour into the battlefield endlessly. He lifted his gaze once more towards Xerxes's position. They were still 200 meters away. They had traversed the first 100 meters in 10 minutes. But the subsequent 100 had consumed a full half-hour. One could only wonder how long the remaining 200 meters would take. The Sizeby had completed their mission, yet it seemed they were prepared to resist until the end. No Persians had yet emerged from the northern gate. The last of the Sizeby had gathered there, determined to prevent the Persians from breaching. If they succeeded, the 200 Spartans would only face further calamity. Thus, Seleucus led the final 50 Sizeby, using their bodies to seal the northern gate. Seleucus glanced back. Nearly an hour had passed. The Spartans were indeed the most formidable warriors among the Greek city-states. Having advanced over 200 meters, now less than 100 meters from Xerxes, the dawn of victory seemed to crest the horizon. Cyrus turned around, only to find that the Persians had already formed their ranks. Poised to deliver the final blow, both sides seized this fleeting moment to adjust their positions. Cyrus glanced at his 50 or so subordinates, who were utterly exhausted. Their mere ability to stand was a testament to their arduous training. Among them, about 10 had already crumbled, and had it not been for the presence of others beside them, they would have long since surrendered. Cyrus called out to his comrades, or at least he believed he was calling out loudly. "Are you still contemplating surrender? Cast aside such thoughts. In these past 3 days, how many Persians have fallen before our humble Thermopylae? Do you know? At least 20,000. And how many do we have? At most 9,000 at the height of our strength. Especially today. How many assaults have we launched? Do the math yourselves. Do you think Xerxes would accept your capitulation? Therefore, whether we fight or surrender, death is inevitable. Let us embrace a glorious demise." His words, however, did not elicit the expected response. The 50-odd warriors from Thessaly, aside from that handful contemplating surrender, were huddled by the palisade beside the northern gate, while the rest moved like mere shadows, yet a flicker of fighting spirit still ignited within them. Granting them the courage to face the vastly superior Persian forces, Cyrus advanced to the forefront, raising his short sword high. His intention was clear. Should the Persians launch another charge, all 50 of them would perish here. Rather than await their death, they would rather plunge into the heart of the Persian ranks and fight with fervor. Noble warriors of Thessaly, the time has come to prove that we are no lesser than the Spartans. Follow me. Let the Persians taste the might of Thessaly. With that, he was the first to charge into the advancing Persians, prompting a primal roar from the others as they surged forward, crashing into the Persian formation. These few warriors resembled a small wave crashing against the rocks, scattering in mere moments. When the remnants of that wave returned to the water, tranquility fell upon the scene, and the northern gate stood wide open to the Persians. As the Persians prepared to surge through the northern gate, they suddenly beheld a dozen or so Thessalians trembling beneath the palisade, one of whom finally stood up and stammered, "We surrender," as they discarded their weapons. To the Persians, these pitiable souls, having laid down their arms, were but lambs awaiting slaughter. They gripped their curved blades, their faces twisted with cruel glee as they approached the trembling group of lambs, moving slowly to maximize the terror in their hearts. It was only when the cold steel pressed against their skin that the Thessalians comprehended Cyrus's earlier words. Yes, they had already slain nearly 20,000 Persians. 20,000. Not two. The Persians harbored an abiding hatred for them. How could they possibly expect to be spared simply for uttering the words "I surrender"? Regrettably, their realization came too late, as dozens of blades descended upon them. The Persians unleashing 3 days' worth of pent-up fury. The adversaries before Leonidas appeared to be no great threat. He withdrew his short sword from the lifeless body of a common Persian soldier, whose eyes had just reflected despair and confusion before succumbing to the dust. Eugeniu and his 3 companions had been replaced by 3 others under Leonidas's command, granting them a brief respite. Eugenio gazed towards Thermopylae, where Persians continued to pour forth. The Thessalians had been entirely obliterated, yet a peculiar internal clock informed him that it was already 6 in the evening, and darkness would soon descend. If only night fell, they would have passed this gate. He lifted his gaze to the sky, which remained bright with no hint of dusk. Had his internal clock gone awry, he had effectively become Leonidas's second-in-command. As Leonidas advanced, he served as the substitute commander for this small band of just over 100 men, now merely 100 meters from Xerxes. The adversaries had transformed from a ragtag assembly to the immortals, and the pace of their advance had slowed. The arrival of the Persians over the Thermopylae heightened the pressure on the Spartan rearguard, yet no one considered retreat, with the immortals now present. The Spartans found themselves in an even more precarious position, suffering continuous casualties. Eugenio and his companions had already rotated positions twice, with each rotation resulting in a few fewer warriors. Those lightly injured could still fight, while the severely wounded had to be abandoned, only to be engulfed by the relentless tide of Persians. Half an hour passed, and this small Spartan unit had been nearly decimated, leaving just 5 remaining, Leonidas and the quartet of Eugenio. As Eugenio looked up at the sun still hanging in the sky, he internally shouted, Why is this happening? The sun showed no signs of setting. 15 meters, roughly 20 paces, was the distance to the platform's edge. Yet this proximity felt like an insurmountable chasm. They had no strength left to advance a single step, forced to stand back to back against the onslaught from all directions. The Persian assault inexplicably slowed, even coming to a halt. A voice rang out from the elevated platform. You wretches dare to impede the advance of my Persian army. However, I, Xerxes, possess a benevolent heart and grant you the opportunity to submit to me. I shall overlook your previous transgressions. Will you not kneel and surrender? Xerxes observed clearly that these 5 Spartans were formidable. Despite their evident exhaustion, the moment a Persian dared to strike, they would summon an extraordinary strength. One shield deflecting all assaults while the other hand's short sword found its way into the body of any unsuspecting Persian. While this approach could potentially exhaust the 5 to death, it would be an unwise expenditure of resources, as Xerxes had already lost over 20,000 men in the past 3 days. Just moments ago, he learned from the commander who had seized Thermopylae that no more than 300 bodies lay upon the pass. Even considering the previous battles, where the Greeks had removed all the fallen from the battlefield, what did that signify? The casualty ratio was utterly disproportionate. These were men forged of steel, and allowing them to perish here would not bolster morale, but rather diminish the spirits of the less disciplined troops. He had to alter the situation and ordered all assaults to cease. He aimed to persuade these warriors to surrender. If successful, their capitulation would serve as a stimulant to lift the sagging morale of his forces. Breathing heavily, Leonidas raised his head, his piercing gaze fixed on Xerxes, his eyes like arrows aimed at the Persian king. That penetrating stare unsettled Xerxes, who wished to avert his gaze, yet his position forbade him from doing so. He returned Leonidas's gaze, yet it felt feeble and lacking conviction. I, King Leonidas of Sparta, shall never kneel before an invader. Upon uttering this declaration, Leonidas ignored Xerxes entirely, yet his words ignited a fervor within Xerxes. The tallest among the 5 was indeed Leonidas, a revelation that astonished Xerxes. He had never anticipated that a commander would personally assault his stronghold. He had assumed Leonidas would have fled during the Greek retreat at noon. Xerxes' excitement surged, and he immediately whispered a few words to his aide. He wished for Leonidas to remain alive, intent on binding this loathsome adversary to the front of his chariot and charging into Sparta. Showcasing the fate that awaited those who opposed him, Leonidas cast a glance at Eugenio beside him and declared, Jean Caroui, I know not from whence you hail, but I must convey a truth. There is no 5th squad in my guard, nor any soldier named Jean Caroui. Eugenio was taken aback, a wave of unease washing over him. He had not expected Leonidas to utter such words, and the anxiety in his eyes did not go unnoticed by Leonidas. Subtly affirming a thread of doubt in his mind, Leonidas continued, The warriors of Sparta are men of honor. Such acts of disrobing are beneath us. I know each soldier in my guard. They are my brothers. Let me say no more. I understand your intentions. Today's battle has made the matter clear. You possess the capability to become soldiers of my guard. Henceforth, the 5th squad of my guard is established. And you, Jean Caroui, shall be its inaugural captain and perhaps its final one. With that, Leonidas burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, at this moment, There was nothing more to be said, regardless of whether one was a Spartan. Their actions had demonstrated that they were true Spartans, fighting until the very last moment, whether or not others acknowledged it. King Leonidas, acknowledge it. Eugeniu looked at Leonidas, and at that moment, he found himself so overwhelmed with emotion that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. He turned to glance at the other 3 individuals, their faces smeared with blood, each one utterly exhausted, yet all directed sincere smiles towards him. A warmth enveloped his heart. Indeed, they were brothers, and no matter where they were. He lifted his gaze towards the sun on the horizon, pondering why it had yet to set. Suddenly, Li Limin inquired of Zhuang, "Zhua, is it possible to make the sun set early?" Zhuang looked at him in disbelief. Taking a moment before responding, "Though this is merely a program, how can one alter the laws of nature? Is there no other way?" The 3rd squad leader was about to reprimand Li Limin, but upon glancing at the screen, he realized that this squad was not the first to fail at the hot spring pass. However, they were the first to devise a defensive strategy through relentless assaults, and the first to force Shuai Shixi to retreat to within 400 meters of the hot spring pass. He possessed some knowledge of this checkpoint's design. If they could push Shuai Shixi back to 300 meters, a decapitation strike could be initiated, potentially bringing this challenge to a swift conclusion. This tactic had been executed in ordinary world simulations, yet had never been accomplished in the military version. "Very well," the squad leader interjected, addressing Zhuang, "Send the items for the decapitation strike." Squad leader. The conditions for the decapitation strike have not been met. Even if the items are transmitted, they won't be able to fulfill the requirements. Zhuang glanced at the graphics, fully aware of the underlying program's design. "Send them. Give them a final glimmer of hope. The sun has yet to set for another 40 minutes, and they will not last that long. If they are not given a semblance of hope, they will collapse under the pressure of impending death. This battle has been too brutal. A breakdown at this juncture would deal a severe blow to their morale, detrimental to future training," asserted the squad leader. "But if we provide them with the items, they still cannot meet the task's requirements. They will still break." "Not the same. Every conceivable method has been tried, yet they have yet to exhaust one final means. The outcome may differ. Even in collapse, dispatch the items to them," the squad leader commanded. Zhuang wished to protest further, but the squad leader's gaze silenced him. Reluctantly, he input a set of data into the computer. The squad leader then turned to Li Limin, saying, "This is all I can assist with. Now, we must let them fend for themselves. When the game concludes, ensure to manage their emotions, avoiding unnecessary turbulence. Well then, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." No one spoke. They were at a loss for words, merely raising their hands in salute as they watched the squad leader depart. With eyes slightly moist, Eugeniu realized that tears were welling in his eyes, yet he held them back. That moment, a flash of light struck the back of Xingqing, leading him to believe that the glimmer was a reflection of his tears in the sunlight. However, something felt amiss, prompting him to look towards Xingqing. The half of the cloak on Xingqing's back appeared to conceal something. The hem where the cloak had torn, a sharp, arrow-like object protruded slightly. He queried, "Xingqing, what are you carrying on your back?" Xingqing turned back, looking at him in confusion. "What, Eugene? Don't scare me. I haven't brought anything." Eugeniu stepped away from his position, allowing Wu Nian to fill the gap. While Leonidas cast a puzzled glance at him, unsure of his actions, but when he saw Eugeniu plucking something from Xingqing's back, his face lit up with joy. It was a crossbow. Xingqing, filled with questions, exclaimed, "What on earth is this? How did it end up on my back?" Wu Nian leaned down to inspect the crossbow, exclaiming, "Xingqing, well done. You've brought this. We can deal a serious blow to that scoundrel Shuai Shixi." Zhao Ximin, vigilantly watching their rear, inquired upon hearing Wu Nian, "What did Xingqing bring?" "A crossbow, a crossbow." Wu Nian replied excitedly, "That's wonderful, but who among us has used one? I didn't bring it. I swear I didn't." Xingqing protested loudly, but no one paid him any mind. Wai Eugeniu examined the crossbow closely. It was remarkably pristine, with a long bolt resting in the groove. This wasn't something Xingqing had from the beginning. "It's too clean. We must have triggered some condition." "Never mind that, team leader. Can you use it?" Zhao Ximin asked, truthfully admitting that he was struggling to remain standing. If they had kept fighting, it might have been manageable. But now that they had paused, fatigue washed over him. Clearly, Shuai Shixi understood a bit of exercise physiology, halting their assault at a critical moment to throw them off their rhythm. The other two were equally fatigued. Having pushed every ounce of their potential to the limit, their mental faculties drained. Wu Nian fared slightly better, as he had already experienced the sensation of mental exhaustion, granting him some immunity. The other two were overwhelmed by waves of dizziness, yearning for a place to lie down. I can manage a bit, Yu Zhenyu said, lifting the crossbow. Now, only he and Leonidas had the strength to stand. They exchanged a glance. Leonidas was reluctant to use the ranged weapon. Leaving Yu Zhenyu to take charge, Shui Shixi observed keenly from the platform, initially seeing the five arranged in a defensive formation when one individual suddenly turned and stepped back into the formation. The remaining four guarded the four directions, seemingly exchanging a few words before one of them raised the crossbow. Shui Shixi's brow furrowed slightly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. His attendant swiftly positioned himself in front of him, urging, "Your Majesty, please take cover." Shui Shixi raised a foot and kicked the attendant off the platform in anger, exclaiming, "Take cover? Do you think that boy can hit me?" Yu Zhenyu and Shui Shixi locked eyes from afar. Utilizing the basic sighting device on the crossbow, Yu Zhenyu aimed carefully at Shui Shixi, who stood proudly, challenging, "I stand here. Do you dare to shoot? Can you even hit me?" Yu Zhenyu exhaled slowly, concentrating all his remaining mental energy on the mountain and the gap. He longed to infuse that mental energy into the bolt. As he steadied himself, he gently pressed the trigger, and the bolt whistled forth, soaring towards Shui Shixi. The world fell silent. Both sides held their breath, eyes tracking the bolt's flight path. Ultimately, it struck Shui Shixi, sending him staggering backward with tremendous force. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as the Persians encircling Yu Zhenyu and his companions involuntarily stepped back 3 paces. What was happening? Their leader had been felled by these 5 incompetent fools. How could they continue fighting? Shui Shixi's attendant, bloodied and battered, climbed back onto the platform, shouting frantically, "Quick, retreat." 32 powerful bulls at the rear were struck hard with whips, slowly beginning to move as the platform began to withdraw. "Is Shui Shixi dead?" Zhao Xinmin asked uncertainly. "I believe so." Wu Nian nodded. "Have we won?" Xingqing inquired. "Everyone, stay alert. Shui Shixi is not so easily defeated. Be wary of deception," Leonidas called out. "Indeed, do not let your guard down," Yu Zhenyu cautioned as he discarded the crossbow, reclaiming his shield and curved blade. A howl, reminiscent of a wounded wolf, erupted from the platform as Shui Shixi sprang to his feet. He rushed to the edge of the platform, pointing at Leonidas, bellowing, "Do you think you can kill me like this? Look." He raised his left arm, revealing an arrow embedded in his forearm. Clearly, in the moment the arrow struck, he had attempted to block it with his arm, managing to deflect some of its force, but the power was too great, knocking him to the ground and momentarily sealing his breath. After more than 2 minutes, he finally regained his composure, laughing maniacally at Leonidas. "Ha ha ha, what other tricks do you have? Come, I wish to see." He beckoned Leonidas forward. Leonidas lunged forward but halted, his strength severely depleted, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Yu Zhenyu quickly stepped to support him. They leaned on each other for balance as Zhao Xinmin, Xingqing, and Wu Nian took a step closer, forming a supportive circle as they advanced towards the platform. Leonidas raised his short sword, pointing it at Shui Shixi, declaring, "Wait for me. I shall come to claim your life, Your Majesty. Your arm requires bandaging." The attendant, hunched and bloodied, cautioned beside Shui Shixi. The latter glanced at him, asking, "Was it you who ordered the retreat?" "Yes," the attendant replied, bowing even lower. Xerxes abruptly snapped the fletching of the arrow against his arm, carelessly discarding it onto the ground. With a firm grasp on the arrowhead, he yanked it out with force, hurling the entire shaft aside as he bellowed, "Stop!" The herding shepherds stood in confusion, bewildered by the contradictory commands, first retreat, then halt. Why was there no cessation? Xerxes roared, delivering another kick to his aide, this time from a different angle. Upon witnessing the aide being cast down, the herdsman quickly commanded the cattle to halt, finally bringing the platform to a standstill. Xerxes's furious gaze was fixed intently on Leonidas, blood gushing from his forearm like a spring, droplets falling onto the platform. The nearby soldiers, intimidated by Xerxes's wrath, dared not approach to assist him with his wounds. "You are so fond of crossbows. Very well, I shall use arrows to bring about your demise," Xerxes shouted, Raising his left arm, the Persian infantry encircling Eugeniu and his 4 companions retreated, clearing a radius of over 30 paces as a multitude of archers emerged. However, they did not cross the infantry. Instead, they positioned themselves 10 paces behind, allowing Eugeniu and his companions to glimpse the archers arrayed behind the infantry. They understood Xerxes's intentions. In truth, they had not clearly heard Xerxes's earlier shouts from the platform. And even if they had, they would not have comprehended them, for those words were uttered in Persian. The 5 of them awkwardly formed a small circle, laboriously raising their shields. The next moment, a flurry of arrows filled the sky, and Eugeniu's consciousness began to blur. He felt as though darkness was descending. A flicker of excitement jolted him back to awareness. Raising his head, he realized it was not the darkness of night, but rather the sheer volume of arrows obscuring the sky. After 3 volleys, only Eugeniu remained standing, his body riddled with arrows. He sensed an extraordinary heaviness. Indeed, anyone bearing over 100 arrows would feel the weight. Lost in his thoughts, he could no longer feel pain. Struggling to turn his head, he glanced at his companions, who lay sprawled on the ground, similarly adorned with arrows. Now, he was the sole survivor, clinging to life. Waves of drowsiness washed over him, and he understood that if he closed his eyes, he would not reopen them, at least, not in this world. He planted his shield on the ground, using it to support his weight, and looked westward. The sun had dipped behind the mountains, yet the sky remained merely dim, tantalizingly close to darkness. Just a little longer, perhaps 5 more minutes, and it would be fully dark. Xerxes waited, anticipating the fall of the last Spartan, but a minute had passed, and this cursed Spartan had yet to yield. He longed to rush over and shout, "Why do you not fall? Your king has already fallen." Unable to wait any longer, he seized a crossbow from an archer, aiming it with his freshly bandaged left hand while his right hand rested on the hilt of his dagger. Targeting that Spartan, the very one who had wounded him. Indeed, it was him. "You have shot me. I shall send you on your way with this bolt," Xerxes thought silently, tightening his right index finger. A bolt flew forth, piercing the Spartan's body, the tremendous force propelling him away. It was evident that this shot was not meant to claim the Spartan's life. He had long since perished, his stubbornness preventing his corpse from collapsing. This realization only fueled Xerxes's fury further. This insignificant Spartan had kept the great Persian emperor waiting for far too long. He commanded, "Bring me the heads of these 5 men, display them as banners. Leading our forces, I want the Greeks to witness the fate of those who defy me." His orders were executed with unwavering loyalty, yet even as he beheld the 5 headless corpses, his rage remained unabated. He pointed at the lifeless bodies and declared, "Chop them up and feed them to the dogs." No sooner had he uttered these words than darkness enveloped the land. The sun seemed unwilling to witness such a scene. Retreating below the horizon, what a pity, it was just a matter of moments. If only they could have held on for 5 more minutes, the night would have fallen. Al-Ilimin sighed in regret. The 4 simulation pods were forcefully pushed open, and 4 figures lunged out, hastily covering their mouths as they dashed toward the garbage bin in the corner of the room. Clearly, the veterans were aware of the reactions these novices would have post-training. Thus they had prepared numerous bins in the corner. After a series of retching sounds, the 4 weakened individuals leaned on each other as they made their way to the control panel. Struggling to stand straight as they saluted Liman, Eugeniu spoke up. "Report, squad leader. The simulation training for Group 2 of Class 5 has concluded. We regret to inform you that we have failed." Liman returned the salute, saying, "You performed admirably. Although the training was unsuccessful, you have gained the recognition of significant game characters and earned the title of Spartan Warriors. Starting tomorrow, you may wear the Spartan Warrior insignia on your uniforms until the new recruit training concludes. I am proud of you." "What about me?" Shur-Fa interjected, approaching. "You died too early. You do not qualify." Liman shot him a glance, to which Shur-Fa immediately displayed a look of regret. Liman struggled to suppress a laugh, saying, "You take these 4 back. It's nearly lunchtime. Let them rest a bit. Meals will be served in half an hour, and the afternoon is free. Do as you please, as long as you stay within the camp and refrain from unlawful activities. Now, disperse." The 4 hung on to Shur-Fa as they slowly made their way back to the dormitory, disregarding his complaints and clinging precariously, forcing Shur-Fa to exert mental effort to transport the 4 limp figures back to their quarters. The next day, when the 5 appeared revitalized on the training ground, the other 5 in Class 5 noticed a subtle change in this group, though they could not quite identify what it was. They vaguely sensed an unusual aura surrounding the 5. What could it be? Perhaps a slight increase in pressure. Their gazes resembled that of seasoned killers. Wolfu scoffed at Eugenio as usual, shouting at the other 4. "What are you staring at? Get to training." With that, he was the first to engage with the equipment. Now, the 5 had only one set of gear, while Eugenio's group possessed 3 sets, especially Eugenio, who monopolized an entire set. This left Wolfu feeling extremely frustrated, with nowhere to vent his anger, resulting in the other 4 enduring a grueling training regimen. A week passed swiftly, according to normal training standards. Wolfu's group, under the pressure exerted by Eugenio, had improved remarkably. Although they could not yet rival Wolfu, their performance had nearly doubled under increased gravity, AS for Eugenio's group, with the aid of mental exertion. They had approached the passing line under normal gravity, while Eugenio himself had long surpassed the passing line, edging towards excellence. Mobile novel free chapter 43. The day of the assessment had finally arrived. Early in the morning, Zhuahong hurried over to the training ground to set up various recording devices. Li Limin, the squad leader, found himself with little to do after teaching the recruits the basic movements. His primary task was to supervise the recruits during their self-training. Thus, he was conscripted by Zhuahong to assist in the setup of the recording devices. As they worked together, they discussed the upcoming assessment. Such obstacle assessments were organized by each class, with personnel dispatched by the company to oversee the proceedings. For Class 5, given Zhuahong's role in collecting experimental data, it was natural that he would oversee the process. "Zhua, I have a question I don't quite understand," Li Limin said as he connected the last mainline to the recording computer, observing Zhuahong as he calibrated the equipment. "What is it?" Zhuahong replied, glancing at Li Limin while still focused on the computer. "I see you are quite familiar with training matters. Why did you switch to being a military doctor?" Li Limin inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhuahong straightened up, his expression becoming rather awkward as he gazed beyond the computer at the training ground, seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory. After a long pause, he sighed heavily. "I can't think about it. Overthinking it brings tears to my eyes." Li Limin was taken aback, about to respond when Zhuahong continued. "After completing a year of basic training, I applied to the most prestigious officer academy of the Federal Space Navy." "You mean the Naval Academy in the Republic of Gaudi?" Li Limin asked. "Yes, I applied for the Battleship Command Department and was successfully accepted. However, when I arrived, I was not placed in the Battleship Command Department, but rather assigned to the Logistics Command Department." Focusing on training management, Zhuahong recounted, his chest heaving with emotion, clearly still troubled by this experience after all these years. "Why was that?" "It is merely discrimination against Earth, since the conclusion of the Great War. The space fleet of Earth has been divided among the nations of the Galenti, Minmater, and Calderite. In the past, the might of Earth's space fleet was truly magnificent. Now, alas, even the patrol vessels are merely outdated ships discarded by several republics, with no main fleet to speak of. Thus, that scoundrel responsible for class assignments at the Naval Academy hastily assigned me to the Logistics Command Department. When I questioned this decision, the academic office informed me that the Battleship Command Department was full. Despite the fact that they were just 2 spots short, even with the vacancies, they were unwilling to allocate them to us Earthlings, justifying their actions with the phrase utilizing people according to their talents. They assert that Earthlings excel in logistics, which is why I found myself assigned to the logistics system, and indeed, it is also a command department. Hardly a significant difference. Left Hong slammed his fist on the table in frustration. "And what happened next? How did you end up studying medicine?" Li Limin inquired. "I had seriously contemplated dropping out altogether, yet after some reflection, I resolved to stay and study diligently, hoping that perhaps in a couple of years, I might have the opportunity to transfer departments. I remained, and my grades consistently ranked among the top in the school. I often seized my free time to audit classes in the Battleship Command Department, establishing excellent rapport with several of its instructors, particularly with the head of the department, with whom I shared a bond strong enough to enjoy nights out drinking until dawn." Left Hong shook his head, lost in reminiscence. He paused, his gaze distant as he seemed to recall the past. Li Limin waited patiently until he could no longer restrain his curiosity, prompting Left Hong to continue. "Every semester, I submitted transfer requests to the department, yet none were ever approved. I even approached the head of the department, who assured me, with great conviction, that if my application were to be approved, he would certainly welcome me. But, alas, Left Hong sighed again, shaking his head vigorously before continuing. 2 years later, that head of the department was promoted to vice dean, and he became the vice dean in charge of education. I felt an opportunity had finally arrived. So I submitted another application, thinking surely this time it would succeed. Yet again, it was denied. When I confronted the vice dean, he bluntly informed me that the decision to reject my transfer was his own. He asked me, "What would you even do in the Battleship Command Department? There isn't even a properly established fleet for Earth. What could you possibly achieve by studying there?" Left Hong fell silent at this point. The weight of the memories hanging heavily in the AIR, Li Limin, sensing the difficulty of the situation, refrained from pressing further, as the extent of the discrimination was indeed disheartening. Even he felt a profound sense of oppression in his heart. "So how did you end up studying medicine? My family has been filled with doctors for generations, yet I am the singular exception. It's not that I dislike the medical profession. Rather, I have always preferred the exhilarating sensation of soaring through space." After realizing that transferring departments was futile, I applied to the academy to retain my student status and sought admission into another field of study. To my surprise, my request was approved the following year. I applied to the Federal Medical Academy located in the Kaldari Star region. Fortunately, the Medical Academy did not harbor the same disdain towards Earth as the Naval Academy did. And because I had already spent 2 years studying at the Naval Academy, I was exempt from the foundational courses, allowing me to commence directly with the specialized curriculum. Thus, I graduated in just 2.5 years and was assigned here. However, I did not relinquish my student status at the Naval Academy. I continued my studies through correspondence. This year marks my internship. Once I complete this training mission, I will hold dual degrees in medicine and logistics. After submitting my request for assistance in fulfilling my graduation internship report, I was transferred from the Martian Army General Hospital to this location, Left Hong concluded, casting a satisfied glance at Li Limin. Who would have thought that Dr. Left would have such a remarkable journey? Truly impressive, Li Limin remarked. Upon my arrival here, the company commander immediately put me to work. Despite both of us being captains, he has no qualms about assigning me the most arduous tasks. I am responsible for drafting the training plans, Left Hong said while busily attending to his duties, which he executed with utmost precision. What you describe is merely effective utilization of personnel. Our company commander is quite adept at this. He has certainly taken a keen interest in you, Li Limin noted, pointing at Eugeniu as the new recruits began their activities. "Oh, Eugene, not only is the commander keeping an eye on him, but I also see great potential in him." I've heard that several high-ranking officials in the logistics department are also watching, Left Hong remarked, glancing up. He aimed various machines, including a cognitive device, a fluctuation meter, and a biochemical index sensor, towards all the new recruits. And a wealth of data appeared instantaneously on the computer screen. Left Hong swiped his hand to separate virtual displays, revealing the physical metrics of 10 recruits on 10 screens. Li Limin observed carefully, aligning 2 groups of personnel in corresponding columns. After a moment, he pointed to Eugeniu's screen and said to Left Hong, "Eugene's data is remarkably stable. The fluctuation has already reached 16. This is where I find it puzzling. According to the theory I proposed last time, Eugene's data should have experienced a qualitative leap this week, yet the progress seems exceedingly slow," Left Hong reflected, perplexed by the data. While Eugeniu's metrics indicated a steady improvement, they did not align with the geometric progression he had previously observed in other cases. He pondered. The third company commander ambled up behind him, first glancing at the data on the screens before commenting. "Left Hong, you've got a spirited young man here. Very good, very good." Upon hearing this, Left Hong did not feel elated. Rather, he wore a look of dismay. Fully aware that the commander was likely about to assign him another task, with a mournful expression, he asked, "Commander, what work do you have for me now? Why do you say it like that?" "Can't I simply check in on you?" the commander replied, handing him some materials. "Here, this is a document specifically requested by General Yu to be passed on to you. You've struck gold. My boy, General Yu has taken notice of you, and a bright future awaits." The third company commander clapped Left Hong on the shoulder before sauntering off. "What's going on?" Left Hong stared at the email board in his hands, utterly bewildered. Li Limin leaned in to take a look, Noting that the board bore no visible writing, indicating it was classified, he quickly lost interest and casually remarked, "Regardless of the situation, you'll find out once you open it." "That makes sense," Left Hong replied, pressing the activation switch. "Are you really going to open it without waiting for me to leave?" Li Limin asked, eyes wide. Is that necessary? The boss just wants to maintain an air of mystery." "It's nothing to worry about. Let us look together," Left Hong stated, exhibiting a complete lack of awareness regarding confidentiality protocols. "Dr. Left, it's not for me to say, but the military has its regulations. Confidential documents must be treated as such. Not everyone can peruse them at will. If you aspire to one day command our own Earth warships, adhering to this principle is essential, regardless of whether the contents of that document hold any real value." Li Limin spoke earnestly. Upon hearing Li Limin's words, Left Hong's expression turned serious. He replied, "You are correct. I was in the wrong. Thank you, squad leader Li." With that, he tucked the email board away and moved to a secluded corner of the training ground, ensuring no one was around before retrieving it once more to read. The email contained no personal messages for him, only details on training methods utilized by renowned nations' super soldiers. None of the examples he had previously encountered were present, which intrigued him. He randomly opened a document detailing the training regimen of the Caldari Republic. It was thorough, outlining the necessary benchmarks for each stage of development in a clear manner. Upon reviewing the data, he understood the reason for its classified status. He skimmed through the contents and found that many metrics differed significantly from the examples he had seen before. This approach appeared to be a gradual progression. And, comparing the information with Eugenu's data, he realized that Eugenu's current level was already quite close to the expectations laid out in the document. Chapter 44, Brotherly Dialogue, 50 meters underground in Wuxi. Earth, in the dim office of Yu Lianqing, a voice was speaking. "General, Left Hong has reached the training plan for super soldiers. He seems a bit confused. Confusion is normal. At his level, he should not have access to such materials. We obtained this intelligence at great cost, sacrificing numerous operatives," Yu Lianqing replied without looking up from his writing. "Currently, Yuzhen's situation is stable. The latest data indicates a cognitive fluctuation of 16. With no signs of a bottleneck, and he is steadily improving. According to the data provided by our family sports expert, the bottleneck should appear between 21 and 22, the shadowy figure continued. "Is this information from Old Bai? Did he mention how long it might take to reach the bottleneck?" Yu Lianqing inquired, finishing his last note, folding the paper, sealing it in a tube, and locking it with a fingerprint before handing it to the figure in the shadows. Old Bai suggested it should occur within a month. Genu's progress is remarkably swift, and Old Bai is somewhat concerned that he may face difficulties later on. The voice in the darkness responded. "Oh, that is indeed a problem. Is there any way to address it?" Yu Lianqing asked. "None. It is something Genu must come to understand on his own," the shadowy figure replied. "Is there anything else?" "Nothing more. I shall deliver the message myself." "Old 10, are you leaving already after just returning?" "You can leave the delivery to Shadow. It's a low-level document, only classified as top secret level 2. It doesn't require your personal attention." "Come, sit," Yu Lianqing urged. A shadow emerged from the darkness, clad in the same Earth Defense Force uniform, bearing the same rank of Major General, yet both the uniform and insignia were shrouded in black. He toyed with a confidential message tube, glancing at it before inquiring, "For the boss?" The figure stepping forth from the shadows bore an uncanny resemblance to Yu Lianqing, as the two settled onto the sofa. Yu Lianqing nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this is Genu's recommendation report." This young lad is about to tread the same path as us," the elder remarked wistfully. "Humph, I was the shadow first, you rascal, and now, look at me. Toiling like a dog all day while you enjoy your freedom." Yu Lianqing shot him a fierce glare. "Don't look at me like that. It was your choice. That's why I refuse to linger here. Every time I visit, you incessantly nag me and insist on switching roles. The question is, now that we've swapped, can you still pull it off? It's been over 20 years. The elder replied, "No problem, I'll report to the old man right away. As you mentioned, it's been over 20 years. You know the family rules. After serving as a shadow for 2 decades, one can transition to a white shadow and live in the sunlight." Yu Lianqing asserted, "No, living as a shadow has its peculiar charm. Haven't I reverted back to being Yu Lianqing?" He gestured to his name badge. "Then why not change your face back as well?" Yu Lianqing retorted irritably. "I've grown accustomed to it. Brother, you can't be so petty." This face serves me well, allowing me to blend in wherever I go. Yuliani referred to his role as Yu Lianqing's stand-in during inspections below. How did you apply? Yuliani shook the confidential tube in his hand. Everyone wishes to apply for roles on the surface. Didn't your father do the same back in the day? Yet, here you are, digging deeper, Yu Lianqing replied. What's the likelihood? Yuliani inquired. Very slim. You know there's something amiss with Zhenyu. His cognitive fluctuations seem quite normal, even exemplary, yet his innate mental capacity is too low, a significant flaw. Such cases only appeared with our ancestors' stand-ins. But that was selective. Zhenyu's situation has even puzzled the old man. The most probable outcome now is that he becomes Zhenhuan's shadow, though it remains uncertain if Zhenyu can accept that, Yu Lianqing sighed. Zhenhuan's situation is intriguing. His innate mental capacity is around 8. Similar to Zhenyu's, yet his cognitive fluctuations have reached 18. However, the bottleneck lies between 19 and 20, with early signs of stagnation already emerging. Why Yuliani was well acquainted with family matters, perhaps even more than Yu Lianqing himself. He paused before continuing, however, prepare yourself mentally. Zhenyu might very well become the one living in the sunlight. I've interacted with Zhenhuan. His temperament closely resembles mine. He might even willingly choose to be the underground figure. But we won't know until the brothers meet. I'm aware of Zhenhuan's situation. He should be this generation's stand-in, not a shadow, Yu Lianqing stated. The old man has his plans. That's not for us to worry about. However, you truly need to brace yourself. Be cautious of a potential spike in blood pressure, Yuliani remarked. As the true leader of the shadows, he was privy to more information than Yu Lianqing. The old man had privately confided in him that Zhenyu might indeed be the stand-in for an even more advanced figure than their ancestor, and he would be the first-generation stand-in. Ultimately, evaluating Zhenyu's abilities and temperament would fall upon the shadow leader, making Yu Liani more invested in Zhenyu's affairs than Yu Lianqing. The elder Yu had been an expert in the research of heroic warriors, and they had devised a comprehensive training method for the stand-ins of these warriors. Yu Zhenhuan was indeed the current generation's heroic warrior, with Yuzhen's consciousness embedded within his mind and already showing signs of awakening. Last week, during Zhenyu's simulator training, the bizarre increase in realism had been duly reported by Yu Liani to the Heroic Warrior Research Center, which unanimously concluded that Yu Zhenyu was indeed a heroic warrior. However, the identity of the heroic spirit remained unknown, and this spirit had already awakened, exhibiting signs of possession, with the increase in realism indicative of such. Yet, the reasons behind the eventual abandonment of this possession puzzled the experts. Most speculated that this heroic spirit might, like their ancestors, be a controllable spirit, one with self-awareness yet capable of coexisting peacefully with its host. If that were the case, the Yu family would soon have another formidable figure emerging. Yuliani's visit today was to gauge Yu Lianqing's understanding of these matters. However, from their dialogue, it was clear that Yu Lianqing was largely unaware, as Yu Liani, in the presence of his shadow, felt as though he were conversing with his own reflection, freely expressing everything. What has your daughter been up to lately? Yu Lianqing asked. Yu Liani's daughter was 15 this year. Ordinarily, shadows should not have familial entanglements before becoming white shadows. However, Yu Liani, being an anomaly, had deviated from the norm. In the second year of Yu Lianqing's marriage, he secretly raised a woman outside, and the following year, they had a daughter. The birth of this girl nearly turned into a scandal involving a love child. Though it was unclear who eventually smoothed things over, at that time, Yu Lianqing's wife had been quite distressed until he introduced his shadow, Yu Liani, to her, which calmed her down. After restoring his white shadow identity, Yu Liani's first act was to acknowledge his wife and daughter, bringing them back into the fold. Thus, Yu Lianqing now inquired about his daughter. She has joined a soil excavation gang and is now running around Huzhou. Who knows when she'll return? Yu Liani replied, exasperated. What sort of excavation gang? Can't you handle it? With your influence, making that brat disappear should be easy enough. Yu Lianqing chuckled lightly. Without your word, how can I act against them? It's not that I can't. It's that I dare not. Yu Liani provocatively teased Yu Lianqing before continuing. Since the elder brother has commanded it, I'll make that girl vanish immediately. Oh, what? She's a girl. And why can't I grasp your meaning? It's nothing. That excavation gang's leader is supposedly your son's girlfriend, and she's already taken over your son's territory in Huzhou. A few of your son's former bodyguards are also working for her, operating under the guise of your son's name. Now my little girl is calling her sister-in-law, Yu Liani disclosed in one breath. Scrutinizing his cousin, he hadn't expected the girl to make such swift progress just within a month. However, the banner they were flying was somewhat. When Yu Lianqing had let the girl go, he had harbored ulterior motives. At that time, a faction within the Federal Council was engaging with several leaders in regions on Earth, seemingly plotting something. Thus, letting the girl go was a strategic move, while outwardly dismissing the actions of a few others. In reality, sending them to the girl's side to monitor her and assist in consolidating the situation in Huzhou, providing a cover for the underground project, a contingency plan for when the Yu family might lose power. He hadn't anticipated her achieving such results so quickly. It seemed the girl possessed some talent, making her acceptance into the family not entirely unwarranted. Hey, are you listening to me? I can take care of that girl without your objections. Right? Yu Lianqing waved his hand before Yu Lianqing's eyes, finally catching his attention. That girl must not be touched. I still have use for her. Is she really your son's? I wouldn't have guessed. Zhenyu seems to have outdone you. That girl I've seen. She's quite capable. You're in luck, Yu Lianqing remarked, giving a thumbs dash up. Why Yu Lianqing rolled his eyes at him, neither confirming nor denying, and asked, any news from the Federal Council? Those countries are currently preoccupied with their own affairs. They are agitating for independence, preparing to form an imperial alliance. Their outreach to us might be an attempt to establish imperial states in those regions. But why aren't they seeking the old man? I feel he would be interested in assuming the throne, Yu Lianqing explained. The old man indeed has an interest, yet he prefers to emulate Cao Cao. Moreover, now is not the opportune moment for claiming an empire. Earth is in recovery yet still reliant on the Federation's aid. There are already unfavorable rumors circulating about the old man within the Federation. If he were to declare himself emperor now, he would become the target of public scorn, making it impossible for those imperialists and aspiring emperors to approach him. They would rather seek other avenues. And should they succeed in toppling the old man, they could benefit from both the Federation's support and the alliance's advantages. The imperial factions have certainly noticed this, hence they are reaching out to those of little consequence. Yu Lianqing mused, stroking his chin. Brother, your analysis is spot on. The old man concurs. He stated that if these individuals truly proceed as such, the Yu family's real power would slip underground, though resistance is still necessary. That girl should be your hidden asset here, right? Yu Lianqing flashed Yu Lianqing a cryptic smile. Why Yu Lianqing shot him another eye roll, replying, these matters belong to the boss. They have nothing to do with me. All right. Nothing to do with you. Yu Lianqing dismissed, continuing, inform Huang Wenba that the super soldier program is underway. Establish a special repair unit and have him observe my son. If he proves valuable, let him join the special repair unit. That lieutenant over there is keenly watching. Zhuang, as Yu Lianqing began to discuss serious matters with Yu Lianqing, he immediately ceased to smile and formally added for Yu Lianqing's benefit, regarding Zhuang. Inform Huang Wenba that this Zhuang can be of use. He is not only a military doctor, but also an exceptionally talented organizer of training programs, and should be incorporated into the Special Repair Battalion. Excellent. Furthermore, the single worship program has been reinitiated, and it might be prudent to give this fellow named Zhuang a hint. He has long aspired to become a warship captain. Tell him this is not merely a dream. And encourage him to commit himself wholeheartedly. Understood. Author's note. Please use the novel app for reading, free of ads. The web version may hinder the reading experience. Please install the app by copying AppSid. Chapter 45. Obstacle Assessment. The various methods for cultivating super soldiers lay upon Zhuang's monitoring station. And he could not resist stealing glances at them from time to time. They were simply too enticing. Just a cursory look had already made him realize that this was indeed the correct path to nurturing super soldiers. Firstly, the enhancement of an individual's abilities cannot be achieved through exploitative methods. The document mentions several cultivation techniques employed by various empires, which were excessively radical. Although abilities could be elevated in a remarkably short period, growth in the later stages would be nearly non-existent. This approach could indeed assemble a squad of super soldiers quickly, yet due to a lack of sustained development, such soldiers would often be surpassed by those trained through gradual methods within 3 to 5 years after their formation. There are well-established examples of this, such as the Dolphin Assault Team in Gadali, which comprises veterans with over 8 years of service, having begun their training from the moment they were recruits. 8 years later, they are in their prime. In contrast, the super troops of the Lince Empire in the Sigris Star domain have only been active for 3 years, with all members exhibiting generally low cognitive abilities. Their cognitive fluctuations, however, exceed 65, clearly achieved through the exploitation of potential. Upon their formation, they engaged in combat training against the dolphins and did not fall short, even surpassing them in several minor projects. Yet, just last year, a rematch with the same group of individuals resulted in a devastating defeat for the Lince forces. This reality has instilled a sense of crisis among the empires that highly regard such training methods. This technique can only yield a batch of high-energy soldiers quickly, but these soldiers fail to develop further and will eventually be left behind in a few years, leading to a growing number of empires demanding the reinstatement of orthodox training programs. Zhuang withdrew his gaze from the training materials. This was not the time for such contemplation. He needed to focus his energy on the current assessment. He glanced up at Eugenu's data. The cognitive value remained unchanged at 5, but the cognitive fluctuation had risen from 12 upon entry to 16, a noteworthy increase during this calm period. Once entering the active phase, it should enhance further. This was merely half a month, particularly with last week's simulator training, which had truly elevated Eugenu's data. At the conclusion of that training, his peak value was 15, and now even his minimum value had reached 16. Alongside Eugeniu was Werfu, whose cognitive value had risen to 18. Although this did not seem particularly impressive, his cognitive fluctuation was exceedingly low for a qualified soldier. A cognitive value of 18 should correlate with cognitive fluctuations ranging between 20 and 25. Yet, Werfu's cognitive fluctuation was a dismal 2 and remarkably stable, showing no variation. Zhuang shook his head at this data. The faster cognitive growth occurs without a corresponding increase in cognitive fluctuation. The more challenging future breakthroughs become, particularly when cognitive values exceed 20, making advancement nearly impossible. Werfu, however, remained oblivious to this reality, having argued with Zhuang about it just days ago. It seemed he was truly beyond help. For ordinary individuals, cognitive value holds great significance, but within the military, cognitive fluctuation is paramount. Once an ordinary person's cognitive value surpasses 30, further growth becomes improbable. The military does not focus on the rapidity of cognitive value growth, but rather on the speed of cognitive fluctuations development. They leverage cognitive fluctuation to drive cognitive growth. This is the secret to military training, which has essentially ceased to be a secret, as knowledge of cognitive fluctuation is increasingly spreading among civilians. However, they lack the training instruments necessary to engage in cognitive fluctuation training. It is worth mentioning that most scenarios within the simulator derive from various online games in the civilian domain. Yet the realism of these games is too low, averaging around 15, providing little assistance in cognitive fluctuation training. Only a realism exceeding 55 yields any significant effect, while optimal results require a level of approximately 90. The initial exposure to simulated training typically ranges from 65 to 80, and for Eugeniu and his peers to begin at 80 is already the upper limit of their first training session. However, for those with cognitive fluctuations below 10, a realism exceeding 20 results in geometrically increasing physical burdens. Hence the reality of civilian online games remains beneath 20. Zhuang continued his examination, noting that the data for both groups corresponded in pairs. In the second row were Xingqing and Hou Jishan. As the original second-ranking member of the class, Hou Jishan's cognitive value had only reached 16, yet his cognitive fluctuation was a mere 2. Xingqing's data appeared more favorable, with a cognitive value of 14 and a cognitive fluctuation matching that at 14, indicating he had reached a bottleneck. In the third row stood Zhao Xinmin and Yang Xiaoji, with values of 13 and 14 for Zhao and 12 and 8 for Yang. The fourth row contained Shi Fa, 12, 13, and He Jian, 12, 8. Finally, in the last row were Wu Nian, 14, 16, and He Hong, 12, 8. The last three individuals from Werfu's group were particularly intriguing, as their data was identical. Li Min approached Zhuang, inquiring, "Left physician, what is the situation with these three?" He gestured towards their data. They awakened together. Their original cognitive value was already at 12, and it has remained unchanged over the past fortnight, while their cognitive fluctuations have fluctuated between 8 and 12. Clearly, their cognitive fluctuations are accumulating strength. Preparing to break through the barrier of 10, Zhuang explained. However, Werfu perceived the situation differently, believing the trio was conspiring against him. He suspected they were merely slacking off, intending to make him appear foolish. He had voiced his concerns to Li Limin multiple times, yet after reviewing the trio's performances, Li Limin merely remarked, "Their results have been consistently improving, and their training volume is continually increasing. There is simply no basis for the accusation of laziness." This only fueled Werfu's frustration, as the trio's recent days had been exceedingly arduous, with training loads doubling and evening practices extending past 10 o'clock. Strangely, their data remained stagnant. Zhuahong's assistant approached to report that the venue was prepared, and all personnel were present and ready to commence the assessment. Zhuahong nodded and addressed Li Limin. "Squad leader Li, we may begin." Li Limin saluted Zhuahong and called out loudly, "Werfu, Eugenyu, step forward, enter the assessment track." The two stepped forward and halted at the assessment track. Werfu glared at Eugenyu with malice and muttered, "Allow me to show you who the true leader is. Your measly metrics shall soon be beneath my feet." Eugenyu, however, merely regarded him with indifference, ignoring the taunt and preparing himself at the starting line. Zhuahong's assistant positioned himself at several testing points along the track. One stationed beside Werfu, and shouted, "The assessment begins. Ready." Both Eugenyu and Werfu lowered themselves, and with a bang, the starting gun fired. The two surged forward like arrows released from a bow, and although they did not exchange glances, they moved in perfect synchrony. Zhuahong observed their simultaneous start, his fingers dancing across the keyboard like a butterfly in flight, while Li Limin appeared somewhat anxious, removing his hat and twisting it in his hands. The 100-meter sprint concluded swiftly, with both reaching the turnaround point simultaneously. Werfu yanked the marker at the turnaround point with his left hand, propelling himself past it. However, upon turning, he realized Eugenyu had already gained 2 body lengths ahead. It turned out Eugenyu had not decelerated at the turnaround point and had effortlessly transitioned his body, seemingly unperturbed by inertia, as if he had genuinely accelerated throughout the previous 100 meters. Li Limin immediately pointed at Eugenyu and asked, "Left physician, how did Eugenyu accomplish that? How could he evade the effects of inertia?" Zhuahong promptly called up a cognitive fluctuation distribution map, magnifying the area around Eugenyu's calf, and explained, he directed his cognitive fluctuation to his calves, storing all the potential energy of inertia therein. Observe the motion he executed after the turned. Li Limin watched the playback video, seeing Eugenyu, after turning, forcefully push off the ground, releasing a significant portion of the potential energy stored in his left calf. This single step propelled him almost directly to the 3-step marker, followed by 3 quick steps that balanced the potential energy between his left and right calves. Each subsequent step released more potential energy, further enhancing his speed. The trench and the low wall were traversed in mere moments. Before the high platform, a single leap propelled him upward without any supporting motion. He gracefully ascended the 2 elevated platforms, and upon reaching the final one, he exerted force with his right foot, taking a grand step onto the ladder. In just 2 strides, he leapt down from the ladder, and after this string of movements, it seemed that all potential energy had been expended. As he crossed the narrow beam, it was evident that he did not utilize any remaining energy, yet the sequence was far from over. At the edge of the tall wall, Eugenyu launched himself, nearly reaching the height of the wall itself. With his left hand pressing against the wall, his entire body swung to the right, allowing him to effortlessly clear the obstacle. The next challenge was the low pole net, which posed no particular difficulty. As the potential energy in his calves had been depleted, he crawled methodically beneath the net and stood to accelerate, for ahead lay the turning point where he needed to gather momentum. At the turning point, he employed the same technique as before, storing energy in his calves once more. However, this time, he chose not to utilize that energy for acceleration, instead elegantly leaping over the low pole net. At this precise moment, Wu Erfa had only just cleared the tall wall. On the wall, he, too, refrained from using potential energy, merely rolling over it in a standard manner. It was only upon reaching the narrow beam that he began to harness his stored energy, making continuous sidesteps beneath it without once touching the poles. Once past the narrow beam, the effect of his potential energy was fully unleashed. It turned out he was preparing for the ladder. On the ladder, he needed only 2 swings to traverse it. In the final motion, he converted the energy in his calves to his arms, propelling himself onto the high platform. As he descended from the high board, he exerted himself at the edge, leaping directly to the low wall's border. Upon landing, he executed a squatting motion and then sprang through the opening in the low wall like a coiled spring. After clearing the low wall, he performed a forward roll on the ground, and upon rising, he was nearly at the trench. He crossed it in just 2 jumps, 1 down and 1 up, without any hesitation. The 5-step poles required merely 5 steps in total. Zhuang pointed to the mental wave meter and remarked, "Look, in this 100 meters." He did not expend all his potential energy. It appears he intends to make a final explosive effort at the last turning point. Before Li Limin could nod, Eugenio had already crossed the final turning point. Indeed, here he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, even leaving a noticeable imprint on the ground. In the final 100 meters. He fully released his potential, surging across the finish line with a performance that astonishingly reached an excellent standard under normal gravity. At that moment, Wu Erfu was only just entering his final sprint. Zhuang glanced at the data, nodded, and said to Li Limin, "Team Leader Li, today Yuzhen's performance was quite standard, with a peak mental wave value of 18. Just shy of 19. Wu Erfu's results have exceeded excellent and are nearing the passing line under normal gravity, which is commendable. If it weren't for his lack of mental wave activity, he might indeed be a talent worth cultivating. At present, it would be wise for you to let go of this obsession. He might only manage to achieve the rank of a private in the defense forces." Li Limin nodded in silence, for reality had already spoken volumes. If Yuzhen had not rejoined the team, he wondered how long he would have remained stubbornly immersed in his delusions, and he felt a twinge of relief. Wu Erfu was somewhat disheartened yet defiant, questioning whether Yuzhen had resorted to performance-enhancing substances. Though such things had proven ineffective over a century ago, who could tell? His eyes fixated on Eugenio, hoping to discern something amiss, yet alas, Eugenio appeared perfectly normal, encouraging the next contestant, Xingqing. Xingqing appeared somewhat anxious. Typically, he hovered in the middle ranks of the class, and now he was up against the class's recognized second best. While the pressure was not overwhelming, it was still palpable. Upon returning to the starting line, Eugenio noticed Xingqing's pale complexion. "Don't be nervous. Just run as you do in training. Remember the techniques I taught you. I believe you can outpace Ho Jishin. Don't forget, you've already mastered the application of mental waves. There's nothing to fear." Eugenio patted Xingqing's back and turned to smile at Ho Jishin, who returned the smile, much to Wu Erfu's annoyance. He deliberately stepped between the two, obstructing Eugenio's view. Eugenio shook his head and returned to his resting area, reflecting on how, the more time he spent with Wu Erfu, the more childish he seemed. As the second assessment began, Zhuang activated the mental wave meter from the outset. The red indicators representing mental waves enveloped Xingqing, while Ho Jishin remained devoid of any signal. Xingqing secured a leading position from the start, and by the first turning point, he had already distanced himself from Ho Jishin by 3 or 4 positions. His turnaround mirrored Eugenio's, completing the maneuver in an instant. Zhuang pointed to Xingqing's calves and remarked to Li Limin, "Look, Xingqing has also learned to transfer potential energy using mental waves. This deep crimson hue, while not as pronounced as Yuzhen's, clearly indicates potential energy enveloped by mental waves." Li Limin nodded in agreement, observing, "It seems this young man has learned a great deal from Yuzhen. I wonder how the others are faring. If they have all acquired the skill from Yuzhen, today's assessment will not be merely about passing. It will be about how many can achieve double points." This obstacle assessment had always been a crucial scoring metric, primarily due to its execution under double gravity. However, achieving a score equivalent to that under normal gravity would yield double proportional points. Thus, all classes prioritized this assessment, with leading classes relying on it to widen their gap from others, while those trailing sought to gain points. Class 5 was currently in good standing. Upon completion of the second group S run, one participant had nearly reached excellent under normal gravity, and another achieved an excellent score. They now had 2 excellent results, one marked as double excellent and another as merely excellent, indicating a strong momentum. It appeared that this assessment would likely secure them the top spot as a team, with a good chance of sweeping the top 3 positions. The third and fourth groups mirrored the second group's performance. Wu Erfu's eyes blazed with frustration. He claimed not to have caused any disruptions, yet he was acutely aware of the intentions of those several participants who clearly aimed to undermine him. How could he not reflect on how far behind he had fallen compared to Eugenio? As the last pair prepared to assess, Wu Erfu approached He Hong and said, "You are the last to compete. You are our group's hope. Do not let me down." He Hong shot Wu Erfu a sidelong glance and retorted, "You should be more concerned about your fate after the assessment." What do you mean by that? Wu Erfu's temper flared, nearly boiling over. Nothing much. I merely wish to convey that mental prowess is paramount. The evidence before us reveals that mental waves are the true path. You should have felt this more profoundly. Having been the first to compete, He Hong paused, casting a glance at the flabbergasted Wu Erfu. Just as Wu Erfu prepared to retort, He Hong continued, "In fact, I shall inform you. The more you discourage me, the more determined I am to proceed. You do not want us to interact with the second group, yet I will do just that. This individual beside me may be the weakest in the second group. Yet the training methods he has taught me have proven effective. Furthermore, I feel I am on the verge of a breakthrough, perhaps even today. Your methods, I must clearly state, are wrong." With that, he shoved Wu Erfu aside and said, "Excuse me, I must prepare for the assessment." Wu Erfu clenched his fists, his eyes aflame with fury, ready to confront He Hong. However, a hand seized his arm, preventing any movement. He turned to unleash a tirade, only to find Li Min standing there, silencing him with a look. Having sensed something amiss during Wu Erfu and He Hong's exchange, Li Min had stepped down from the monitoring station, positioning himself nearby to overhear their conversation. After restraining Wu Erfu, he stated, "Wu Erfu, He Hong speaks truthfully. You ought to reflect on your actions. Look at what you have done since becoming the vice-class leader. Have you contributed anything for the soldiers in our class?" Wu Erfu panted heavily, failing to absorb a single word. He could only perceive that the entire class was against him. Even the class leader had abandoned him. He shot a venomous glare at Eugenio, eager to challenge him directly. Bang! The starting gun fired once more, causing Wu Erfu to flinch, momentarily awakening him. He turned to observe the assessment field and noted that the gap was finally not too vast. He Hong's speed was noticeably quicker than usual. Determined, he forcefully attempted to shake off Li Min's grip, but, lacking in strength, he successfully freed himself this time. He wordlessly returned to his group's resting area, where those who had completed the assessment were relaxing. Ho Jishin regarded him with trepidation, while the other two wore expressions of schadenfreude. He sat in the corner, lost in thought, replaying He Hong's words. Could it be that he was truly mistaken? Li Min returned to the monitoring station, and Zhua Hong glanced up at him, saying, "Today, it is highly likely we will witness another warrior awakening their mental waves." "Really? Is that so?" Li Min hurriedly rushed to the monitoring station, casting his gaze upon Wu Nian's data, which appeared normal. Wait, something was amiss. Wu Nian had awakened. That must mean it was He Hong. He turned his attention towards He Hong, whose mental fluctuations had surged to 14. However, the readings from the mental fluctuation device were quite erratic, oscillating between 8 and 14, causing Li Min's heart to race in tandem. Zhua Hong pointed at He Hong's calf, exclaiming, "Clearly, he has adopted the techniques of Eugenio and his companions, storing potential energy in his calves. Yet, his fluctuations are too weak to facilitate an effective conversion. Inertia still exerts some influence on his body. Otherwise, his speed would be significantly greater." As he spoke, He Hong had already reached the third turning point, executing another conversion of potential energy. This time, he flawlessly transformed the inertia into forward momentum, vigorously pushing against the ground, emulating Eugenio's final thrust, leaving a shallow imprint in the earth, albeit not as profound as Eugenio's. He Hong felt a surge of exhilaration, realizing he had perfectly converted this instance of inertia into forward potential energy, and he was compelled to shout in triumph. Thus, he completed the 100 meters while exuberantly calling out. Zhua Hong turned to Li Min and said, "He has successfully completed his awakening. His mental fluctuations have stabilized at 13. Congratulations, congratulations indeed." Li Min replied, equally elated, for he was now the first soldier in the class to achieve autonomous awakening. The assessments concluded with Wu Nian narrowly winning the final match, while Wu Erfu suffered 5 consecutive defeats, effectively losing his position as squad leader. He charged towards Eugenio, seizing his collar and demanding, "How did you sway my team members?" Eugenio gently pried Wu Erfu's hand away, responding softly, "I did not sway your team members. They followed me of their own volition. You have lost. Accept your defeat and address me as deputy squad leader." Wu Erfu stared at his own hand, realizing the immense strength he had exerted only to be easily brushed aside by Eugenio. When had he acquired such power? No, he had never before compared strength with himself. Perhaps this fellow was endowed with innate strength. By the time Wu Erfu regained his composure, Eugenio had already moved on. He shouted at Eugenio, "Eugen, I will not yield to you. Let us duel. Should you manage to bring me down, I shall disappear from your sight at once. If you lose, you will immediately leave the army. No one here welcomes you. Whether or not anyone welcomes me is not for you to decide. So, you wish to challenge me? Eugenio turned to face Wu Erfu, sizing him up thoroughly before replying, as you wish. Where do you intend to challenge me? In the simulator room, Wu Erfu declared without hesitation, knowing that Eugenio and his group had undergone simulator training last week. He had heard that the simulator could replicate real environments, especially if the realism was heightened. Any injuries sustained during training would directly affect one's body. This was rather peculiar, presenting a dual challenge to both mind and body. To contend with someone like Eugenio, this method was optimal. This is unwise. Your body cannot endure it, Zhuo Hong interjected, having descended from the monitoring station to stand beside them, just in time to overhear their wager. What is unwise? If someone with a mental capacity of only 5 can do it, why can't I with my capacity of 18? Wu Erfu challenged Zhuo Hong loudly. Zhuo Hong glanced at Wu Erfu, recognizing that the young man was on the brink of a mental breakdown. A typical case of lashing out at anyone in sight. Yet, he responded, only those whose mental fluctuations exceed 10 can utilize the simulator in the army. If your fluctuations are below 10, even if your mental capacity reaches 100, it is of no avail. Why, are you discriminating against me? Wu Erfu shouted at Zhuo Hong, nearing hysteria. Due to mental fluctuations being below 10, one cannot separate mental fluctuations from physical form. Thus, damage sustained in the game would directly impact the body. Conversely, with fluctuations above 10, mental fluctuations can exist independently, and as long as the realism does not surpass the body's threshold, the damage sustained in the game can be mitigated by mental fluctuations, preventing any impact on the physical form. Do you understand? Zhuo Hong's gaze bore into Wu Erfu. Yet, Wu Erfu remained unfazed, continuing to shout, do not preach to me about principles. I only know that you are discriminating against me. You adhere to a theory of mental fluctuations, and I refuse to believe it. I must witness it with my own eyes. Otherwise, he faltered, unsure of how to complete his thought. At that moment, the third company commander happened upon the scene. Observing that the assessment had concluded, he approached Zhuo Hong to greet him, then inquired about the day's evaluations. To Zhuo Hong's astonishment, he seemed inclined to entertain Wu Erfu's unreasonable demands. You are Wu Erfu? You wish to duel Yujin using the simulator. Are you aware of the peril involved? Attempting this without mental fluctuations could lead to a near-fatal outcome. Do you still wish to proceed? The commander emphasized the gravity of the situation, for in reality, if the realism were slightly lowered, one might only faint for a month or so, but he deliberately exaggerated to dissuade Wu Erfu, who, to his surprise, was resolute. Yes, I must try. I am confident that my high mental capacity will allow me to endure. The commander pondered for a moment before stating, would you be willing to sign a waiver of life and death? Why has no one consulted me on this matter? Eugenio interjected. Why, Eugen? This does not concern you. Stay out of it. The commander was already overwhelmed by Wu Erfu's antics, and now Eugenio's intervention was adding to his frustration. Why is it not my concern? You're discussing my duel with Wu Erfu. How can I, the principal party, be considered irrelevant? Eugenio countered, leaving the commander momentarily speechless. The third company commander, observing the situation, decided to intervene. Eugen, do you have any thoughts on this? I will not duel him, Eugenio declared resolutely. Coward. Wu Erfu raised his fist, ready to strike Eugenio, but was fortunately restrained by Zhuo Hong. Wu Erfu had not anticipated being held back by Zhuo Hong, who, despite his unassuming demeanor as a military doctor, possessed considerable strength. Let me go, Wu Erfu shouted. I am not a coward. My refusal to fight you stems from your lack of qualification. Eugenio glared at Wu Erfu, articulating each word with precision. This declaration only intensified Wu Erfu's thrashing as he struggled against Zhuo Hong, while Eugenio regarded him with disdain. Suddenly, the third company commander commanded Zhuo Hong, release him. Instinctively, Zhuo Hong complied, and Wu Erfu lunged at Eugenio, throwing a right straight punch aimed at his face. While Eugenio displayed a hint of scorn, merely stepping back and shifting his body to the right, effortlessly evading the blow. Wu Erfu, having missed his target, stumbled forward momentarily before regaining his footing. When he turned around, Eugenio stood there, hands clasped behind his back, feet planted firmly, exuding an air of indifference. Ah, Wu Erfu cried out, stepping forward in a frenzy, delivering a direct right punch, only for it to be a feint. He then threw a left hook toward Eugenio's right cheek. Wei Yuzhenyu glanced at Wu Erfu's lower body before calmly stepping back. However, Wu Erfu had clearly anticipated Yuzhenyu's retreat, stepping forward once more to deliver another right jab aimed at his chest. Zhuo Hong observed the exchange, shaking his head. Wu Erfu's attacks are all mere show. There is not a single genuine strike. That last hook was far too slow. If Yuzhen executed even a slight movement with his legs, Wu Erfu's base would crumble. Wei Yuzhenyu must have noticed. Yet he simply does not deem it worthy of a response. Really? How so? Zhuo Hong inquired, puzzled. Did you not notice? Before Yuzhen retreated, he cast a glance at Wu Erfu's lower body. The commander observed. Glancing at Zhuo Hong, "Commander, is it permissible for them to continue fighting like this?" Li Limin, unable to bear this spectacle any longer, interjected, but with two superiors engrossed in the bout, he felt it inappropriate to intervene. While Wu Erfu continued his relentless assault, Yuzhenyu remained composed, hands behind his back, retreating step by step without any intention of counterattacking. The commander, growing bored with the display, looked at Li Limin and said, "All right, you go separate them." Li Limin promptly moved to intervene, pulling the two apart. At this moment, Wu Erfu genuinely felt astonished. He had not anticipated that Yuzhenyu could evade so adeptly. Each time, he had been mere inches away from landing a hit. If they were in a normal gravity environment, he would have succeeded long ago. This gravity was indeed a hindrance, reflecting on his past achievements, first in military boxing and third in combat. How could he possibly be outmatched by this newcomer? Observing that Yuzhenyu refrained from striking, he concluded that Yuzhenyu was merely more agile, and engaging him in a duel was certainly not misguided, considering his prowess in virtual combat games back home. He was confident that he would excel in the simulator, where his reactions and speed would far surpass those in reality. When Wu Erfu was on Earth, his family could be considered well off. He enjoyed playing virtual combat games and had even participated in gaming competitions in China, where he secured first place. He had intended to continue competing on a global scale, but enlisting in the military deprived him of that opportunity to showcase his talents. The third platoon leader leisurely circled around the two individuals a few times before asking, "Yuzhen, if I were to command you to fight Wu Erfu, would you do so? A soldier must prioritize service," declared Yuzhenyu, quoting a well-known maxim from the military. "Excellent." The third platoon leader turned his gaze towards Wu Erfu, stating, "I have reviewed your records. Prior to your enlistment, you were the champion of virtual combat in the Chinese region. Do you believe you will be invincible in the simulator as well?" "Yes," Wu Erfu replied with considerable confidence. "Let me inform you, the simulator and the virtual VR system are entirely different entities. Do you still wish to fight?" "Yes." "Very well. Let us continue our conversation," which was interrupted by Yuzhen. "Are you willing to sign a life and death contract?" The third platoon leader's eyes bore into Wu Erfu. "Certainly, there is nothing preventing that." Wu Erfu dismissed any deeper implications of the statement, returning the third platoon leader's glare. "Then, let us proceed. Li Limin, fetch the life and death contract." The third platoon leader commanded Li Limin. "Captain, this is against regulations," Li Limin protested. "What regulations? This is the military. Once you are here, you must always be prepared for sacrifice. Whether in reality or in the virtual realm, one must have the mindset of facing death." The third platoon leader shot a fierce look at Li Limin. With no other option, Li Limin retreated to the barracks to retrieve the life and death contract he had hidden in his bedside cabinet. The third platoon leader took the contract, meticulously inquiring about the specifics of the duel between Yuzhenyu and Wu Erfu, including the location and the weapons to be used, leaving no detail unexamined, even including the age at which they wet the bed. After more than 2 minutes, the contract was finally prepared. He handed it to Wu Erfu, stating, "This was your suggestion. You may sign first. I must inform you. Once you sign, it cannot be altered. I ask you one last time, do you wish to duel?" "Yes," Wu Erfu responded decisively. After signing the contract, he pressed his fingerprint in the designated area, matching the fingerprint on file, thus rendering half of the contract effective. The third platoon leader then handed the partially signed contract to Yuzhenyu, who took it and signed his name, of course, using the name Yuzhen. It must be noted that Yu Lianqing's tactics were quite effective. Yuzhenyu faced no challenges from the system and successfully signed the contract, thereby validating it. The two parties agreed to meet in the simulator room the next morning for their contest. "Well then, have your assessments concluded?" the third platoon leader inquired. "Yes," Zhuo Hong replied, presenting the assessment results to the third platoon leader. After reviewing, the third platoon leader remarked, "So Wu Erfu's group lost. and he is unwilling to accept it. Seeking to reclaim his honor in combat. Indeed, Zhuo Hong affirmed. Good, he has some spirit. Tomorrow, adjust the realism settings to a lower level. Let him learn his lesson. It is better not to play too recklessly. With that, he returned the results to Zhuo Hong and walked away, only to turn back after a few steps to say to Li Limin, in the afternoon, bring me the report on Yuzhen's appointment as deputy squad leader for my approval. Yes, Li Limin responded sharply. The two watched as the third platoon leader moved farther away, returning to the monitoring station to organize the day's assessment data. Zhuo Hong suddenly asked, what did both groups practice before sleep? Li Limin pondered for a moment before replying. Wu Erfu's group practiced meditation, while Yuzhen's group practiced Tai Chi in addition to meditation. Is there an issue with that? The following morning at 8:30, Yu Zhenyu and Wu Erfu arrived at the simulator training room under Li Limin's guidance. This time, the training room had undergone a slight transformation. The simulators were no longer concentrated in a large conference room, but had been divided into 12 smaller areas, each partitioned into independent spaces. The two were led to a small compartment labeled Squad 5, standing opposite each other. Zhuo Hong reiterated the various precautions, and both narrowed their eyes at one another. As for the information Zhuo Hong read, only they knew how much they absorbed, especially Wu Erfu, who was fixated not only on Yu Zhenyu's face, but also on the military insignia on his left chest for a full half-minute. Today, the insignia was firmly affixed to Yu Zhenyu's left chest, a deep green cloth patch adorned with a white thick stripe and two crossed G18 rifles, signifying the rank of wartime sergeant. In contrast, Wu Erfu wore a similar deep green patch, but it bore only a narrow yellow stripe, devoid of any additional embellishments, indicating the rank of private. Just the day before, this wartime sergeant insignia had been on Wu Erfu's chest, but it was no longer his. A wave of frustration washed over him, yet the simulators before him rekindled a glimmer of hope. He was determined to humiliate this fellow named Yuzhen. Upon entering the simulator room, he felt that today could indeed be a turning point, as the simulators closely resembled the virtual machines he was accustomed to, essentially being the same thing. This was something he had been interacting with daily since the age of 12. And in the virtual realm, those whom he could never defeat in reality had never lasted more than 30 moves against him. It seemed wise to choose the simulator for their duel. Wu Erfu mused, dismissing Zhuo Hong's announcements as mere formalities regarding the military orders and life and death contracts established yesterday. He hardly believed these simulators could pose a threat to his life. Wu Erfu. Wu Erfu, are you listening to me? Zhuo Hong's voice suddenly broke through Wu Erfu's thoughts, filled with frustration over Wu Erfu's apparent disregard for his own safety. Huh? Yes, I'm listening. Is that so? Then repeat my question. Zhuo Hong demanded loudly. Wu Erfu was left momentarily speechless. I ask you, what level of realism do you choose? From 25 to 50, you may select freely. Zhuo Hong reiterated his earlier inquiry. I want to know what Yuzhen has chosen. Wu Erfu replied loudly. He does not need to choose. He can currently endure up to 60 realism. Zhuo Hong's words caused Yu Zhenyu to glance sideways. He was fully capable of withstanding 80 realism. Having completed the previous training at that level, why had Zhuo Hong deliberately reported a lower figure? I demand to use 60 realism. I do not require any accommodations. If someone with a mere intellect of 5 can endure 60, why should I, someone of my caliber, settle for less? Wu Erfu raised his head slightly, casting a scornful gaze at Yu Zhenyu. You're not the same as him, Zhuo Hong began, but was interrupted by Wu Erfu. Do not speak to me of cognitive fluctuations. I am 16. Not a 3-year-old child. Zhuo Hong shook his head, contemplating whether this could still be considered childish behavior. Such blatant disregard for his life was troubling. He concluded, very well, you may prepare for the simulation. You have 3 minutes. The competition will officially commence thereafter. The two stood at attention and proceeded towards the simulator marked as number 1. Upon reaching it, Wu Erfu hurriedly grasped the simulator's handle. But the door did not open. An electronic female voice chimed. DNA recognition mismatch. Yu Zhenyu stepped forward, gently nudging Wu Erfu aside with his shoulder, stating, the simulators here are equipped with DNA recognition systems. You should forget about machines 1 to 5, as they are already occupied. You may use machine 6, after which, he grasped the handle, and the synthetic voice once again announced, DNA recognition successful. Welcome, Sergeant Yuzhen. Wu Erfu, unwilling to be outdone, approached machine 2 and yanked the handle, only to hear the female voice declare, DNA recognition mismatch. After a few rapid breaths to temper his rising anger, he moved to Machine 6. Grasping the handle, which immediately prompted the voice to announce, registering, "Please maintain your grip." After a moment, the voice continued, "Welcome, Private Wu Erfu." With a frustrated tug, Wu Erfu opened the door of the simulator, which revealed a humanoid seating frame, a feature absent in the virtual machines. He seated himself, extending his hands and feet into the simulator's gloves and boots, causing the frame to compress down, securing him firmly in place. He glanced back at Eugenio, who was similarly being restrained by the frame as the door of Machine 1 slowly began to close. A helmet descended from above, and as it lowered to his neck, it naturally contracted until it conformed perfectly to the shape of his head, while the simulator's door commenced its closure, once the hatch had fully sealed. A blinding white light flashed before his eyes, and he instantly found himself standing in the training arena, which was eerily deserted. At this hour, the arena should have been bustling with activity. Another flash of light occurred, and Zhuahong appeared, stationed to the right of Wu Erfu. Soon after, Yujin materialized. It became evident that this was a simulated training ground, where the gravitational field had also shifted back to normal. No longer the double gravity experienced in the camp, Zhuahong addressed the two, stating, "I will act as the referee between you. Are you both prepared?" As soon as he finished, Wu Erfu replied, "Ready." Yujin nodded in silence. Zhuahong raised both hands in front of them and announced loudly, "On your marks, begin." He forcefully swung his arms downwards and swiftly retreated 5 meters before coming to a halt upon hearing the signal to start. Wu Erfu immediately surged forward, delivering a right straight punch aimed at Yujin's face. Perceiving the aggressive advance, Yujin swiftly retreated, adopting the initial stance of Tai Chi, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Erfu's incoming fist. Just as Wu Erfu's punch was about to connect with Yujin, the latter's right hand moved, gently resting on Wu Erfu's right fist. With a deft motion, he turned his body sideways, redirecting the punch towards Wu Erfu's left side, and executed a body shift, his right leg pressing against Wu Erfu's right leg. With a sudden burst of power, Yujin struck Wu Erfu's outer right leg with the side of his own leg, while simultaneously crashing his left shoulder into Wu Erfu's right shoulder, sending him careening sideways. This entire sequence felt hauntingly familiar to Wu Erfu, reminiscent of the last virtual match he participated in prior to enlistment, where he had faced a Tai Chi master and had been similarly knocked aside at the outset. Wu Erfu staggered only 2 steps before regaining his balance, a promising sign, as it was an improvement over his previous encounter. He quickly advanced again, throwing a left straight punch towards Yujin's face. This time, Yujin prepared to counter with his left hand, but unexpectedly, Wu Erfu's punch was a feint. Just as Yujin was about to intercept with his left palm, Wu Erfu withdrew his left fist and launched a right hook aimed at Yujin's left cheek. Yujin swiftly adapted, raising his left arm to block while simultaneously attempting to grasp Wu Erfu's right hand with a reverse motion. As he turned, harnessing Yujin's outward momentum and his core strength, Wu Erfu's right fist arced powerfully towards Yujin's right cheek, necessitating Yujin to raise his right arm in defense. Meanwhile, his feet were not idle. He delivered a kick towards Yujin's right leg, which landed with palpable force, sending Yujin reeling back 2 to 3 meters, panic evident in his eyes, reminiscent of the Tai Chi master he had battled for the virtual championship. Recalling that moment, he immediately launched a counterattack, and that opponent, once composed, was now overwhelmed, ultimately being forced out of the ring. With no time for hesitation, Wu Erfu pressed forward aggressively, determined not to give Yujin a moment to recuperate. He closed the distance in 2 large strides, delivering an elbow strike that sent Yujin sprawling. It was clear that Yujin, much like the Tai Chi master, was thrown off balance and could not regain his footing. Wu Erfu charged at Yujin once more, and this time, Yujin had yet to recover from the elbow strike when another blow connected, this time the elbow meeting Yujin's chest with a sickening impact. Wu Erfu distinctly heard 3 cracking sounds, likely indicating broken ribs. He mused. Yujin staggered back 3 steps, clutching his chest, and glared at Wu Erfu with a mix of fury and disbelief. Suddenly, he erupted in a violent cough. And as the fit subsided, blood gushed forth from his mouth. Wu Erfu laughed, stepping forward again, delivering an uppercut that struck Yujin squarely on the chin, launching him into the air. When Yujin landed, He was already 4 meters away from Wu Erfu. Struggling, Yuzhen managed to sit upright as Wu Erfu approached, poised to deliver another kick to this dazed opponent. In a desperate bid, Yuzhen stretched out his right hand, exclaiming, "Stop, please. I've lost. I concede." Wu Erfu cackled. "Zhu Junyi, do you see this? What right does this fool have to challenge me? I am the strongest of Class 5. Just then, the world around him inexplicably darkened. Announcement. This site recommends a free novel. Chapter 49. The Paralyzed Private. A throbbing pain consumed him, an excruciating headache. Wu Erfu awoke amidst a haze of pain and dizziness, surveying his surroundings. The environment was predominantly white, devoid of windows, and the air was thick with the scent of antiseptic. Stagnant and poorly ventilated, he could faintly hear the sound of a ventilation system, a noise he had not encountered in nearly 6 months. Where am I? He glanced upwards, noticing a green line approximately 10 centimeters above his head, adorned with several caps, beneath which words were inscribed. Though the angle made it difficult to read, he discerned the word oxygen. Next to the caps was a switch connected by a long cord. Such a setup could only exist in a hospital. His mind began to regain its faculties as he scanned the room once more. Indeed, this was a hospital, but certainly not one on Mars, as no hospitals existed underground there, and the gravity felt entirely normal. How could a mere private warrant a private room? He attempted to lift his hand to reach for the call button, only to realize that aside from minimal movement of his head, he possessed no sensation in his body. He could not even command his fingers to twitch. Panic set in, and he began to shout. But the soundproofing of the room rendered his cries futile. Gradually, he fell silent, muttering absently, "Computer." A virtual screen materialized before him, displaying a synthesized male face. "Hello, Private Wu Erfu. I am Medical Computer 3341. How may I assist you?" Wu Erfu strained to lift his head, yet he could not see the screen. After several attempts, he finally said, "Could you please relocate? I can't see you." "Certainly." The computer screen repositioned directly in front of Wu Erfu, who then inquired, "Where am I?" "Private Wu Erfu. You are currently in the Earth Military General Hospital. Would you like to understand your medical condition?" The computer 3341 asked. "Yes, please let me see," Wu Erfu replied. Instantly, a stream of information filled the screen. Private Wu Erfu voluntarily participated in simulated combat training, disregarding the regulations against using the simulator under conditions of cognitive disarray. He forcibly connected to the simulator network, experiencing a level of realism beyond his capacity for 40 seconds, resulting in severe brain damage. Presently, he exhibits stress-induced paralysis below the neck, with no organic loss. Prognosis. Recovery possible. As Wu Erfu absorbed the medical report, he murmured incredulously, "Impossible. This cannot be true. My battle with Yuzhen lasted nearly 5 minutes. How could I have only endured 40 seconds at that level of realism?" Clearly interpreting his musings as an inquiry, Computer 3341 presented him with several recordings. The first showed him entering the simulator pod, the hatch closing, and the green light illuminating. However, moments later, the alarm's red light began to flash. Within a minute, the hatch reopened, revealing him unconscious within the pod, blood streaming from his orifices, a terrifying sight. The scene shifted to Zhuahong, who was operating a machine. Initially, everything appeared normal, with screens displaying both Wu Erfu and Yuzhen's images along with their physiological metrics. Below their images was a numerical representation of the realism level. Suddenly, the screen went black as the hatch closed, and the red lights illuminated the chamber. Yuzhen remained calm, but Wu Erfu's image was one of horror as his head shook violently. The wires connecting to his helmet strained to the brink of snapping. The realism level rapidly plummeted from 50 to a staggering 20, and moments later, the hatch automatically opened, with the helmet rising to reveal Wu Erfu slumped in the pod once more. The final recording displayed the entire training room surveillance footage, capturing Wu Erfu entering the simulator pod, and within 40 seconds, he was hastily lifted out by a team of medical personnel. After viewing the 3 recordings, he murmured, "Did I not defeat Yuzhen? Indeed. I have checked the records from that day. You did not defeat Sergeant Yuzhen. Your battle never commenced, due to your inability to engage the system properly. You were automatically declared defeated." The voice of Computer 3341 was devoid of any human warmth, for it was, after all, a machine. Wu Erfu was left in a state of shock, and after 5 minutes of silence, Computer 3341, seeing no further inquiries from him, gradually faded away, dimming the lights in the room. As it was now 2 a.m., the hour when most people were fast asleep, Wolfe gazed into the void with hollow eyes. Staring into the impenetrable darkness, No1 could discern what thoughts occupied his mind as he remained fixed in that state until 10 o'clock in the morning. If he were on Mars, the troops would have long commenced their training by now. However, here on Earth, dawn was merely beginning to break. "I hear you have awakened." A voice shattered the silence of the room. The voice resonated. The lights within the chamber flickered to life. A major general, flanked by a throng of doctors and nurses, some adorned with insignia, others not, entered the room. It was this major general who posed the question. Wolfe, momentarily taken aback, could hardly comprehend why a mere private like himself would warrant the attention of a major general for treatment. Of course, his thoughts were somewhat misguided. This was merely one of the rare occasions when the director of the central hospital conducted ward rounds. During her rounds, she had heard of this peculiar private. Oh no, this fellow had just been promoted to a corporal. It was indeed impressive that this extraordinary corporal, devoid of any cerebral fluctuations, dared to engage in a simulator boasting a 50 realism rate. What was even more astonishing was that he was still alive, albeit with a slight degree of organic paralysis. Thus, the major general promptly abandoned her ward inspections and, along with a multitude of doctors and nurses, rushed over to this intriguing case. "Greetings, I am the director of the military hospital. Allow me to congratulate you on your promotion to corporal." The major general approached Wolfe's bed, hands tucked into the pockets of her white coat, speaking in a tone akin to that of a casual conversation with a friend. I am a corporal now." Wolfe, bewildered, wondered how he could have been promoted while unconscious, as he was merely a private before he fainted. "Madam Director, how long have I been unconscious?" he inquired softly. "You have been in a coma for a week. Throughout this week, we have attempted various methods to awaken you, but with little success. Later, we discovered that prior to your enlistment, you participated in a virtual combat tournament. We simulated your final match, and to our surprise, you awakened." The major general perused Wolfe's medical records as she spoke. As for Wolfe's promotion to corporal, it was merely a consolation advancement for a disabled individual on the verge of discharge from the military, something the major general was fully aware of, though she chose not to reveal it. Listening to the major general's detailed account of his condition, Wolfe sighed softly, realizing that the so-called victory over Eugene was merely a figment of his imagination, a dream imposed upon him to facilitate his awakening. The major general disregarded Wolfe's sigh, continuing, "Regarding your paralysis, I would like to consult you first." "What opinion could I possibly have?" Wolfe replied, his spirits dampened. He had signed a life and death agreement regarding this matter, and he had already viewed the surveillance footage from the previous night. The efforts made to rescue him at the training camp were commendable, reflecting prompt action in his dire moments. Clearly, his survival was closely linked to the timely intervention. However, he would have preferred that they had not acted so swiftly, for now, he was paralyzed, truly experiencing a fate worse than death. It would have been better had he simply died then. "Why shouldn't you have an opinion?" The major general adjusted her slightly slipping glasses, her curiosity piqued. "I am already a failure. Promoting me to corporal is merely a consolation prize. The next step is to expel me from the military, especially as a private who has not even completed training." Wolfe lamented. "You are correct. Had you not encountered me, that would indeed have been your only path. However, now that you have met me, you have gained an additional option," the major general declared with a hint of arrogance. Wolfe's eyes sparkled with interest. Before he could articulate his question, the major general continued. "Currently, international research on organic paralysis has advanced significantly, and in several major countries, it is no longer considered a difficult ailment. Yet for Earth, while we possess abundant research data, challenges remain. Nonetheless, I am an expert in this field. I have conducted a thorough study of your condition and believe your chances of recovery exceed 60. If you are willing to cooperate with my research, you stand a considerable chance of regaining the ability to stand." Wolfe hesitated. The prospect of a recovery rate exceeding 60 was indeed enticing, yet the lingering 40 chance of remaining unable to stand loomed heavily over him. For one so proud, the prospect of failure would be more agonizing than death itself. "What would happen in the event of failure?" Wolfe inquired. "Failure. It would be merely that, failure. There is a possibility of life being the cost, but it is exceedingly low," the major general replied, all the while scrutinizing Wolfe's records. Suddenly, she seemed to discover something profound, exclaiming, "I have one more thing to congratulate you on. You have not only awakened your cerebral fluctuations, but have done so with remarkable amplitude, should you undergo rehabilitation. The potential to become a super soldier is within your grasp." Clearly, that last statement struck a chord with Wolf. He pondered deeply. Under ordinary circumstances, he would merely receive a disability certificate to claim the lowest tier of veteran benefits. However, participating in this experiment not only afforded him a 60 chance of standing again, but also the possibility of becoming a super soldier. The temptation was not insignificant. And the worst-case scenario was merely continuing to receive disability benefits, which might even be increased due to his participation. The Major General awaited silently by Wolfu's bedside, evidently confident that he would acquiesce to her proposal. She remained patient, allowing 2 minutes to pass, observing Wolfu's internal struggle. "This is a significant decision. Take your time to contemplate it. I must attend to other rooms, so I shall not disturb your rest. Once you have made your decision, have 3,341 inform me." With that, she did not wait for Wolfu's response and promptly led her entourage out of the room. As they began to leave, Wolfu called out, "I agree." The Major General did not turn back but responded, "You have made a wise choice. Tomorrow, I will have 3341 provide you with a rehabilitation plan. Commence your exercises according to the plan starting tomorrow." With that, a mysterious smile graced her lips as she exited the room, accompanied by her throng of doctors and nurses. "I am the corridor," the Major General muttered to herself in a barely audible tone. "How dare you oppose my nephew? Just wait and see how I will make you suffer." Announcement. This site recommends a free novel. Chapter 50. Before Eugenio appeared a small-scale arena, circular in shape, with a radius of approximately several meters. He looked across, where a shadow was forming about 10 paces away. It was likely Wolfu. However, what was curious was that the shadow struggled to fully materialize. After a few seconds, it began to tremble violently. A few times, the shadow seemed to stabilize, but it could not maintain that state for more than 2 seconds before shaking again. After about a minute and a half, the shadow suddenly vanished. Eugenio glanced around. In this simulated world, he could not see what was occurring outside. He could only wait. After another half-minute, the arena abruptly disappeared, and the helmet atop his head slid backward into the helmet compartment, the door of the simulation pod opening as the body restraint frame rose. He looked around, puzzled. To his right, the simulation pod was surrounded by people, all hastily lifting Wolfu out of the pod. Eugenio was at a loss for what to make of the situation. What had happened to Wolfu? Stepping out of the simulation pod, he peered through the gaps in the crowd. For a fleeting moment, Wolfu's face aligned with his gaze, and it was evident that he was enduring immense pain, blood streaming from his orifices in a rather alarming manner. Zhuahong parted the crowd, lifting Wolfu's eyelid to examine him, muttering, pupils dilated. He then retrieved a small flashlight from his pocket, shining it into Wolfu's pupils. "NO light response." He turned to one of his assistants and commanded, 0.5 mg of adrenaline. The assistant promptly produced a single-use injection gun from the first aid kit and administered it to Wolfu's arm. Half a minute later, Wolfu's previously faint breathing began to quicken. Zhuahong secretly sighed in relief and ordered, "Immediately transport him to the infirmary and request an emergency vessel from the spaceport. We cannot handle this. He must be sent back to Earth at once." A stretcher was quickly brought forth, and Wolfu was placed upon it, swiftly disappearing down the path to the infirmary. Eugenio looked about, realizing that no one was paying him any mind. He felt transparent. Very well, he thought. He would return to the barracks and await news there. Upon returning to the barracks, he waited a full 2 hours before Li Limin finally returned. Upon seeing Eugenio, he simply stated, "Wolfu has been sent back to Earth. There is no hope for him." Eugenio was taken aback. What will happen to Wolfu now? He has no future. We don't even know if he can be saved. Not worry about him. Just focus on leading our squad. Leave everything else aside. Li Limin, after finishing his remarks, pointed towards the training field and continued, "Now, head to the training ground. From today onwards, you must set a good example for them. Additionally, strive to tap into their cognitive fluctuations as much as possible. In this regard, your abilities surpass mine. I have little to impart to you. Class leader, you are too modest," Eugenio replied courteously. "Why, Eugen?" Li Limin suddenly roared at Eugenio, startling him. "I apologize. I got a bit carried away. Please proceed with your training. After shouting that, Li Limin realized he had overstepped and, regaining his composure, continued to address Yu Zhenyu. The commander has issued orders, starting this afternoon. You recruits will begin to familiarize yourselves with firearms. Our class is the first batched at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Take 2 individuals to the armory to retrieve our class's weapons. This is a directive. Li Limin activated the computer on his left arm and sent a command to Yu Zhenyu. After completing this, he waved goodbye to Yu Zhenyu, indicating he could go train, and then returned to his quarters, shutting himself in. It was evident that the injury to Werfu had left a psychological shadow on Li Limin. The morning training proceeded without incident. Everything went smoothly, except for Ho Jishin. Everyone else once again sensed the fluctuations emanating from Yu Zhenyu, which in turn stimulated their own energies. It seemed that a breakthrough was imminent in the coming days. In the afternoon, around 1:30, Yu Zhenyu returned with Wu Nian and He Hong, but instead of the coveted rifles, they bore a plethora of gun-cleaning cloths, grease, maintenance oil, and various unidentified lubricants. Li Limin was already waiting for them at the entrance. However, upon seeing them approach, he did not greet them, but instead dashed to their rear, where a small military vehicle from the armory was parked. He approached the vehicle and greeted a staff sergeant disembarking. Old Chu, why did you come personally? You could have just sent someone. Old Li, are you pondering my 4,000-year-old Polish wine again? The staff sergeant, affectionately known as Old Chu, asked with a smile. Spare me. Do you think I don't know? That's not 4,000-year-old Polish wine. It's merely a bottle you picked up. I've already consumed the wine within. It's just from the past 2 years. But how did you manage to get hold of grape wine? As far as I know, that crop is only cultivated in the concealed areas of Hangzhou. Li Limin promptly corrected Old Chu's statement. Cannot say. Old Chu did not refute the age of the wine. He simply refused to disclose how he acquired it. Seeing that Li Limin was about to press further, he quickly opened the rear of the vehicle and, patting 10 rifles on the bed, declared, Here are 10 30-15s. Look how generous I am, plus a prototype, which is quite hard to come by these days. Li Limin picked one up, inspected it, opened the bolt to examine the chamber, and shouldered it for a quick sighting, remarking, It's well maintained. You've all been hard at work. I'll accept this batch of antiques, but none of them are defective, right? None. The defective ones are all in the storeroom, Old Chu asserted confidently. Trusting you is a fool's errand. There must be some defective ones among these. Otherwise, how would we challenge these recruits? Hurry, tell me, which ones are they? Li Limin glanced back at the class, ensuring no one was watching, and spoke in a hushed tone. The magazine of the prototype is jammed, the firing pin of the 75 is faulty, the recoil spring of the 36 has issues, and this one has a slightly bent barrel, but it won't be detected without specialized instruments. Old Chu whispered, indicating a few rifles and detailing their issues to Li Limin. Li Limin nodded as he listened. It appeared that half of the firearms had problems. Excellent. This whetstone was expertly crafted. And he discreetly gave Old Chu a thumbs up. Are the spare parts at the repair shop all in order? Li Limin inquired. Rest assured, the repair shop has everything. We could even reassemble 10 rifles without a hitch. Old Chu replied. Good. Hand me the acceptance form, Li Limin said, clearly satisfied with this batch of rifles. An eager private immediately presented the acceptance form to Li Limin, who perused it. Notably, the problematic firearms were marked, and it indicated that this batch did not come with magazines. After reviewing it thoroughly, Li Limin signed his name on the acceptance form without missing a detail and handed it back to Old Chu. Old Chu verified Li Limin's signature and then tucked the acceptance form away, instructing the private, You and Xiao Zhang take these rifles to class leaderly. Afterward, he stepped aside, blocking the spot where he had stood, ensuring that no one could retrieve the rifles unless he personally did so. 2 soldiers hoisted the 10 rifles and carried them to the 5th class. Li Limin exchanged a handshake and farewell with Old Chu by the vehicle. Old Chu climbed into the off-road vehicle, and as the 2 soldiers emerged, the vehicle roared to life and returned to the armory. Upon entering the room, the 10 rifles were neatly arranged on the table, with 9 placed on one side. Yu Zhenyu had already gathered all the members of the class around the table, and instead of sitting opposite each other as usual, they were all seated on the side facing the stocks of the rifles. Li Limin glanced at them and slightly nodded. Approaching the table, he observed the 9 individuals, noting their rather grim expressions as they stared vacantly at the rifles. He understood well that the history of the 3015 was indeed substantial. He inquired, Eugene, what is this? Pointing at the rifle before him. Why Eugeniu immediately stood and replied, report, class leader, this is the MG 3015, the last pure live-fire firearm of the Federation, initiated for research in the year 3013. With the first prototype manufactured in 3014, IT underwent a year-long testing period and underwent 10 modifications before being finalized in 3015. Officially named the MG 3015, this rifle utilizes a 7.62mm high-power round, with a maximum range of 2,100 meters and lethality up to 1,800 meters, primarily effective at combat distances between 500 and 1,000 meters. Well answered. This is a weapon with a rich history and renowned achievements. Why do you all wear such expressions? Li Limin asked, observing the expressions of the group. How should they respond to this question? None of the 9 moved their heads, but their eyes darted around. All focused on Eugeniu, who steadfastly kept his gaze straight ahead, resolutely refusing to utter a word. Li Limin's gaze was decidedly unyielding. Was his morning temper still unresolved? Eugeniu pondered this in his mind. Seeing no one spoke, Li Limin's piercing gaze swept across the group, and as he met each individual's eyes, they immediately straightened their postures, mirroring Eugeniu's steadfastness, determined not to be the first to speak. They had all made up their minds. Are you all unwilling to speak? Very well, I shall call names. Li Limin retracted his gaze, which could serve as a dagger, and stated, Xingqing, why don't you share your thoughts? Xingqing's face immediately contorted, wishing fervently that Eugeniu would speak on his behalf. However, upon glancing at Eugeniu, he saw him still staring straight ahead. Looking around at the others, he found them engaged in a contest of stubbornness. Resigned, Xingqing stood and spoke. Class leader, is this rifle not a bit outdated? Can we not have a newer one? Are you implying this rifle is too old for you to be willing to use? Li Limin's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Xingqing, while also casting his gaze at the other 8, whose expressions revealed a shared sentiment under the weight of his piercing glare. Li Limin picked up the 3015 before him, caressing its body, and a glimmer of obsession flickered in his eyes as he declared, this rifle is the last of its kind, and it has a derivative model that is the first hybrid ammunition firearm. To call it the ancestor of modern firearms would not be an exaggeration, which is precisely why it is the first firearm you are introduced to. You dare to disdain its age? I would gladly offer each of you an 1871, so you can experience the speed of an antique. Class leader. Eugeniu raised his hand. Li Limin glanced at him and said, Speak, are you referring to the Mauser 1871? Eugeniu inquired. Indeed. The progenitor of bolt-action rifles, invented by the Mauser brothers in ancient Germany, it replaced the revolutionary front and rear-loading flintlock rifles. Can you actually procure one, class leader? I would very much like to try it. His eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of handling the ancient bolt-action rifle, and the members of the 5th class, who had previously been silent, now lifted their heads, gazing at Li Limin with hope. Don't get your hopes up. I have no Mauser 1871, nor can I obtain one. Such antiques have long since entered museums, and even those in museums are no longer functional. Bringing them to you would be pointless. Li Limin retorted with exasperation. At that moment, Xingqing, still standing without permission to sit, quietly asserted, this 3015 could also be put in a museum. It's over 1,000 years old. Indeed, you are correct. The firearms before you possess a history spanning over a millennium. The oldest among them is the one before Eugene, which dates back 1,050 years. Only 4 of these weapons still exist, all housed within our 4 training camps on Mars, 1 in each camp. The other firearms displayed are the A-class variants, of which nearly 1,000 remain, apart from various museums across the Federation. All others are located on Mars, and I must inform you that every single one of them is operational. This is a point of pride for Earth. This firearm was once the standard weapon of the entire Federation, and its designer was one of us, Earthlings. A millennium ago, Earth served as the scientific research hub for the Federation, where we crafted everything from humble rifles to various classes of warships, all of the highest caliber. Li Limin recounted the history of this firearm in one breath, of course not covering every detail, but rather selecting some notable anecdotes. Squad leader, do you mean we are to continue using these antiquated firearms? Eugeniu inquired. Indeed, this weapon is the progenitor of modern rifles, and all current standard-issue firearms have evolved from it. Therefore, if you master this weapon, modern rifles will seem like mere toys to you. This is precisely why you are tasked with using these antiquated arms, Li Limin responded. Why Eugeniu pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow as he said, Squad leader, we are preparing to be combat soldiers. Isn't it sufficient to understand how to use modern rifles? Li Limin did not respond immediately, instead glancing at the others, only to realize that Xingqing was still standing. He gestured for Xingqing to take a seat before he reluctantly continued. To clarify this matter, we must first discuss the treatment of Earthlings within the Federation's military. Li Limin surveyed the 9 young individuals, aged around 16 or 17, and remarked, 3 centuries ago, the Federation's military was predominantly composed of Earthlings. Back then, young ones like you were still being coddled in your mother's arms, and soldiers under 20 were not permitted to serve. At that time, everything, from a small dagger at a soldier's waist to the various models of warships soaring through space, was produced on Earth and deemed the best. Many minor nations within the Federation had to wait decades to purchase Earth's weaponry. Wu Nian's eyes widened in surprise as he murmured, Is Earth truly that formidable? Seated beside him, Xingqing quipped. Was your history course taught by the gym teacher? This is all documented in Earth's history. Wu Nian's eyes widened once more as he exclaimed, What? Really? My history has always been poor. I never understood anything in class and spent most of the time dozing off. Enough whispering. Li Limin glared at Wu Nian, rapping his knuckles on the table twice, startling both Wu Nian and Xingqing into silence. After casting another admonishing look at the pair, he continued, The 3015 was designed in that grand context. During that era, Earth's researchers had already discovered that hybrid ammunition had a longer range and a straighter trajectory than traditional projectiles. There was a growing call on Earth to replace conventional ammunition with hybrids. But the miniaturization of energy generators had not yet been resolved, hence hybrid ammunition was solely utilized in the main cannons of capital ships before the 3015. The 2548 model had already been in use for 5 centuries. Although it had undergone numerous modifications, it was, after all, rather antiquated, prompting the Federation's military to demand that Earth develop a new generation of standard rifles. Upon hearing that the previous standard rifle had been in service for 5 centuries, the group glanced at the 3015, their expressions contorting in disbelief. Such reactions did not escape Li Limin's notice. He felt compelled to rap the table once more and asked, Did you know the previous rifle was used for 5 centuries? This was due to the energy generator being mass-produced for over 500 years prior to the 3015. However, that generator was too large and could initially only be utilized in planetary fortifications. Researchers then began exploring ways to miniaturize the generator, iterating through this process, and concurrently, designs for hybrid ammunition rifles began to emerge. Yet, no one anticipated that, after 5 centuries, the generator had only been miniaturized enough for use in the main cannons of capital ships. 5 centuries, 5 generations. The Federation grew impatient, insisting on the development of a new standard rifle. In reality, significant progress on miniaturization was achieved in 3020, merely 5 years later, when our scientists successfully reduced the generator size to that of a frigate's secondary cannon. Just another decade later, in 3030, the energy generator suitable for rifles was fully realized, and the 3015B model was born, utilizing hybrid ammunition. The 3015 rifle was originally designed for hybrid ammunition, but its energy magazine and action mechanism could not be resolved in 3015. Due to the Federation's urgent need for a new rifle, the 3015 was released, with its action mechanism and magazine redesigned to accommodate traditional ammunition. Li Limin pointed to the action mechanism of the 3015. Continuing, while researchers were working on miniaturizing the energy generator, they inadvertently developed laser plasticity. The year following the 3015's standard production saw the emergence of its first variant, the 3015A, which is what lies before you on the table. Excluding the one before you, Jin, the rest are all 3015As. The primary distinction between the A variant and the original lies in the bayonet mount. He gestured toward the bayonet mount, and everyone examined the differences between the 3015 and the 3015A. The former featured a 2-point fixation, while the A model employed a single-point suspension system. Clearly, Li Limin had no intention of elaborating on the nuances of the bayonet mounts. He continued, once the 3015B emerged, we entered the era of energy matter hybrid ammunition. I trust you possess some knowledge regarding the subsequent developments in firearms, but the fundamentals remain unchanged. Li Limin raised the 3015, stating, All subsequent rifles carry the shadow of the 3015. Until 3 centuries ago, when the Great War concluded, leaving the surface of Earth largely devastated by spatial nuclear explosions, over 80% of our scientific research institutions were destroyed. And aside from the experimental data from that time, nearly all experimental equipment has been rendered obsolete. Thus, we are left with an abundance of data, but lack the capacity to translate that data into tangible forms. Do not underestimate the passage of merely 3 centuries. For the majority of the Federation's nations, it equates to 3 generations. However, for Earth, it represents 5 generations worth of time. We have lost so much, such as this rifle. The Federation's current primary standard rifle is the T-86 series. Finalized in 4386.15 years have elapsed, yet we on Earth, including the Earthlings serving in the Federation's military, have yet to even lay eyes upon it. A wave of unrest swept through the new recruits. Astonished to learn of the Earthlings' precarious position within the Federation, suddenly, Li Limin shifted his tone, proclaiming, "Yet our Earth's researchers are commendable. You are likely aware of the G31, a cold-weather rifle developed by our Earth scientists after acquiring data on the various mainstream firearms within the Federation through limited channels." Announcement. This site recommends a free novel. Chapter 51. Li Limin discusses firearms too. All the new recruits were familiar with the G31, as it was still in use by many of Earth's defense forces. Upon hearing Li Limin begin to speak of the G31, they straightened in their seats, eager to listen. Noticing their keen interest, Li Limin brightened and began to recount the G31's origins. To discuss the G31, we must return to the 3015. Earth has not participated in the design of light weaponry for 300 years, and heavy weaponry is even further from our grasp. 300 years is no short span. And the Federation's assistance to Earth has not been comprehensive. They are disinterested in rearming us. Even soldiers serving in the Federation's military often do not receive adequate supplies. Our Earthlings possess innate advantages in 2 areas. We are the finest troops for high-altitude environments, and we excel as mechanics. If not for these traits, the Federation might have cast us aside entirely. Upon hearing about their future circumstances within the Federation, the new recruits lowered their heads in silence. Li Limin rapped his knuckles on the table once more, asking, "What's the matter? Do you think Earth's soldiers are of no value? Remember, it is inconsequential if others look down upon you. What truly matters is that you must never harbor disdain for yourself. Do you understand?" "Understood. Everyone, lift your heads high once more. We shall proceed. As the soldiers of Earth serving in the frigid zones. We are dissatisfied with the weaponry assigned to us, for the majority of these arms become unreliable at approximately -40 degrees. The casualties among our warriors in these cold regions are often attributable to this unreliability of weaponry. Hence, our soldiers have proposed that we, from Earth, design a weapon resilient to extreme cold. The Federation acquiesced, yet our Earth designers faced a dilemma, having not crafted a weapon in 300 years, an evidently dismal predicament. Ultimately, they resolved to base their design on a mature firearm. What might this esteemed firearm be? Li Limin once again raised the 3015 in his hand and declared, "This very 3015, for its design documentation is the most comprehensive. And there exists a precedent for its modification into a hybrid ammunition rifle. It serves as a highly effective example. I trust that many of you, upon first laying eyes on this weapon, might have mistaken it for a G31, correct?" Although silence enveloped the room, the expressions in their eyes spoke volumes, revealing a sense of embarrassment at being so easily discerned. Indeed, when these firearms were presented before them, more than half believed it to be a G31. If it had not been for Eugenie's recognition that this was not a G31 and his subsequent examination of the inscriptions on the barrel, they might still be under that misapprehension. With a model in hand, the design process progressed smoothly. Once the prototype was manufactured, its performance in all aspects was commendable, particularly its resilience to extreme cold. The design criteria provided by the Federation stipulated endurance only to -45 degrees, while our G31 functioned flawlessly at -55 degrees, maintaining a remarkably high degree of accuracy. This was evidently beyond the Federation's expectations. Once this firearm was equipped to the units, both Earth soldiers and those in the Federation's cold regions expressed high praise. However, the changes in 300 years were indeed substantial. The standard-issue weapons of the Federation had undergone significant evolution. especially concerning energy generators and ammunition specifications. The disparity between Earth and the Federation was notably pronounced. Consequently, the G-31 could only utilize Earth-manufactured ammunition, a situation the Federation was reluctant to accept. They insisted that we align our ammunition with that of other Federation weaponry, prompting the Federation to supply Earth with energy generators and new ammunition samples. Subsequently, we developed the G-34 Standard Rifle, which served in the Federation's military for a decade. It must be said that Earth's foundational prowess in weapon design is not something easily surpassed by the Federation's newer generations. Our G-34 nearly became the standard weapon of the Federation, were it not for our production levels being deemed excessively low by them. Nevertheless, the fact that all weapons in the cold regions utilized Earth-manufactured ammunition became indisputable. Thereafter, the Federation proposed to develop the G-34 into a family of firearms, resulting in the creation of the M45 submachine gun for special forces, the MG45 machine gun for squad support, and the G-34M sniper rifle. The new recruits regarded the 3015 with a sense of complexity. They had not anticipated that the G-34 family had evolved from such an antique firearm. Who would dare to belittle this weapon? Despite its over 1,000 years of history, it is the progenitor of the G-34 system. Having understood the 3015, the G-34 should be but a simple matter for you, Li Limin asserted while patting the 3015 in his grasp. Squad leader, I have a question. Ho Jishin took on the role of the curious newcomer. Although he still sat beside Eugenio, he had clearly fallen behind the others in training over the past few days, especially since he had been trailing Eugenio ever since his injury at Wulan. However, Eugenio's legendary talent for mental resonance had not had the slightest effect on him. He had yet to exhibit any signs of awakening. Speak, Li Limin prompted Ho Jishin. Squad leader, even if we thoroughly study this firearm, it cannot be directly transitioned to using the G-34, can it? After all, the 3015 is a live ammunition rifle, while the G-34 employs hybrid ammunition. The range and shooting techniques between the two are inherently different, Ho Jishin inquired, and the others turned their gazes toward Li Limin, eager to see how he would respond, for this was also a question they wished to pose. Excellent question. This brings us to another capability of us Earthlings. We are the finest mechanics in the entire Federation. It can be stated unequivocally that there is nothing we cannot repair, be it a dagger or a warship. If we Earthlings wish to fix it, it shall be mended. Therefore, by understanding this firearm, you will be able to disassemble the G-34. If you can disassemble the G-34, you will grasp its principles, and through these principles, you will learn how to use it. Thus, we must start from the very foundation, Li Limin explained. Are we destined to only be mechanics in the future? Ho Jishin pressed on. Certainly not. Among the special forces in the frigid zones, there are numerous Earthlings, and within the ordinary units in these cold regions, many Earthlings also serve. Thus, we still have ample opportunities ahead, Li Limin replied. But I recall that there are not many cold zone units among the Federation's planets. Furthermore, currently, the Federation only faces small-scale conflicts in the Dark Star region, and ground battles are rare. The areas where ground battles occur are often in temperate zones. It seems that aside from repairs, we Earthlings hold little utility, Ho Jishin retorted, swiftly dampening the spirits of the new recruits who had just begun to feel a flicker of pride in their planet's firearms. Li Limin felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and deliver a couple of punches to Ho Jishin. He had painstakingly stirred the emotions of these recruits, only for them to be deflated in an instant. It appeared that this lad's failure to awaken his mental resonance was truly his own misfortune. Li Limin mused inwardly, though he maintained a neutral expression outwardly. You are correct. However, the reputation of Earth mechanics is unparalleled in the Federation, as long as there are Earth mechanics on the battlefield. Frontline soldiers need not worry about a lack of weaponry. For any malfunction, Earthlings will promptly rectify, and in some cases, Earth mechanics can fabricate small components on site, something every unit desires. Li Limin shot a glare at Ho Jishin, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Evidently, Li Limin's assertion resonated with the new recruits, who had not anticipated that mechanics could possess such a vital role. Li Limin discerned a hint of admiration in their eyes. Finally feeling a sense of relief, he continued, You all look to me now. Today we shall learn how to disassemble firearms. After disassembly, we must conduct maintenance, and following maintenance, we will reassemble the weapon. You must pay close attention, as this is a meticulous task. If even a single component is misaligned, it will affect the firearm's performance, potentially rendering it inoperable. Li Limin began to disassemble the firearm. placing each component in a designated spot on the table. However, none of the new recruits could discern the method behind the arrangement of the parts. They were solely focused on Li Limin's deft fingers. He occasionally glanced at them, revealing no intention to speak further. Before long, the entire firearm was disassembled. Li Limin pointed at the components on the table and stated, "This 3015 can be completely disassembled into 17 major components and 32 minor components. The current state of disassembly is complete, and there are 27 components on the table, not because I failed to disassemble it entirely, but because one component, the magazine, is inherently absent." Li Limin gestured to the parts laid out on the table and continued, "In routine maintenance, we do not require disassembly of all components. Standard maintenance necessitates only the disassembly into 17 parts. On the battlefield, we lack the conditions to meticulously maintain each component. Thus, we can perform maintenance by segmenting the firearm into 5 sections. However, as we have ample time to hone your skills, I require you to disassemble the firearm into 27 components. You all observed my disassembly process closely, did you not?" "Yes," they all responded emphatically. "Very well. It is now your turn. Disassemble the firearm for me," Li Limin concluded, taking a seat and opening the computer on his left arm, pressing the timer while announcing, "Begin." Although the command to commence had been given, only a few began to take action. Among the 2 or 3 who did, once they disassembled the barrel and bolt, they looked around, hands frozen in place. Apart from Eugenio, no one else was moving. The others were merely watching him disassemble the firearm. After a minute or so, they finally began to engage, with nearly everyone starting the disassembly, except for Ho Jishin, who remained motionless. He was genuinely at a loss. The mental resonance of others granted them longer, fleeting memories, while Ho Jishin's was woefully inadequate, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes unblinking as he fixated on Eugenio's hands. Eugenio's movements were unhurried. Although Li Limin circled the new recruits, his gaze remained fixed on Eugenio, who was performing the disassembly with commendable precision, albeit with slight deviations in the placement of each component, yet still within an acceptable range. Eugenio occasionally paused to carefully recall Li Limin's recent disassembly actions. Overall, there was no genuine pause in the use of both hands. After more than 2 minutes, Eugenio placed all the disassembled parts on the table. He did not glance at Li Limin, but could sense that Li Limin was observing him intently. Li Limin raised his hand to check the time. For a rookie, it was somewhat acceptable, but for an experienced soldier, disassembling a firearm was measured in seconds, and this performance was hardly commendable. For Yujin, Li Limin was reluctant to regard him merely as a rookie. After all, coming from a military family, not being able to disassemble a firearm was quite disgraceful. It is worth noting that we are not in ancient times. Belonging to a military family typically implies considerable influence within the military, with several bodyguards at home. It is quite normal for them to possess a few G31 rifles. As the son of a military family, it would be unreasonable not to learn a few skills in firearm disassembly from the bodyguards. Thus, Li Limin was somewhat dissatisfied with Eugenio's 2-minute performance. He turned to observe the other rookies, most of whom had nearly finished their disassembly, almost all pausing to gaze at the parts in their hands, struggling to recall how Li Limin had proceeded at this stage. Ho Jishin had yet to move. He was staring intently at Eugenio, who was also looking back at him. Eugenio glanced at the firearm in his hands, then at Ho Jishin's face, and finally sighed, reassembling the disassembled firearm. This time, he worked more slowly, ensuring that each step was clear for Ho Jishin to understand. Yet, no matter how slowly he worked, for minutes later, a 3015 rifle reappeared before Ho Jishin. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. To be honest, he still did not fully comprehend the process, but at least he had some idea. At this moment, Li Limin had sauntered behind Eugenio, observing the completed 3015 on the table before loudly declaring, "Sergeant Eugen." Eugenio immediately sprang to his feet, standing at attention and reporting, "Why is your firearm still intact? I have already disassembled and reassembled it. What was my order? Disassemble the firearm completely. Did I instruct you to reassemble the firearm? No. Then why did you put the firearm back together?" Eugenio remained silent, casting a glance at Ho Jishin. Do not look at others. I am asking you. Why did you reassemble the firearm? Li Limin pivoted to face Eugenio, loudly questioning him once more. There is no reason. Eugenio was left with no choice but to respond this way. Disregarding my command. 50 push-ups. Li Limin ordered, glancing at Ho Jishin, who appeared utterly bewildered. Seeing Li Limin looking at him, he nervously stood up and stammered, "Squad leader, Yujin is just trying to. Did I ask you?" Li Limin's gaze bore into him, causing him to swallow his words. Li Limin shot him another glare and commanded, "Sit down. Continue disassembling your firearm." Ho Jishin glanced at Eugenio, who was doing push-ups, and reluctantly took a seat. This time, he finally began to disassemble his rifle. Li Limin turned his attention to the others. Those who had previously paused their actions immediately resumed their focus on the rifles in their hands. Regardless of their proficiency, opting to disassemble a few parts first. 50 push-ups might take a considerable time for an average person, but for soldiers accustomed to rigorous training, it was a mere trifle. Before long, Eugenio had completed his 50 push-ups and stood up straight. Li Limin glanced at him and said, "Sit down. Continue executing your orders." Yes, Eugenio sat down and disassembled the firearm once more. This time, he hesitated no longer. His hands moved swiftly, and within a minute, he had disassembled the firearm, placing the individual parts on the table. Li Limin nodded subtly, finding this speed to be relatively acceptable. However, he had no intention of letting Eugenio off the hook just yet. "Sergeant Eugene, reporting." Eugenio stood up again. "Well done on the disassembly. Since you already know how to disassemble and reassemble it, go ahead and continue. You may stop only when these fellows have completed their disassembly. You may begin now." Li Limin's command left Eugenio looking quite pained, while the others seemed eager to applaud. As they were all struggling to figure out how to continue, especially Ho Jishin, half an hour passed swiftly, and as Eugenio was assembling the firearm for the nth time, Ho Jishin finally completed his disassembly. After neatly arranging the disassembled parts, he finally rested his hands on his knees. While Eugenio let out a significant sigh of relief, placing the assembled firearm on the table as well. "Sergeant Eugene, reporting. What is my command? I stop only when everyone has completed their disassembly." "Incorrect. That is not the command. Disassemble the firearm completely." "Very good. And what about you?" "I apologize, squad leader. I will complete it immediately." Internally, Eugenio had already cursed Li Limin's ancestors and female relatives. But his hands did not cease their motion. In under a minute, a complete firearm was reduced to a pile of parts. Li Limin nodded, no longer focusing on Eugenio, but addressing all the new recruits. "Now, I will explain the assembly process. The most primitive state of a firearm is the arrangement you see on the table, yet it can be reassembled into a deadly weapon." Li Limin's gaze swept across the room as he continued. "I know you all have a multitude of questions. However, why must we have such a thorough understanding of firearms?" He paused, noticing that nearly all the new recruits bore expressions that seemed to echo the very question he had posed. Of course, only Eugenio lacked such curiosity, but it was evident that Li Limin did not regard him as merely a rookie, which pleased him. He continued, "Let me ask a few off-topic questions. What is your understanding of firearms?" Just as the recruits were preparing to respond eagerly, Li Limin continued, "A firearm is your life. Do not trust that someone else will guard your back. It is futile. Perhaps in ancient times, this statement held some truth. But in modernity, it is the most impractical notion." The expressions on the new recruits' faces shifted from one of incredulity to one of inquiry, prompting a sense of satisfaction in Li Limin. He went on. "In ancient times, combat occurred within 400 meters. That is, it was a war of visibility. But what about now? Recent battles often unfold beyond 1,500 meters, which is to say, beyond visual range. Your comrades cannot protect your backside. Eugene, tell me, what is missing from your firearm?" "The magazine." Eugenio stood and declared. "50 push-ups, commence." Eugenio's expression remained calm as he lowered himself, once again mentally cursing Li Limin's female relatives. After completing the 50 push-ups, Eugenio stood up, and Li Limin continued, "What is missing? The stock is lacking the firearm support system, though it is designed to accommodate auxiliary chips and a battery compartment." Eugenio replied, "Excellent. Sit down." Li Limin gestured for Eugenio to take his seat and continued, "Our current firearms are equipped with support systems that provide us with lock alerts. When paired with your helmet, it will indicate the location of the individual aiming at you in real time." "Is there anyone who disagrees with the statement that a firearm is your life?" Li Limin inquired. The recruits collectively responded, "No." "Very well. Let us proceed. Surely some of you still harbor doubts. Since firearms can indicate where threats originate, does that render all our previous training unnecessary? Is that not the case?" It must be said that Li Limin's abrupt shift in focus was somewhat unexpected. He had begun discussing firearms, yet now he was delving into training. All the new recruits shared this thought, yet no one dared to question the prior training. Now that Li Limin had brought it up, it became apparent that a few individuals indeed felt the previous training was somewhat superfluous. With today's advanced technology, what was the point of practicing those skills? I will tell you why. It is to facilitate an escape. The recruits were stunned by Li Limin's statement, their reactions reflecting disbelief. After all, they were soldiers. How could one utter the word escape? Li Limin's observation of their reactions brought him satisfaction. He smiled broadly and continued, sometimes, we need not shy away from the concept of escape when firearms are out of ammunition. Vehicles are immobile, and there is no need to sacrifice our lives to halt the enemy's advance. Why should we not flee? Only by running faster than the enemy can we procure new ammunition and vehicles, thus gaining the opportunity to turn the tide against them. Moreover, when the enemy begins to retreat, we must run faster than them to capture them. At this point, Li Limin found himself musing internally. As this concept had been imparted to him by his squad leader, he was reluctant to share it, but having experienced it firsthand, he felt compelled to do so. Yet, it seemed that this lesson might only truly resonate with the recruits on the battlefield. So he decided against elaborating further. He pondered for a moment and said, this phrase is something my squad leader once shared with me, and now I present it to you. Practicing martial arts will not grant you immortality. Just as brotherhood cannot bestow eternal life, life belongs to others, but the gun is yours. If you wish to safeguard your life, first ensure your weapon's reliability. As for whether you comprehend this, well, I truly have no control over that. One day, when you find yourselves on the battlefield, you will understand. I only grasped its meaning after stepping into the fray myself. For now, just remember it. Having digressed slightly, he returned to the topic at hand. The 19-year-old girl streaming on the platform, Chapter 52, forming a special repair unit. Firearms can be categorized into 5 main components, as mentioned earlier. Now I shall demonstrate the assembly of a weapon. So pay close attention. Li Limin began to assemble the firearm, explaining each part as he went along. We, the soldiers of Earth, possess 2 significant advantages. First, we are the finest cold-weather troops. Second, we excel as repairmen. From a simple gun or knife to the Titan warship, there is no weapon we cannot repair. However, to mend these arms, we must first understand them. To comprehend weapons, one must learn to assemble them. Grasp their principles. Knowing the principles allows us even to design weaponry. A decade ago, during the Galenti Star campaign, an advanced mechanic from Earth managed to piece together an assault rifle using a few damaged standard weapons and primitive arms from the local Galenti natives. Furthermore, he ingeniously modified a native transport vehicle with our repair helmets, creating a battlefield bus that successfully extracted an entire squad of Kaldari soldiers from encirclement. As Li Limin passionately recounted his tale, several recruits murmured amongst themselves, something seems off with our squad leader today. What could be troubling him? Has he been provoked? Why is he even bringing up escape? Did you not notice that one of us is missing today? Where has Wolf gone? Wasn't he in a scuffle with the assistant squad leader this morning? Why has the assistant returned without him? I just inquired during lunch. Wolf did not best the assistant. And I've heard he sustained a serious head injury and has been sent back to Earth. The recruits, except for Eugenio, collectively turned to scrutinize the informant. Li Limin finally halted his assembly, fixing his gaze upon him, momentarily taken aback. Zhao Ximin, do you have something to say? Zhao Ximin leapt to his feet, exclaiming, no objections, squad leader. Then why are you speaking? Zhao Ximin truly found himself at a loss for words. 50 push-ups. The rest of you, continue observing my assembly. Li Limin resumed his work, albeit at a deliberate pace, patiently explaining the function of each component as he assembled. This process, which took an entire hour, saw no one utter a word after Zhao Ximin commenced his push-ups. All eyes were intently fixed on Li Limin's hands, while their thoughts remained a mystery. An hour later, Li Limin placed the fully assembled 3015 on the table and addressed everyone. Have you all observed carefully? Yes, excellent. After a brief pause, he turned to Eugenio. Eugen, having assembled the weapon multiple times, did you notice any issues with it? Report. Squad leader. Eugenio stood to reply. The magazine locking mechanism is defective. He promptly retrieved the magazine from the table. Well done. Half of these firearms are faulty, meaning 5 of them exhibit varying degrees of damage. Let's see if you can identify the remaining 4. Begin assembling, Li Limin issued the command, but after glancing at Eugenio, added Eugene, continue disassembling and reassembling until they complete their task. Eugenio, expressionless, commenced another round of assembly and disassembly. Li Limin paced around, nodding with satisfaction, and declared, Eugene, you shall now organize their practice with the following requirement. Complete the disassembly and reassembly within 2 minutes. A chorus of groans erupted as Li Limin exited the training room. Needing some solitude, today's events had weighed heavily upon him. In the subsequent 3 months, the 5th Squad engaged in daily morning 5-kilometer runs coupled with various obstacle courses, while afternoons were dedicated to exhaustive firearm assembly and disassembly training. However, the progression from disassembling one type of weapon to 5 proved an improvement, and it was rumored that they would soon tackle the assembly of armored personnel carriers. This news elicited despair among the 5th Squad, who had already mastered the assembly of over 3 types of firearms with their eyes closed, now facing the daunting task of assembling a vehicle exceeding 5 tons blindfolded. Nonetheless, their performance was remarkable. Upon touching any firearm part they had previously disassembled, they could instantly discern its condition, and with the aid of repair machinery, any hidden damage became glaringly evident. During these 3 months, the composition of the 5th Squad shifted. Ho Jishin was reassigned due to his inability to awaken his mental fluctuations and was replaced by Zhao Jian from the 4th Squad, who had been sidelined during the cross-country assessment. Furthermore, a new recruit named Shingu joined from the 12th Squad, both of whom were awakeners. Once the 5th Squad was restored to its 10-member structure, they commenced extensive simulator training, which lasted from 6 to 10 in the evening. This training included ancient simulated combat scenarios as well as the disassembly and assembly of various ancient firearms. The relentless focus on firearm assembly during the afternoons had the soldiers groaning, as they often vomited for half an hour following each ancient firearm session, only to find relief once they began target practice in the simulator. Meanwhile, responding to Yu Lianqing's request to establish a special repair unit, Yuleni, after 3 months of preparation, finally set foot on Martian soil under the pretense of inspecting the Martian base on behalf of the logistics deputy commander. Yu Lianqing skillfully utilized his experience as a former commander of a shadow unit to infiltrate the headquarters of the Earth Defense Force's 30th Regiment stationed on Mars. Before Colonel Huang Wenba, the regiment commander, could even comprehend the situation, Yuleni was already seated across from him at the desk. How come you remain so elusive? Huang Wenba furrowed his brow, but did not stand to acknowledge Yu Lianqing's 2 major general insignias. Casually inquiring, as a major general myself, could you not extend some necessary respect? Yu Lianqing's tone hinted at dissatisfaction, yet he wore a cheerful expression. Huang Wenba lazily pushed his chair back, standing up nonchalantly, and offered a lackluster salute. Colonel Huang Wenba of the Earth Defense Force's 30th Regiment reporting to Major General He. Enough, enough. You were better before. I truly lack your favor so, Yu Lianqing retorted with frustration. Who told you to don the face of a squad leader, especially now, when you no longer need to use that visage? Why not revert to your original appearance? Huang Wenba was one of the few who knew Yu Lianqing's true identity, and the 3 of them had once formed a renowned iron triangle within the Earth's cold-weather special forces. The senior mechanic Li Limin had mentioned earlier was none other than Huang Wenba himself. Aware of the genuine relationship between Yu Lianqing and Yu Lianqing, he had been demoted to the front lines as a mechanic for a decade following their harrowing escape 10 years ago. It was during that ordeal that Yu Lianqing had rescued this brother-in-arms, placing him on Mars to train new recruits for Earth. This is indeed a tricky question to answer. I have used this face for over 20 years, and reverting may prove somewhat challenging, Yu Lianqing mused, stroking his chin. Enough with the pretense. What brings you here today? How may I assist you? Huang Wenba was not inclined to listen to Yu Lianqing's grievances, knowing that each visit entailed yet another recounting of his woes. I come to convey an order. Your superior has stated, the special repair unit may now be formed. Let Huang Wenba take charge. Yu Lianqing replied with a smile. Huang Wenba's eyes widened in astonishment, and after a long pause, he exclaimed, Really? The Major General has finally approved the formation of the special repair unit. This unit had been Huang Wenba's proposal to Yu Lianqing. He had long wished to create a unit that combined special operations with comprehensive weapon repair capabilities. Previously, Earth's forces were either cold-weather special units or general repair units, with no all-encompassing team. Thus, Huang Wenba had suggested establishing such a unit to elevate Earth's standing within the Federation. Previously, The Yu family had refrained from approving this initiative to avoid provoking the sensitive nerves of those within the Federation who held prejudices against Earth's status. However, recent actions from a small faction within the Federation Council had compelled the Yu family to resolve to form this Special Operations Unit. Yu Lini retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase and placed them on Huang Wenba's desk. This is the unit I have selected for you. Take a look. If it does not meet your satisfaction, let me know which unit you prefer, and I will procure it for you. Huang Wenba glanced at Yu Liani before picking up the documents. The 28th Cold Weather Squad stationed in the Elydia Star Domain. Planet Soza. He looked up at Yu Liani in astonishment, continuing to flip through the pages, which contained the files of all personnel from the 28th Squad. The 28th Squad is the finest special operations team among us Earthlings. However, it seems the Federation does not regard us as elite. The moment I submitted a request for transfer, the Federation military headquarters immediately agreed. Yu Liani's tone was tinged with a hint of anger and helplessness. Huang Wenba set aside the squad files, knowing without even glancing that the young men within were the finest among humanity. He turned to the next squad's designation, gently reading it aloud once more. His voice betraying surprise. 44th Repair Depot, 1st 01 Battleship Repair Unit. He placed the files down, gazing incredulously at Yu Liani. You read that correctly. The Federation is releasing everyone. These 3 platoons will converge on Mars within a week. Yu Liani nodded affirmatively to Huang Wenba. Huang Wenba's face flushed crimson as he muttered to himself, how can the Federation do this? These are the best 3 platoons from Earth, the elite of the elite. And they have chosen to release them. What position do they place us Earthlings in? Ever since the Great War concluded, they had not regarded us with any respect. Therefore, we must establish a force that will command their admiration. And now the task has been entrusted to you. The Special Repair Company will consist of the 4 platoon units, and you are to select 1 platoon from your Mars 30 regiment. The choice is yours, to include Eugenio. Huang Wenba, upon hearing that another platoon would be selected on Mars, immediately thought of Eugenio, who was undergoing new recruit training. That's your decision, provided he can pass the assessment. Yu Liani stated. Announcement. Chapter 53. So, what is my dear nephew up to? Yu Liani inquired of Huang Wenba. 3rd brother, please remember, he is not your nephew. Huang Wenba shot him a glance. 2nd brother, regardless. I am still a member of the Yu family. And he is a descendant of the Yu clan. If he is not my nephew, does that make him yours? Yu Liani glared at Huang Wenba. Huang Wenba placed his hands across his chest and made a gesture of concession. Then glanced at the time, saying, your nephew is currently training on the other side of the planet. He should be on the simulator right now. Would you like to see his training today? Yes, certainly. Yu Liani turned his face toward an empty space in the room. Huang Wenba picked up the phone from the desk and dialed a number. Shortly after, a virtual screen rose in that empty space. Reporting, sir. New Recruit Company 3's medical officer, Zhuahong, at your service. A young lieutenant saluted Huang Wenba from the virtual screen. Is this Zhuahong? Yu Liani asked Huang Wenba, who was returning the salute. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? Zhuahong noticed a middle-aged man in a major general's uniform at Huang Wenba's desk and immediately saluted, thinking to himself how much this man resembled General Yu Lianqing, were it not for the major general insignia on his shoulders. He might have mistaken him for Yu Lianqing. Greetings, Lieutenant. I am Major General Yu Liani, Deputy Director of the Logistics Corps. According to my schedule, I will be inspecting your new recruit training base tomorrow. However, I wish to meet with you tonight, as there are matters that require direct communication. It appears you won't be able to sleep tonight. With a smile, Yu Liani added, Sir, I will come to meet you after tonight's training concludes. I apologize, I have a message. Zhuahong's communicator buzzed with an urgent notification, prompting him to excuse himself and review the message. Soon, he looked up and saluted Yu Liani again, saying, Deputy Director Yu, I have received orders to arrive at the 30 Regiment's location by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Excellent, Lieutenant. What is today's training agenda? Yu Liani inquired, tapping his finger lightly to his brow in acknowledgement. Today is the collective simulator training project for Class 5. Class 5? Why is there only one class training today? A hint of displeasure crept into Yu Liani's voice. Yes, currently, New Recruit Company 3 only has one class that has achieved full awakening. A bead of sweat formed on Zhuahong's forehead. He feared that if Deputy Director Yu knew that only 10 recruits had awakened in Company 3 thus far, it would not bode well. Fortunately, Yu Liani seemed disinclined to dwell on this matter, continuing to ask, what is today's simulator project? Simulating the Normandy landings. Zhuahong promptly reported the day's training subject. Our lads are playing the role of the American forces? No, today's primary simulation focuses on repairs, so they will be portraying the German forces. Their task is to repair damaged machine guns within bunkers, thwart the American landings, and handle various unexpected weapon malfunctions. They are divided into 4 groups, 2 groups of 3 members and 2 groups of 2. Ultimately, their performance will be assessed based on their repair time and endurance. Zhuo Hong succinctly briefed Yu Lianyi on the training arrangements. Deputy Director, shall we observe their training? Huang Wenba softly suggested to Yu Lianyi. While he could afford to be less formal in private, he maintained utmost respect for Yu Lianyi in public. Yu Lianyi beckoned Huang Wenba closer. And once he complied, Yu Lianyi whispered in his ear, "You son of a." At that moment, Huang Wenba was focused on the screen, his face alight with smiles as he nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, understood. I will arrange it immediately." To Zhuo Hong, it appeared as if the 2 dignitaries were deeply engrossed in discussion. After a brief while, Huang Wenba straightened up and instructed Zhuo Hong, "Lieutenant Zhuo, bring up the training video." "Lieutenant, we need to start from the beginning." "All 4 groups must be included," Yu Lianyi insisted. "Understood." The screen promptly switched to the training visuals, displaying 4 scenes where 10 German soldiers entered 4 distinct bunkers, each group examining the weaponry and equipment within. Huang Wenba shot a fierce glare at Yu Lianyi before returning to the desk, switching the communication with Zhuo Hong to a unilateral mode, allowing them to see and hear everything from Zhuo Hong's end while he could not see or hear them. The moment Huang Wenba severed the communication with Zhuo Hong, Yu Lianyi erupted into boisterous laughter, nearly sliding off his chair. Meanwhile, Huang Wenba said with mock seriousness, "I hear your daughter is already 15. Of age for military service. According to the national conscription law, all eligible citizens must undertake compulsory military service once they reach this age, regardless of gender. I shall issue a special recommendation to enlist your daughter. And considering she has missed 6 months of training, I will personally oversee her instruction." Yu Lianyi ceased laughing, pointing an accusatory finger at Huang Wenba. "Are you settling personal scores? To a degree. But I am also concerned about this year's recruits. The quality has been abysmal, and we require exceptional new blood to replenish our ranks. I believe your outstanding genes could remedy this shortcoming." Huang Wenba boldly acknowledged his intentions while further justifying them with a more noble rationale. "As for my daughter's enlistment, she will appear in your training camp next year. She graduates then, and I will personally escort her. Let us return to the matter of recruits," Yu Lianyi stated. Huang Wenba glared at him, clearly displeased with his evasiveness, and retorted, "This year, not only has the quality of recruits been lacking, but as of now, both new recruit companies 1 and 3 have only about 10 individuals who have awakened. Company 2 is slightly better, but even it hasn't surpassed 30. Why are there only recruits from the Asia region this year? Where are the recruits from the Americas and Europe?" Yu Lianyi pointed to his shoulder insignia, saying, "This is not your concern." "Understood." Huang Wenba's expression darkened. Because of his close ties with Yu Lianqing and Yu Lianyi, he was privy to certain information that he should not have known, which had hindered his career until the 2 brothers ascended to power. However, his elder brother suggested that it was better for him to be informed about certain situations, allowing him to prepare in advance. As Yu Lianyi spoke, he gestured, deliberately prolonging his words. Upon recognizing Yu Lianyi's signal, Huang Wenba immediately activated the office's soundproofing device, allowing Yu Lianyi to finish his statement. "You see, last year, a group from the Federal Congress came to Earth. They conducted tours across various continents." Yu Lianyi paused for effect. Huang Wenba nodded, responding, "I am aware. Their brazen connections with the political figures of Europe and America. Do they truly intend to overturn our Yu family? It's not that dire, according to the intelligence I possess. These individuals are lobbyists from imperialist nations within the Congress. They seek to establish a monarchy on Earth and integrate us into the imperial alliance they are about to form." Yu Lianyi relayed the information he had received from Yu Lianqing, albeit without disclosing everything. "I believe they have approached the wrong individuals. If they were to seek out my elder brother, I am convinced they would yield unexpected results." Huang Wenba fell silent for a moment. This information was not something he should be privy to at his level, but since Yu Lianqing had permitted Yu Lianyi to share it with him, it indicated that Yu Lianqing still regarded him as a brother. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Even if the elder brother has his thoughts, there remains an old lord above him, and beneath this old lord, countless brothers stand ahead of him. It is evident that the elder brother is contemplating. Yet he feels utterly helpless. Furthermore, Those from the Empire do not hold our family in high esteem, implying that there are indeed individuals within the federal parliament conspiring against us. Consequently, this year, neither Europe nor America has dispatched new soldiers, and apart from the relatively normal troop shipments from our Su, Wan, Zhe, Min, and the two Guang regions, the situation in other areas has been quite abnormal. Your homeland, the Vietnam region, has not sent any soldiers, which speaks volumes. To mitigate our personnel losses, the higher-ups have decided to retain a portion of the troops from the most secure regions for training on Earth. Thus we must prepare thoroughly, remarked Yulani. Huang Wenba's expression grew grave as he inquired, "Then why send Zhenyu here? The elder brother has decided to assign Zhenyu to execute the shadow plan." Yulani replied, "I asked Zhenyu to act as the body or the shadow." Huang Wenba questioned. The elder brother naturally wishes for Zhenyu to take on the role of the body, but Yulani gestured towards his own head and continued, "You know Zhenyu's mental capacity, but Zhenyu's strength." Huang Wenba fumbled through the documents on the table, eventually retrieving a report to hand to Yulani. Yulani accepted the document and perused it gently. He had reviewed this training report of Zhenyu countless times with Yu Lianqing. However, this version revealed new developments, indicating that Zhenyu's mental fluctuations had surpassed 20 points and now stabilized at 22 points. Yulani returned the report to Huang Wenba and asked, "How long has Zhenyu maintained this 22-point level?" "Approximately a month," Huang Wenba replied. Yulani nodded, stating, "That means he has reached a bottleneck, which is insufficient. If Zhenyu's fluctuations were at 42 points, there would be no concern." But Yulani shook his head and continued, "What if he cannot break through this bottleneck? Even if he does, what if there is no substantial improvement?" Mental fluctuations are intriguing. Before reaching 50 points, the quicker the breakthrough, the faster the growth afterwards. Beyond 50 points, the breakthroughs become slower, but growth accelerates. Therefore, if Zhenyu's fluctuations were at 42 points right now, a month without a breakthrough would not be alarming. Once he breaks through, he would surely exceed 50. But at present, he is merely at 22 points and has been stagnant for a month. Even if he breaks through, who knows what achievements lie ahead? Not to mention, there is a hard constraint of only 5 points for his mental capacity. Do you know who that body is? Huang Wenba grit his teeth and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Yulani narrowed his eyes and asked, "I will eliminate him, allowing Zhenyu to become the body." Huang Wenba exclaimed, striking the table with his fist. "What are you thinking? Are you courting death?" Yulani whispered urgently, glancing around, skeptical of the soundproofing's efficacy. "My life was given to me by the elder brother. If necessary, I can return it, but Zhenyu must live in the light." Huang Wenba breathed heavily. "Do you realize what this would mean for Zhenyu?" Yulani growled softly, glaring at Huang Wenba. Zhenyu would be stripped of the title of heir, regardless of whether the final investigation points towards Zhenyu. He, as a beneficiary, would be expelled from the military, destined to live as an ordinary person forever. That is still better than being a shadow. Huang Wenba glared back at Yulani. "What is wrong with being a shadow? It is merely 20 years of darkness, after which one will once again see the light. Look at me. Am I not living well?" Yulani had risen from his seat, standing across the desk. Confronting Huang Wenba, "You are you. Zhenyu is Zhenyu. How can you presume to know if he wishes to be a shadow or not?" Huang Wenba, though slightly shorter than Yulani, met his intense gaze without flinching. Yulani hesitated momentarily, then lowered his head, saying, "Do you know, back in the day, Lianqing was the shadow. I was cultivated to be the body, while Lianqing was my shadow. However, I did not wish to be the body bearing all the burdens. I yearned to be the shadow. In the end, I compelled the family administrator to include Lianqing in the ranks of the body. Do you understand what that signifies? I relinquished everything I could have obtained, including the inheritance." This was the first time Huang Wenba had heard such a revelation. He knew that Yu Lianqing and Yulani were a pair of light and shadow twins nurtured under the special system of the Yu family. However, he had not anticipated that the light, the body, originally belonged to Yulani. He murmured, "Why? Because I defied the family's orders. Thus, I had no choice but to forfeit my inheritance. Do you wish for Zhenyu to follow in my footsteps? To murder the body of the light, regardless of the shadow's status, he must forfeit his inheritance, for he is the greatest beneficiary. This is the law of the family." Yulani's voice struck Huang Wenba's heart like a hammer. "What can be done?" Huang Wenba asked helplessly. "Two options. First, become a shadow, and after 20 years, return to the light, losing nothing. Second, Locate that body and persuade him to make the same foolish decision as I did. Uliani declared, "How is that possible? How can it not be? Do not forget, before meeting the elder brother, I was a staunch advocate of being the body. However, once I stood beside the elder brother for even a moment, I was convinced of one truth. The elder brother is far more suited to live in the light because he is truly exceptional. Therefore, if you wish for Zhenyu to live in the light, you must train him to be exceptional." Uliani gestured emphatically, pushing Huang Wenba back into his chair. Huang Wenba nodded, somewhat dazed, and said, "I will ensure Zhenyu becomes the finest warrior." Excellent. Grant Zhenyu access to the simulated combat arena system. It will be an immensely beneficial environment for him. Uliani resumed his seat and gestured for Huang Wenba to deactivate the soundproofing system. As Huang Wenba prepared to lift the sound barrier, he suddenly recalled something and asked, "What about the others?" "What others?" "The few in Zhenyu's class. Although this year's recruits are lacking, each awakened soldier possesses the potential to become a high-tier warrior, especially those in Zhenyu's class. I sense Zhenyu's fluctuations are somewhat unique, capable of stimulating the fluctuations of others," Huang Wenba explained. Uliani stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding. "Activate the selection system for them. The Special Forces unit still requires a platoon, and this platoon will undergo preliminary selection across all the federal military's Earth-based forces. Those who pass the initial selection will be given a month of wilderness survival training, and those who endure until the end will face the final selection. The awakened warriors from other squads should also be included in the selection system. We cannot favor one over the other." Huang Wenba nodded in agreement, waving his hand to cancel the soundproofing. Uliani remarked, "Let us observe Zhenyu's training. It has already been underway for quite some time. Zhenyu had entered the simulator countless times, and this simulator was indeed a remarkable tool, capable of replicating all ancient weaponry as well as most standard federal arms. He had completed nearly all ancient weapon shooting training on the simulator, but he wondered what firearm training awaited him today. He hoped for a realistic battle simulation, as the nearly authentic war scenarios were truly exhilarating." As the helmet descended, darkness enveloped him, stirring a tempest of emotions within Zhenyu. He sensed an unsettling power gathering within him, since his mental fluctuations had reached 22 points a month ago. The previously faint energy had quieted down, remaining dormant for the past month. Initially, he had harbored a slight wariness towards this energy, uncertain of its implications, but after a month, he had at least confirmed one thing. This energy was undoubtedly positive. For during this month, despite no progress in his mental fluctuations, any time the energy manifested, his mental state would invariably rise by a point or two, since the day before yesterday. Each evening's mental training had filled him with anticipation, yearning to return to the battlefield rather than engage in weapon maintenance or shooting drills. Over the past 3 days, the once dormant energy had resurfaced, growing stronger day by day, igniting a compelling urge within him to unleash a significant release. A beam of light flickered into existence from the void, and the objects before him appeared blurred, seemingly situated in a room, likely a shooting range for some type of firearm. Zhenyu felt a tinge of disappointment. As the objects gradually came into focus, he realized he was within a fortress. Outside, the sounds of cannon fire reverberated, and the ground trembled intermittently. He surveyed his surroundings, striving to adapt quickly to the dim lighting within the fortress. The fortress boasted 2 large firing ports, one of which was equipped with a machine gun that appeared largely intact and operational. Peering below the firing port, he noticed 4 or 5 corpses, their wounds still oozing blood, indicating they had recently succumbed. Beside the shooting hole adorned with a machine gun lies a relatively intact corpse, accompanied by a twisted machine gun, above another shooting hole. The ceiling has been blasted into a crater, yet it has not penetrated the fortress. The distorted rebar emerging from the pit indicates the fortress's formidable strength. Judging by the crater, the bomb must have been launched from beneath the fortress, precisely traversing the shooting hole, colliding with the ceiling before detonating, resulting in the demise of all soldiers within. Beneath this crater lie 2 corpses that remain somewhat whole, alongside countless dismembered body parts, suggesting the possibility of 2 additional bodies. Scattered around the corpses are numerous machine gun components, indicating that the recent detonation of an unknown type of bomb carried considerable power. A voice emerged from behind Zhenyu. "Sergeant, this fortress is now under your command. Due to a shortage of personnel, you will only have 2 men at your disposal. Immediately restore fire from at least 2 machine guns. Do not allow the Americans to storm the beach until you meet your maker. Eugenio turned to see a second lieutenant addressing him. The lieutenant was neither clad in the federal military uniform nor that of the Earth Defense Force, but rather resembled the attire of the German Wehrmacht from the Second World War. Upon closer inspection, he noted the lieutenant's golden hair peeking from beneath a German steel helmet, with pale blue eyes embodying the archetype of the so-called Aryan race extolled by that tyrant during the ancient World War II. "Sergeant, are you listening to me?" the lieutenant queried sharply. "Yes, sir. I understand your orders clearly and will restore machine gun fire at once," Eugenio responded promptly, slamming his heels together. The lieutenant's stern expression softened slightly as he remarked, "This is entrusted to you. I must proceed to the next fortress." Without further ado, he exited the bastion. It was then Eugenio noticed 2 individuals beside him, both dressed in German uniforms, their insignias indicating they were privates. He glanced at himself and realized he too was in the same German attire. "Squad leader, what should we do now?" came a familiar voice. He turned to find it was Zhao Jian speaking. "Finally, we can skip the shooting and disassembly drills. We must be in some ancient battle scenario. Today's training brief didn't mention this," he exclaimed. The brief did suggest a possible temporary training task requiring us to be mentally prepared. "I didn't expect it to be a battle simulation," Zhao Jian replied assuredly. Why Eugenio felt a surge of joy, as this was precisely the training he desired. Such battle simulations were the most effective for enhancing mental fluctuations. And he had sensed a distinct energy prior to entering the simulator, indicating a potential breakthrough. "Zhao Jian, it appears we've been assigned to the same group," he remarked, glancing back at another individual. "This NPC is rather peculiar. He resembles Shingu." Shingu immediately broke into a cold sweat, replying languidly, "Squad leader, it's not a resemblance. I am Shingu. Oh." Eugenio rubbed his nose awkwardly, noticing the other 2 were also reluctant to speak. So he commanded, "Zhao Jian, go check that machine gun hanging by the shooting hole, see if it's still operational. Shingu, help me organize the firearms over there, check for anything usable." Earlier, during his conversation with the lieutenant, he had noticed several machine guns piled in the corner, but he was uncertain of their condition. Announcement. Chapter 55. The beach landing. Zhao Jian stepped up to the shooting hole, retrieving the machine gun that hung there. Exclaiming, "Sergeant, it's an MG-42, a classic." Eugenio fiddled with the pile of machine guns in the corner, relieved to find no MG-13 or MG-34, as modifying them to be compatible with the MG-42 would have been a hassle. Without lifting his gaze, he replied to Zhao Jian, "Whether it's a classic or not is irrelevant. What matters is its functionality. Though this is a simulation, getting hit by bullets can be quite painful. Akin to dying once. Pull your head back from the shooting hole. If I'm not mistaken, we are likely in the largest landing battle of World War II." At that moment, Zhao Jian was peering out of the shooting hole, observing a dense throng of people rushing towards a sand dune on the beach. Upon hearing Eugenio's words, he quickly withdrew his head. "Are we at Omaha?" Zhao Jian glanced back at Eugenio, noticing he was not looking at him. This puzzled him. How could the squad leader know what he was doing without even glancing his way? Eugenio remained focused on inspecting the firearms, stating, "Indeed, and it gets worse. We are the Germans, destined to perish in the small fortress. The only difference between us and those on the ground is that our deaths will return us to reality, while theirs is final." As Shingo gathered machine gun parts, he turned to inquire, "Squad leader, does that mean our training is doomed to be scoreless?" Eugenio cast a peculiar glance at Shingo, asking, "Did you bring your brain today? The lieutenant already briefed us on the task. Did you not hear?" Shingo pondered for a moment before responding, "No, I didn't." Eugenio shook his head, stating, "The lieutenant's last words were until we meet our maker, indicating today's assessment will be based on survival time. So hurry up and collect all the machine gun parts for me. Zhao Jian, stop dawdling and check that machine gun. The quicker we restore fire, the greater our chances of survival." "Yes." The 2 jumped to attention, especially Zhao Jian, who quickly glanced outside again, noticing more American troops had reached the sand dune, while a new batch of landing craft was depositing yet more American soldiers onto the beach. He hastily examined the machine gun, relieved to find no significant damage. He opened the receiver, confirming the belt position was normal. After closing it and pulling back the bolt, he felt it glide smoothly. All seemed well. Opening the side ammo box, he discovered there were only about 30 to 40 rounds left. Shingu approached him, having picked up a damaged machine gun, and asked, "Shingu, how many bullets are left in that gun?" Shingu opened its receiver, glancing at the empty belt and replied, "Looks like quite a few." He then opened the ammo box, revealing that the belt inside remained largely untouched, detaching the belt from the receiver. He handed the box to Zhao Jian, saying, "There are about 200 rounds left. You can use this." Zhao Jian accepted the ammo box, passing the nearly empty one back to Shingu. He pressed the nearly full belt into the receiver, closed it, pulled the bolt back, and began firing towards the beach. Shingu fiddled with the gun a bit more before calling out to Eugenio, "Squad leader, this gun has no issues except for a bent barrel and heat shield." Eugenio still did not turn around, instructing, "Try to see if you can remove the barrel." Shingu pulled on the lever on the right side of the heat shield, but found it stuck. Applying more force, he reported, "Squad leader, it's jammed. I can't remove the barrel." Eugenio retrieved a gun from the pile he had previously inspected, detached the barrel, and loosened the screws connecting the heat shield to the gun body. After completing these tasks, he tossed the receiver aside and turned to Shingu, saying, "Hand that gun over. Take off the heat shield. You check the ammunition." Shingu unscrewed the heat shield and passed the gun to Eugenio. He then searched around the fortress, discovering an ammunition box in the corner opposite the shooting hole. After counting, he brought 2 boxes of ammunition back to Zhao Jian, saying as he moved, "Squad leader, there are 14 boxes of 250 round belts and 10 boxes of 1,000 round shells. That should keep us going for a while. This gun is fixed. Continue repairing the rest. I've sorted through these guns. And those by the wall are not worth repairing. All the parts over here are usable," Eugenio directed, pointing to the array of components on the ground beside him. Shingu darted to Eugenio's side, snatching the repaired gun from his hands, and sprinted to the corner to grab a box of ammunition. He dashed towards Zhao Jian's shooting hole, moving with the speed of a startled rabbit, exclaiming as he ran, "Squad leader, you're the best at repairs among the 3 of us. Please continue fixing. I'll handle the dirty work of killing." Eugenio was taken aback by Shinji's speed, glancing at the machine gun that had been snatched away, shaking his head with a wry smile. He then instructed Shingu, "Go to that shooting hole over there. Don't cluster together. Just pick up the parts scattered on the ground over there. I'll see what else is usable." Shingu lamented, "Squad leader, you're taking personal revenge. You're right on the money. Are you doing it or not? If not, come over here and repair the guns. If you want to kill, you better clean up the dead first. Dealing with virtual things here is far better than facing the real battlefield later on," Eugenio replied, turning to look at Shingu. Shingu propped the machine gun against the wall beside the shooting hole and began to move the corpses and body parts aside. The overwhelming stench of blood nearly made him retch. After a strenuous effort to clear the bodies, he began to sift through the gore to salvage any parts that appeared usable, many of which were mixed among the entrails, the foul odor finally causing Shingu to flee to the side to vomit. When he finally extracted the components and delivered them to Eugenio, you chuckled and inquired, "Have you become accustomed to it?" "Accustomed? Ugh," just as Shingu was about to affirm his adaptation. The foul stench wafting up to his nostrils caused him to retch uncontrollably once more. Eugenio erupted into boisterous laughter, his mirth so infectious that it caught Zhao Jian's attention, prompting him to turn and investigate. "Why," you immediately exclaimed, "Zhao Jian, your adversaries are on the beach, not in the fortress." "Focus." Zhao Jian discreetly stuck out his tongue, astonished that merely glancing back had alerted the class leader. Did he have eyes in the back of his head? It took Shingu a while to regain his composure. While Eugenio had already assembled half of his firearm, casting a glance at Shingu, he asked, "Finished retching? If so, let's take our positions." Zhao Jian's firepower is lacking. Shingu forced himself to suppress the overwhelming urge to vomit, returning to the firing position, loading his weapon, and soon enough, the nausea was overshadowed by the thrill of combat. Lieutenant Robert of the 29th Infantry Division's Company C observed yet another unfortunate batch of souls being ferried ashore by landing craft. Most of them would meet their demise upon the beach, yet he considered himself fortunate, having reached the safety of the sand dune beneath him, with a German stronghold not far above his head. He discarded a cigarette that had become too damp to hold, then peered through his periscope at the stronghold above. It had been 5 minutes since a bullet had last been fired from it. 5 minutes prior, their company commander had just begun organizing an assault on the stronghold when a bullet struck him, entering through his nose and exiting from the back of his skull. obliterating half his head, while his helmet was sent flying onto the beach. Just before that, he had commanded bazooka operator George to launch a rocket at the stronghold. George, startled by the captain's demise, had trembled slightly, unwittingly sending the rocket straight through a firing aperture, resulting in a silent explosion within the stronghold, which promptly silenced its 4 machine guns. Seizing the opportunity as acting company commander, Robert dispatched a squad for a probing attack, yet he was met with swift German retaliation. 2 smaller strongholds on either side unleashed a deadly hail of gunfire upon his men. Robert refrained from sending more soldiers to charge forward, knowing that the distance from the sand dune to the stronghold was nearly 100 meters. Any exposure would invite a lethal response from the machine guns. He was a cautious officer, far less adept at handling unexpected situations than Captain Albert. He understood that the captain would have devised a strategy to exploit the lull in fire from the large stronghold to orchestrate several small-scale attacks. Rather than remain suppressed beneath the dune as he was, his gaze remained fixed on the captain a mere 5 meters away, contemplating how to advance. What would the captain do in this moment? The sound of bullets whizzing overhead, akin to the tearing of burlap, startled Robert, compelling him to shrink back slightly. He raised his periscope. A firing aperture of the large stronghold spat out flames once more. Though thankfully only 1 machine gun was active, he exhaled in relief and lowered the periscope. On the beach, a group of unfortunate soldiers, just struggling ashore from the surf, collapsed onto the sand before they could even secure their footing. One soldier, caught between fortune and misfortune, rolled on the beach, clutching his thigh and howling in agony. His cries drew the attention of a medic, who crawled to his side. Upon inspecting the soldier's leg, the medic noted that it was missing below the knee. He retrieved a syringe from his medical kit and injected it into the remaining thigh, then applied a tourniquet to the upper leg, preparing to bandage the wound when a bullet whizzed past his head. The medic fell silently atop the soldier's severed limb, tragically loosening the tourniquet at the last moment. After a brief interval, the wounded soldier fell silent. Robert watched the scene unfold with clarity, understanding that the soldier had succumbed to shock from excessive blood loss and would soon become yet another corpse on the beach. He lifted the periscope again, scrutinizing the large stronghold. The machine gun fired relentlessly, its bullets tearing across the shoreline, heedless of whether anyone remained there. It appeared to be manned by a fresh recruit. Robert surveyed his surroundings for George, who was nowhere to be found. He tapped a nearby soldier on the shoulder, asking, "Private, have you seen George, sir?" "Which George are you referring to?" the private replied, raising his voice. "The one with the bazooka, sir. He's lying over there." The private pointed toward the beach. As Robert followed the direction of his finger, he began to say, "Bring him to me," but halted mid-sentence. "Sir, I fear I cannot." The private glanced at George, realization dawning upon him. "I suppose you are right." Robert nodded, recognizing that George was beyond saving. "Private, do you know how to operate a bazooka?" Robert inquired. "A little," the private replied, eyeing the bazooka lying 2 or 3 meters away from George. He licked his lips. "Well, now you are the bazooka operator," Robert declared. The private's face flushed. Robert mused internally, wondering if the lad was reluctant to comply. Before he could finish his thought, the private lunged forward. Darting across the beach like a hunting dog, he zigzagged along the sand until he reached George, crouching down to search George's body before scrambling to the bazooka. He tugged at the strap and, with all 4 limbs, scurried back. "Sir, I retrieved the bazooka, but George had no rockets on him," he reported. Robert patted the private's helmet, saying, "When have you ever seen a rocket operator carry their own ammunition?" The private grinned sheepishly. "What is your name?" Robert asked. "George, just like him," the private replied with a wide smile. Oh, I was asking where George was, but I see that anyone named George is destined to be a rocket operator. Very well, after this battle, I shall commend you. But for now, go find 2 more bazooka operators, and don't forget to bring a few assistants. The rockets are carried by the assistants," Robert instructed. "No need for commendations. I just want to play with the bazooka. I'm off to find more men." George dashed away again. Robert had already devised a plan to launch simultaneous strikes at the 3 strongholds with 3 bazookas, taking advantage of the Germans' momentary confusion to advance a few dozen meters, then to throw smoke grenades to provide cover. He was confident that the new recruit would be intimidated by the smoke. Once they reached the stronghold, a few demolition charges would suffice to neutralize it. Robert watched as George leaped and sprinted across the sand. The young man was full of enthusiasm. Soon, George returned, accompanied by 5 others, who scrambled to Robert's side, immediately making room for them. "Sir, the Hoover squad reporting. We have 3 rockets remaining." "Sir, the Stewart squad reporting. We have 4 rockets and have yet to fire a shot since landing." "Sir, I'm Glay. My assistant was killed, but I brought the rockets, 2 in total." The 5 men each reported to Robert. He nodded at them and turned to George, saying, "Excellent, George." Then he addressed everyone. "We now have an additional bazooka team. When I give the command, we will all fire at the 3 strongholds in front of us." He then called out to a sergeant in the distance, "Hey, John, come here." John cautiously crawled over, asking, "Sir, what is it?" "I will organize a bazooka strike on the 3 strongholds shortly. Your squad will advance as soon as the rockets explode, and I expect you to push forward at least 50 meters before the Germans' machine guns resume fire. Throw smoke grenades at the 3 strongholds, then make your way toward the central large stronghold, bringing plenty of demolition charges. Whether we can destroy it depends on your execution," Robert instructed John. "No problem, sir. We will ensure the mission is accomplished," John replied, returning to his squad. The soldiers sprang into action, swiftly positioning themselves beside the bazooka team, ready to leap forward. At that moment, a soldier approached, reporting to Robert, "Sir, I am George's assistant. I noticed you sent someone to retrieve George's bazooka, and I believe you need rockets. I have 2 rockets here." "Indeed, just what we need. You will continue as George's assistant." Robert nodded affirmatively. The soldier glanced back at George, still lying on the beach, when someone behind him patted him on the back, saying, "I am George. Now I'm the rocket man." Just then, the large stronghold overhead unleashed another volley. And Robert cursed. "Shit." He immediately leaned against the edge of the sandbank, raised his periscope, and saw flames erupting from the shooting hole on the other side of the dark fortress, while the machine gun on the opposite side had momentarily ceased fire. Presumably to change the ammunition belt, Robert observed for a moment, exhaling deeply. This new firing position was manned by a rookie. He understood that the rate of fire of the MG-42 was exceedingly high, and if a novice operated it, they would soon deplete their ammunition. When they next changed the belt would be the opportune moment to launch an attack. Why Eugenu's hands darted about. He had already assembled 2 machine guns. Listening to the gunfire from the 2 men was driving him to the brink of madness. This was the 3rd time he had urged them to control their rate of fire. Such reckless shooting not only failed to eliminate many enemies, but also wasted a considerable amount of ammunition. He extended his mental waves, barely reaching the sandbank where a substantial number of American troops were concealed. However, he could only sense their presence without discerning their actions. If only his mental projection were a tad stronger. His brow furrowed tighter. He felt the energy within him intensifying, yet he could not break through, which left him greatly unsettled. He constantly yearned for a proper outlet for his pent-up energy, which was why he had allowed Shingu to seize the machine gun. He knew that if he were the one operating it, he could not predict what would ensue. The mental waves continued to fluctuate at the edge of the sandbank. He paused his tasks, closed his eyes, allowing his senses to sharpen. It seemed he glimpsed something. There was a group of individuals, each radiating a dazzling red light. The people on either side also emitted red light, though not as intensely. It was evident that this group posed a significant danger, an extreme threat. Suddenly, the gunfire from both shooting holes ceased. The 2 youngsters had exhausted a box of ammunition each. From the crowd lying beneath the sandbank, 4 individuals abruptly sprang to their knees, as if shouldering something. Why Eugenu's spine stiffened. Those 4 figures had initially appeared to him as a mass of diffuse red, with only a shadowy human shape at the center, but now, that red silhouette suddenly coalesced into a single human form, with a cylindrical object perched on its right shoulder, the red their most intense, already presenting a blackened hue. He snapped his eyes wide open. Although facing away from the shooting hole, the 4 figures remained vividly clear in his mind. He shouted, "Bazooka, move away from the window immediately. Do not lean against the wall. Open your mouths wide." Turning around, he saw Zhao Jian and Shingu complying, retreating from the window, the 2 standing dumbfounded in the center of the fortress, staring at him. He continued, "Crouch down at once. Clasp your heads with your hands. Do not lie flat." Just then, 2 muffled explosions reverberated within the fortress, lingering for some time before dissipating. Why Eugenu's head felt dazed from the blast. Yet he lunged towards the shooting hole, seizing an MG-42 he had just assembled. Fortunate that Shingo had recently brought a considerable amount of ammunition to the vicinity. Wei Zhenyu hastily opened an ammunition box, drew out a belt, slotted it into the receiver, and racked the bolt without taking a moment to scrutinize the sandbank. He fired a short burst towards its edge, shouting, "What are you two fools waiting for?" Zhao Jian and Shingo snapped back to attention, rushing to their positions to resume shooting. Upon their return, they witnessed John and his squad vaulting over the sandbank, advancing towards the fortress, while below, American troops were suppressing fire towards their stronghold. However, only a few stray bullets flew in through the shooting holes, posing minimal threat. If one were to be hit, it would merely be a stroke of luck. Definitely a reason to buy a lottery ticket post-training. Zhao Jian and Shingo found the dust and debris raining down around them quite disconcerting, occasionally retracting their necks. Their aim, naturally, was compromised, while Yu Zhenyu's short bursts continued to reap lives. John and several seasoned soldiers finally completed their 50-meter leap, crouching on the ground, hurling smoke grenades towards the fortress, the billowing smoke completely obscuring the trio's line of sight, causing Zhao Jian and Shingo to panic. Yet, in Yu Zhenyu's eyes, the figures within the smoke glowed intensely red. He unleashed a series of short bursts, keeping John and the following squads firmly suppressed within 50 to 60 meters of the fortress. Yu Zhenyu bellowed, "You two, don't panic. Sweep fire towards 100 meters ahead." Immediately, two lines of fire obeyed his command, landing 100 meters away. Yu Zhenyu quickly corrected, "Zhao Jian, adjust your trajectory down 3 degrees. Shingo, 5 degrees, continue firing." This time, the two lines of fire finally suppressed Robert's initial position. Yu Zhenyu shouted, "Good, just like that, don't fire too quickly. Do not exceed 2 seconds per trigger pull." The machine guns in the hands of the two rookies ceased their erratic bursts and settled into a more rhythmic cadence. Realizing the situation was untenable, Robert immediately ordered his men to halt their advance, while John and his squad, under Yu Zhenyu's pinpoint shooting, failed to return to their starting position. Announcement. Chapter 57. Beach Landing 2. This lad has matured considerably. Huang Wenba remarked, "The last time you saw him, he was still a child. What maturity are you talking about? Yet, I still feel something is amiss," Yu Liani replied, adjusting his position on the sofa for greater comfort while observing the training footage. "Amiss?" Huang Wenba echoed, continuing to watch the scene unfold. Suddenly, Zhuo Hong's face appeared on the screen as he was speaking about something. However, Huang Wenba had just disabled the audio communication with Zhuo Hong. And at that moment, a glaring red light indicated an incoming voice request from Zhuo Hong. Yu Liani abruptly leaned forward, inquiring, "What is happening?" Huang Wenba activated the audio, asking, "What problem has arisen with Zhuo Hong?" "Report, sir, there is an instability in Yuzhen's data," Zhuo Hong reported. Yu Liani stood up, anxiously saying, "Transmit Yuzhen's data feedback to me." His tone was urgent. "Understood. What about the others?" "Display the data for all personnel on their respective screens." Suddenly recalling he was there to inspect everyone, not just his nephew, he hastily added. Zhuo Hong promptly retrieved the data for each individual, but the senior officer's eyes remained fixated on Yu Zhenyu's display. In the graph, Yu Zhenyu was still methodically executing short bursts, and his kill count was steadily climbing. Although he had entered the fray significantly later than the other two rookies, his efficiency far surpassed theirs. However, this display did not capture the attention of the two senior officers. They were instead captivated by the fluctuations in Yu Zhenyu's mental wave data, which exhibited substantial variation, the lower threshold around 22 points, while the upper surged to 56. Neither had ever witnessed such a high fluctuation before. Huang Wenba remarked to Yu Liani, "Could it be that Zhenyu is on the verge of a breakthrough?" "Not on the verge. He is already breaking through, though it has yet to stabilize. However, it appears that after this breakthrough, the next bottleneck will be around 55 points, which is quite a significant leap," Yu Liani observed, exhaling in relief. Although he had never seen such large fluctuations during a breakthrough, it was undeniably a breakthrough. Their conversation was audible to Zhuo Hong, who interjected, "Gentlemen, Yuzhen's upper limit is still rising." "Huh? What? Are you certain?" Yu Liani was taken aback once more. This situation with Yuzhen started 5 minutes ago. It initially fluctuated between 22 and 35, but the upper limit broke through to 48 around 2 minutes ago. "I have been trying to reach both of you, but..." Zhuang did not finish his sentence, and both men understood the implication. After merely a few more exchanges, Eugenu's data surged again, jumping 2 points to 58. And in the graph, his focus appeared even more intense than before. Huang and Yu exchanged glances, with Huang Wenba stating, "It seems the more focused he becomes, the greater the rise in fluctuations. It's not that simple." "Let us keep watching," Yuliani replied. After a moment, he inquired of Zhuang, "Has this soldier exhibited any other unusual behaviors recently?" "None. Except for a brief episode during his initial training session in the simulator when the realism spiked unexpectedly. But it quickly returned to normal," Zhuang answered. Yuliani nodded, continuing to monitor Eugenu's data. Thankfully, aside from the fluctuations, there had been no other issues. He was simply curious where this upper limit would settle. "Sir, what is happening? Why has the enemy's firepower suddenly intensified?" George, crouched beneath the sandbank with his head cradled, loudly asked Robert. "There must be a seasoned veteran in that fortress. Someone very experienced. He is aware of our presence here and is undoubtedly commanding those two rookies." "We have no choice but to call for naval gunfire support," Robert responded. "Ah, sir, something bit my neck," George suddenly screamed. Robert turned to see a 7.92mm machine gun bullet burrow through the soft sand. Striking George in the lower back, the bullet must have lodged in his spine, otherwise he would not be able to cry out. "Sir, why can't I feel my legs?" George twisted his neck to look at Robert. His breathing becoming increasingly erratic, he continued, "Why am I so cold, sir? Have I been hit?" Robert's gaze was intricate, filled with uncertainty on how to address George. Blood surged from the back of George's neck, as the bullet severed the nerves in his lower limbs, leaving him devoid of sensation below the chest. Ultimately, Robert resolved to withhold the bitter truth from George, stating, "No, it's merely a small pebble. However, the location of the injury is rather unfortunate. You may take a while to regain consciousness." "Oh, that reassures me. I still wish to return home on my feet, sir. I'm so tired. May I rest for a moment?" George's voice dwindled to a whisper. "Yes, sleep for a while. When you awaken, the battle will have concluded." Robert was unaware of the words escaping his lips. He merely recognized that his tone had never been so gentle. Several bullets whizzed past his head, with two striking George's lifeless body, causing it to twitch, prompting Robert to instinctively duck down. Those damned Germans seemed capable of spotting everyone beneath the sand dunes. After instructing two purebred recruits on the more efficient methods of killing, Eugeniu shot with a grim expression, relying on his ability to see what others could not. His hunting was more intuitive, more effective. In the past, he would have felt exhilarated, much like the fellows on either side of him. Yet he found it peculiar. Instead of excitement, he felt profound sorrow. It was a sense of helplessness. He did not wish to take lives, yet survival mandated it, and efficiency was imperative to ensure he did not become a victim himself. Refreshing. Truly exhilarating. Xinge turned to Eugeniu and Zhao Jian, then remarked on the peculiarities above their heads. "Squad leader, you and Zhao Jian have something strange hovering above you." Eugeniu turned to glance at him, puzzled. Before resuming his lethal precision, Zhao Jian, curious, inquired, "Xinge, what do you mean? What's strange?" "Indeed, there's writing above your heads." Zhao Jian, bewildered, asked, "Writing? What does it say?" "Yours reads 98. The executioner." The squad leader's was 50. Now it's 54. The serial killer. This revelation caused Zhao Jian to halt, glancing up at Eugeniu, whereupon he indeed spotted the inscription. It had changed from 54 to 56, yet the suffix remained. Serial killer. He turned to Xinge, exclaiming, "Xinge, you too have writing above your head. It says 30, the maniac." "Huh? Does that signify something?" The two slowed their actions, grappling with its implications. "What does it signify?" "Merely the tally of your kills." Eugeniu continued his grim cataloging, his distinct cadence of gunfire resonating clearly within the fortress as the surrounding gunfire ceased. Zhao Jian and Xinge exchanged glances. Indeed, it was true. Zhao Jian, having fired first, had emptied 3 ammunition boxes, with the fourth halfway depleted, claiming 98 lives, while Xinge, having expended a box and a half, had taken 30. Their tallies were comparable. They eyed the digits above Eugeniu's head, both sticking out their tongues in disbelief. The squad leader had only fired half a box yet had already reached a count of 60. "Squad leader, you are truly formidable," they remarked in earnest. Formidable? What is there to be formidable about? Eugenio retorted. As Shingo resumed firing, Eugenio observed closely, mirroring his efficient shooting style. Yet there lingered an incessant urge within him to pull the trigger to its limit, to unleash an entire box of bullets in one go. However, witnessing Eugenio's marksmanship and his impressive tally finally calmed him. As he regained composure, he sensed an undulating energy within the fortress, a force that stirred his own inner vitality, which had incited his impulse to unleash a full magazine. Yet, upon controlling his vitality, he realized the soldiers on the beach, like ants, became vividly clear. He aimed at one, barely grazing the trigger, unleashing 5 or 6 bullets that instantaneously tore through the unfortunate soul, cleaving him in two. The final 2 bullets pierced through the body, striking another soldier's calf, sending it soaring towards the shoreline. Ha! Shingu exclaimed in celebration. Why Eugenio turned to him, querying, Shingu, do you find killing exhilarating? Of course, Shingu replied, puzzled by Eugenio's inquiry. Zhao Jian, do you share this sentiment? Zhao Jian remained silent, contemplating Eugenio's words. Was killing indeed exhilarating? Though the adversary was merely a faceless assemblage of data, the illusion felt too tangible. If one day he were thrust into such a scenario, would he still feel devoid of guilt while taking lives? This was the grandest atrocity of ancient warfare. Eugenio gestured to his military uniform, continuing without pause. Do you understand what this uniform represents? Germany, of course. Shingo interjected. It symbolizes atrocity, the systematic slaughter of millions of Jews. Not on the battlefield, but through organized, methodical extermination methods akin to factory operations, Eugenio proclaimed, a sense of dissonance washing over him as he spoke anti-war rhetoric while simultaneously taking lives of those who, at that moment, represented justice. Isn't it the SS that committed the atrocities? We are the National Defense Army. Shingo glanced at Eugenio, only to be momentarily blinded by the doubles insignia on his helmet. Lowering his gaze to the color of his own uniform, he muttered under his breath, damn it, it's black. Humph. Is the National Defense Army any better? Eugenio scoffed, pressing on. Do you truly feel no remorse for the lives you are taking? It's merely a collection of data. It's only slightly more realistic, Shingo replied. And you, Zhao Jian? Eugenio asked. It's all too real, making it hard to discern, Zhao Jian replied while firing. Both were fresh recruits in the squad, lacking the experiences of the 4 who had fought alongside Eugenio during the Battle of Hot Springs, and they had no understanding of the simulator's implications. This was their first encounter with the simulator in combat. Previously, they had only trained within its confines. They understood that everyone here was but a manifestation of numbers, and that killing or being killed was merely a sensory stimulus. These were genuine historical events, unaltered by their involvement, yet they bore the responsibility for their actions. That was the purpose of their training. What, then, can we learn from the scene? Have you considered that? In this scenario, we are the irredeemable SS. Is this training merely to indulge our murderous impulses? Eugenio continued his internal conflict of anti-war sentiments while engaged in the act of killing. Squad leader, your words are too profound. I don't quite grasp them. Shingu exclaimed loudly, while Zhao Jian remained silent. Every training session serves a purpose. The simpler the training, the deeper its meaning. Consider this. As the architects of the Second World War, why are we playing these roles? Is this noble? The squad leader is indeed a squad leader. Even now, he can ponder such matters, Shingo remarked. Zhao Jian, though silent, felt a stirring within him. What was the purpose of this game? Or rather, this simulation masquerading as training, was it truly to forge them into machines for killing? Yet, Eugenio's demeanor was undeniably that of a relentless killing machine. Zhao Jian glanced at Eugenio, who had just finished his first magazine, his tally exceeding 100, earning the title of 100-man slayer. Among the surrounding fortifications, theirs was evidently the most efficient. The beach before them was nearly devoid of movement, either littered with the dead or pinned down, unable to escape. In this highly efficient killing unit, a discourse on anti-war sentiments unfolded, invoking a deep sense of dissonance within, yet it felt strangely normal. Zhao Jian sensed his mental state nearing fragmentation. Within the fortress, the undulations felt by Shingo resonated with Zhao Jian's own perceptions. This was not his first experience of such sensations during a cross-country assessment. He had felt it while being dragged by a squad led by someone named Yuzhen. Back then, it was a calm sensation. This time, however, it was brutal, yet that sense of peace persisted within the tumult, creating a paradox that left him at a loss. Thus, he remained silent, fearing that voicing his thoughts might disturb the turbulent energies around him. He was caught in a tumult of violence, seeking a thread of tranquility amidst the chaos. This maturity should not manifest at his age, Yuliani murmured softly. Huh? Why? Huang Wenba inquired. What? Yuliani retorted, having lost his train of thought. I asked why Zhenyu, at his age, shouldn't be mature. Huang Wenba pressed. I am quite familiar with this child. It is inconceivable for him to have transformed into such a mature individual within just 6 months. He had not previously exhibited such maturity, which raises concerns, Yuliani responded. The military serves as a formidable crucible. How can one ensure that individuals do not evolve? Huang Wenba disagreed with Yuliani's assertion. Who orchestrated this training program? Typically, we would arrange for the just side to serve as the simulation subjects. Why are we modeling after the Germans this time? Yuliani inquired. Huang Wenba pulled up the training syllabus for detailed examination. And indeed, all the exercises focused on anti-invasion tactics, except for this one, which was bidirectional, encompassing both landing and defending. It is rather perplexing what the planner of this training subject was thinking. This topic is dual purpose, allowing for scenarios where the U.S. military conducts an amphibious assault or where the German forces mount a defense, but it should primarily be practiced as a defensive exercise, devoid of any political implications. Huang Wenba remarked, Let us hope so. Be cautious not to be labeled by those in the political department, Yuliani cautioned. If they were to label us, it would have happened already. This training program has existed for some time. Ever since we introduced the simulator system, the political department could not possibly be unaware. Therefore, there is no issue, Huang Wenba asserted. However, Yuliani paid no heed to Huang Wenba's words. His mind was occupied with what Yu Lenqing had once told him, that Yu Zhenyu was likely a wild spirit warrior. Although he had vehemently disagreed with Yu Lianqing at the time, witnessing Yu Zhenyu's training today left him with lingering doubts. The questions that Yu Zhenyu had just posed to the 2 new recruits were challenging even for him to answer. And such inquiries should not typically arise from someone of Yu Zhenyu's age, especially in that particular environment. It was evident that Yu Zhenyu did not expect the 2 individuals to respond to his questions. He continued to seek out targets to eliminate. Just then, a new batch of landing troops was delivered to the shore by landing craft, prompting Yu Zhenyu and his comrades to momentarily cease fire. Yu Zhenyu observed the individuals at the foot of the sandbank cautiously edging toward the brink, though he could not discern them with the naked eye. Instead, he perceived them as vibrant red orbs, each pulsating with a solid brightness, resembling figures radiating crimson light in his vision. He now comprehended that these individuals harbored considerable animosity toward him and his companions. Under the influence of mental fluctuations, the greater the hostility, the more pronounced the red hue became, the greater the threat they posed, the deeper the crimson. Thus, when he had previously spotted the 4 bazooka soldiers, the darkening red on their shoulders was indeed the bazookas themselves. Shingu licked his lips, rechecking his machine gun. Fortunately, all components functioned smoothly, although the ammunition box was nearly depleted, containing fewer than 50 rounds. He detached the belt and glanced at the ground, realizing it was no longer full. He rushed to a corner and retrieved 2 more boxes, informing Yu Zhenyu, Squad leader, we do not have enough loaded ammunition. Understood. You will load the ammunition next. Yu Zhenyu turned to look at Shingu. And upon seeing Shinji's bloodshot eyes, he paused momentarily before saying, Squad leader, I am not yet satisfied. Shingu replied with dissatisfaction, then glanced at Zhao Jian, suggesting, let Zhao Jian load the ammunition. Why? Yu Zhenyu turned to Zhao Jian, who was also looking back at him. Their eyes met, and Zhao Jian, with his clear gaze, responded, all right, I will load the ammunition. With that, he prepared to descend from his firing position. No, you should continue firing. Shingu, you will load the ammunition. That is an order, Yu Zhenyu commanded. Shingu was about to protest when Yu Zhenyu glared at him, his eyes resembling those of an enraged beast, causing Shingu to feel an involuntary shiver of fear. He lowered his head and replied, yes, I will comply with the order. Afterward, he placed the 2 full boxes at Yu Zhenyu's feet and took away the empty ones. In that instant when Shingu bowed his head, Yu Zhenyu noticed a glimmer of clarity returning to Shinji's eyes. In truth, Yu Zhenyu was not in a comfortable state either. He recognized that he had transcended his previous limits, and not by a trivial margin. His existing ability to monitor his own condition had evolved to encompass the monitoring of both allies and enemies. This newfound capability allowed him to pinpoint enemies concealed beneath the sandbank with uncanny precision. However, the side effects were evidently substantial. For instance, the overwhelming surge of violent emotions had initially inundated his mind like a deluge. That moment, his thoughts were consumed with the desire for carnage. He yearned to slay more individuals, yet a fragment of clarity within him prevented him from losing all rationality, allowing him to retain the majority of his composure. The questions he had posed to the two individuals were, in essence, inquiries directed at himself, thus rendering his questions devoid of logical coherence to others. When he had glimpsed Shinji's bloodshot eyes earlier, he was jolted into awareness. Had he allowed himself to indulge in slaughter, he would now be in a far worse state than Shinge. Hence, he instructed Shinge to load the ammunition, granting him an opportunity to regain his composure. Yu Zhenyu was reasonably satisfied with Zhao Jian's condition. Zhao Jian had not succumbed to the throes of violence and had maintained a state of clarity throughout. This brought Yu Zhenyu a sense of relief, although they were down 1 point of firepower. The efficiency of their killings did not diminish compared to when 3 of them were present. This was primarily due to Yu Zhenyu's breakthrough, which had also propelled Zhao Jian to a similar leap forward. Zhao Jian's metrics on the screen indicated a rapid ascent in his values, while Shinji's figures fluctuated erratically, clearly indicating he had yet to recover from his violent emotions. Thus, it appeared that he too had experienced a breakthrough, albeit an unstable one. Huang Wenba turned to Yu Liani, noting, Zhenyu's talent is truly extraordinary. Anyone in his vicinity experiences a surge in mental fluctuations akin to a rocket launch. These two just joined their squad and had previously awakened their abilities through sheer determination, which is no small feat. Observe how quickly their metrics rise now that they are near Zhenyu. Yu Liani nodded in agreement, stating, Shinji's values appear problematic. It seems Zhenyu has already recognized this, hence assigning him to load the ammunition, hoping he can recover. Once he does, his metrics will likely experience a qualitative leap. There should be no issue. Even if he cannot stabilize today, he will undoubtedly achieve stability within 3 days. It's merely a matter of slightly lower values, which is inconsequential. Huang Wenba felt an immense sense of joy, although only 10 individuals in the new recruit's third company had awakened their mental fluctuations. Their quality was undeniably high.